You would risk your life so easily? Croaker questioned, tilting his head slightly to the side. Harry sighed and closed his eyes, relishing the soft plumage of Fawkes and the sleek, cold scales of Sasha beneath his fingertips. A small grin lit his face as he opened his eyes once more. This is necessary so my life can begin, Croaker. The head unspeakable studied Harry for several moments before finally giving a single nod. You intrigue me, Harry Potter, he said before standing and beckoning. Come. Harry stood and followed Croaker out of his office, eventually being led to a circular room with many doors which spun like a centrifuge. Croaker held up his wand, which glowed briefly with a dim pale light. Before the spinning ceased, and the walkway they stood upon dead-ended at a door. Entering, Harry found himself in a large, darkened chamber with several large stones scattered across the ground. Oddly, the ground upon which he stood appeared untamed, and the rocks sunk deep. Within the earth, ahead on a raised dais was an archway with a veil that fluttered on an invisible breeze. Harry's breath caught in his throat when he heard voices whispering. Seeming to come from the archway, he strode forward unthinkingly. With Croaker packing him, Harry paused outside the arch almost, swearing that he heard serious laughing behind the veil. He frowned and turned to Croaker, who was standing with his hands folded within the sleeves of his robe. What is this place? The legacy of the Pevevills, Croaker responded. Your legacy, Lord Peveill. I don't understand, Harry admitted softly. The tale of three brothers is a partial truth, Croaker explained, his voice echoing within the chamber. You stand in the death chamber itself. Tell me, what do you hear? Harry hesitated to respond, the voices still whispering just beyond the veil. I hear voices. A proof of your legacy, Croaker nodded, as if he anticipated the answer. Harry pursed his lips as his Ravenclaw brain began dissecting what little information he'd been given. The story claims the three brothers encountered death at a bridge. There was never a bridge, was there? No. The brothers found this arch, Harry gestured. Yes. But what is it? Harry pressed. Unknown, Croaker shrugged. Those who have passed through have never returned. We have discovered that those who hear voices usually have experienced a vivid encounter with death. Has anyone been able to communicate from the other side? Croaker shook his head. No. What is the story of this place? Harry gestured around him. The true history of the three brothers involves, as you ascertained, this archway. Centuries ago, death enticed travelers through this veil, taking them to his realm. The Peveill brothers, all wizards of renown, saw through the illusion, and death rewarded them, as told in the story. Harry absently fingered his invisibility cloak and hummed. Later, the Ministry of Magic built its headquarters atop this chamber, hiding it from the world while creating the Department of Mysteries. Hence, my fascination with the Peveill name and their claim to be masters of death. As Croaker finished, Harry stared at the veil, reveling in the silence he sensed the other side presented. Slowly, he had been able to mute the constant whispers in his head, relegating them to an ignored corner of his mind. Presented with the realm of death itself, do you find second thoughts running through your mind regarding your intended path? Croaker questioned. Harry pondered the question for a moment, but found he had no intention of turning away. For the first time in his life, he was the one making decisions that dictated his life. He knew the prophecy. It would never end so long as he was a living Horcrux housing a portion of Voldemort's soul. If I fail, I'll at least be at peace, Harry thought sardonically. One way or another, I will be free. No, Harry finally answered. October 17, 1995 appeared on the screen. Harry stood in a small, circular room with Fawkes perched on his shoulder. Sasha had been quite incensed that she could not be near her master during the ritual. But seeing as how Harry's magic directly influenced his familiar, Croaker had advised it would be far safer if Sasha was sent away. The ritual is simple in its execution, Croaker said in his monotone voice. It is surviving that brings complications. Harry shrugged off his robes and shirt, sitting in a chalk-drawn circle in nothing more than his boxers. Suggestions? Harry asked, twirling his wand in his hand. Should you be able to cast a Patronus, the positive memories may aid. Croaker shrugged. Harry blinked. Won't my magic be fluctuating too much to maintain? This room will be saturated with magic once you begin, Croaker waved away the concern. That alone will sustain your Patronus. Harry nodded and went to conjure a positive memory within his mindscape. It was far harder than he anticipated, what with his memories of Daphne being burnt to ash and his memories of Astoria. Too painful to recall, as were his memories of Sirius. Several times, Harry attempted to cast the Patronus to no avail. He growled as Fawkes hovered above, singing an uplifting, mournful song. Of course, Harry thought bitterly, it's not enough that everyone is out. For my fucking life, now my happiness has been taken too. Fantastic. Images of the recent potions class, Daphne's words, and his reaction flitted through his mind. It's always the negative memories that resonate with us. Harry trailed off as a particular image within his mind gave him pause. It was Daphne's face, right after Harry had told her that she, of all people, should have known better. Why did she look confused? He furrowed his brow as he replayed the memory in his mindscape and studied Daphne's reaction, which he had hardly registered in the moment. Confusion is not an emotion I would have expected to see. Smug. Mocking, maybe even hurt. But confusion. Harry's mind began to race as Croaker stood to the side while Fawkes continued to sing, the song soothing Harry's rising agitation about his inability to successfully cast a Patronus. What if the memories of Daphne, formerly burnt to ash, began to slowly reconstruct, all examined under a different lens? Harry's breath hitched. When what was once his favorite memory of Daphne repaired itself and he slowly raised his wand. Choosing to focus on the emotion of the memory, rather than its occupant, Harry steeled himself. Expecto Patronum, Harry said softly, and a silvery, ethereal phoenix burst from his wand where it joined Fawkes in a mesmerizing dance. A faint taste of strawberries lingered on his lips, causing them to twitch. Slightly, Harry exhaled, taking the memory, pain, and last vestiges of control with it as he gently shook his head. His Patronus flickered violently before stabilizing once more. My family magic no longer binds me, Harry said with a small smile. It's broken, I am free. Your Patronus appears to have latched on to the magic of Fawkes. Croaker observed. Fascinating. Does it matter anymore? Harry thought numbly. Victim, pawn, agent. Can I ever go back? He gripped his wand tightly in his hands, gritting his teeth. No, I can't. I'm ready, Harry said. Daphne felt as if she had just been hit in the gut with a bludger. Every emotion on the spectrum seemed to have just run through her within a 2-minute span. The despair and grief that Harry was no longer able to cast a Patronus. She watched him review the charred memories involving her and felt her heart shatter into a million pieces with each recalled memory. The sheer elation at the possibility that Harry even suspected she had been influenced and was a victim, quickly morphing into a giddy joy when the memory of their kiss in Hogsmeade successfully channeled his Phoenix Patronus. And the agony when Harry admitted he could never go back, which quickly morphed into rage. Rage that was directed not at Harry, but at Cyrus, Draco, and whoever else was involved in what had been done to her. They took my happiness too, Daphne screamed internally. He loved me. Me, and now it's gone. It's... A bitter, anger-infused sob erupted from her, prompting Astoria to whisper soothing words she could not hear nor understand as the magnitude of it all fell upon her. Daphne wanted to hear Astoria say it. Would all be okay? She needed to hear it, but all she could hear were Harry's words, Words that damned any hope there was of salvaging what they briefly had. No, I can't. Enter your mindscape, Croaker instructed. Find the foreign soul. Within and allow your wand hand to move externally toward the source. Once finished, exit your mindscape, channel your magic, and pull. Harry took a deep breath. The pain is said to be unbearable, Croaker explained. Once the link is made and the process initiated, to abort will result in death. I understand. Motivation. Croaker's voice interrupted Harry's preparation. Should you succeed, the foreign soul can be placed within this container. Croaker held out an enchanted crystal box. Once contained, we have ways of tracing the soul's signature to other created Horcruxes. Harry cocked his head to the side as he considered the motivation, as Croaker called it. Finally, he shrugged. I don't much care what you decide to do, Harry said. The only motivation I need is freedom from control. Magical Britain can burn for all I care. If Croaker was offended by that sentiment, he did not show it. A single nod was the only reply Harry received, satisfied he had been heard. Harry dove within his mindscape, quickly locating the piece of Voldemort's soul. Following the instructions, he was unsurprised to find that his cursed scar was where the parasite would be extracted. A quick burst of magic secured the tether, and Harry felt a stabbing pain within his skull, forcing a grimace to his face. Hurt worse when fucking Tom tortured me, Harry thought stubbornly. Channeling that macabre energy, Harry began pulling his wand away from his scar. The pain, manageable at first, quickly escalated beyond the realm of description. Harry growled as he continued to tug against the seeming immovable parasite within his scar. Each motion caused a ripple of agony to wash through Harry's body, and an unrealized scream to resound within the tiny chamber. Harry's magic flared with each tug, filling the chamber and empowering his Patronus Witch, coupled with Fawkes' song, attempted to soothe him. The pain, however, threatened to overwhelm Harry, and he felt as if a Dementor hovered nearby, as the soul shard of Voldemort resisted. With each tug, Harry grit his teeth as his chest heaved from the exertion. He felt something warm and sticky running down his cheeks, and his vision blurred red. It took him a moment to realize his scar had burst open and was pouring blood mixed with a black, viscous fluid. Daphne clung to Astoria desperately as she watched the horrific memory. Harry's screams echoed throughout the great hall, and most turned away from the grisly scene as blood from his scar pooled around him, painting his entire body red. He's almost there, Daphne gasped and pointed as a small, writhing tendril appeared at the end of Harry's wand, separated by a thin blue strand of magic. Astoria's body shook from the force of her coughs. You are weak, Harry Potter, a whispered voice, sinister and mocking, echoed in Harry's mind. The voice of Voldemort. Get out of my fucking head, Tom. Harry's hand inched forward, exposing more of the writhing tendril of Tom Riddle's soul. You will die, Harry, Voldemort promised, although the voice sounded slightly panicked. No, I will be free. I will make them all suffer, Voldemort shrieked. Harry gasped and convulsed as with a final heave, his wand suddenly jerked forward, the soul shard attached to the tip. Croaker approached swiftly as Harry's vision darkened, and then all he knew was darkness. The screen faded to black, and the candles flared to life, causing everyone in the great hall to start at the abruptness. A cacophony of voices, steadily increasing in volume, began to emanate as the screen remained dark. Daphne blinked her bloodshot, puffy, bleary eyes and rubbed them in a futile attempt to clear the haze, obfuscating her vision. A haggard, heavy cough brought her attention to Astoria, who was gasping for air and wheezing. The black-haired girl's chest was rising and falling sporadically as she struggled to breathe. Daphne had been so distracted by the memories she had failed to notice when Astoria had lain down. Torre, Daphne gently shook her baby sister. Dap, Astoria gurgled and struggled to sit up, resisting when Daphne gently held her down. A raised, trembling hand pointed in the direction of the doors, and Daphne followed with her eyes until she felt all strength and breath leave her body. Daphne was exhausted mentally, physically, and emotionally. This, coupled with her concern for Astoria, had allowed her to completely shut out the chatter. She was unaware when the great hall suddenly went eerily silent, apart from Astoria's increasingly brutal coughs. She was unaware when the great hall doors swung inward on silent hinges. She was unaware when Harry Potter, clothed in dark green basilisk hide robes and radiating an aura that was both tangible and visible, strode through the open doors, Sasha, Fawkes, and Dobby at his side. The doors swiftly shut with an ominous finality, not allowing a single soul to escape the room. Daphne inhaled, remembering to breathe. Then she realized Astoria was no longer at her side. Harhack *Rye. Astoria gasped as she staggered forward, blood stained her blouse and pants, her robes having long been abandoned. On the bed she shared with Daphne, a hopeful, happy expression laced Astoria's face, despite the obvious pain she was going through. Daphne nearly screamed when Astoria collapsed on the stone ground. Tears rained from her eyes when she watched her baby sister crawl forward with what little remained of her strength. Harry strode forward, purposefully with measured strides, his magical aura flaring and swirling around him, mixing with the latent magic of Hogwarts itself. His Hogwarts. Harry, Astoria rasped and whimpered. A strangled sob escaped the shattered body of the girl as she felt her best friend gently lift her too light body in his strong arms. "It's okay, Tori," Harry smiled down at her. Astoria laughed, sobbed, coughed, and growled all at once, resulting in her nearly choking to death. "Why you be bloody idiot?" Sasha purred softly as she began to swell in size, easily growing tenfold, until she filled the walkway between the tables. Students clamored and scrambled to get away from the basilisk as she hissed dangerously. Fangs bared and coiled around Harry and Astoria. Harry conjured a bed with a wave of his hand and tenderly placed Astoria atop it. He pushed her matted, sweat-drenched hair from her face and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, eliciting a sigh from the girl. Then he turned toward the raised platform the staff table sat atop. Fawkes hopped from Harry's shoulder and landed atop the bed, cooing softly as Astoria weakly reached up to pet his plumage, still coughing. Each cough caused her body to jerk unnaturally, and her breathing was becoming increasingly weaker. Harry held up his hand, which held no wand, revealing a very familiar orb. "The prophecy is null albus," Harry called. The formerly blue orb, swirling with fog, was now empty and appeared filled with sand. When Harry dropped the ball suddenly, it shattered into a million fine pieces of glass and dust, which was swept away on a cold wind that fluttered through the great hall. "Impossible," Dumbledore began. "No," Harry interrupted. "I am only here for one reason, Albus, you see. I made a promise to Tori here, and I intend to see it through." A soft, happy sob emanated from the bed near the boy who lived. "But you have a key component required to do so," Harry informed coldly. "Yes, I know you possess the Elder Wand." A collective gasp filled the room, and Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "You cannot defeat me in a duel, Harry, my boy," Dumbledore chortled, and waved his hand dismissively. "I would hope you're not foolish enough to try." Harry smirked, as if he was privy to information even the great Albus Dumbledore knew not. "You seem to be under the impression the wand is won by conquest," Harry noted, and Dumbledore nodded with a smirk of his own. "That is true for any who are not a Peveill by blood." Astoria gagged and began choking. There was a retching sound, and then she could be heard breathing erratically anew. "You see, Albus," Harry drawled lazily as he held his now empty palm up and slowly drew his fingers into a position often taken by house elves when they performed their magic. "The Deathly Hallows respond to blood first and foremost. The true masters of death are, after all, the Peverills. He snapped his fingers. No, Dumbledore shouted, his hands clawing at empty air. The elder wand spun end over end in the air toward Harry, who deftly caught it. And I am Lord Peveill. Dumbledore reached into his robes and was hit by 3 red beams, causing him to slump back in his throne-like seat. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout had all stunned the man the moment an opportunity presented itself. Harry noticed Snape sat unmoving, his eyes locked. With Sasha's wise Snivelus, Harry gave an impressed nod. Had you intervened, Sasha would have killed you. No longer paying attention to the staff table, Harry began hissing in Parseltongue as Sasha swelled to even greater heights, eventually obstructing any view of Harry and Astoria. Daphne sat unmoving, wide-eyed, atop the bed she had shared with Astoria. Her mind was in disarray at what she was witnessing. Harry was here. Harry had come back for Astoria. Harry disarmed Albus Dumbledore with a snap of his fingers. He hasn't acknowledged me, Daphne realized bitterly. He hasn't looked in my direction. Daphne clutched the bed sheets in her fists, chewing her lower lip and fighting back bitter tears. She longed to go to him, to explain everything, to tell him just how sorry she was, but she couldn't move. Far too enraptured in what was playing out before her very eyes. A chill, harsh wind swirled around the great hall, causing everyone to shiver. It was pale green and carried a sinister whisper as it continued to crescendo as time went by. The unnatural, hair-raising hisses could be heard bouncing off the walls as Harry continued to speak in Parseltongue. Pale green flashes periodically illuminated the ceiling, before rapidly dimming. And then the hissing ceased, the wind retreated, and the flashes stopped. The basilisk shrunk, revealing Harry and a very healthy Astoria, who was hugging him for all she was worth and sobbing happy tears as she hopped off the bed and began jumping in Harry's arms, ecstatic. Daphne fainted outright. You bloody idiot, Astoria screeched as she began furiously banging her fists across Harry's rock-hard chest. He stood passively by as Astoria vented her frustrations. Do you have any idea how sick this has made me? Well, you are healed now, Harry chuckled, earning him several slaps on the arm. Astoria gasped, clearly realizing she'd forgotten something. Daphne. She looked up at Harry with watery eyes. Oh, Harry, it wasn't her, I know. What? Astoria stammered. You do. Harry shrugged. I figured it out once I had time to review it. He tapped his forehead, where his faded lightning bolt scar was barely visible. Once I got Tom out of my head, I found myself able to think much clearer. Astoria gawked, then shook her head. She took a deep breath, relishing how she could breathe and not feel pain. She felt so alive. What does this mean, Harry? He stood nonchalantly as his eyes roamed over to where Daphne was. Still out cold. You're cured, he finally said. My last objective is complete. Astoria's mouth wobbled as she tried, and failed to hold back her tears. You're leaving, aren't you? He smiled sadly and gave a single nod. Yeah, I am Torre. Astoria watched as he reached behind him and pulled the Marauders' map, a carefully folded paper, and a familiar mirror from the cloak she could not see. Her vision blurred when he gently put them in her hands. Daphne's letter. Tell her to get help, Torre, Harry instructed. Astoria's skin crawled as Harry began hissing at Sasha for an extended period of time. The basilisk shrunk further than her usual size, and Astoria balked and squeaked when Sasha began slithering up her leg and curling around her torso until her head rested atop her right shoulder. Tentatively, Astoria reached up and stroked Sasha's head as she had seen Harry do. Sasha hissed or purred contentedly, her tongue flicking out and her eyes half-lidded. I'm leaving Sasha with you, Harry said, causing Astoria to gawk at him. She will keep you safe. Astoria nodded and tucked a stray clump of hair behind her ear. So, much like her older sister, she chewed her bottom lip nervously, eliciting a chuckle from Harry. He gently placed a hand on Astoria's shoulder, startling her. It was weird, wasn't it? Astoria knew he was referencing their first kiss on the express. She nodded. I do love you, you know, Harry said gently. Astoria smirked and nudged him with her elbow. I love you too, you dolt, even though you are a bloody idiot. Harry chuckled and shot her a lopsided grin that made her heart flutter at seeing him so relaxed. Do you want to come with me, Torrey? Harry asked suddenly. I'm going. Far away from here, he added. Astoria blinked and seriously gave the offer thought. Then, slowly and reluctantly, she shook her head. I can't, she whispered in a small voice. Daphne needs me, Harry. And I need to finish school. She looked up suddenly, panic evident in her eyes. It's not that. Relax, Torrey, Harry grinned, seeming so at ease and peaceful. I understand. To tell you the truth, I would have been surprised if you had said yes. I know I see you as my little sister, but Daphne is your big sister. Astoria nodded and fidgeted nervously. What about Daphne? Harry's expression hardened, his eyes glinting in the candlelight. Some things can't be unsaid, Torrey. Astoria felt her heart break for Daphne. She wanted to protest, tell Harry he was wrong, that he was being unreasonable. How could she? Though she had seen firsthand everything he had gone through, the pain he had experienced, could she honestly claim she would react differently? Where will you go? She finally asked. Harry exhaled and smiled a genuine smile. Wherever the hell I want. Harry looked down at his watch. It's time. Astoria, suddenly, became aware of the other people still within the great hall. They were all talking loudly, having observed Astoria's healing and Dumbledore's disarming. She blinked confusedly and turned back toward Harry. They can't hear us, can they? No, Harry shook his head. I had Hogwarts place a barrier around us. Will you come back? Astoria asked in a watery voice as Harry motioned Dobby forward, and Fawkes landed on his shoulder. No, Harry replied adamantly. His expression softened as he regarded his best friend. I love you, little lioness. Oh, Harry, Astoria sobbed and hugged him fiercely. I love you too. He ruffled her hair and took a step backward. Astoria noted he held the elder wand still. Do you still love Daphne, Harry? Astoria asked gently. Goodbye, Astoria Greengrass, Harry responded, pointedly ignoring the question, and flicked his wand, causing the barrier to lower and the sounds of the great hall to overwhelm their small moment of privacy. Screams of shock emanated when the body of Albus Dumbledore rose. Of its own accord, was swiftly bound with ropes and adhered to the furthest wall. The old man stirred, and his eyes opened slowly as people fought to create distance from Harry and Astoria. Albus, Harry greeted cheerily, it appears you've awoken. He turned to gaze at the gathered masses and smiled victoriously. It's time for me to leave now. All I've ever wanted was to be loved, have a family, and live my life. Instead, I've been abused, trodden upon, and controlled, he sneered. I've cast aside those shackles. He pointed at the masses with the elder wand, causing several to shriek. Now you can deal with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. You can deal with this corrupt ministry. You can live with the knowledge that your prophesied savior has removed himself from the equation. Harry lowered his wand and smiled as the doors behind him opened once more. Now, all I want is justice. And then he vanished in a flash of phoenix fire as Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, strode in with a contingent of Aurors and Croaker at her side. Muted voices rang out all around as Daphne slowly came back to the world of the waking. The voices increased in volume, causing her to groan and lethargically cover her ears. Her muddled thoughts began to coalesce into cognitive recognition as a singular voice pierced through her mental fog. "Daphne," Daphne moaned and struggled to sit up as her eyes adjusted to the bright light, causing her head to ache. She glanced up through bleary eyes to see a group of people standing around her, many wearing aura robes. The only two she immediately recognized were Professor McGonagall, who wore a sympathetic expression, and Tori. Daphne gawked as she saw her baby sister, for the first time in her life. Look alive. Astoria's complexion was healthy and perfect, her skin practically glowed with vitality, and her eyes shone with pure relief. Astoria wasn't coughing, wasn't struggling for breath, and would have probably been bouncing on her heels for joy if it wasn't for the surprisingly morose expression on her face. The memory of what had occurred and why she passed out cold suddenly returned with startling clarity. Daphne gasped, tears filling her eyes, and looked at Astoria pleadingly. "Harry." "He's gone, Daph," Astoria said somberly, shaking her head. I'm sorry." Daphne bit her lip and nodded as tears leaked from her eyes. She tried to convince herself that she understood and that she shouldn't be upset. Harry deserved whatever happiness he could find in life, especially after what he had endured. Just like I don't deserve to even speak with him, Daphne thought bitterly. Not after what I have done and spoke. I don't deserve forgiveness. Miss Greengrass, a hand, gentle but firm, placed itself on her shoulder, squeezing comfortingly and pulling Daphne from her dark thoughts. "I'm Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE. We'd like to take you and your sister in for questioning." "Absolutely not," McGonagall bristled, her voice hoarse but stern and commanding. "Daphne has been through." "Calm, Minerva," Amelia pacified. "We're aware of what both these girls have been through. They have a psychopathic father who is liable to kill either one of them." "The next time he sees them," McGonagall countered, "I will not have them out of my sight. Their father is in custody, as are the other Death Eaters shown in Mr. Potter's memories," Amelia sighed wearily. "But you are welcome to come with them, Minerva." Amelia held up a hand to forestall McGonagall's immediate acquiescence, but only if they allow it. "Yes," Daphne and Astoria chorused instantly, earning a gentle smile from the deputy headmistress. November 3, 1995. Daphne sat in the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries waiting room, a vacant expression on her face. Astoria lay on Daphne's left, curled into a ball in the chair next to her, her head resting on Daphne's lap as her chest rose and fell with deep breaths. Sasha lay curled next to Astoria, her tongue flicking out occasionally. Daphne watched her sister sleep, marveling at how something as simple as breathing could bring such joy to her heart. Astoria no longer coughed, she no longer wheezed or rasped, and she no longer had blood somewhere on her clothes or face. Instead, Daphne's baby sister wore a near-permanent smile which was only tempered by the harrowing news they'd received just a few hours prior. News which had them now waiting in the hospital Daphne was rapidly becoming all too familiar with. At least Torre's happy, Daphne thought numbly. 3 days, that's all it had been since that dreaded Halloween night, where the entirety of magical Britain had been rocked by the earth-shattering revelations Harry Potter had given through his memories. Daphne clenched her eyes shut, stubbornly forcing back the tears that seemed to be an almost constant part of her existence now. She was so tired of crying. News had spread like fiendfire the moment the DMLE had allowed people to depart the Great Hall. Within a day, the magical world was reading about Harry Potter's life and the Dark Lord's return. Daphne had been surprised the DMLE allowed the story to break so quickly, considering all Harry had shown. But the DMLE and Dom had worked in tandem alongside Harry, it seemed, to apprehend every Death Eater shown in Harry's memories. Additionally, they had Dumbledore, Snape, and the 5 Hogwarts boys in custody. This became public knowledge on the second day. Within 48 hours, the Wisengamot had been gutted due to over a third of its members being arrested and detained. Among those detained were also the current Minister of Magic, along with his wicked undersecretary. They were both being tried for high treason, rightly so, as far as Daphne was concerned. Amelia Bones was elected as an immediate successor, and Rufus Scrimgeour was promoted to head of the DMLE immediately after. A new regime, with a zero-tolerance policy, was now running the country, and the spectacle was in full display with the upcoming trials that were now the talk of any news article in publication. Additionally, Amelia had brought back the death penalty with an overwhelming majority vote passed in the remaining Wisengamot. This was all wonderful, and both Greengrass girls looked forward to justice being served, as it seemed that for once it would be. Then the reality of their situation manifested itself in a harsh, ugly way, starting with Daphne, after Madame Bones had taken Daphne, Astoria, and McGonagall for questioning. By the time it had ended, Daphne and Astoria both were dead on their feet. Astoria's temporary burst of vitality and energy swiftly translated to raw fatigue, and she slept like the dead through the morning and into the early afternoon. Before evening, McGonagall, who insisted they call her Minerva, took both girls to St. Mungo's. The mind healers had been appalled and horrified by what had been done to Daphne, and, after hours of deliberation, determined it would take months, possibly over a year, to unwind all of the alterations and controls. Daphne cried until she ran out of tears at that diagnosis and readily accepted the twice-a-week healing sessions that were suggested. The night of November 2nd was when Daphne and Astoria learned that their mum, Arya Greengrass, had been under the imperious curse for over 10 years. Minerva had shakily explained it was unlikely that Arya would recover her full faculties anytime soon. If she did, it was doubtful she would ever be the same. Daphne found she had not run out of tears at that revelation. It certainly explained why Arya never fought for Harry and reacted so aloofly towards him on their first meeting. Minerva, their staunchest supporter thus far, worked tirelessly to ascertain where Arya was being treated, which was why they were now sitting in the waiting room at 10 o'clock in the morning. Daphne sighed and felt her breath hitch as she thought about yet another blow that had fallen on her and Astoria this morning. Cyrus Greengrass had somehow managed to disown Daphne from her heiress position, leaving it vacant, with Arya in a magical coma that meant the Greengrass vault was no longer accessible by the girls. Disgusted beyond words, Minerva had sworn that Daphne and Astoria would finish at Hogwarts even if she had to fund them herself. Daphne had thanked the wonderful woman and requested to go to Gringotts, where she quickly ascertained she still retained access to her trust vault. A quick transfer note was all it took for Astoria to now hold the trust vault in her name, and Daphne was comforted to know that her baby sister would not have to worry about money for the remainder of her school years. "I'll figure something out if Mum doesn't recover," Daphne told herself. "What's important is Astoria is taken care of." "Daphne," an elderly voice, filled with compassion, said her name, causing her to look to her right, to see Minerva McGonagall looking at her with a sympathetic expression. "Yes, Professor," Daphne replied dully. "You should rest, dear." Minerva forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I promise I'll wake you up when it's time to see your mother." Daphne nodded and gently adjusted herself, careful not to stir Astoria, who was drooling contentedly on Daphne's jeans. She closed her eyes and was surprised when she felt something wet streak down her cheeks. Automatically, her hand reached up to find several tear tracks. "When did I start crying?" Daphne felt wiry arms wrap her in a surprisingly gentle, yet firm hug. Daphne's shoulders bobbed as the first silent sob tore through her. then the next. Through it all, Minerva held her and gently stroked her hair while Daphne tried to pick up the pieces of her shattered world. After all, it wouldn't do to wake Astoria. "Your mother is still in a coma, dears," the nurse explained gently and quietly as Daphne and Astoria entered the sterile smelling room where another nurse was running diagnostic charms, muttering under her breath as her wand waved in intricate patterns. "There's always a chance she can hear you, but will be unable to respond." The Greengrass sisters nodded their understanding and approached. There was some initial hesitancy from the nurses regarding a literal basilisk being on Astoria's shoulder, but they were ignored as Astoria quickly grabbed her mother's hand and held it, sobbing quietly as she tried to cope. Daphne approached and felt revulsion rise in her stomach as she observed the sunken eye sockets of her mother, the pallid, emaciated body, and the thin golden hair that no longer retained its luster. Astoria looked up at Daphne with sorrowful, wide eyes which were filled with tears and asked a simple question in a watery voice that caused Daphne's knees to buckle. "Why does father hate us, Daffy?" After assuring the nurse that she was fine, Daphne gratefully pulled herself into a conjured chair, her eyes blurry from tears and her throat choked with emotion. She swallowed several times before she was finally able to speak. "I don't know, Tori, I don't know." November 10, 1995. Daphne sat in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, having returned to the school the day prior, stirring her oatmeal slowly. She didn't know why she was even bothering attempting to eat. Her appetite had fled her, it seemed, and most times she had to choke down whatever was placed before her. Astoria was still asleep, Daphne knew. Her baby sister reveled in her newfound vitality and decided she had years of sleep to catch up on. Daphne wasn't about to tell her off, either, having plenty of memories of Astoria waking in the middle of the night to retch blood or suffer severe coughing attack. Unfortunately, this meant Daphne was forced to eat alone, since the only student who would associate with her was Astoria. Daphne wanted to believe what Astoria posited as the reason for Daphne's ostracization. Her baby sister had a big, bad, scary basilisk on her shoulder, courtesy of the man who had disarmed Albus Dumbledore with a snap of his fingers. But she knew the truth. She heard the whispers when no one thought she was paying attention. She knew the rumors that were passed along by soft-spoken voices in dormitories. Daphne Greengrass was the girl who had broken the boy who lived. No, the chosen one's heart. Daphne Greengrass was the reason Harry Potter had left magical Britain. The worst part for Daphne, she couldn't refute a word they said. Because they're right, Daphne shivered and dropped her spoon with numb fingertips. She bowed her head, allowing her golden blonde hair to curtain around her, hiding her face and expressions. Once, Daphne had been considered an ice queen, expressionless on most occasions and always in control. Now, the veritable hellscape that was her mind, thoroughly ravaged by her father, prevented her from enacting even basic occlumency. The therapy and healing sessions helped, of course, but it took time. The result, Daphne wore her heart on her figurative sleeve, her emotions on full display. She tried to maintain a vacant expression, but found it near impossible when she experienced the isolation and vitriol her peers could employ. It was easy to draw comparisons between her treatment and Harry's former treatment in his second and fourth years. It did not make accepting it any easier. The bench quaked, and Daphne did not need to look up to know Astoria had taken a seat beside her. "Good morning, Daffy," the subdued voice of Astoria whispered. "Is it?" Daphne asked herself. She sniffled and wiped her nose with the sleeve of her robe. "Daffy, please look at me," Astoria begged. Sighing in resignation, Daphne obliged and stared at her beautiful, healthy little sister. It certainly made her current plight easier to stomach. knowing that Astoria was going to live a long and wonderful life. She hardly noticed the basilisk that was a constant companion of Astoria. Sasha's tongue flicked out and barely grazed Daphne's cheek, causing her lips to twinge slightly. "Thank you, Sasha," Daphne whispered. "I've been meaning to give this to you." Astoria pulled a wrapped bundle from her robes. "I'm really sorry, Daph, with all that's been going on, it kind of slipped my mind." Daphne shakily reached forward and unwrapped the bundle, revealing a letter and mirror that she instantly recognized. She reached forward to pick them up but hesitated. Eventually, she allowed her hand to drop limply into her lap. "Harry said he wanted you to get help," Astoria whispered timidly. When?" Daphne stammered, her breath hitching with every attempt to say the word. "Just after you fainted," Astoria hung her head. "I'm so sorry." "Daffy." "It's not your fault, Torre," Daphne croaked, her voice hoarse. She grasped the handle of the mirror and clenched her letter in her hand. She stood and made to leave, ignoring the gentle hiss of Sasha and the hurried apologies of Astoria. "It's mine," Daphne said in a voice thick with tears, as she swiftly made her way back to her dorm. Once inside, she climbed on her bed, cast every privacy and sticking charm she knew on the curtains as she drew them shut, pulled her knees up to her chin and wailed. She didn't go to her classes that day. Later that evening, during dinner hour, which she refused to attend, Daphne sat upon her bed with puffy eyes and stared at the mirror, which sat face up at the foot of her bed. Astoria's words echoed in her mind as she tried to regain control of her emotions. "Harry said he wanted you to get help." Slowly, Daphne withdrew her wand and leaned forward, tenderly. Grasping the mirror by the handle, she lifted it, revealing her disheveled hair, ruined makeup, and splotchy complexion. She raised her wand, placing the tip on the mirror as she'd seen Harry do dozens of times in his memories. Andromeda Tonks. November 14, 1995. Harry Potter double-checked his appearance one last time in the mirror and grinned, completely at ease and, more importantly, at peace. Fawkes squawked and preened as he sat atop Harry's shoulder, causing him to chuckle. "Now, Fawkes," Harry drawled, "you know you can't be seen on my shoulder in Muggle America." Fawkes cooed sadly. "Don't worry, buddy. You can hang out with Dobby, yeah." "Dobby enjoys the Fawkes company," Dobby exclaimed. Harry smiled and nodded encouragingly at his house elf friend, whose loyalty had been proven time and time again, despite his trepidation at setting out on his own for a while in a foreign country. Harry found himself practically vibrating with excitement. 2 weeks. Harry had been deep within Goblin territory. Having taken a private flu from Gringotts, London, it was there he had been given a crash course in everything he could possibly need to know to live in the Muggle world as a wizard. Additionally, he had received a fake American ID with his age adjusted to that of a legal adult. This, coupled with a laminated form that had a bunch of numbers which Harry now understood, allowed him to purchase, rent, or lease just about anything he desired. The goblins had even given him something called a P.O. box, which would allow all his bills to be sent directly to Gringotts, who would take care of payment. Being the lord of 5 ancient houses meant Harry had more money than he could ever spend, while he fully intended to still exercise caution. A larger portion of Harry was desperately looking forward to seeing things he had constantly been denied as a child, like the zoo, aquarium, ocean, mountains. The list went on for quite some time, and Harry was hellbent on seeing every item he'd noted. Of course, there were some minor complications that Harry had been given a hefty explanation for. Because he was underage, he couldn't engage in any relations with actual legal Muggle adults. Should it ever be discovered he was, in fact, not a legal adult, then said Muggles could find themselves in quite a large amount of trouble. Not wanting to cause any issues, Harry quickly determined to ignore Muggle women and instead focus on girls his age. Alas, another problem quickly manifested. With Harry being a legal adult, he couldn't engage in relations with girls his age, because then he would find himself in hot water. This led to one conclusion which gave Harry pause. If he wanted to date, he had to date a witch. But did American witches know about Harry Potter? Did he want to take the risk that his location became known? It was quite a conundrum, and one Harry had pondered for the past several days. But today was not a day for such musings. No, today was the day his life would truly begin. So with a pep in his step, Harry exited his room, took the designated international flew to American Gringotts, and was swiftly on his way to freedom. Fitting, seeing as he was now in America, he walked down the marble steps beneath his invisibility cloak and found a nearby apparition point, using a postcard Gringotts had provided to visualize his destination. Arriving at his first stop, Harry gave a quick thanks to the Black family for teaching him how to apparate and pulled his cloak away. The sight of the ocean stole his breath away as the large waves crashed into the beach. The salty air filled his nostrils, and a gentle breeze ruffled his hair. He smiled so large his cheeks burned from the strain. His eyes quickly picked out a massive boat docked in the distance. Harry furrowed his brow as he went through his memories of his 2 weeks of courses on American culture and technology. Finally, it came to him. A cruise ship. Harry snapped his fingers victoriously. He hummed in thought for a moment. I think I know what I want to do first. Harry began making his way toward the docks, taking his time. After all, he had all the time in the world, didn't he? If he somehow missed this ship, he'd get on the next one. There were bound to be hotels nearby. About halfway there, an idea came to Harry, and he ducked into a nearby alley, where he quickly called Dobby, who appeared with Fawkes. The Phoenix cheer-upped happily, and then appeared quite put out when Harry explained that he'd only called Dobby. The house elf happily provided the requested parchment, quill, and ink for his master. Scribbling a hasty letter, Harry handed it to Fawkes, who, somehow, managed to look as if he raised a non-existent eyebrow. How the Phoenix could appear so incredulous both baffled and amused Harry greatly. Can you just take that to Fleur de Lacquer, buddy? Harry huffed while Fawkes continued to stare him down. Please, he finally pleaded. Fawkes seemed to give a huff of his own, but vanished in a flash of flame. Harry thanked Dobby again and departed the alleyway, intent on finding a hotel while he waited for Fleur's response. She's already graduated Beauxbatons, anyways, Harry mused. No harm in seeing if she's still interested in pursuing something with me. Harry crested a small hill and stared down at the massive cruise ship, a lopsided grin on his face. He was free. November 21, 1995, British Ministry of Magic morning. The rhythmic, gentle scratching atop Daphne's head calmed her nerves and kept the nightmares at bay as she struggled to find a brief reprieve from the emotional hurricane she was forced to swim in. Morgana, she was thankful Astoria was able to sleep soundly, despite what all had happened. Granted, having a basilisk infused with Harry Potter's magic was a huge contributor to Astoria's ability to sleep easily. Daphne whimpered, and a gentle hum brought calm to her mind, just as the continual scratching fought the terrors sitting on the edge of her consciousness. A tear leaked from Daphne's eye, disappearing as it was absorbed by the robe of Minerva McGonagall, who had become like a grandmother to both Greengrass girls. Sleep, Daphne, Minerva comforted softly. You won't have to testify. That man will be pumped with enough Veritaserum that even Voldemort himself would reveal his darkest secrets. Daphne trembled at the thought of seeing him again, of what he could still do. Her mind healers had assured her that the immediate trigger words were nullified, but Daphne still had her doubts. "I can't," Daphne mumbled wearily, her teeth chattering. She heard a swishing sound, and suddenly a blanket was draped over her. Of course, the Transfiguration Master of Hogwarts could easily conjure something as trivial as a blanket. Daphne opened her eyes to watch Minerva point her wand at the blanket, and suddenly she was cocooned in warmth. She drew the blanket tighter around her, sighing tremulously. It had not been a good week. Okay, maybe that was unfair. It had been a great week for justice. Trials had started in earnest, beginning with the Minister of Magic himself who, after forcibly receiving 5 drops of Veritaserum, had revealed a level of corruption that staggered the wizarding world. Of course, the kingpin of the operation was quickly derived, Lucius Malfoy. Fudge was convicted of high treason and sentenced to the Peveill. The cowardly man kicked, screamed, and begged all the way through until all that was left was a ghostly silence. At least, that's what the papers said. Umbridge was next, her malevolence and depravity swiftly uncovered. The woman loved torturing children. Upon learning that, many took great pleasure in knotting the wounds Harry Potter had inflicted on the foul creature persisted and ailed her. She, like her beloved ex-minister, screamed like a banshee all the way through the Peveill. Daphne had taken great pleasure reading that article. Served the bitch right. Snape was next, and he presented a conundrum that set a precedence. Which was the reason for Daphne's rising fear? Despite his considerable occlumency skills, the Veritaserum did its job and Snape spilled his darkest secrets, revealing he was a double, or was it a triple agent? He carried a deep-seated hatred for James Potter, a disturbing obsession with Lily Potter, and by proxy, an unmitigated loathing for Harry Potter. Daphne was relieved to note that he did not cast any compulsions, obliviations, or confunding charms on her. But he had been aware of them, and he'd done nothing. That alone earned him Azkaban. Daphne, however, wanted more. Snape was confirmed a Death Eater, and what he'd done to the Muggle girl during his initiation ritual made Daphne want to vomit. When asked where his true allegiance lay, Snape was unable, even under Veritaserum, to respond. It seemed he was truly undecided, and this caused the Wisengamot to deliberate for many hours, as they knew their handling of this man would set precedents for future cases. Deciding to delay and hope for something concrete, further questions were asked. Snape confessed to knowing that Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus and Death Eater. He also confessed to knowingly freeing the rat when Harry had captured him 3rd year. That made Daphne hate Snape more than she thought possible. She wasn't alone, as just about all of magical Britain knew the truth of Sirius Black, his innocence, his noble, heroic sacrifice, and the pain Harry Potter suffered from his godfather's death. Then it came out that Dumbledore had instructed Snape to ensure Pettigrew went free, that it was absolutely essential. Another conundrum. Did they throw Snape through the Peveill, or did they use his testimony against Dumbledore? More questions followed, ending with one that rattled and confused many. Was Snape aware that Cyrus Greengrass was a secret Death Eater? Snape had answered no. They asked why he didn't react when Harry revealed the truth in his memories. Snape responded that he did react, but his occlumency training allowed him to hide his reaction. In the end, it was decided that Snape would not be thrown through the Peveill yet. His testimony could prove useful in the future, and so Snape was cast into the deepest cells of Azkaban, where his sentence would be issued later. It was only the understanding that Albus Dumbledore would soon face trial that had retained calm in wizarding Britain at this decision. Daphne, however, had suffered greatly from it. If Snape could get out of the Peveill, did that mean Cyrus could as well? Sirius had escaped Azkaban. Could Cyrus? Would Daphne's father come back to finish whatever it was he started? With her. She knew her thoughts were bathed in unreasonable fear, considering the captured Death Eaters, Dumbledore and Hogwarts 5 Draco. Not Zabini, Crabbe and Goyle were under round-the-clock guard. Daphne's mind had not been her own, however, for over a year, and she had no defense against the myriad of what-ifs that assailed her. Then came 2 days ago when the Hogwarts 5 were tried. In short, Crabbe and Goyle were too stupid to understand what was happening, and had been relatively ignorant of the overall actions of the other 3. Their instruction from their fathers had simply been to follow orders and act as bodyguards. Daphne took comfort when they had their wands snapped and were expelled. Criminal association, at least with this ministry, carried a hefty penalty. Not and Zabini were much more in the know, but ultimately were following orders from Cyrus and Lucius. They earned 10 years in Azkaban, as well as having their wands snapped and expulsion. Then it had been Draco's turn. Daphne groaned as she sat up, tears falling from her eyes as she shook her head in a futile attempt to remove the memories. She had been forced to be present for those 5 trials, despite her reluctance. She knew Draco had some of the trigger words that could alter her personality and thoughts. It was only when Minerva explained that Draco would be in magical suppressing handcuffs that she stopped protesting and surrendered to the inevitable. It was during that trial that she finally received a glimpse into what exactly had been done. Draco proudly explained how his father knew all along about Cyrus Greengrass being a secret Death Eater, how they constantly bragged about controlling the dark and neutral factions of the Wisengamot, how they thought it wise to unify their houses through a marriage, especially since Draco so thoroughly lusted after Daphne. With Astoria suffering a blood curse, it was determined Daphne would be perfect. Then she began associating with Harry Potter, starting with an impromptu meeting in Diagon Alley, when Harry saved Daphne in the Chamber of Secrets. Cyrus had been forced, despite Malfoy's protestations, to acquiesce to Harry escorting Daphne, lest he risk a life debt being called. That's when Lucius and Cyrus concocted a devious plan to utilize Daphne while simultaneously preparing her for Draco. What followed had caused Daphne to dry heave and eventually retch several times. While Minerva held her and tried her best to comfort her, Daphne had felt the elder woman trembling with barely contained rage as the air crackled with magic that oozed out of Minerva in waves. Using a method of magical control, invented and utilized by Gringotts during the Wizarding World War, Cyrus had implanted trigger words within Daphne's subconscious that would alter her perceptions and make her much more susceptible to confundings and compulsions. Much to his pleasure, Draco had been assigned as a handler with explicit instruction to carry out having Daphne be seen with Nott and then Zabini, thus stringing Potter along while they prepared him for the eventual resurrection of the Dark Lord. Draco bemoaned the fact that Daphne fought the controls almost daily, especially when subjected to any contact with him. Thus, he had moved to the shadows, showing a level of cunning and deviousness most had no idea he possessed. Nott and Zabini became the front men and Drake triggered Daphne as necessary. The only condition that came with this level of control was the boys were explicitly forbidden from doing anything untoward and physical. With the girl, the kiss not forced upon Daphne had been approved by Cyrus in hopes of devastating Potter's confidence while they put the final touches on the plan to have Harry transported to the graveyard. Draco was assured Daphne would be his when the time was right. The foul prick then pontificated his deepest, sickest desires to the entirety of the Wisengamot, causing Daphne to nearly faint from the horror of what Draco planned to do to her. Several had drawn wands by the time he was done, and it took several minutes for people to settle before the trial could resume. In the end, Draco Malfoy was sentenced to life in Azkaban. The Wizengamot could not sentence him to the Veil, as he was underaged. In some ways, Azkaban was considered less humane than the Veil, but no one challenged the verdict. Once his wand was snapped, Draco was expelled from Hogwarts. Utterly disgraced, Draco was led out of the courtroom as the Veritaserum faded. But he had one final parting shot. The words he'd shouted in Daphne's directions still echoed in her mind. "You'll never be free, Greengrass. You're mine, and when I have you, I will make you suffer every injustice that has been carried out this day. You will beg for mercy and receive none. Oh, how I long for the day when I can mercifully." An horror stunned the bastard before he could finish. Daphne, on the verge of a mental meltdown, begged Minerva to take her away. The elderly woman immediately acquiesced and grabbed Astoria's hand. Astoria wore a devastated expression as she observed her big sister. As soon as they exited the ministry and apparated to Minerva's home, Daphne asked something that shattered the usually stern woman's composure. "Seekan I please tak kia babath," Daphne managed to hiccup out. "I feel dirt why." Then there was yesterday, although Daphne was not required at that trial, seeing as it was Lucius Malfoy's. She was thankful for that, and Minerva allowed her to sleep most of the day, although it was broken and littered with nightmares that only abated when Astoria or Minerva were nearby. Even then, they still came on occasion, although their impact was lessened. It was sometime late that evening that articles were published in the papers regarding the results of Lucius's trial. The man had been, as suspected, a veritable goldmine of information on Death Eaters, Voldemort, and their activities. He had spent an hour alone condemning Cyrus for ruining the Dark Lord's plans, as if this was going to lighten his sentence. The Wizengamot debated administering the Dementor's kiss to Lucius, but determined it was far safer to send him through the Veil. Croaker himself spoke and explained that Dementors still roamed this plane, and it was unknown if they somehow maintained access to the souls they kissed. By sending criminals through the Veil, they ensured there was zero chance of said criminal coming back. "No one," Croaker explained in his monotone voice, came back from the Veil. The calm, pompous, confident facade of Lucius Malfoy broke when he realized he was being moved toward the Veil. His Dark Lord, who he clearly was confident would come rescue his most faithful, did not show. Lucius's final moments were spent screaming like a teenaged girl, so dramatic were his death throes that those present were forced to bite back laughter. Daphne felt herself being gently shaken and sighed as she sat up and brushed her hair from her eyes. She looked up at Minerva, who had a sympathetic, toothless smile on her face. Daphne blinked and rubbed her bleary eyes as Astoria stirred awake next to her. "Is it time?" Daphne mumbled. "Yes, dear," Minerva nodded and stood. "Remember, Daphne, we are sitting in a victim protection booth. No one will see you, and Cyrus is unaware you are in attendance." Daphne shivered and nodded, happily accepting her baby sister's offered hand. The nearby doors, previously sealed with magic, opened silently to reveal a comfortable room with refreshments and a private bathroom. Minerva ushered them inside and the door closed and resealed itself. For safety purposes, Minerva added several of her own considerable repertoire of spells to ensure the door was sealed and privacy was maintained. Daphne robotically took a nearby seat, staring out a glass window down into the courtroom, where the Wizengamot was slowly making their way to their seats. Eventually, everyone was seated, and Cyrus was brought into the courtroom. Daphne felt tears of rage blur her vision as she stared at the man who had violated her mind. She could only hope that he did not go quietly through the Veil. November 21, 1995, somewhere in America midday. "Thank you again for joining me on this little adventure, Flur," Harry said graciously, as he offered his hand for Fleur as they disembarked. "Merci," Awry, Fleur shot him a dazzling smile. And thank you for getting me a private room. I felt it appropriate, Harry shrugged casually. Fleur giggled as Harry gave her a lopsided grin. The cruise was fantastic, and Harry was thoroughly enjoying his time with Fleur. She really was a wonderful witch when you got to know her. Harry cleared his throat and nervously ran a hand through his hair while Fleur tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and studied him. I think I'm going to see the mountains next, Harry trailed off. Would you, like to accompany me? Fleur blushed prettily but shook her head. Non, awry it has been. She searched for the proper word. Difficult for me, not using magic. Harry managed to withhold his frown, courtesy of his occlumency. It is not that I did not enjoy the ship, Fleur indicated the massive muggle vessel behind her. I just find that I enjoy magic more than some of the mundane things muggles have to offer for entertainment. Harry managed a stiff nod, his eyes reflecting his understanding. Although below the surface, he found himself disappointed. You could always come with me to France, Fleur offered. Harry smiled gently and shook his head. I'm afraid not, Fleur, he sighed. I have no interest in magical Britain, or Europe for that matter. Fleur deflated and idly twiddled her thumbs, clearly displeased with his answer. Even if I offered to, she blushed heavily, be closer with you. Harry raised an eyebrow. A week on a cruise ship, spending nearly every waking hour together, and they hadn't so much as kissed. Now, she was offering to be closer. What did that even mean? Harry would readily admit that Fleur was bloody gorgeous, and any chance to be closer with her had massive appeal. But he was done with that world. He valued his freedom far too much. By closer, do you mean date? Harry attempted to clarify. Way. Now that was interesting. Harry certainly wasn't opposed to it, after all. He had thrown off the shackles that formerly controlled him, but Fleur's offer, while enticing, came with a condition that he simply couldn't accept. I'd love to, Fleur, Harry admitted warmly and held up his hand as she prepared to surge forward. Date you, that is. Fleur cocked her head to the side, her face scrunching cutely in confusion. I'm not going back, Harry reiterated. This is my world now. Fleur frowned and bit her lower lip. I see, she sighed heavily. I cannot forsake my magic, awry. Nor would I ask you to. Non, Fleur shook her head. But you ave. Harry looked confused. In this world, she explained as she gestured around her, we cannot freely use our magic. We ave to keep it secret. That is not the life I wish to live, awry. Harry deflated but nodded. You're right, I'm sorry, Fleur. She rolled her eyes and placed a chaste kiss on his cheek before leaning forward and whispering into his ear. It is an open offer. Awry, should you ever change your mind. Harry blinked as she pulled away, his mind blanking due to her proximity and heady cinnamon smell. And I may join you on future adventures, Fleur admitted with a smirk, just not this immediate one you wish to undertake. Harry grinned and gently took her hand, kissing the knuckles. Then I look forward to our next excursion, Miss Delacour. Merci, awry, Fleur giggled. I look forward to it too. Will you contact me with your phoenix? Fox isn't mine, Harry reminded her politely. Either Fox or Dobby will contact you though, yes. Satisfied, Fleur blew him a kiss and disappeared with a pop. Harry observed the empty space for several moments before shaking his head to clear his mind. He stretched luxuriously and suppressed a yawn. Guess I'll try flying in an airplane next, Harry mused aloud. Probably a good idea to find a flat too, but first I should figure out which state I want to live in. As he called for Dobby, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to laugh. Why one? I can have a flat in all 50 if I desire. November 21, 1995. Hogwarts evening. Daphne sat atop her dormitory bed with Astoria beside her. Both girls were still processing what they overheard their father say under Veritaserum. The man was clearly deranged. It was the only probable explanation. His adherence to the pureblood dogma was staggering, and his desire to return to the old ways, whatever those were, was clearly stated by the man. Daphne did have one vindictive pleasure moment, however. It was when Cyrus learned that Voldemort, or Tom Riddle, was a half-blood himself, the look on his face when the reality of that revelation sunk in. Daphne was glad the papers captured it, although she would never keep a picture of that person. She just wanted to forget. It turned out Astoria and Daphne were not far off the mark when they had debated there being 3 agendas, and that Voldemort did not instruct Cyrus to do as he had. Cyrus was working his own angle in the Death Eater cult. He wanted to see the pureblood dogma and old ways returned. He wanted Daphne to be married off to Malfoy, thus giving him access to the Malfoy family wealth once he murdered Draco, Narcissa, and Lucius. He wanted Harry Potter to suffer for daring to set eyes on his perfect pure-blooded daughter. Cyrus regarded Astoria as nothing more than a footnote, a dying person who was of no use to him, unable to be wed, unable to contribute, no strong magical capacity. The list went on. Astoria had sobbed, bitterly hearing the true feelings of her father. Then Cyrus had detailed the memory alterations and charms he'd placed on his eldest, proudly explaining that she was being molded into the perfect pureblood. Daphne could only hear how her father was willingly planning to sell her into slavery, and a fate far worse than death. The relief she felt when Cyrus Greengrass was forced through the veil was indescribable. The tears she shed were a mixture of relief, joy, and sorrow. The sorrow was not for that man, though. It was for how much damage he had done to his wife and daughters. Mental, physical, and emotional fatigue threatened to overwhelm Daphne, who was gently escorted back to her dorm where she wrapped her arms around her baby sister and cried herself to sleep while Sasha lay curled at the foot of the bed, a silent protector. "He's gone, Daph," Astoria said hoarsely, having just woken up minutes before. A quick tempest revealed it was early evening, meaning they both had slept the day away. Daphne nodded mutely, tears streaking down her cheeks as she stared at the mirror near her feet. "Andromeda still hasn't answered," Astoria asked softly once she spotted the mirror. Daphne shook her head, strands of her hair falling from her messy bun. She pulled her knees up to her chin and sniffled. "I'm worried about you, Daffy," Astoria said as she tentatively reached her hand out to grasp Daphne's. "You know it's going to." "Don't say it," Daphne snapped in a watery voice. "Don't say it's going to be okay, Tora. It's not okay." Astoria sighed as Daphne began weeping bitterly. "I feel so dirty," Daphne wailed. "I never got to apologize. I never got to explain." She trailed off, dissolving into sniffles, sobs, and hiccups. "You're right," Astoria finally admitted sadly. "Daph, will you promise me something?" Daphne didn't respond. "Just promise me you'll live," Astoria pleaded softly. "Please." Daphne's shoulders bobbed with silent sobs. "For me," Astoria pressed, her voice choking with her emotion. "I don't know what I'll do without you, Daffy." Daphne sniffled and wiped her nose before flashing a toothless smile. "Don't call me that," she said huskily with a teasing grin. Astoria sobbed and threw herself forward, hugging her older sister with all her might. "I love you, Daphne." "I love you too, Astoria," Daphne whispered, "and I promise I'll live." "Thank you," Astoria whimpered as she buried her face in Daphne's shoulder. November 28, 1995, Hogwarts morning. "You know, I think it could be argued that Dumbledore was crazier than Voldemort," Astoria said over breakfast as she ate with her older sister. True to her word, Daphne had done her best to live. Knowing she wasn't going to have friends while at Hogwarts, she had dived into her studies, determined to get as many OWLS and NEWTS as possible. She knew she was going to need them if she had any hope of finding a job after Hogwarts. The looks and whispers Daphne received had dwindled since the trial of Cyrus Greengrass was made public, but few people were cordial, and none would converse with her. The stigma of being the girl who broke Harry Potter's heart persisted, it seemed. That, or people were downright terrified of what Sasha would do if they threatened her or Astoria. Probably both, Daphne thought as Astoria waved a Daily Prophet article in the air before finally thrusting it in Daphne's face. Irritably, the girl snatched the paper and began reading while Astoria drummed her fingers on the table. Eventually, Daphne set the paper down with a huff. "Harry has to die?" she questioned incredulously. He literally watched. Harry pulled the Horcrux from his scar. "Right," Astoria bobbed her head. "He's gone senile, I tell you." "It says here he argued openly with Croaker during the trial." Daphne. Read aloud. "Croaker, the head unspeakable who has studied death for 30+ years." Astoria munched on some toast as Daphne continued reading. "Everything Dumbledore did was meant to isolate Harry so that he would want to die." Daphne paled. That's horrible." "And it's exactly what Harry suspected in his memories," Astoria nodded somberly. Daphne began rapidly turning the pages, wanting to get to the punishment. Did they send him through the veil? "Nope." Astoria flinched when Daphne slammed the paper down on the table. "What?" "They gave him to the goblins." Astoria grinned evilly. "That's..." Daphne's eyes widened comically. "Oh. MMHMM." Astoria rubbed Sasha's snout, causing the basilisk to purr. "Turns out they were quite livid with Dumbledore about the whole Potterwell thing." Daphne blinked. "He also obliviated a significant amount of Gringotts employees." Astoria inspected her fingernails. "I'm surprised they even let him go to trial in the Wisengamot," Daphne muttered. "Well, it seems they wanted the news published for the world to see." Astoria nodded. "But the verdict was Dumbledore was to go to the goblins, and he did." "And," Daphne demanded. "And the goblins sentenced Dumbledore to 400 years of hard labor in the goblin mines," Astoria smirked. "Manual labor while under 3 sets of magical suppression cuffs." Daphne furrowed her brow. 3 sets seemed excessive, but with a titan like Dumbledore, it was probably necessary. 400 years, Daphne prompted. Astoria shrugged. "Who knows where they got that number? What does it matter? The loon is serving hard time." Daphne hummed and returned to her breakfast. Astoria wasn't wrong. March 25, 1996. Undisclosed location. Evening. Lord Voldemort sat in a filthy muggle home he'd commandeered after murdering the previous owners and feeding their corpses to Nagini, who had been most gracious for her meal. It had taken him some time, but he'd finally captured and extracted a memory of a reporter who had been in the Great Hall during Potter's little show. Now, sitting before a pensive while Nagini guarded him, Voldemort observed firsthand what Harry had shared. Hours later he emerged, his mind racing as he idly stroked Nagini. "It would seem those fools have caused far more harm than they realized," Voldemort said to his familiar, who was also a living Horcrux. "They deserved whatever punishment they received from the Ministry." His hand reflexively tightened its grip on his wand. "It is far better they found release in death. I would not have been merciful to them, Nagini." The large snake hissed and bared her fangs. "But it seems we have encountered a problem." Voldemort hesitated when he heard a foreign sound. Smirking, he stood and hissed softly in Parseltongue. Nagini slinked off into the shadows, while Voldemort stalked into the next room, where he found 3 men awaiting him. "Hit wizards," Voldemort said in his lethal, hissing whisper that carried much further than anticipated. "So few, I find myself disappointed." "Tom Ridd," the middle wizard began but fell silent as a killing curse, faster than any could react, shot into him. "Do you know how many of your kind I have killed?" Voldemort drawled. As the right hit wizard suddenly shrieked, as Nagini struck multiple times. The last hit wizard standing, distracted, never saw the cutting curse that separated his head cleanly from his body. Nagini hissed with pleasure as she began to feed. "This would make 32, Voldemort scoffed before a sudden idea. came to him. Come, Nagini, we have stayed in the shadows far too long. It is time to remind the world why Lord Voldemort must be feared. Voldemort didn't look down as he stepped over the limp bodies and exited through the front door. June 20, 1996, Hogwarts, evening. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief as she sat down at the end of the Slytherin table in the Great Hall and began to prepare a plate for her dinner. The OWLS were done, and she was fairly confident she had achieved at least and exceeds expectations in every course. Not like I have anything better to do with my time, Daphne thought. At least it keeps me busy. Hiya, Daffy, Astoria beamed as she sat down next to her sister. How did it go? Daphne hummed as she chewed. I think I did well enough to get in. Hey. That's fantastic, Astoria gushed. I'm so proud of you, Daffy. Daphne forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Thank you. Tora. So, are you going to come home? Astoria questioned as she began loading a plate for herself, blissfully unaware of Daphne's melancholy. Mum's been home for 2 weeks now, you know. Daphne nodded but didn't reply. She did know that. Their mum had visited them at Hogwarts just 2 weeks ago, after all, and it had been wonderful but different. Arya Greengrass looked healthier and more like Daphne remembered, but her demeanor and her speech was drastically different. When she observed Arya and Astoria sobbing joyfully as they held each other, Daphne realized she didn't really recognize her mother. It pained the girl, and she did her best to suppress the hurt she felt at the revelation. When Arya eventually moved to her, Daphne found she didn't have any tears to shed. It was odd, considering Daphne cried at the drop of a hat. At least, that's what Astoria said, when she felt it safe and appropriate to playfully tease. No, Daphne did feel something when her mother hugged her, but she would never admit it to anyone. Anger. Anger that her mum had allowed her husband to control and subvert her for over a decade, while he did the same to her precious daughter. Why hadn't her mother fought? Why hadn't she resisted? Daphne knew from Cyrus's testimony that Daphne had given him fits due to her love for Harry and reluctance to hurt him, even if it was subconscious resistance. Did her mother not love them enough to fight like that? Daphne flinched, causing Astoria to glance at her with a raised eyebrow. That wasn't a fair question, Daphne knew. Her mother had been under an unforgivable curse, after all. She sighed and dropped her fork, the clinking causing Astoria to look over at her. I don't think I can, Torre, Daphne whispered. Home has been the source of my nightmares all week. Daphne trailed off and fell silent, struggling to find additional words to explain. As the mind healers continued to restore her memories, she found her emotions from those stolen moments returning as well. She had done exceptionally well in coping, or at least that's what her mind healers told her. However, she still struggled with fear, especially when alone at night. That was when the nightmares came. That was when Cyrus, even though he was gone, still managed to return. Daphne knew she couldn't go home, even though she could look past what happened with her mother and how she felt toward the woman. Daphne knew she could never set foot in the manor where Cyrus Greengrass had violated her mind. The memory of when she was 13, staring out the window while in her room after having fought with her father over Harry surfaced in her mind. Her eyes watered reflexively. Daph. I'm sorry, Torre. Daphne shook the memories away and sniffled. I'm not going back to Greengrass Manor. Astoria fiddled with her spoon. Where will you stay? Daphne shot her baby sister a watery smile. Probably with Minerva. Can I come visit? Astoria questioned timidly. Of course, Torre, Daphne assured. Anytime you want. There was a collective murmur as a flood of owls entered the Great Hall and began delivering papers to their subscribers. Daphne and Astoria removed their copy and huddled together. That's odd, Astoria frowned. The papers run in the morning, why would they release an evening edition? Emergency, Daphne noted and then gasped. There was a mass breakout in Azkaban. Morgana's tits, Astoria swore. Voldemort, Daphne shared her baby sister's sentiments. He freed his inner circle. Astoria pawed at the paper, forcing Daphne to lower it so she could read. Anyone else escape? Daphne blanched. What? Astoria poked Daphne in the ribs. Nott and Zabini were found. She swallowed back bile. Dismembered. Astoria shuddered and paled. Sounds like Voldemort was none too pleased with his former Death Eaters. Daphne nodded. That did make sense in a twisted sort of way. The timing added up too, seeing as how the Death Eater trials were finally coming to close. There were only a handful of ex-Death Eaters to convict remaining. Voldemort had struck when people least expected it. The timing was clever, since many people expected him to attack the Department of Mysteries. Daphne mumbled. True, Astoria nodded as she snatched the paper and began scouring. It sounds like the Ministry miscalculated by keeping such a heavy guard on the Department of Mysteries. Did you see? Voldemort single-handedly killed 50 Aurors guarding the prison. That's because the Dementors really like him, or so they say, Daphne shivered involuntarily, the memory of the foul creatures. But still, Astoria trailed off. 50 Daph. It's insane, Daphne agreed. And now he has 10 of his most loyal and feared servants back under his control. And Snape, Astoria sighed. He. Seriously, Daphne rounded on her sister and looked over her shoulder. Why would Voldemort free Snape? Must have figured the Git would be loyal to him, Astoria shrugged. I still can't believe he managed to finagle staying alive as long as he has. It's because he always had something to add during testimonies, Daphne said bitterly. As much as she hated admitting it, it was true. Snape was responsible for several Death Eaters meeting their fate via the veil. It was a miracle. He hadn't been somehow strangled in Azkaban, come to think of it. Astoria's eyes disappeared into her bangs, provoking Daphne to prod her. Torre. You'll be happy to know Draco is no longer among the living, Astoria said in a breathy voice. Daphne snatched the paper, furiously reading. She regretted it almost. Immediately, her stomach churning. Oh. Voldemort had taken a vindictive pleasure in tearing Draco limb from limb, but only after skinning him alive, while Daphne was relieved. Draco would never be able to carry out his depraved desires, she found herself feeling a twinge of remorse for the manner in which Draco was killed. But it departed almost as quickly as it arrived. I have a bad feeling about this, Daffy, Astoria sighed as she set the paper down. You promise I can come see you whenever I want. Whenever you want, Torre, Daphne said firmly. June 23, 1996, somewhere in America, midday. Fleur, Harry greeted enthusiastically as Fleur appeared in his flat, apartment via Fox. The Vila's eyebrows rose as she observed her friend. What are you wearing, Uri? Fox chirruped, almost as if he was laughing, and landed on Harry's hat. Oh, har, Fox, Harry grumbled before grinning at Fleur. I'm wearing what the locals wear, Fleur. Fleur cocked her head to the side as she studied Harry like he was some newly discovered creature. Jeans, boots, belt, striped button, shirt and a hat. Yep, Harry grinned. It's all the rage. I spent a few weeks on a ranch. And this is what they all wore. Learned how to ride horses, rope cattle, and do farmhand stuff. It was great. Fleur scrunched her nose in disgust. Well, maybe not for a Vila. Harry rolled his eyes playfully and tipped his hat. I thought we were getting pedicures and manicures, Fleur pouted as she looked around. Where are we anyways? One of my flats, Harry dismissed the question. And we are getting manicures and pedicures. Well, a pedicure for me anyway. After you introduced me to that first one, I've been hooked. He clapped his hands and chuckled. Just make sure you don't snap at Yen. When she says we're a couple, she's adamant that I find Mrs. Potter. Fleur blinked. Yen. You'll meet her. Harry waved his hand in the air as he took his hat off, causing Fawkes to squawk and fly away, chirping sharply. Don't sass. Me Fawkes, Harry scolded. Well, he did tell you that outfit wouldn't be well received by Fleur. Dear, Rowena called from the wall. You look like a hippie, Arcturus barked. Show some class, boy. I like it, Salazar said. Very intimidating. See, Harry poked Fawkes, who had landed on a nearby chair. Phoenix squawked dramatically. Papa Sal gets it. You would look dashing in that outfit, Rowena told Salazar with a giggle. Merlin's beard, Arcturus groaned. Will you two get a room? Don't mind them, Harry rolled his eyes. I'm surprised you showed up so quickly, Fleur. No self-respecting witch would turn down a free mani-pedi, Fleur proclaimed proudly. Harry vanished into his room to change into something less offensive to Fleur's eyes, and the fact that it's muggles doing it. Without magic, his muffled voice called from the master bedroom. That just makes it all the better, Fleur explained loudly. The muggles. Ave away with there, and that magic cannot replicate. If only she would see everything that way, Harry thought as he pulled a plain t-shirt over his head and emerged into the living room once more. It really would be lovely to date her, if she could stomach living in the Muggle world. Oh well, she's a great friend and easy on the eyes. You're starring, awry, Fleur giggled, blushing slightly. Just admiring your natural beauty, Fleur, Harry replied easily, long past getting flustered around the villa. Fleur blustered and sputtered, but managed to compose herself. She lifted her nose imperiously and sniffed while dramatically flipping her hair over her shoulder. Well said, now take me to get pampered. As Her Highness demands, Harry chuckled, earning him a playful smack. As he opened the door for Fleur, she paused and kissed him gently on the cheek. Merci, monsieur. My pleasure, mademoiselle. Fleur mock gasped. Why, awry, you didn't butcher my native tongue. Just for that, you're covering lunch, Harry said as he shut and locked his door. Salazar, Rowena, and Arcturus all heard Harry's yelp as Fleur promptly hexed him for his cheek. June 30, 1996, Hogwarts afternoon. Daphne sat on her bed in her dormitory, sniffling heavily as tears ran down her cheeks. Today had been a very tough day. A crumpled newspaper sat atop her bed near the mirror Astoria had given her from Harry. Daphne had long given up trying to contact anyone with it. In fact, she wasn't sure why she had brought it out again. Yesterday afternoon, at lunch, news had broken that Voldemort had launched an assault on the Ministry in hopes of getting to the Department of Mysteries. Most assumed it was so he could prevent whatever Croaker planned to do to counter his Horcruxes. The death toll had been staggering. 58 Aurors, nearly 80 Ministry employees, and nearly 100 visitors had fallen. Voldemort had struck during peak hours for maximum chaos and damage. It almost worked, as the Death Eaters made it all the way to the Department of Mysteries, their limited numbers dwindling down to just a handful, when Bellatrix Lestrange fell, cut in half by a nasty cutting curse. Voldemort was finally forced to retreat, but not before he killed as many people as he could on the way out. In the end, it was a victory for the Ministry, although it was bittersweet. So many had lost their lives, and it was little comfort that every Death Eater busted out of Azkaban had fallen in the assault. All except for Snape, who had been oddly missing from the battle. Then the Rita Skeeter article was released this morning, raining down on the Hogwarts populace. Daphne had been enjoying a relatively quiet end of the term, with most just ignoring her presence entirely. She was okay with being ignored. Unfortunately, for the first time, an article had posited a what-if scenario. What if Harry Potter, the Chosen One, had been present to defend the Ministry? Would so many have died? This had led to Speculation about why Harry departed Britain and had not been spotted for months. Oh, there had been alleged sightings, but it had quickly devolved into the equivalent of the American Sasquatch nonsense. Every week there was a new guaranteed sighting of Harry Potter, and they grew more and more ridiculous as time went on. Of course, Rita eventually cut to the bone, as she usually did, and brought Daphne's name, actions, and plight back to the limelight. There were some platitudes thrown in the article, speaking on how Daphne had no control of her actions, recalling the trial of Cyrus Greengrass and his statements under Veritaserum. But the result of the article was never in doubt. Daphne was once again hated by magical Britain, especially those at Hogwarts. The scowls. Whispers and rumors began circulating anew, and Daphne suddenly found herself isolated and ostracized. Even Astoria and Sasha were unable to deter the vitriol this time around. Daphne was beyond grateful that tomorrow she would head to Minerva's home, where she would spend the summer studying and preparing for her NEWTS. It sounded boring, but Daphne found solace in the boredom, as it kept her mind from considering just how wrong everything seemed to be. Just 2 more years, Daphne whispered to herself, clenching her fists as she bit back tears. Then I'm done with this place. But what will I do? Where will I go? Once I've graduated, will anyone really hire me? She shook her head irritably. Of course people would hire her if she had 7 NEWTS. Besides, the vitriol and public opinion would go away with time. This was just a season propagated by Rita Skeeter. What was it Lockhart used to say? Fame is a fickle friend. Daphne's expression dropped as she thought of Harry. Memories of the chamber of secrets flooded her, despite her feeble attempts at occlumency to prevent them. She could remember the real encounter now, and it matched Harry's perfectly. She remembered the fear and love that filled her when Harry protected her, the terror when Lockhart approached, and how Harry had begged Fawkes to heal her. Daphne recoiled when she felt moisture hitting her hands. She was crying again. She sighed and did her best to compose herself. The mind healers had explained she needed to let go and forgive herself. She was carrying a burden she didn't have to carry. She needed to move on from the guilt she carried for what happened with Harry Potter. Daphne's body shook as she began sobbing heavily. It wasn't like she wanted to hold on to the possibility she would see Harry again. She just couldn't seem to let go. Daphne curled into a ball and drew her knees to her chest as she cried. Half an hour later, an odd sound interrupted her healing session, as the mind healers called it, and caused her to look up in confusion. The mirror was beeping. With a trembling hand, Daphne reached forward and grasped the handle. Hello. June 30, 1996, unknown location, evening. Voldemort paced irritably in one of his safe houses. The mere thought of needing a safe house filled the Dark Lord with rage. He had been so close to halting that damned croaker from interfering with his immortality. None have gone further than I in the dark arts, Voldemort shouted in the room. Nagini hissed her displeasure as she raised her head to inspect her master. Where was Severus? He has betrayed me. Magic oozed out of the Dark Lord, and Nagini hissed contentedly as the foul aura seeped into her cold skin. Oh, Severus will suffer, Voldemort promised his familiar. As will the rest of Britain when I burn it to the ground. The Dark Lord ceased his packing and grasped his chest, his breath hitching. Nagini began hissing and spitting, clearly in agony. Voldemort's eyes widened as he connected what was occurring. Damn you, Harry Potter, Voldemort screamed. Damn you, Croaker. Nagini hissed, and an unnatural, ethereal wail burst from the maw of the snake as a black ooze bled from her skin. A dark mist rose and dissipated in the air as Voldemort watched with growing dread. He recoiled as he felt an invisible impact on his very soul as the ritual croaker was performing traced and attacked each of his Horcruxes. With a crack of apparition, Voldemort appeared at his cave, hastily speaking in Parseltongue to dispel his blood wards. He stormed into the cavern, where the locket of Salazar Slytherin himself was hidden. Another invisible impact caused the Dark Lord to stumble and hiss in agony. He looked at the pedestal and was pleased when he didn't hear a wail or see a mist. Curious, the Dark Lord summoned the hidden boat and made his way to the island. He easily unwound the Parseltongue enchantments and withdrew his locket, even as he felt another invisible impact and knew that Helga Hufflepuff's cup had been destroyed. Voldemort frowned as he felt the locket in his hands. It looked like his locket, but it didn't feel like his locket. The Dark Lord commanded the locket to open in Parseltongue. It didn't respond. A quick wave of his wand and a soul-revealing spell caused Voldemort's eyes to widen in alarm. He shakily pried the locket open, even as he felt the gaunt ring Horcrux destroyed. Panting, sweat pouring down his chalky skin, Voldemort fumbled the paper housed in the locket and managed to catch it before it touched the lake, breathing a sigh of relief and disgusted with himself for even considering feeling fear. Voldemort unfurled the folded paper and screamed in rage once more, even as he felt Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem explode. "Damn you, Regulus!" Voldemort raged, his magic swirling around him. The final soul shard, the one Croaker had used to trace the others, disintegrated, and Voldemort felt the harrowing grasp of mortality clench his heart, even as his already questionable sanity departed him. Voldemort coughed, falling to his knees, and felt the strain of using magic he simply no longer commanded overwhelm him. His rage only abated when darkness overtook him. July 1, 1996, Hogwarts morning. Daphne knocked on the door to Professor McGonagall's office, where she had been instructed to meet so they could go home. Astoria had departed on the Hogwarts Express earlier that morning, where Arya would pick her up at King's Cross Station. Daphne fidgeted nervously with the mirror in her hands, her mind still reeling with whether or not her conversation last night was a trick. The fact that they had asked to speak directly to Minerva helped their case. Little did they know, Daphne was going to bring it up with Minerva even if they had not asked. The door opened, and McGonagall offered a rare smile as she regarded the young woman she now saw as family. One look at Daphne's face, however, was all Minerva needed to know that something was bothering her. "Daphne dear, you're early," Minerva said warmly. "Come in and sit." Daphne allowed herself to be ushered inside and took her normal seat by the fire. "Tea," Minerva called as she bustled about. "Yes, please," Daphne responded with a nod. "Thank you." Once a nice hot cup of tea was in Daphne's grateful hands, Minerva sat down in a vacant chair beside her favorite student, although she would never admit that to anyone, and tugged at her hair, releasing it from its usual tight bun. Daphne's eyes widened as Professor McGonagall's hair tumbled down to rest on her shoulders while the elderly woman shook it free from its confines. Noticing Daphne gawking at her, Minerva raised an eyebrow while keeping a playful smirk. "What? I've never seen you with your hair down," Daphne blurted. "I find summer vacation a good time to let my hair down," Minerva winked. Daphne giggled lightly, almost spilling her tea. To see the strict woman acting normal was quite entertaining. "You appeared troubled just a moment ago," Minerva said over the rim of her teacup. "What is bothering you, dear?" Minerva knew it was a rather foolish question. What wasn't bothering the poor girl? Her reputation was in tatters, her heart was in turmoil as her true memories slowly returned. She seemed scared of her own shadow most days, and apart from her sister, Daphne had no friends her age. Minerva watched Daphne fidget while opening and closing her mouth several times, searching for the right words. The old woman waited patiently while admiring the hidden strength the young woman before her possessed. Daphne, despite all she faced, continued to push forward in her own way, stubbornly refusing to give up. Truth be told, Minerva saw a lot of herself in the young girl. That both encouraged and terrified her, as hers was a rather lonely life most days. And she wouldn't wish that on Daphne. No, Daphne needed to heal and recover so she could live a long and healthy life, filled with joy and love. A lot, Daphne mumbled in a watery voice, her hands beginning to shake, forcing her to set the teacup down on McGonagall's desk. Minerva provided a sympathetic smile and set her teacup down as well. Before gently pulling Daphne into a hug, once she released the girl, she noticed a familiar mirror sitting in Daphne's lap. Did something happen? Minerva indicated the mirror. Daphne bit her lower lip and nodded, fumbling for the handle before passing the mirror to her professor. I received a call, Daphne said softly. Minerva's eyes widened in surprise. From whom? Andromeda Tonks knee black, Daphne muttered, sniffling. She wants to speak with you. Me? Minerva questioned incredulously. Whatever for? I was invited to spend the summer with Andromeda, Daphne replied, not daring to look up. I think she could see the confusion and fear in my expression, because she told me to have you call her. Minerva hummed in thought for a moment, as she considered the situation. Decision made, she brandished her wand and activated the mirror, speaking clearly. Andromeda Tonks. The mirror shimmered before an image of Andromeda Tonks appeared. The stoic woman inclined her head at Minerva and opened her mouth to speak when she was cut off. How many times did I put you in detention? Minerva demanded sternly. Andromeda's eyes flashed. 1. What year? 6th. The reason? You caught me and Ted in a broom closet, Andromeda said with a slight pinkening of her cheeks. Minerva raised an eyebrow. Doing what? Goodness, Minerva, Andromeda huffed. You may as well end the call, if you expect me to answer that. Minerva cracked a grin. Hello, Andy. That was rather cruel of you, Minnie, Andromeda mock pouted. A necessity, Minerva assured. I will not risk Daphne's safety. Is she in the room? She is. There was silence for nearly a whole minute before Andromeda finally spoke. I need to speak with you, Minnie. Minerva sighed and gave Daphne an apologetic glance. Daphne could only nod dumbfoundedly. A swish of her wand, and Minerva had ensured Daphne would not overhear. I've set up privacy charms, she told Andromeda. Daphne cannot hear us. What has she told you? Only that you invited her to spend the summer with you. She needs too many, Andromeda said severely. Minerva bristled. I think you underestimate exactly what Daphne has been through, Andy. Quite the opposite, Andromeda countered. I have only just caught up to what has happened in the world since we went into hiding. Minerva sighed heavily. How are you, Minnie? Andromeda asked gently. About as well as you could expect, Minerva replied shakily. Albus, what he did, I still can't wrap my mind around it, Andy. Age does not equate wisdom, Andromeda said solemnly. Why do you want to help Daphne? Minerva questioned suddenly, her eyes narrowing. I would have thought you, of all people, would want nothing to do with the poor child. We both know the fault lies with her deceased father, Andromeda answered calmly. But does Harry know that? Minerva asked harshly. No, Andromeda said. At least not when we last spoke. You are in contact with him. No, he gave the only form of contact to Astoria, Andromeda trailed off, her eyes misting, to give to Daphne. So, you wish to help Daphne only because Harry seemingly wanted you too, Minerva practically growled. Of course not, Andromeda snapped. I know the mind healers. Working with the girl, I trained half of them and went to school with the other half. Minerva blinked several times. They're talented, make no mistake, Andromeda sniffed. But a case like Daphne needs a more practiced hand, and I wish to help the poor girl. But why? Minerva pressed, her voice hardening. Daphne is not a clinical case study, Andy. No, she is a victim, Minnie, Andromeda responded, her voice laced with authority. A victim who needs proper medical treatment. Minerva's expression softened, and she took a hefty swig of tea. Why? Now. Have you read the morning paper? Minerva nodded, her sharp mind recalling the front page. The Department of Mysteries reported their ritual to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes was successful. Andromeda nodded. If he survived, he will be a shell of what he was. There is no longer any need for us to remain in hiding. Minerva hummed thoughtfully, her mind racing. I will have access to Daphne. Anytime you or she desires, Andromeda promised. And her sister. It would be foolish to refuse her, Andromeda frowned. If my suspicions are correct, Astoria is likely the only friend Daphne has at the moment, especially with Skeeter running amok. Minerva's nostrils flared at the mention of the foul woman. Oh, how she longed to curse that foul bint. She shook the dark thoughts from her head. Andy, Daphne is very, very fragile. I know, Minnie, Andromeda interrupted. I would be shocked and concerned if she wasn't. Please let me help her. July 1, 1996, unknown location, midday. Andy will not hurt you, dear, Minerva assured gently as she double-checked Daphne had packed everything she would need for an extended stay with the Black family. Daphne stood nearby, shaking from her nerves. I don't want to go, Minerva frowned. Just an hour ago we both agreed you would stay with them. But they'll hate me, Daphne whispered in a small, tiny voice. Daphne, Minerva said firmly but not unkindly, grabbing Daphne's attention. Why would they hate you? Daphne swallowed. Because, a bitter sob erupted from her. I'm the reason he left. Minerva closed her eyes and did her best to center herself. Coddling was not her strong suit, and while she considered her efforts with Daphne thus far to be a smashing success, she knew that the poor dear needed a different, more clinical approach. So, instead of chastising Daphne, or dismissing her concerns, or placating her, Minerva said nothing and instead snatched the girl's packed bag while gently taking her hand. Come along, Daphne, Minerva commanded in her teaching voice. Daphne obeyed and followed Minerva through the flue to 3 broomsticks, where she found herself promptly sidelong apparated to the address Andromeda had provided. Daphne was trembling like a newborn kitten as she stared at the ominous, yet quaint, home nestled securely in a forested area. Any time you wish to leave, you may, Minerva said quietly as she passed Daphne her bag. You are not a prisoner here, understood? Daphne nodded, and her shoulders sagged as Minerva turned to leave. Thank you, Professor, Daphne whispered. Minerva gave a stiff nod, surreptitiously sniffled, and then disapparated with a pop. What am I doing here? Daphne thought in a rising panic as the reality of where she stood settled on her. These people will hate me for what I did to Harry. Why would they even want to help me? Why did I answer that stupid mirror? Why did I ever try to contact them in the first place? In her mind's eye, Daphne saw her baby sister asking her to live. She sighed defeatedly and trudged forward until she stood at the door. Hesitantly, she knocked and waited, twiddling her thumbs and shuffling her weight from foot to foot. Every instinct screamed at her to run and not look back. She was seconds from giving in to the temptation when the door was jerked open. Yes, Mum, I'm getting the door, a voice called irritably before the door fully opened to reveal Nymphadora Tonks, currently sporting bubblegum pink hair. The ex-Auror stared at Daphne, who refused to meet her eyes instead, looking anywhere but at Tonks. Oh, Tonks' hair swiftly shifted to orange, continuing to darken toward red. It's you. The way Tonks said you shattered Daphne's tenuous composure, and she staggered backwards as if struck while stammering out a hasty apology. I'm sorry. ISH shouldn't have come. Daphne fumbled her bag, dropping it to the ground. I'll just be going TH then. DORA, a stern voice bellowed, causing Tonks to wince. Tears flooded Daphne's eyes. obscuring her vision as she scrambled for the strap of her bag. A yelp resounded from the doorway as Daphne finally grasped the strap and jerked the bag up. Stumbling forward, she tripped over her own feet and sprawled onto the ground. I hic asterisk really sob sorry, Daphne hiccuped as she somehow managed to get back on her feet. Her departure was halted as she felt a strong, firm hand grab her shoulder. Panicked, Daphne immediately began screaming, punching, and kicking, all thought of drawing her wand, abandoning her. "I'll leave," Daphne promised as she fought desperately to break free. "Please, let me go, don't hurt me." But the hand would not relinquish its hold, and Daphne felt herself tiring rapidly. Tears poured from her eyes as she futilely struggled, before finally giving up. "Fine, kill me then," Daphne screamed miserably. There was a surprised gasp from the doorway, and then Daphne felt herself engulfed in a warm hug. She wailed in agony as she felt a gentle hand rub her back. "Hush, child," a feminine voice she recognized as Andromeda soothed. Daphne felt herself hyperventilating as she reflexively struggled to free herself from the foreign touch. Her vision began to tunnel, and she saw white spots. Then mercifully, she felt her consciousness fade and she fell limp in Andromeda's arms. Andromeda sighed in relief as Daphne passed out. A quick featherlight charm allowed Andromeda to easily lift the girl and carry her into their home. As she crossed the threshold of the front door, she glared at her daughter, who looked a mixture of shock and horror. "Shite, Mum," Tonks swore softly. "I didn't think." "No," Andromeda barked, furious. "You didn't think, Nymphadora. This girl is terrified to be here. Ask yourself, how would you feel in her shoes? Doubly so, knowing our family's reputation in the pureblood circles." Tonks winced and shied away, her hair turning a deep blue. "This child is a victim, Dora. What her father did to her mind." Andromeda's voice was strained from barely contained rage. "Far greater wizards and witches have fallen to the mind arts. Do not forget that." "Yes, Mum," Tonks replied, subdued. She hesitated to speak but plowed ahead. Is there anything I can do, to help?" Andromeda gently placed Daphne on a bed in their spare bedroom and pulled the covers over the girl before wearily sitting in a nearby chair. She absently brushed Daphne's hair from her pale face. "She needs a friend, Dora," Andromeda said softly. "This girl is being lambasted by wizarding Britain for something she had no control over. Worse, she is carrying an unhealthy amount of guilt," Tonks finished solemnly. Andromeda gave a stiff nod. Tonks fidgeted nervously, not sure if she should speak her mind. "It's just hard, Tonks huffed and folded her arms. "We saw firsthand what her actions did to Harry. She hurt him, Mum." Andromeda scowled, and Tonks hurriedly held out her hands defensively. "I understand it wasn't her fault," Tonks assured, "but still, can you really say you don't feel any anger towards her?" "All I feel for Daphne is pity, Dora," Andromeda glared. "And that's exactly what she doesn't need." Tonks fell silent, pondering her mother's words. "Why do you want to help her so badly, Mum?" Andromeda smiled sadly. "There are many reasons, Dora. Sometimes I think you forget that I'm a senior healer." Tonks stiffened and went to protest, but Andromeda stalled her with an outstretched hand. "Dora, did it ever occur to you that while Harry was hurting, Daphne was hurting too?" Tonks appeared pensive as Andromeda stood and brandished her wand, slowly beginning to run diagnostics. The senior healer knew she had finally reached her daughter with that question and focused on her medical spells. "Have your father prepare lunch, dear," Andromeda instructed gently. "Yes, Mum," Tonks said as she exited the guest room. Daphne awoke with a start and looked around in surprise. She was home, in her room. A quick glance outside, and a feeling of dread washed over her as she saw it snowing outside. She heard a floorboard creak and instinctively pulled the covers up to her chin as she frantically searched for her wand with her eyes. Eventually spotting it on the nightstand, reaching forward, she snatched the wand and turned to see her father standing before her. She opened her mouth to cast a spell, any spell, but nothing came. Out, a wave of her father's wand, and she was bound in thick ropes as her wand was ripped from her grasp by a second spell. She saw his wand tip glow white and started screaming, begging, pleading. Still, nothing emanated from her. No, please don't, father, she thought desperately. Legolimens. Her occlumency barriers, impressive for her age, shattered from the overwhelming force of the attack. Her head felt as if it were splitting open as her father began sifting through her memories, studying and observing each with a slow, methodical pace. The man appeared, unconcerned with her pain, fear, and privacy. All he wanted was answers. Daphne felt him reviewing the memories of her and Harry, special memories. She heard him growl as he reviewed their Hogsmeade date, and she fought with everything she had to push him out of her mind. Those are my memories, she screamed internally. Not for you. The pain subsided as her father retreated, leaving her mental shields shattered into tiny pieces. Daphne gasped as a thundering migraine pounded in her skull. Tears fell unchecked down her cheeks as she struggled to understand why her father would do such a horrible thing to her. The ropes tightened slightly, and Daphne cried out in pain as her father began to summon his magic. She begged and pleaded for mercy. She didn't want to forget. It fell on deaf ears. Her father's wand flashed in the air, and Daphne felt her most precious memory brutally ripped from her mind. She screamed in both outrage and agony as her father began slowly, carefully implanting modified memories. Andromeda rolled her eyes as she exited the loo, having been interrupted by her patient screaming like a banshee. Every time, Andromeda thought sarcastically, and I always tell myself I should have left someone behind to stand watch when I go for a quick pee. She hurried down the hall and into the guest room to find Daphne backed into a corner, clutching a pillow. A flustered Dora was doing her darndest to calm the situation, but her rapidly changing hair and brandished wand were only amplifying Daphne's terror. Whoa, slow down, Blondie, Tonks pleaded. I'm not going to hurt you. Please, Daphne whimpered, clearly terrified. I'll leave. You don't have to leave, Tonks began. Don't hurt me, Daphne begged, sobbing and clutching her head. Dora, Andromeda said in a calm, controlled voice while grabbing her daughter's wrist and forcing it to her side. Perhaps it would help if you lowered your wand. Oh, Tonks said sheepishly, blushing. Andromeda looked up with her eyes and Tonks, receiving the message, closed her eyes and focused, getting control of her emotions while Daphne's sobs punctured the silence. Once Dora's hair ceased its rapid shifting, Andromeda motioned for her daughter to take a seat before she slowly approached Daphne, who began kicking in a futile effort to create distance, despite being backed into a corner. Andromeda stopped approaching and sat, folding her legs. Daphne, she called in a gentle tone. No one in this home will harm you. But Daphne wasn't listening. She was babbling. It's all my fault, she said, almost in hysterics. Had I fought, had I not been so weak. Daphne, I could have broken free and told someone, anyone. Daphne. Or maybe I should have just jumped from the astronomy tower. Then Harry wouldn't have been her. Daphne, Andromeda called sharply, causing the girl to startle and hiccup. It's all my fault, Daphne whispered in a watery, desperate tone. Her eyes were puffy and bloodshot, snot ran down her nose, and tears poured from her eyes. I broke my promise. Andromeda leaned forward and extended her hands, palms up. She waited patiently as Daphne, like a cornered animal, looked for signs of danger. No one in this home will hurt you, Daphne, Andromeda repeated. Softly, slowly, ever so slowly, Daphne reached forward with her hands, her lips trembled as she continued to cry quietly, as soon as her hands touched Andromeda's. The older woman gently latched on and said 4 words that Daphne so desperately needed to hear. "It wasn't your fault." Tonks sat in the corner, her heart aching as she observed Daphne come undone with a wail of sorrow. There was still an ember of anger in the ex-soror. After all, it was Daphne who convinced Harry to win the tournament, the result which cost the life of Sirius Black. Tonks knew, deep down, that her thoughts were unreasonable, her anger misdirected. She watched her mother cradle the sobbing girl and, with a heavy exhale, squelched the last ember of anger she carried. She remembered the memory Harry had shared of Sirius's last moments. Sirius wouldn't have wanted her to hate Daphne. July 31, 1996, somewhere in America, morning. "Good morning, Fleur," Harry sang as Fleur popped into his flat, apartment via Fawkes. "Happy birthday, Rye," Fleur returned, giving Harry a hefty hug which he quite enjoyed. Fawkes chirruped happily as he landed atop a nearby chair and began to preen. "That's today," Harry mock gasped, "and here I thought you agreed to join me because you liked my company." Fleur rolled her eyes. "Keep that up and you won't be getting your gift." Her eyes roved his appearance, and she raised a perfect eyebrow. "Rye." "Yes, Fleur." Harry ran his fingertips through Fawkes' plumage. "What are you wearing?" Harry cocked his head to the side and met Fleur's cerulean eyes with his own emerald greens. Clothes." "Swimming trunks," Fleur pointed. "Pretty sure my note mentioned for you to bring swimwear," Harry frowned and prodded Fawkes. "You did deliver the note I gave you." "Yeah." Fawkes squawked indignantly. "We," Fleur came to the Phoenix's defense. "Then I'm confused that you're confused." In response, Fleur lifted her shirt, revealing a powder blue bikini top that complemented her breasts very nicely. "Care to show me the rest?" Harry quipped with a lopsided grin. Fleur smiled coyly and sauntered past, refusing to humor him with a reply. Harry turned to the portraits on the nearby wall and waggled his eyebrows. "I'm wearing her down," he proudly proclaimed. "Oh, he reminds me so much of you, Sal," Rowena giggled. "I wonder if he will fail just as spectacularly as you did." "What?" Salazar cried in outrage. "I had you eating out of the palm of my hand." Rowena raised an eyebrow. "I had you after the first date." Rowena continued to stare down her husband. "Merlin's beard, woman," Salazar groused. "It was a miracle you even looked my way." Rowena tossed her hair over her shoulder, clearly pleased. "That's more like it." Arcturus cleared his throat to hide his snort of amusement at the legendary Salazar Slytherin, once again being cowed. "I know this goes against everything the Black family stood for, but I say go get her, lad. She would make a fine wife." "Even though she's a Vila?" Harry questioned. "Especially because she's a Vila," Arcturus and Salazar chorused, both looking at each other in surprise. Salazar winced and obstructed his view of Rowena with his hand. "If I don't see her, she can't hurt me." "Good luck with that, Papa Sal, but I wouldn't recommend imitating an ostrich," Harry chuckled. Fleur rounded the corner, a frown marring her immaculate features. "Well," Harry blinked several times. "Well, what?" "Are we going?" Fleur demanded. Yes. And don't think I didn't hear you saying you were wearing me down." Fleur scolded. "As if I would settle for such a mediocre wizard," she exclaimed with a teasing smirk and playful glint in her eyes. Harry smirked. "Of course, Your Highness, I prostrate myself before your greatness and beauty." "Non," Fleur giggled behind her hand. "It is your birthday, awry. Where are we going?" "Well, I wanted to visit this nearby theme park," Harry said as he hooked his arm with Fleur's and led her out the door. "You ave how you say. Lost your marbles, awry," Fleur noted as she stared up at the towering contraption held together with what appeared to be air. Her platinum blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and Harry chuckled when he saw her comically wide eyes. It's just a roller coaster, Harry shrugged. Kind of like flying only. You're strapped into a metal cart. And you want to go on this? Fleur gestured at the roller coaster. With you, yes, Harry nodded, completely at ease. Fleur gave a very unladylike snort. Non. Awa, come on, Fleur, Harry pleaded. It'll be fun. I saw a face painting booth back that way. Fleur gestured over her shoulder. That sounds fun. Harry made an icky face. Boring. Don't think you can talk me into going on this death trap. Awry, Fleur said imperiously. You mean to tell me that Fleur de Lacquer, a Triwizard champion, is scared of a little muggle contraption? Harry said slyly. Don't do that, Fleur snapped instantly. Do what? Harry questioned innocently, giving his best puppy dog eyes. That, Fleur waved in his direction. Harry Mock sighed in defeat. I suppose I'll have to tell everyone that Fleur de Lacquer is a scaredy bird. Fleur huffed, completely forgetting that Harry Potter no longer knew anyone in the magical world. Fine, she scowled, but if I die, I am going to come back and aunt you, Harry Potter. I would not be opposed to that. Harry waggled his eyebrows, earning him a well-deserved slap on the arm. 5 minutes later. Did you really use magic to skip the line? Fleur hissed as they sat in their cart, while a technician double-checked their harnesses. Maybe, Harry drawled out. You are unbelievable, Fleur scolded, smacking his arm several times, and causing Harry to laugh uproariously. Would you have rather waited an hour? Harry questioned mirthfully. Fleur didn't answer, but her grin told him all he needed to know. He hummed contentedly as the roller coaster started moving, coming out of the boarding tunnel and beginning its slow ascent to the top, clicking all the way. Fleur began to look nervous as they climbed higher and higher. You are certain this is safe? She questioned. No, Harry managed to shrug with his right shoulder. What? Fleur exclaimed. Oh, and I forgot to mention there are a few loops. Harry trailed off as they reached the peak. Harry Potter, I'm going to Kia. The rest of Fleur's tirade was lost as the roller coaster began its descent. Harry laughed so hard tears fell from his eyes as Fleur screamed like a banshee and uttered a plethora of curses in French, all aimed directly at him. The first loop, however, caused her hair to whip directly into his face and, by proxy, his mouth. He spluttered and coughed as he choked on her hair while still laughing. It tasted like cinnamon. 3 minutes later. Mewtwo, awry, Fleur grumbled as they stood outside a booth where Harry paid for 2 printed pictures of their recent adventure. Oh, calm down, Fleur, Harry chuckled. It was fun, yeah. Fleur muttered under her breath as she snatched the offered picture. What is this? Her mouth fell open and she began cackling, the sound melodious and beautiful. Harry really liked it when Fleur laughed. Look. At you, she managed to choke out. My air is covering your face. Harry chortled and grinned. Tasted like cinnamon. That just made Fleur laugh harder. The two made their way to a nearby food stall, where Fleur examined the menu with a critical eye. Harry, used to her pickiness, decided to throw a proverbial dart at the board and ordered a funnel cake. He was fairly confident it would be a hit with the Vila, who he learned had a legendary sweet tooth. They found an empty 2-seater table, and Harry passed Fleur a plastic fork which she graciously accepted before prodding the funnel cake as if it were going to crawl across the table. What is this? Good, Harry replied unhelpfully as he cut himself a piece and hummed in delight. Fleur's fork refused to obey her command to cut the silly cake, and she finally gave up, ripping a chunk free and popping it into her mouth. Few chews later, and her gorgeous cerulean eyes lit up with delight. Then closed as she enjoyed the flavor. She released a low moan that almost made Harry blush before pulling another piece free. Harry watched her with an amused expression, waiting for the perfect moment to embarrass her. She was mid-chew when he struck like a Cobra. You've got powdered sugar on your nose, he pointed out. Fleur choked, blushed furiously, and scrambled for a non-existent napkin. Harry nearly fell from his seat laughing when she glowered at him, promising death if he didn't appease her immediate need. You're cute when you're mad, Harry winked as he went to grab her. Some napkins. Fleur scoffed and looked down in horror as her shirt was now dusted with powdered sugar. She muttered angrily in French, but her smile gave away her true feelings. 3 hours later. What is this ride again? Fleur questioned as she sat beside Harry. Another roller coaster, Harry said, but there was something in his eyes that unnerved Fleur. She frowned suspiciously. What's the catch? They reached the peak, and Fleur braced herself for the inevitable drop. That made her stomach lurch every time. Remember when I told you to bring swimwear? Wise. Well, this ride is why. 2 minutes later, would you stop laughing? Fleur growled as she assaulted Harry's arm. With slaps that caused water to fly from his drenched shirt, he laughed. Harder, seeming unperturbed by her attacks, which only infuriated the Villamore. Why you look like a de-drowned rat, Harry choked out. Fleur blanched and looked down at the shirt and shorts clinging to her. Forme, moi, she blurted incredulously. Scowling, she shoved Harry and began to wring out her long, thoroughly soaked hair. The sheets of water coming from it only served to continue making Harry howl with laughter. You are so not getting your birthday present, Fleur snarked. Harry tapped his head, still gasping for air as he doubled over and gestured weakly in her direction. Best memory ever, Fleur, and it's all right in my head. Merlin, I love occlumency. Fleur rolled her eyes and let Harry have his fun. She had read the articles and knew what he had endured, not to mention the rare times Harry would open up and talk about things he had not shared in his memories to the public. He deserved to laugh, even if it was at her expense. August 19, 1996, undisclosed location, morning. Daphne's eyes fluttered open, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she began to stretch languidly. Last night was one of the rare times she managed to sleep through the night in a dreamless, heavy slumber. Nightmares were happening with less and less frequency, and their intensity was diminishing. Fitting that she'd have such a good rest the eve before her birthday. Setting about her morning ablutions, Daphne absently brushed her teeth with one hand, while pulling a brush through her hair with the other, when the door to her room burst open and ricocheted off the wall with a loud bang. She hardly flinched. One became quite accustomed to such dramatic entrances when living with Nymphadora. Tonks. Andromeda could be heard, scolding her daughter from another room. But Tonks appeared nonplussed as she shot Daphne a playful grin and rolled her eyes. Good morning, Blondie. Gum Mortian, Shonks, Daphne slurred around her toothbrush. Tonks hopped atop Daphne's bed, sprawling out. Oh, and happy birthday. Shanks, Daphne pulled the toothbrush free, leaving her hairbrush lodged in her golden blonde hair, and spat. She rinsed her mouth and shot a half-smile at her friend. So any plans today? Tonks prompted. Daphne shrugged as she went through her wardrobe in search of a suitable outfit, eventually settling on a pair of blue jeans and a forest green blouse. Not really, Daphne said as she swiftly changed out of her pajamas. Well, I think Mum has a surprise for you, Tonks hummed as she rolled off the bed. I'll go let her know you're awake. Daphne felt her smile falter as she thought about what the surprise could possibly be. She already owed Andromeda, or Andy, as she preferred to be called, so much more than she could ever repay. Once Daphne had overcome her initial terror and accepted the profuse apologies of her now friend, Tonks, Andromeda had immediately began working with Daphne. First, Andromeda scolded her for not eating properly. Apparently she was approaching malnourishment, and Andromeda was having none of that. Daphne had been forced to eat until she felt she was going to explode, as well as go on an immediate potion regiment. Surprisingly, Andromeda understood Daphne wasn't intentionally starving herself. She just wasn't ever hungry. However, that did not excuse her from not eating, and Andromeda made this very clear the first week of her stay. The real work began when Andromeda stepped inside Daphne's shattered mindscape, and together with Daphne, began to slowly rebuild. It had taken weeks, but Daphne's mind was once again relatively back to the way it was before Cyrus Greengrass had infiltrated it. Even better, Daphne was now able to employ basic occlumency. It wasn't much, but it did help her with her sometimes irrational emotional outbursts, and more importantly, it often kept the nightmares at bay and allowed her to have a decent sleep. For that, Daphne would be forever grateful. Cyrus still visited her in her dreams on occasion, but it was becoming rarer with each passing week. As Andromeda stood in the doorway, a tender, motherly smile on her face, Daphne felt her own smile blossom. For the first time in 10 months, Daphne felt like she was making progress and healing. She still felt vestiges of guilt for what happened sometimes, despite Andromeda's vehement stance that it was not her fault. But there was a part of Daphne that could not accept that truth, and she desperately wished she could apologize to Harry in person and receive forgiveness. Andromeda, knowing Daphne's desire, had counseled that Daphne first had to forgive herself before she could accept forgiveness from someone else. That statement confused Daphne thoroughly. It wasn't like she wanted to keep blaming herself. She just felt that she had to. "Happy birthday, Daphne dear," Andromeda greeted. "Thank you, Andy." Daphne double-checked her appearance a final time, and satisfied, made her way to the older woman who meant so much to her and thoroughly hugged her. "I have something for you," Andromeda said as she took a seat at the foot of Daphne's bed and pulled a wrapped package from her pocket. Daphne's smile faltered. "You didn't have to get me anything, Andy." "I wanted to," Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Daphne nodded and gingerly accepted the gift, her stomach doing flops, as she debated how exactly she was going to repay this woman. A gentle hand stroking her head caused her to look up. "You must stop thinking in a transactional sense," Andromeda said. Gently, "You owe me nothing, Daphne." Daphne's lip quivered, but thanks to her limited occlumency, she kept herself composed. Andromeda indicated she should open the gift, and Daphne complied, eventually revealing a 3-ring binder. Daphne looked up at Andromeda with a confused expression, which caused the older woman to chuckle. "What is it?" Daphne asked. "A tool to help you heal." Andromeda patted the bed beside her, and Daphne took a seat, placing the binder in her lap. "You are incredibly observant, Daphne, as we've repaired your mindscape and reviewed your memories. I took note of how much you observed that night, particularly around Dumbledore and the other staff members." "You mean how Dumbledore was reacting to Harry's memories?" Daphne scrunched her nose cutely. "Yes, and how you derived the other professors were preparing to attempt to apprehend Dumbledore," Andromeda pointed out. "On top of that, you are able to quickly take information and properly sift through it, making accurate determinations." "I think you may be overestimating me, Andy," Daphne said timidly. "And you underestimate yourself, Daphne," Andromeda countered softly. "You have the mind of an Auror. I should know Morgana knows. I've dealt with plenty of them in my career." "Oh, really?" Daphne gasped with wide eyes. "You believe that?" "I do," Andromeda said firmly, "which is why I want you to have this." She patted the binder resting on Daphne's lap. "It's a tool Aurors use for investigations. It has an extension charm. And there is a sheet on the inside that details the different folders and files it can produce for you to organize your thoughts." Daphne's eyes watered as she idly stroked the cover of the binder. "I don't know what to say," she finally whispered. "Well, a thank you would be polite," Andromeda teased. Thank you." Daphne gave a watery smile. Andromeda gave Daphne a kiss atop the head and left her to her thoughts, Daphne continued to stare at the gift, internally cringing at the thought of the cost. I can finally begin understanding why it all happened, Daphne thought. Determinedly, I can go through every memory and determine what was me and what was him. She shivered involuntarily at the thought of Cyrus. Then, if I ever run into Harry again, I can show him everything. She clenched her jaw and forced away her tears as Tonks stumbled into the room with a grin. Good present, she nodded toward the binder. Daphne sniffled and nodded, offering a weak smile. Well, come on, Blondie, Tonks beckoned. It is your birthday after all. Oh, okay. Daphne stood and reverently placed the binder atop her bed before following Tonks. You really didn't have to. Daffy. Daphne nearly lost her footing as a dark-haired missile crashed into her. T-Tori. Happy birthday, Astoria gushed, squeezing Daphne for all she was worth. I'm so happy you're doing well. Daphne nodded mutely as she returned the hug. Gods, how she loved her sister. A cold flick on her cheek caused her to jump slightly. Hello, Sasha. Sasha purred and flicked Daphne's cheek a second time with her tongue. Astoria giggled and leaned toward Daphne conspiratorially. Mum isn't a fan of Sasha, Astoria stage whispered. Says it's not natural, having a basilisk on my shoulder. Mother is here, Daphne asked in a low voice. Well, yeah, Astoria shrugged. Why wouldn't she be? It's your birthday. Daphne fidgeted nervously, unsure of how she would react to seeing her mother. She hated that she felt such anger and betrayal from her mother's touch. Daphne knew it was unreasonable. She knew it was unfair. She knew she had to forgive her mom. She just found that extremely difficult to actually do. Arya Greengrass appeared at the end of the hallway and tentatively opened her arms, a hopeful smile on her tired features. While the woman had made great strides in her recovery, she still had months to go. Daphne's initial instinct was to flee back to the safety of her room. But she fought it down and walked toward her mum. When she hesitated less than a foot away, Astoria gave Daphne a gentle push and she found herself in her mother's embrace. The initial rage and revulsion ebbed as Daphne squelched the emotions as quickly as they arose. After nearly a minute, Daphne gave a tremulous exhale and began sobbing quietly. Oh, my sweet, sweet baby, Arya whispered as she tenderly ran her hands through Daphne's silky hair. She pulled away slightly, holding Daphne at arm's length before kneeling and looking up at her eldest child. Daphne, Arya's voice was thick with tears. I am so sorry. Should have fought. No, Daphne shook her head, her own tears falling, and gave a comforting, forgiving smile. She uttered the 4 words that had saved her from her own pit of despair. It wasn't your fault. Arya bit her lower lip, and Daphne realized that it was a habit she had inherited from her mother. Then she was buried in her mother's embrace, and, for the first time since Arya had been freed from her husband's control, Daphne felt comforted by the contact. I love you, Daphne, Arya said thickly. I love you too, Mum, Daphne replied, her tone muffled from the embrace. Okay, time for presents. Astoria clapped giddily as she vanished into the living room, giggling like a maniac. Daphne shared a knowing glance with her mother and allowed herself to be ushered into the living room, uncaring of her appearance. She was surprised to find Minerva there, a gentle smile on her face and a gift in hand. It wasn't until she was seated on the couch with a small pile of presents nearby that she realized she was, for the first time in a very long time, genuinely happy. September 1, 1996, America, Arizona, midday. This is our last chance, buddy, Harry said conversationally to Fox, who was perched atop his shoulder. Monsoon season will end soon. Fox cooed and bobbed his head. If we're going to see a Thunderbird, it has to be today. Harry peered up at the ominous thunderclouds. Looks like we chose a good day. Harry unfolded a nifty Muggle camping chair and grabbed himself a soda from a chilled cooler. He rather enjoyed camping. Fleur, on the other hand, hated it. The Vila had attempted it once, and for less than a day before she declared it an unbearable experience and demanded Fawkes take her back to France. Harry chuckled at the memory. His friend could be quite a diva. Sometimes. Lunch, Master Harry? Dobby questioned with a bow. I'm good, Dobby. Harry indicated the empty chair beside him. Have a seat, my friend. It's going to rain soon. Dobby smiled and took a seat, humming contentedly to himself. Then again, Dobby does make camping rather easy, Harry thought. Amusedly. Still, he closed his eyes and took a deep inhale as the first. Droplets of rain began to fall. How could one pass up a view like this? There was a distant rumble of thunder, tinged with a hint of magic, and, if one listened closely, a telltale shriek. Fawkes' head shot up and the Phoenix stared intently at the distant clouds. Looks like we found one, Harry nodded at his friends. Hopefully, they'll show themselves. He pulled his wand and shot a harmless flare spell into the sky, just to let the Thunderbird know it was safe. Miss Flower is missing out, Dobby said chipperly. I couldn't agree more, Harry replied as the sky darkened, and lightning began to flash erratically. Thunder shook the very rocks. Around them, the silhouette of the Thunderbird appeared in the clouds, and Harry found himself smiling ear to ear. How could Fleur not want to witness this majesty? Harry asked himself, as the bottoms of the clouds seemed to open, pouring out a deluge that swiftly soaked the three observers. Harry stood and held his hands out, palms up, as he tilted his head back and allowed the rain to wash down his face. Harry could feel the area around him, saturated with magic, raw and primal and so different from what he had felt at Hogwarts. Here in the Grand Canyon, there were no magical ley lines, no hidden schools, no magical communities. No, it was just nature and those caught up in its unyielding power. The Elder Wand in Harry's hand hummed with magic, yearning, begging to be unleashed. Harry fingered the hilt, the finger with the Peveill Lordship ring, and by proxy, the resurrection stone twitched. Sporadically, his invisibility cloak, the last of the Deathly Hallows, usually cool, was warm and enveloped him like a blanket as it sat atop his shoulders. Hissing in Parseltongue, unashamed of his heritage, Harry began waving his wand and casting an ancient Ravenclaw spell. It had been a while since Harry flexed his own magic, and he felt the Deathly Hallows sing with pleasure as his body surged with magical power. The rain continued to pour as Harry continued his intricate dance with his wand, his smile never faltering. Thunder boomed overhead, and an echoing boom resounded from Harry's wand. Yes, Fleur was missing out. Lightning flashed multiple times, filled with primal energy, and Harry answered, his own pale lightning alighting the sky while a green mist began to coalesce in a growing circle around him. For nearly an hour, the dance went on. The Thunderbird would initiate, and Harry would respond, a conversation born of lightning and thunder. Finally, chest heaving, sweat pouring down his brow, although it was difficult to tell with the rain still hammering him, Harry lowered his wand and allowed his magic to recede. In response, a single beam of sunlight penetrated the heart of the thunderclouds, stealing Harry's breath away with its beauty. Harry squinted his emerald green eyes and grinned. There, in the center of the beam of light, was the Thunderbird, two massive wings, with feathers the size of Harry's legs, light emanating from somewhere within flapped lazily. A pair of smaller wings, closer to the twin-feathered tail, flapped in tandem. The avian was gigantic, and Harry looked over at Fawkes, who was soaked to the core, with a raised eyebrow. Well, are you going to say hello? Harry poked the phoenix. Fawkes released a screech that echoed off the stones. The Thunderbird answered, the sound mimicking the thunder. Fawkes shot off in a flash of fire, and Harry sat back down to watch the two birds dance around one another in the sky. Despite being soaked to the bone, Harry turned to Dobby and noted the house elf was wearing a happy smile, just like him. If it's all right with you, Dobby, Harry chuckled. I'll take lunch now. September 1, 1996, King's Cross Station, Hogwarts Express, mid-morning. Daffy, Astoria greeted jubilantly, throwing herself into her older sister's arms. Don't call me that, Daphne scolded without any force, a loving smile on her features, a smile that still didn't quite reach her eyes, but Astoria was far too distracted to notice. I'm trying out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year, Astoria said proudly. That's great, Daphne exclaimed and gave her sister another hug. Before sitting down, having already levitated her trunk above her seat, Astoria plopped down after levitating her own trunk and cast a few charms on the door, knowing that any who wanted to speak with them likely had nothing nice to say, especially with Daphne in the compartment. What are you reading? Astoria questioned, pointing at the book in Daphne's lap. Oh, Daphne tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Just this year's potions book, she shrugged nonchalantly. It's a long train ride. And I wanted something to distract me. An awkward silence fell over the room, as all Astoria could do was nod. Despite being a Greengrass, Astoria was now well known as Harry Potter's best friend, and therefore was nearly universally liked by those who didn't serve the Dark Lord, which, seeing as how almost every Death Eater was now dead, meant practically everyone. Several students waved as they passed their compartment, and Astoria responded brightly by waving and smiling. Those same students didn't offer Daphne a passing glance, and those few who did only sent dark looks her way. Daphne did her best to remain oblivious instead, focusing on her studies. Sasha uncoiled herself from around Astoria and slithered over to Daphne before raising up and giving the girl a kiss on the cheek with a flicker of her forked tongue. Daphne jumped slightly and looked up, before giving a half-hearted smile and patting Sasha on the head. Thank you, Sasha, she said softly, the basilisk purring under her touch. Daphne withdrew her hand when she felt a familiar pulse of magic react with her own, her memories nearly fully restored after almost a of weekly healing sessions, not to mention the direct aid of Andromeda, easily allowed her to recognize the warm, strong, comforting magic resonating with the basilisk. Sasha was, after all, Harry's familiar. Sasha returned to Astoria, who giggled as the basilisk got comfortable and flicked the girl on the cheek. Daphne watched the basilisk retreat with a forlorn expression, her mind assailed with memories of Harry and their brief time together before. No, Daphne thought stubbornly, what's done is done. Dwelling on the past does me no good. She sighed and returned to her book, missing Astoria's concerned expression. The feeling of Harry's magic still caused her fingertips to tingle pleasantly. Her eyes began to water, despite her valiant efforts to prevent it. Daph, Astoria said gently, sensing that perhaps privacy would best serve Daphne so she could regain her tenuous composure. Still, she did not want to give Daphne the impression that she was abandoning her. I was going to go speak with the Gryffindor Quidditch team for a bit. Do you need me? No, Daphne interrupted, looking up after surreptitiously swiping her eyes and forcing a smile on her face. Go enjoy your time with your friends. I'm fine, Tori. Astoria narrowed her eyes and studied Daphne, who was doing everything to not break down. Her efforts must have succeeded, because with a slow nod, Astoria stood and departed. As soon as the door closed, Daphne recast the necessary privacy charms and returned to her book. She lost track of the words as her vision blurred from the rapidly forming tears. The first teardrop splashed on her text, staining it, and Daphne slammed the book closed. Damn it, Daphne thought irritably. She sniffled and drew her knees up to her chin as she furiously rubbed her hand on the seat to try and remove the tingling it still experienced. Looking out the window, Daphne watched the countryside pass by for several minutes as silent tears ran down her cheeks. Finally, she sighed and stood, using the sleeve of her robe to dry her face. I probably look a mess, Daphne mused. I should make a quick trip too. The loo to fix my appearance, so Tori doesn't worry. Daphne exited her compartment and timidly made her way to the nearby loo, where she spent a good 5 minutes ensuring she looked immaculate. After washing her hands several times, the tingling finally left her fingers, allowing her to firmly regain her composure. Satisfied, Daphne exited and returned to her compartment, swiftly. Reapplying the charms and wards, she turned to her seat and gasped. As her potions book, or what was left of it, was in tatters, pages were burnt, ripped, and shredded, leaving a husk of a book. Daphne gingerly grabbed what remained and thumbed through it before dropping it as furious tears of hurt ran freely. It's not true, Daphne told herself. I'm none of those things, I'm not. Andy said I'm not. What remained of the book was covered with ugly, hurtful words that Daphne didn't want to repeat nor give any further thought to. With a remorseful wave of her wand, she cast a silent incendio, removing the text from existence. Then, Daphne sunk into her seat, drew her knees up to her chest, and sobbed heavily into her knees. Appearances be damned. September 2, 1996, Hogwarts morning. Daphne sat at the end of the Slytherin table, forcing herself to eat a heavy breakfast, as Andromeda and Tonks had beat into her that she needed to eat. She glanced over at the staff table where Tonks was chatting amiably with Flitwick and McGonagall, the new Dada professor, with bubblegum pink hair proudly displayed, glanced over it. Daphne and shot her a wink. Daphne smiled slightly and returned to her meal as the heads of house began passing out schedules. Astoria came blazing into the great hall, running late as she was still catching up on all the sleep she had missed out on over the years. The vibrant girl gave her older sister strong hug before moving to discuss the upcoming Quidditch tryouts with the Gryffindors. Daphne watched her go and smiled wistfully before a shadow cast itself over her. She jumped and looked up to see a large, balding man with a rotund belly, wearing Slytherin robes. Immediately, she recognized Professor Horace Slughorn, the new potions master and head of house for Slytherin. Professor Slughorn, Daphne greeted in a shy voice. Good morning. Sir. Ah, Miss Greengrass. Slughorn smiled sympathetically before seating himself beside Daphne, causing the bench to groan in protest at supporting his weight. I have your schedule for you, my dear, and I must say I'm quite impressed with what you've accomplished. 10. OWLS, Merlin's beard. Daphne blushed under the praise and demurely bowed her head. Thank you, Professor. Oh, the praise is well deserved. Slughorn chuckled, his belly jiggling slightly from the action. Obviously, you have the pick of the litter, so to speak, when it comes to classes. So, what will you be pursuing? Almost all of them, Daphne stammered before expanding. Charms, transfiguration, defense, herbology, arithmancy, ancient runes, and potions. Slughorn's eyes bulged comically, and his eyebrows raised to his hairline. My goodness, he exclaimed, shifting slightly in his shock and sending the bench creaking once more. Surely you know there is no career that requires 7 NEWTS. Daphne nodded. Yes, sir. I just want to make sure I have lots of options. Understanding flashed across Slughorn's irises, and he nodded grimly. I see, and given your current situation, I do not fault you. He pulled his wand out and tapped it to the blank piece of parchment he was holding, causing it to magically fill. Your schedule, Miss Greengrass. Slughorn forced himself to stand with a grunt, the bench echoing his sentiments, and turned to Daphne once more. I do hope you know that I find bullying reprehensible. Should any student attempt to do so to you, I trust you'll make me aware. Daphne gave a hesitant nod. My office door is always open to you, Miss Greengrass, Slughorn promised, and I look forward to seeing you continue to excel in your studies. Daphne muttered an embarrassed thanks and studied her schedule. brightening slightly as she realized she had double potions first. Her countenance dropped almost immediately, however, as she realized her potions book had been destroyed on the express. Astoria sat down next to Daphne with a huff, causing Daphne to look at her in surprise. "I really wish you hadn't burnt the evidence," Astoria grumbled. "Sasha could have easily tracked down the offenders." Daphne gave a toothless smile as she listened to her sister rant on about the injustices of the world and how no one was going to bully her big sister and get away with it. Not while she had access to a lethal basilisk who was vibrating with excitement at the mention of exacting justice. Sasha hissed and spat, occasionally baring her fangs as Astoria continued to ramble on, apparently speaking with the basilisk as if she could understand her. Daphne watched for several minutes with a blank expression on her face. "Does Sasha understand you, Torre?" Daphne questioned softly, causing both Snake and sister to turn their heads in her direction. Yeah." Astoria looked at Sasha, who swiveled to stare at her comically. "At least she certainly acts like she does." Sasha purred. "I mean, she speaks her own language, yeah?" Astoria asked as she rubbed Sasha's snout. "So why would she not be able to recognize other languages? What if Sasha understands us perfectly but can't speak English?" "Kind of like Fox," Daphne murmured. Sasha spat and looked around the room for any sign of the fox. "Oh, hush," Astoria swatted Sasha, causing Daphne's eyes to nearly fall out of their sockets. "You know Fox enjoys riling you up." Did Astoria just swat a basilisk? Daphne asked herself, still flabbergasted. Sasha appeared apologetic and settled down atop Astoria's shoulder. Satisfied, Astoria gave Daphne a parting hug and another promise to hunt down and bring justice to whoever destroyed her book. Once Astoria had gone, Daphne sighed and grabbed her bag, but not before another person plopped down beside her. "Watch her, Blondie," Tonks greeted with a grin. "Are you sure it's a good idea to show favoritism this early in the term?" Daphne glanced around her, acutely aware of the many eyes now watching. "As if I care," Tonks snorted and poked Daphne in the ribs, causing the girl to squeak. "I'm the professor, yeah, so I control their grades. Muahaha," Daphne blinked. "But enough about my evil plans." Tonks waved off the discussion and leaned forward conspiratorially. "You didn't actually believe we weren't going to continue your lessons while at school, did you?" Daphne paled and began hastily attempting to make a retreat, inhibited by Tonks latching onto her bag as she futilely tugged at it. "No, please." "Anything but that, Tonks." "Ah," Tonks tutted teasingly. "That's Professor Tonks to you, Blondie, and I think a detention might be in order." Daphne sunk back into the bench, all strength fleeing her body. "You're evil." "It's for your own good, Daphne," Tonks whispered, her tone shifting to one of severity. "Do you remember what I told you just before you boarded the express?" Daphne bit her lower lip and nodded. "Say it," Tonks demanded. "I'm no one's punching bag," Daphne said in a warbly voice. "Damn straight," Tonks grunted and gave Daphne a one-armed hug. "Tuesday and Thursday nights." Thank you, Tonks." "Sure thing, Blondie." Tonks stood and twirled her wand. "Oh, and don't forget, my office is obviously open whenever you want to come visit." "As is mine," a stern voice said, causing Daphne to drop her bag in surprise. Profs I mean headmistress," Daphne finally managed to get out. McGonagall cracked a rare smile. "Breathe, Daphne." Daphne gulped in a huge breath and nodded, her face red. "I trust you'll visit," McGonagall stated, not asking. Daphne nodded numbly. "Good," McGonagall appeared appeased. "I do enjoy our tea time." She began to walk back to the staff table before pausing. "Oh, and Miss Greengrass, we will discover who damaged your property and punishment will be remitted." The statement was made in a louder tone, and the great hall chatter diminished greatly. "Thank you," Daphne squeaked. After Professor Flitwick also made a public showing of support, Daphne was finally able to scramble out of the great hall and to her potions. Class, a part of her wanted to kill Astoria for telling Tonks, who then clearly told McGonagall, who then told the rest of the staff. But another part of her was immensely grateful that she did have friends who would stand up for her, even if they weren't her age. "Ah, Miss Greengrass, just in time," Slughorn greeted as Daphne stumbled into the class, out of breath and clutching her bag to her. She took an empty seat, blatantly aware that none would partner with her, despite the class format almost requiring one. She trusted Slughorn would have a plan and made her lack of potions book clear, which Slughorn had already been informed of. He instructed her to retrieve a book from the shelves in the back, and she promised she would order a new book at lunch. When she found 2 textbooks to choose from, Daphne went with the older, more weathered version, feeling it had more character than the newer text. She was quite surprised, when turning to the instructed page, to find it was layered with notes in the margins in tiny, scrawling text. Her desire to investigate was interrupted by Slughorn beginning the class and asking the students to identify 3 potions. Daphne, having continued to delve into her studies, even over the summer, immediately recognized the first. "It's Polyjuice," Daphne spoke up confidently. "Right you are, Miss Greengrass," Slughorn chortled. "Take 5 points." He gestured to the next, a vibrant pink potion that smelled like broom, polish and cedar, and reminded her of. Daphne swallowed heavily, her eyes watering as a horrible truth settled on her shoulders. She struggled to retain control as she croaked out the correct answer. "It's Amortentia." Slughorn gave her a sympathetic smile and nodded encouragingly, pointing to a vibrant gold potion. "And this?" "Felix Felicis," Daphne replied in a watery voice. "Well done, Miss Greengrass," Slughorn said in a gentle tone. "Take 10 points, and you may return to your seat." Daphne nodded gratefully and hastily returned, quickly burying her face in her arms as she struggled to comprehend why she smelled cedar and broom polish when exposed to the most powerful love potion in existence. Oh, she knew those smells, having recovered nearly every true memory of her times with Harry. "It's true," Daphne thought miserably. "I've been trying to deny it too myself, but I still love him. I never got the chance to tell him." September 6, 1996, Hogwarts, midday. Daphne accepted the delivered package from the owl post, giving the owl a rasher of bacon as payment, and unwrapped her new potions book with a sigh. She was quite enjoying the self-proclaimed half-blood prince's book. Her desire to do the right thing, however, caused her to cut her lunch short and head to Professor Slughorn's office. Arriving, she knocked gently on the door and waited for the call to enter. Pushing the door open, she found Slughorn lounging in his chair, grading third-year essays. "Miss Greengrass," he greeted Daphne with a smile. "I trust all is well." "Yes, Professor," Daphne smiled politely. "I just wanted to speak with you regarding this textbook you loan me." Slughorn raised an eyebrow. "You see," Daphne continued, "the textbook I ordered came in the mail. But I find I much prefer the one you lent me, and was wondering if I—" She trailed off and took a deep breath. "If I could, perhaps, exchange my new one for this old one." "I find that request quite odd," Slughorn said after a pause. "Yes, sir." Daphne nodded and produced the weathered textbook, handing it to Slughorn, who took it and began thumbing through it. "As you'll see, the previous owner took copious notes, many of which I am personally already aware. However, there have been quite a few techniques I was unaware of that sound very promising." She looked down at her feet, her hair covering her face in a golden curtain. "I would like to continue learning from that text, if you'll allow." "It's sir." Slughorn produced his wand and cast several spells, many of which Daphne didn't know, before finally shrugging and returning the book. Fair exchange, I believe, he gave a gracious smile. I see no issue with you retaining that book, especially seeing you have the courtesy to replace it. Daphne gratefully produced her new textbook and eagerly handed it over. Thank you, Professor, she gushed excitedly. I find the knowledge here truly fascinating. Slughorn chuckled. It's my pleasure, Miss Greengrass. His expression shifted suddenly, and he leaned forward. You will tell me if you find anything dark or harmful in there, understood? Daphne gulped and nodded fervently. Of course, Professor. Wonderful, Slughorn clapped his hands. I don't suppose you'd like to stay and grade papers, he asked teasingly, fully expecting Daphne to bolt from the room. I'd love to, Daphne said timidly. My next class doesn't start for another hour. Slughorn looked up in surprise and studied Daphne for several silent moments. He exhaled slowly and gave an encouraging smile. I welcome your aid, Miss Greengrass. Daphne. Then you may call me Horace Daphne. September 21, 1996, Hogwarts evening. Daphne sat in Headmistress McGonagall's office, humming to herself as she pored over several books she'd checked out of the library. Madam Pince had a soft spot for Daphne, who spent quite a bit of time in the library, never causing trouble, and therefore allowed the girl to check out more books than was usually allotted. It didn't really bother Daphne that she spent all her free time either training with Tonks or reading. She at least had several locations she read in, like the library or Professor Flitwick, McGonagall, Tonks, or Slughorn's offices, the room of requirement, now public knowledge, thanks to Harry's memories, was unavailable due to being put under strict guard. Daphne found herself quite fascinated with who the half-blood prince was. His knowledge was, well, staggering. Daphne spent hours poring over the tome, learning and absorbing all she could. Just last week she had finally determined to unravel the mystery of the previous owner, and thus had checked out several lineage texts from Madame Pince. It was getting late, however, and Minerva would scold her for stretching curfew. With a yawn, Daphne packed her things, finished her tea, thanked Minerva profusely, and departed. Minerva watched her favorite student leave, and finally let out a huff. Once the door to her office closed, Daphne remained isolated, and while Minerva wanted to punish any student foolish enough to even glare at the poor girl, she knew that simply wasn't fair or practical. People were allowed to express their opinions, even if Minerva knew them to be wrong. Oh, but how she longed to curse Rita Skeeter for continuing to infer the rubbish she wrote about Daphne being the sole reason Harry Potter had abandoned Britain. Shaking those dark thoughts away, Minerva ran over the previous conversations she had carried out with Andromeda just the day prior. Progress reports on Daphne were a regular occurrence amongst those intent on seeing the girl healed. Both Minerva and Andromeda agreed that Daphne needed an outlet to focus her inquisitive and investigative nature, as well as to take her mind off what was going on around her. The introduction to this textbook appeared to do the trick, and Minerva was glad to see Daphne enjoying herself. Horace had, of course, ensured that the book was harmless, although Minerva still scolded him for being lazy and not thoroughly scouring the notes. Seeing Daphne humming and smiling to herself, however, had been enough for the usually stern headmistress. She would continue to monitor Daphne and ensure the girl attained her goal of becoming an Auror, a goal recently expressed to both Andromeda and her through private conversations. Minerva stood and suppressed a groan as her old bones protested. As she prepared for bed, she found herself hopping that Daphne's investigation would keep her occupied for months to come, especially if it made her smile. September 28, 1996, Hogwarts, evening. You want to try some random spell you found in an old textbook? Tonks questioned incredulously. You realize, Blondie, that there is no way to know what this spell does, yeah. Which is exactly why we should try it, don't you think? Daphne questioned innocently. No. And that's why you're here, Daphne added. Tonks grumbled and waved her wand to bring a training dummy to the center of the room. Don't cast anything yet, she commanded, continuing to mutter charms under her breath. Eventually, the Dada professor seemed satisfied, and she gave the go. Ahead to Daphne. Sectum sempra, Daphne said, and then gasped in horror as deep gouges cut into the training dummy all along its torso. Holy shite, Tonks swore wide-eyed. Daphne lowered her wand, barely holding on to it with how badly she was trembling. That would easily kill someone, Tonks commented after inspecting the dummy. She turned to see Daphne holding out the book with both hands. Take it, Daphne indicated to the outstretched tome. Why? Tonks questioned, surprised. Anyone who invents a spell like that can't be good, Daphne said immediately. I don't want to learn from someone like that. Have a seat, Blondie, Tonks instructed after kicking out a chair in Daphne's direction. She grabbed her own and pulled it over to Daphne, who sat down, clearly befuddled. You do understand that a spell like that one is dead useful in a fight, yeah? It could save your life. It would kill, Daphne began to protest. A lot of spells can kill, Tonks waved away the argument. Hell, Wingardium Leviosa can easily kill if you levitate the person high. Enough, does that make it an evil spell? Daphne frowned. That's not the same and you know it, this spell has no practical use, outside of hurting someone. Use it for self-defense then, Tonks winked. I'm not saying to cast it if someone is bullying you, but if someone threatens you and intends to hurt you, use it freely. Daphne sighed as her argument faltered and collapsed. Fine. Who knows, there may be a counter curse in there somewhere, Tonks quipped as she stood. Well, since you're here, we may as well have a little spar, yeah. Daphne groaned. And no using that new spell, obviously, Tonks added with a laugh. October 31, 1996, Hogwarts morning. Daphne slowly ate her breakfast, smiling as Astoria happily gave a play-by-play of the recent Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch game, in which she, being the Gryffindor seeker, caught the snitch. Daphne, who had attended the game, had felt unspeakable joy at seeing her baby sister compete at Quidditch and having fun without worry of a blood curse. Episode. Daphne also had to admit she found Sasha's participation hilarious. Considering the basilisk flat out refused to be parted from Astoria, even when she was playing Quidditch, and no one was foolish enough to attempt to separate them. There were no official rules against a basilisk's participation, and therefore no ability to penalize said basilisk. Using her death glare on an incoming bludger that suddenly wobbled precariously in the air before plummeting lifeless onto the pitch. Madame Hooch had been at a loss upon seeing a bludger rendered inert. Astoria chose to capitalize her opportunity by laughing maniacally while flying around in pursuit of the snitch, seemingly sensing Astoria's intention. Sasha had reared up and bared her fangs at anyone who came remotely close. No one blamed the Slytherin seeker for staying on the opposite side of the field, and no one begrudged the sound. Thumping Gryffindor gave Slytherin, at least not publicly, turned out, as Daphne already knew, that Astoria was a very sore winner. But Daphne currently found her mind caught up in the monumental discovery she had made regarding a certain textbook she found herself quite fond of. Said textbook now sat untouched in her bag as she debated who to tell first. A flurry of owls diving among students distracted her from her thoughts, and Astoria from her story. Daphne retrieved her copy of The Prophet, placing her sickle in the pouch, and began reading. It didn't take long for her blood to run cold. Astoria, sensing the change in atmosphere, immediately leaned over. poking her head beneath Daphne's arm. What happened? Dumbledore escaped, Daphne said, her voice strained and choked. What? Astoria forced Daphne to accommodate her so she could read alongside her older sister. Dumbledore, ESCAPES, Jorinjotities mining prison. Gringotts was in uproar this morning as it has recently been discovered that the dastardly Albus Dumbledore, whose fall from grace can be read about in my upcoming book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, has escaped his imprisonment by the Goblin Nation. Gringotts was unable, or unwilling, to provide a response regarding their ongoing investigation. However, never let it be said that this reporter does not do her due diligence. I have obtained, at great personal risk, photographs of the crime scene. I must warn you, readers, that the following images may be disturbing. Astoria and Daphne both gasped as they saw the images of several goblin bodies. Astoria gasped at the amount of blood and gore, but Daphne gasped for a completely different reason, for there were several goblins whose chests appeared ruptured with many deep cuts. Cuts that looked suspiciously. Sectum sempra, Daphne thought in shock. The Greengrass girls continued reading. It is unknown if this is the work of Albus himself, which brings into question exactly how the legendary wizard was able to use magic when under 3 suppressing cuffs, or did he have aid from an unknown accomplice? I admit I myself have speculated that Severus Snape aided in this tragic escape. However, let me remind you, dear readers, that Severus Snape was freed from Azkaban during an assault by you-know-who made his displeasure with his previous servants most known. The fact that Snape's body was never found indicates that he is firmly on the side of the crazed he who must not be named. Alas, one must bring to question, what if? As everyone now knows, Harry Potter easily disarmed the great Albus Dumbledore with a mere snap of his fingers. One must ask, what if Harry Potter were still in Britain? Would you-know-who still be lurking in the shadows? Would Albus Dumbledore dare to escape knowing such a powerful foe stands vigilant over this great nation? Sadly, it seems we shall never know, as Harry Potter remains absent from our world. No credible sightings of Harry Potter have been made in a year, and the Ministry has rightly added hefty fines for those who dare give false reports of Harry Potter's whereabouts. Minister of Magic Amelia Bones had this to say. I hope that, wherever Harry Potter is, he is happy and enjoying his freedom. While we recognize the loss of a national icon, Mr. Potter made his decision, and no one can fault him for it. For now, know that the Ministry is working closely with the Goblin Nation to ascertain how Albus Dumbledore escaped, and to bring him to swift justice once he is apprehended, which he will be. A wonderful statement from our strong administration, and this reporter breathes a sigh of relief when she hears such confident words. I hope the rest of you will join me in wishing Harry Potter all the best, wherever he is. As you know, he endured hardship that boggles the mind. For more on Harry Potter, his past, experiences at Hogwarts, and his tragic, ill-fated romance with Daphne Greengrass, see page 6. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter. The general din of chatter in the Great Hall began to rise in volume as more and more students began discussing the great escape of Albus Dumbledore. Astoria snarled as she finished the article and slammed it down on the table. Don't you listen to this shite, Daphne, Astoria said viciously. Rita Skeeter will get what's coming to her one day, mark my words. Daphne offered a half-smile as her eyes frantically sought out Headmistress McGonagall. I have to go, Torrey, Daphne said distantly. Go ahead, Astoria said glumly. I'll deal with anyone who wants to voice their opinions too loudly. Sasha hissed angrily and bared her fangs in agreement. Daphne darted away, hurrying to the staff table. Headmistress, she called. Yes, Daphne, McGonagall questioned, her face pale as she too read the article. I need to speak with you, it's urgent. Daphne, McGonagall said, leaning forward and lowering her voice. As you can see, I'm quite busy. It's Snape, Daphne blurted. What? Snape, Daphne said again. He's the one who freed Dumbledore. McGonagall sat back in her chair, a frown marring her features. How? I don't know, Daphne shook her head, confused. No, not how did he free Albus, McGonagall clarified. How do you? No, Severus is the one who helped Albus escape. Daphne fidgeted and looked over at Tonks, who gave her an encouraging nod. Can we talk elsewhere, please? Daphne pleaded. My office, 5 minutes. Daphne nodded and scurried away. Minerva turned to Tonks and huffed. You too, Dora. Yes, ma'am, Tonks mock saluted and bolted. Explain, Minerva demanded once Dora and Daphne were all comfortable in her office. I figured out who the half-blood prince was, Daphne said shakily. Tonks gasped. You never told me. I only figured it out last night, Daphne admitted. And what does your potions textbook have to do with Albus escaping? Prison, Minerva demanded sternly. The spell, Daphne fumbled for words. The one pictured in the paper. The spell used to kill the goblin guards, Tonks clarified. It is detestable. Our ministry would even allow such a thing to be. Shown, Minerva spat. It's called Sectum Sempra, Daphne said timidly. Tonks and I tried it. Once after I discovered it in the book. Obviously, I explained when it was acceptable to use, Tonks defended. As Minerva turned her rising ire toward the newest Dada professor. You know as well as I, Minnie, that any spell can be used for hurting. True, Minerva begrudgingly admitted. You are convinced, then, that Severus is the half-blood prince. Yes, ma'am, Daphne nodded solemnly. Elaborate. Daphne took a deep breath. The book was found in the potions classroom, so I assumed it was a former student who had left it behind. Seeing as all I had was a potential surname, I began researching the student logs for anyone with Prince as their last name. It took several weeks, but eventually I stumbled across someone named Eileen. Prince. McGonagall's nostrils flared. The president of the Gobstone Club. Yes, Daphne nodded eagerly. She was captain of the Hogwarts Gobstone's team during her 5th year, while concurrently the president of the Gobstone Club. And, Minerva pressed. And she married a muggle named Tobias Snape, Daphne said. Nervously, once I had confirmed the name Prince was a former wizarding family, I checked known wizarding heritage trees and found that Eileen married a muggle named Tobias Snape and caused the Prince line to end with the birth of Severus Snape and her subsequent lack of producing other heirs. How in Merlin's beard did you get information on family heritage trees? Minerva asked in awe. Those are heavily protected, as you well know. I may have asked Professor Slughorn, Daphne admitted sheepishly. He is good friends with the current head of the Department of Commerce. Of course he is, Minerva rolled her eyes. And I may have told him I wanted to review some heritage trees for a project I was working on. A project? Tonks asked dryly. I didn't say it was for school, Daphne protested. You must have deeply endeared yourself to Horace, dear, Minerva said. Riley. I may help him grade papers, Daphne mumbled. Tonks burst into laughter, and Minerva allowed herself to release a very unladylike snort. You're like a niffler seeking treasure, Tonks teased her friend. I didn't offer to grade papers because I needed something, Daphne defended, incensed. I started helping him grade papers shortly after term began. My desire for those heritage trees came much later. Do you help Dora grade her papers too, Daphne? Minerva asked, causing Tonks to quickly sober up, and began miming for Daphne to keep her mouth shut. Yes. Oh, you're so going to pay, Blondie, Tonks promised in mock Outrage. I also helped Professor Flitwick and you. Daphne indicated Minerva, who shot a sly smirk at Tonks. Headmistress, Tonks gasped in faux shock. How could you abuse your power so? Take it up with the board, Minerva snarked before stalking over to they. Flew. Daphne, are you willing to give a statement to the DMLE and Minister? Why, yes, Daphne stammered. Good, Minerva sniffed and ducked her head into the fireplace after casting the green powder in. A short conversation ensued, and Minerva stepped back, returning to her desk while the Flu flared and Amelia Bones stepped out. Amy, Minerva greeted casually. Hiya, boss, Tonks saluted. Morgana, Minnie, Amelia groused. Please tell me I was not called here because of something Dora did. I have a student here who has information on the escape of Albus Dumbledore. Oh, Amelia perked up. Who? Me, Daphne waved shyly. Daphne Greengrass, Amelia said, disbelief in her tone evident. Hear her out, boss, Tonks pleaded. I know you'll be impressed. I'm impressed, Amelia admitted roughly an hour later. You recognized a spell, having only been used once by yourself, from a picture, not to mention your tenacious pursuit of discovering the identity of this half-blood prince. Daphne flushed under the praise. Although I'm going to have to ignore what you told me about John. Amelia grumbled, referring to the head of the Department of Commerce. Horace can be quite persuasive, Minerva said dryly. Don't remind me, Amelia muttered before giving Daphne a critical. You've got a sharp mind, kid, and you think like an Auror. Thank you, Minister, Daphne stammered, trying to not wither under the praise. It's my dream to one day be an Auror. Amelia studied Daphne for several moments before apparently coming to a decision. She moved to the Flu and called for someone. A tall, striking man entered shortly after, his hair arranged to look like that of a lion's mane. Daphne recognized him as Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the DMLE. Minister Bones, Rufus inclined his head. To what do I owe the pleasure? Rufus, I'd like you to meet Daphne Greengrass, Amelia gestured to the girl. Rufus' eyebrows disappeared into his mane of hair before he composed himself, clearing his throat. Miss Greengrass, a pleasure. Thank you, sir, Daphne said meekly. Daphne here gave us a huge lead on the Dumbledore escape, Amelia said. I'll fill you in shortly, but I wanted to inquire if you're still breaking down the trial files. You know we are, Minister, Scrimgeour replied stiffly. I'd like a copy of all the files sent to Daphne here. I'll have them to her by the end of the day, Scrimgeour said. Not questioning the order. Excellent. I'll be by your office within the hour to discuss what we've learned. I look forward to it, Scrimgeour bowed and made his exit through the Flu. What are the trial files? Daphne asked in confusion. Amelia took a seat across from Daphne and grinned at her. The trial files are all of the interviews, raid reports, and transcripts of the trials that occurred for each and every Death Eater along with Fudge, Umbridge, and Dumbledore. Daphne blinked. Listen, kid, Amelia sighed and leaned back in her chair. The Ministry is still at war. Harry Potter and yourself both got the short end of the stick for different reasons in this mess. What I know is we have two very dangerous wizards on the loose, Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore. What does this have to do with some files, Amy? Minerva asked, also confused. Nothing, Amelia admitted wryly. This is my way of repaying a debt. The Ministry owes Miss Greengrass here. She turned back to Daphne. You want answers, yeah. Daphne nodded. You want to know exactly what you said, and what was not you. Another nod, this time much more fervent. Then consider our debt settled. Amelia clapped her hands and stood. If you find anything of import, I'll trust you'll contact me through Minnie here. Daphne nodded a third time, completely dumbfounded. Oh, and don't worry about your dream, Daphne. Amelia smiled down at her. Once you've graduated, I'll fast-track your application. We can. Always use bright minds like yours in the Force. Thank you, Daphne gasped, shocked and humbled. No, thank you, Daphne, Amelia said, and with a final wave vanished in a flash of green flame. What the bloody hell was that? Tonks asked the room. Politics, Dora, Minerva rolled her eyes. I would have thought you'd have experienced that by now. Tonks scoffed. You kidding me? I barely made it through the academy. It's a good thing we've been training together, Blondie. The Auror program is hell. Daphne wasn't listening, too intent on the revelation that all the data would soon be at her fingertips. She could finally answer the burning questions that lingered in her mind regarding all that had occurred over the years, questions which her limited participation in the trials and the news articles she had read simply had not been able to answer. And once I understand, I can tell Harry, Daphne thought feverishly. I'll find him and explain everything. As Daphne began bouncing in her chair with barely repressed glee, she failed to note the sad gleam in Minerva's eyes. Then maybe there can be a chance again, Daphne told herself. A chance we can be together. December 25, 1996, Hogwarts midday. My dearest Daphne, it pains me to write this, my daughter, but I feel you deserve the truth. The Greengrass fortune is nearly spent. When he died, many of our business dealings that were illicit crumbled, cutting our fortune in half. Upon learning of the assault on your character by the Daily Prophet, I contacted a solicitor and began a suit against the Daily Prophet, namely Rita Skeeter, for defamation of character. For months I have been silently fighting a battle so that you, my baby girl, no longer must suffer such an injustice as having your person attacked verbally for other people's entertainment. Sadly, the Daily Prophet is backed by the ministry, and the ministry has far deeper coffers than our family. I now run the risk of bankrupting our family if I continue the fight. My anticipated Christmas gift to you was the assurance that your name would no longer be slandered. I have failed in that pursuit, and I feel I have failed you as a mother in the process. I tell you this as I leave the decision to you now, my baby. Do I continue to fight for you and risk losing what we have left? Or do I stand by and allow this injustice to continue? My heart tells me to fight on and damn the consequences, but I believe that the decision should be yours, as I could not bear bringing further heartbreak to you, Daphne. To alleviate your concerns, I have the means to finish putting both you and Tori through Hogwarts and am actively seeking employment so I can better support you both. I love you so desperately, my daughter, and am so very proud of you. I only wish I could have provided you with the Christmas gift you deserved. With love from your mother, Arya Greengrass. Daphne lowered the letter, uncaring of the tears she freely shed. Her mother loved her and was fighting for her. The thought, however, that it was going to cost what little the Greengrass family had left to its name devastated her. Daphne couldn't bear the thought of Arya spending the last remnants of the Greengrass family fortune fighting a losing battle over her character. Simply put, Daphne didn't feel she was worth the battle. So, with a heavy heart, Daphne trudged up to the 7th floor, prepared to fully humble herself, and entered Headmistress McGonagall's office after providing the password. Minerva never withheld the password to her office from her. Daphne, she heard the worried voice of her mentor call but was unable to register it through her sobs. What's wrong? She held out the letter with a shaking hand before collapsing into a nearby chair and sobbing bitterly as Minerva read the letter stoically. Daphne felt the elder woman embrace her lovingly after having finished reading the letter. Hush, child, Minerva whispered comfortingly. You know I will fund your education. You never had to ask. It's hard, Daphne hiccuped. I want Mum to keep fighting, but I can't allow it. Tori deserves to have a normal life, even if that means mine is forever shadowed by Rita Skeeter. Daphne fell silent for several moments. The only sounds were her sobs. And sniffles, but it still hurts, she admitted. How is your project going, dear? Minerva asked as she gently stroked Daphne's hair, wanting to deviate away from the current subject. I've organized the files so I can begin reviewing them, Daphne admitted. It's been therapeutic in a way, knowing that I will soon be able to better understand what was really me and what was all them. That's good, Minerva praised calmly. I'm happy you found something to keep you occupied that isn't just studying and reading texts. Or practicing spells or dueling tonks, Daphne blurted with a shaky laugh. There was silence once more before Daphne spoke in a broken voice. That nearly shattered Minerva's typically stoic facade. I wish I wasn't a burden, Minerva. Who accused you of being a burden? Minerva whispered harshly. Daphne didn't answer. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs as Minerva continued to run her hand through Daphne's hair. After several minutes, Daphne finally spoke in a husky voice, thick with emotion. Everyone looks at me like I'm a pariah. I don't want Mum to bankrupt our family trying to fight a losing battle, especially when Rita's right. Daphne took a stuttering breath. I'm the reason Harry left. It's my fault. The words were uttered in such a defeated tone. Minerva found herself unable to comment, and instead continued her soothing motion until Daphne fell into a light slumber. Standing, Minerva made a flu call, exchanging a few whispered words before she stepped back and Andromeda Tonks entered the office. Daphne, Andromeda whispered as she knelt, gently forcing the girl to look at her. We've been over this. Nothing that happened was your fault, dear. Daphne didn't question why Andromeda was suddenly there. She stubbornly shook her head. I broke my promises to him, Andy, she sobbed. Both of them I hurt. Him, she sniffled before croaking out. I left him. Are you having nightmares, Daphne? Andromeda asked gently. Daphne nodded slowly. Frequently. Another nod. They are always of, Daphne swallowed heavily, my mind being altered. Your occlumency barriers are still extremely fragile, Daphne. Andromeda explained. It will take years for your mind to heal. Unfortunately, nightmares will still be prevalent until your mental shields strengthen. Daphne sighed heavily. You still haven't forgiven yourself, Andromeda observed. Daphne shook her head. I can forgive myself when I give him the completed binder and fulfill my last promise. Daphne, you wrote that letter when you were 8. I know, Daphne sniffled. I know it's silly. There was a long silence before Daphne took a deep breath. I still love him, she admitted. We know, Minerva and Andromeda chorused, both smiling encouragingly. It doesn't make sense for me to, Daphne shrugged, but I do. Professor Slughorn brewed Amortentia earlier this year, and it smelled just like Harry. She bit her lower lip. It confirmed what I knew deep down. Have you worked out why you love him? Andromeda questioned. Daphne hiccuped and covered her face as she began to sob. He always protected me. How can I not love him? He endured so much just for the promise of being with me. Malfoy, a mountain troll, a basilisk, his family. Minerva passed Daphne a cup of tea, which she took with shaky hands. I think I first fell in love with him when he hid me from them. He was so worried, and he didn't care that he was going to be beaten. He just wanted me to be safe. As soon as his uncle left the room, he ordered Dobby to take me away so I would be safe. She tried to have a sip of tea, but found herself shaking too badly. He offered himself in my place, so Draco would leave me alone. Daphne whispered miserably as her shoulders bobbed up and down. From her sobbing, he took a basilisk fang for me. Andromeda carefully removed the steaming teacup and set it aside the nearby side table before embracing Daphne. Skeeter thinks Harry is tragically bound to love me because of his family magic, Daphne muttered into Andromeda's chest. Family magic doesn't work that way. I refuse to believe his feelings were manufactured, Andy. I've spent countless hours with Harry in his mind, Andromeda whispered as Daphne continued to cry. You always held a special place. In his mindscape, I want to agree that no family magic could force such a thing, but I also went through those moments where he was physically ill from attempting to pursue anyone other than you. Daphne nodded and pulled away, uncaring about her appearance. She moved her hair, currently in disarray, from her face. Well, whatever it was, he broke it so he could be free of me, she whispered with a grimace. I don't expect forgiveness or even understanding, should I ever find him. I just want to be able to tell Harry that I'm sorry and ask him what he wants for healing Astoria. Harry won't want anything, Andromeda said. Daphne shrugged. Maybe, once I fulfill whatever he requests, then I can forgive my part in what happened. I'll know that I at least didn't break the first promise I ever made to him. She stood before Minerva or Andromeda could comment. Thank you both for listening. I'm tired though and would like to sleep. Daphne, it's only just past noon. Daphne replied with a pained smile. You can join us for dinner, Andromeda offered, looking at Minerva, who gave a short, approving nod. I don't think I'd be good company, Daphne muttered as she made her way to the door. Thank you though, tell Tonks and Ted, happy Christmas for me. Andromeda watched Daphne depart and sighed softly when she heard her door close. She's half right, Minnie, Andromeda whispered to her friend. Harry did want to be free, but I'm not convinced it was to be free from Daphne. December 30, 1996, Castle Ravenclaw, midday. Harry sat in Rowena Ravenclaw's study, leaning back in his chair, feet propped on the desk, and slowly twirling his wand in the hand that did not hold the recently written letter he was reviewing. I still can't believe you convinced me to come back to Britain, Harry groused to the floating portraits of Salazar, Rowena, and Arcturus while Fawkes chirruped happily from Harry's shoulder. Well, it wasn't fair that you saw Sal's ancient home and not mine, Rowena exclaimed petulantly. It was high time we visit Ravenclaw Castle. Sure, but did it have to be on Christmas Day? Harry deadpanned. It was the least likely time to be spotted, Salazar said smugly. Harry rolled his eyes and took a glance around the study. Like nearly every room, it was covered with bookshelves that were filled to the brim with ancient tomes. He could feel the ancient magic running through the stones, swirling around and caressing its recently recognized Lord Ravenclaw. Yeah, well, you two did nothing in halves, did you? Harry observed with a chuckle. My wife is a show-off, Salazar nodded sagely. Arcturus snorted and muttered a pot calling the kettle black idiom. Frankly, I'm quite relieved we didn't encounter any cute and cuddly basilisks with a hankering to eat anything that moves, Harry said sarcastically. That level of crazed would only be prevalent in my idiot, darling husband, Rowena reminded Harry sweetly. Hey, Salazar cried in protest. There were quite a few nasty traps, though, Arcturus snorted. Some of those would have been quite useful against invading armies. I especially enjoyed the one that sealed the room before it began. Filling with water, Salazar nodded. Nothing like drowning to cause a panic. What part of wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, did you not comprehend? Rowena demanded, as if I would leave such previous knowledge undefended and exposed. I see the Hogwarts motto was aptly determined, Arcturus choked back a snicker. Never tickle a sleeping dragon, Salazar smirked. I came up with that one after facing Helga and Rowena's ire. You never pranked us again, though, Rowena said smugly. Salazar shivered. It was worth the journey, Harry admitted with a sigh as he patted a thick book atop the desk he was currently seated at. Who would have thought you had an ancient Peveill tome, Mama Claw? Not to mention it is written in parcel tongue, Salazar muttered bitterly. Not everyone broadcasts their secrets, Papa Sal, Harry teased. Rowena laughed outright while Salazar pouted. Harry took several moments to finish reviewing his letter. After finding it satisfactory, he nodded at Fawkes, who snatched the letter in his claws and vanished in a flash of flame. He lowered his feet and straightened before idly thrumming his fingers on the desk while still twirling his wand in thought. A small pop echoed in the room. Harry didn't even flinch. Would Master Harry like lunch? The diminutive house elf questioned. Harry forced a smile. That would be brilliant, Dobby. The elf smiled brightly, but it faded rather swiftly. Dobby fidgeted nervously and hesitated until Harry addressed him once more. Everything okay? Dobby tugged on his ear, his tennis ball-shaped eyes wide. Dobby is Master Harry's friend. Harry blinked. Of course you're my friend, Dobby. The house elf took a deep breath. Dobby was just wondering why. Harry Potter, sir, doesn't seem happy. Harry cocked his head to the side curiously. What makes you think I'm not happy? I'll admit I've been contemplative the last several days, but I'm still processing what I've learned. Dobby shook his head, his ears flapping comically. Dobby knows. Dobby is bonded to Master Harry. Harry Potter, sir, is not happy. Tugging his ears nervously, Dobby looked down at the floor. Dobby is sorry if he has spoken out of turn. No, Harry choked out before clearing his throat. You are always welcome to share your thoughts, my friend. Thank you. Dobby bowed low. Dobby will bring Master Harry's lunch. He vanished with a pop. Curious creatures, house elves, Arcturus observed casually. They have a unique bond with magic that we could never hope to replicate, Rowena said coolly. There is much we could learn from them. I never liked how they always seem to know things about those they bond with, Salazar grunted. Harry hummed as he considered Dobby's words, not bothering to comment. Not happy, huh? Harry thought. I wonder what Dobby is sensing that brought him to that conclusion. Sure, I'm a little lonely, what with some old portraits, a phoenix, and a house elf to speak with regularly. Especially seeing as Fleur got that new job, and I haven't seen her since my birthday. It's not like I can fault her for not writing for Christmas, considering she only is able to contact me when I send Fawkes to her. He muttered softly as lunch appeared on his desk. Harry gratefully took a sandwich and chewed thoughtfully. Not to mention the curse breaker Fleur is dadding, Harry mused. I'm glad she found someone that suits her. Merlin knows it would never have worked if the two of us attempted something beyond friendship. Still, the playful flirting is always fun. Harry swallowed, sighed, and took another bite. He liked Fleur, he really did. Harry had found, however, that he truly enjoyed the Muggle world and what it had to offer. Having magic at your beck and call whilst living amongst them was almost like being one of those superheroes he saw in comic stores. What I need to find is a witch who appreciates the Muggle world as much as I do and wouldn't mind living in it permanently, Harry declared after finishing his first sandwich half, and someone who doesn't give a damn that I'm Harry Potter. He snorted derisively. I'd have better luck finding a unicorn foal in the Forbidden Forest. The portrait stared at Harry with confused expressions. Unbidden, an image of sapphire blue eyes flickered across Harry's mind, causing him to nearly choke on his food. No, Harry growled. That was just the curse of the Potter family magic. Was it? His conscience challenged. You know it was, Harry snarled, slamming his fist on the desk. Then why did you lie to Astoria? His conscience demanded. I suspected she wasn't in control of her actions, Harry defended. Astoria merely confirmed those suspicions. Telling Torre I know was not lying. And yet you are so confident in your understanding of the Potter family. Magic. Harry sighed and sagged back into his chair, wondering why he was debating with himself. No, I'm not confident in that at all. Why not? So much knowledge at your fingertips, and yet you refuse to investigate. I've left that part of my life behind, Harry said stubbornly. As if mocking his statement, an image of Daphne, wide-eyed mouth, agape and with tears streaming down her cheeks, appeared in his mind. Harry flinched as if physically struck. He would never forget that moment when his first friend showed such raw emotion at how he was treated by his relatives. Yes, she had been scared and confused, having just been transported by a rogue house elf, but when Harry withdrew the invisibility cloak, neither of those emotions were present in her gaze. It was only compassion and concern that she looked at him with. It took several attempts, but Harry finally managed to clear his mind, although he was shaking and sweating by the time he did. Again unbidden, a secondary image of Daphne flared in his mind. She was sitting on his bed, tear tracks on her cheeks. The moonlight flooded his old room at 4 Privet Drive, causing Daphne's hair to practically glow. It was another moment Harry would never forget, when his very soul seemed to shiver at her beauty. That was just my family magic, Harry spat. Are you sure? Harry refused to answer. She looked radiant. Yeah, she did, Harry admitted in a whisper before an idea came to him. He stood suddenly, upending his chair. Care to share my heir? Salazar questioned with a raised eyebrow. Harry jumped upon hearing a voice that was not his own, suddenly aware he was not alone in the study. Just thinking, Harry trailed off, surprised to find he had been sweating. About Daphne, Rowena prodded. Harry felt a surge of anger at the name but forced it back. He nodded tersely. You assert your feelings for Daphne were conjured by family magic? Arcturus questioned, surprise lacing his tone. Are you suggesting that is nonsensical? Harry countered. Arcturus rubbed his chin in thought. Can you brew love in a potion? Boy. Harry blinked. No. Then, why would you assert that any form of magic can conjure love? Arcturus pressed. Harry picked up his chair before turning and slumping heavily into it. He grunted in acknowledgement of the point Arcturus was making. Then why would my magic react whenever I attempted to pursue someone else? Harry pondered aloud. That's a question we would need more data to answer, Rowena advised. Perhaps another visit to the Potter Vault in Gringotts, Arcturus prompted. Dobby, Harry called. The house elf appeared immediately. Master Harry calls for Dobby. Harry grabbed a quill and parchment and began scribbling. Can you please procure these ingredients? Dobby reviewed the list, gave a nod, and popped away. Harry sighed and began drumming his fingers on his desk. Perhaps a more thorough investigation of the Potter Vault is in order, Harry admitted with a huff. It will likely take time to get in contact with Kisanth. Ah, yes, nothing like contacting a dragon that tried to kill you, Salazar chortled. She was being influenced by dark magic, Harry shrugged. I'm sure she'd be much more amicable this time around. You still believe you need to speak with one of those beasts? Arcturus asked in disbelief. Harry tapped the Peveill book with his index finger and felt his magic hum with glee at the contact. I do, if we want to find Ravenclaw Castle. That is. And you didn't want to visit my ancient home, Rowena said smugly. Dobby reappeared, a cauldron and several bags floating beside him. Harry thanked his friend with a smile as he set about transfiguring his chair into a table where he placed the cauldron Dobby procured. Once he had the ingredients unpacked and a fire lit beneath the cauldron, Dobby gave a bow and popped away. What in Merlin's name are you up to, boy? Arcturus queried. Brewing Amortentia, Harry replied casually. Ah, Rowena smiled. You truly are a Ravenclaw, my dear. Harry grinned as Rowena and Salazar both began suggesting techniques to quickly brew the potion. Roughly 4 hours later, Harry sagged back against the wall as a mother-of-pearl sheened potion bubbled within its cauldron. Steam rose in characteristic spirals as the smell of strawberries and lemons permeated the air, a smell he would recognize anywhere. Smell he absolutely loved. Harry found himself breathing slowly and deeply, as the fumes seemed to be filling him up like drink. Damn, Harry swore. All this does is present more questions. Why? Salazar barked. Use your brain, my love, Rowena scolded before turning back to Harry. It smells like Daphne then. Harry closed his eyes and nodded. Curious, Arcturus hummed. That implies your feelings are genuine. Seeing as how Amortentia smells differently, to each of according to what attracts us. Harry's hand instinctively flexed, and the elder wand shot out from its hidden wrist holster. I need a minute, Harry said stiffly. He turned on his heel and left the study, making his way to the courtyard. Along the way, Harry found himself confused at this recent revelation. That confusion led to frustration, seeing as how he thought his feelings. For Daphne, resolved and buried, that frustration was the source of the current surge of magic within himself, threatening to break free. Not helping was the ancient magic that saturated the very stones Harry stood upon, and his own impressive reserves of magic from his core. Finally feeling the chilly winter air, Harry raised his wand and vented his confusion, anger, and irritation in a spectacular display of lights, followed by a cacophony of booms. Panting heavily, sweat lining his clothes and hands shaking, Harry admitted he felt much better. It had been a while since he'd had an emotional outburst. He probably should have contemplated raising the air temperature in Pembrokeshire a good 10 degrees Celsius, but Harry found he just didn't care. The ugly-looking clouds that were rapidly forming, however, did cause Harry to balk. Maybe it would be wise to not agitate Mother Nature in the future. Harry pondered how best to dispel lightning storms when there was a bright orange flash, followed by a significant crack. Harry shielded his eyes and blinked several times once the light ebbed. There was a semi-familiar screech that sounded more like a thunderclap to Harry. He blanched and looked up to see Fawkes flitting around a gigantic avian that Harry instantly recognized from his adventure in Arizona. How the bloody hell did you bring a Thunderbird here? Harry shouted. Fawkes let out a chirruping that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Don't you sass me, Harry scolded. Never mind my first question. Why did you bring that bird here? Fawkes squawked. I don't care if you missed your playmate, Harry shouted, incensed. How are we supposed to hide that thing? Look at it. The Thunderbird appeared offended, and its wings flashed with a white light as the clouds began to churn. Oh, Harry gawked before shaking his head and stealing his expression. Don't you do it. The Thunderbird shrieked several times, and Harry just knew it was mocking him. Fawkes, Harry barked, you take that bird back to America this instant. Fawkes screeched, and then did the one thing Harry hoped he wouldn't do. He combusted. Harry, being the good friend that he was, sprinted forward as the baby Phoenix futilely flapped his underdeveloped wings while he plummeted. From the sky, wand in hand, Harry managed to slow the Phoenix's descent with a Wingardium Leviosa before gently catching the bird. His palms. Fawkes appeared quite pleased with himself. Harry poked the baby Phoenix, causing it to squawk dramatically. We are so discussing this later, Harry warned. A bright flash of lightning and a booming clap of thunder were the only warnings Harry received before a deluge of rain fell atop Castle. Ravenclaw, Harry may as well have had a lake dumped on him. Merlin, give me strength, Harry ground out as he placed a thoroughly soaked Fawkes atop his shoulder. The baby Phoenix made his displeasure known. Oh, you're going to sit there and enjoy this lovely weather while I try and figure out what to do with your buddy, Harry snarked. He glanced up at the heavens and rolled his eyes. Who seems to be enjoying himself immensely? The Thunderbird was currently lazily flapping its wings as it flew in circles. The sky, which had commenced a dangerous spiral, slowed its rotation. Oi, Sparky, Harry bellowed. The Thunderbird answered with a resounding shriek. What is it with magical birds and attitudes? Harry grumbled under his breath. He cast a silent sonorous on himself. Yes, that's your new name's Sparky. Now get down here before Muggle storm chasers come to investigate, or worse, the British ministry. Sparky landed with a thud that shook the ground so heavily it nearly knocked Harry from his feet. The Thunderbird then proceeded to read the Avian Riot Act to Fawkes, who, despite being a baby, gave as good as he got. Harry, not understanding a word of the exchange, still managed to get the general gist of the argument. You didn't tell Sparky you were taking him on an international escapade, did you? Harry prodded Fawkes. Sparky appeared to agree with this assessment. And you didn't think to ask. Harry smacked a nearby feather that was bigger than he was. Sparky wasn't impressed. Fawkes was quite pleased. Harry was taking his side. I suppose since you're here, we should probably go for a flight, yeah. Harry did his best to hide his grin. Both Thunderbird and Baby Phoenix thought that a wonderful compromise. Then I'm going to discuss with Dobby exactly how much magic we're going to need to elf-apparate you back to America. Harry patted the same feather he had smacked and then snapped his fingers. Now lean down so I can climb up. Sparky complied, and Harry was soon amongst the thunderclouds, reveling once more in the raw power of nature, laced with both Sparky's and his own magic. Okay, maybe this wasn't such a bad idea, Harry admitted to Baby Fawkes, who was doing his best to look contrite. Fawkes chirped. Harry wasn't sure if it was possible for a baby phoenix to look smug, but Fawkes was doing a good job of it. January 7, 1997, Hogwarts evening. Daffy, can we talk? Astoria asked as she plopped down next to her older sister at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall. It was currently dinner time, and Astoria had just returned from a lengthy Quidditch practice. Daphne nodded, still chewing, although she was acutely aware of the various glowers in her direction from students who thought they were being stealthy. She did her best to ignore them, but their animosity still stung. Not here, Astoria whispered. Okay, Torrey, Daphne said after swallowing. She stood and followed her younger sister toward some abandoned classrooms. Once inside, Daphne set about casting the necessary privacy charms and wards until she took a seat at a dust-covered desk. Astoria began packing nervously as Sasha slithered off the girls' shoulders and curled up in a corner of the room. I know about the Greengrass estate, Astoria finally admitted, causing Daphne to gasp. Why did you tell Mum to stop fighting for you? You weren't supposed to know, Daphne said harshly as angry tears formed in her eyes. Why did Mum tell you? She didn't, Astoria assured hurriedly. I sort of read the letter before she sent it. Daphne blinked, sending several tears down her cheeks. Of course. You did. You didn't answer my question, Daffy, Astoria whispered timidly. Daphne stiffened, her expression hardening. It doesn't matter why, she finally said coldly. Daff, I don't care about our family money, Astoria assured worriedly. I just want you to be okay. Yeah, Daphne choked back a sob. Well, I'm fine, Torrey. Astoria hurriedly embraced her older sister, her own voice watery. No. You're not Daffy. All you do is study, work with Tonks, and sift through those trial files. Daphne sobbed and laughed at the same time, nearly choking. What else am I supposed to do? She demanded. Rita Skeeter keeps printing those articles, and everyone looks at me like I'm a pariah. I don't want Mum to bankrupt our family, trying to fight a losing battle. Astoria frowned, finding it hard to refute Daphne's assertion. She had enough wherewithal to connect the ministry, had endless pockets, whereas the Greengrass estate did not. Why did Harry give you the letter? Daphne questioned. The sudden topic shift startled Astoria, who looked at her older sister with confusion. Huh. Daphne fumbled around her robe pockets before finally pulling out a crumpled, tear-stained letter and slamming it down on the desk. She stood and stepped back from the desk, gesturing for Astoria to investigate. Curious, Astoria tentatively reached out and took it quickly. Realizing it was the letter Daphne wrote to Harry asking him to save. Astoria. Daph, you wrote this when you were 8. If you heal Astoria, I will give you anything you ask for. If I don't have it, I'll work for the rest of my life to obtain it, Daphne quoted, ignoring the fact that Astoria had made the exact same statement as Andromeda on Christmas Day. I doubt Harry wants anything from you, Astoria trailed off. Then why did he give you the letter? Daphne demanded. Did he say anything to you? Astoria shrugged and sighed heavily. I don't know, no. He only told me to tell you to get help, that's all. Daphne nodded, as if anticipating that response. When I find him, I'll give him my binder so he can understand exactly what was real. Between us and what was, Daphne swallowed heavily. Not real. Astoria stared forlornly at her older sister. Then I'll ask him what he wants for healing you, Daphne's lower lip quivered as her composure threatened to shatter. And if he doesn't? Forgive me, if he yells at me, or even if he hurts me, that's okay. Daph, Astoria began. No, Daphne cut off her sister. I won't break any more promises, Torre. You told me to live, and that's what I've been doing. Astoria looked at Daphne with sorrow in her eyes. You still love him. It doesn't matter, Daphne said stubbornly. I owe him a debt and an explanation. Astoria sighed. I'm going to become an Auror, and I'll support you and Mum, Daphne continued. That's why I have been studying so hard, Torre. I don't want what I did to be a burden on you or Mum. Daphne, Astoria cried in exasperation. You are not a burden, none of what happened was your fault. Daphne fell quiet and silently sobbed. Morgana's tits, Daph, Astoria swore. Why can't you just accept that? You weren't at fault. Because I was, Daphne said in a voice barely above a whisper. She left without another word, leaving a dumbfounded Astoria. Slowly. Astoria turned to Sasha, who had watched the entire exchange. The basilisk slowly slithered forward and up Astoria's leg until she resumed her normal post atop Astoria's shoulder. Absently, Astoria stroked Sasha's snout, eliciting a purr. I really hope it's going to be okay, Astoria whispered to Sasha. January 8, 1997, Hogwarts, evening. Minerva McGonagall sat at her desk waiting for her guests to arrive. Exactly at 8 p.m., the Flue flared and Amelia Bones, current Minister of Magic, stepped out of the fireplace. Amy, Minerva greeted with a smile. Minnie, Amelia nodded before slumping into the nearest chair with a heavy sigh. You look tired, Minerva quipped with a teasing smirk. Look who's talking, Amelia snorted. I miss the easy days when I was simply the head of the DMLE. I can relate, Minerva gave an understanding nod. Well, what can I do for you, headmistress? Amelia stood and poured herself a cup of tea. I wanted to discuss the Daily Prophet, Minerva said stiffly, causing Amelia's cup to pause halfway to her mouth. She blinked before taking a sip and exhaling contentedly. What about it? Amelia finally asked, already guessing where this was going. Explain to me why the ministry seems hellbent on blaming a 16-year-old girl for the current state of affairs, Minerva demanded. The Daily Prophet is a gossip piece, Minnie, you know that. Minerva's nostrils flared. I would have thought our relationship passed placations and lies. Amelia growled and set her teacup down forcefully, leaning forward so quickly her monocle fell off and dangled from its chain. What would you like me to do, Minerva? Make Rita Skeeter stop reporting such tripe about the poor girl, Minerva said immediately. I can't, Amelia countered with a shake of her head. And why in Morgana's name not? Come on, Minerva, Amelia groaned. You know why the ministry is in shambles. The economy is barely hanging on by a thread. When we threw a third of the Wisengamot through the veil, we failed to realize that roughly 80% of our economy was controlled by those people. Minerva slumped back in her chair, visibly shaken. The corruption within Fudge's organization was staggering. Amelia continued. The goblins haven't helped the situation with how they're citing ancient treaties and agreements to carve out their own slice of the vacated wealth from those sentenced to the Veil. Minerva scowled. I don't like it any more than you do. Amelia matched Minerva's expression. The daily profit is necessary. The ministry makes money from its sales, good money, clean money. And no one sells papers quite like Rita Skeeter, Minerva spat out. Amelia winced. I wish that weren't true, but Rita is the reason the daily profit sells so wonderfully. And nothing sells quite like a relationship gone bad, and the prospect of allowing a reader to assign blame for all of their perceived woes. Minerva said venomously, Has the ministry no soul, Amelia? I suppose that depends on perspective, Amelia said thoughtfully. Before huffing, there's nothing that can be done, Minnie. The ministry is not restraining Rita Skeeter. I hope the ministry is prepared to face the consequences of this decision, Minerva said. Magic will not see this injustice go unpunished. Daphne Greengrass is currently keeping our economy afloat, Amelia shrugged. It's regrettable that her reputation is forever sullied, but that is just as much Harry Potter's fault as it is the ministry's. Minerva flinched. I stand by my promise, Minerva. Amelia stood to leave. Daphne has a job in the DMLE waiting for her as soon as she applies. So long as I am minister, I will ensure that she is as well taken care of as I can, seeing as how much of a burden she is being forced to carry. The same burden Harry Potter is still expected to carry, Minerva scoffed. What do you want me to say? Amelia asked as she grabbed a pinch of flu powder. Our world is fucked up. Amelia didn't look back as she disappeared through the flue. February 11, 1997. Gringotts, Potter family vault, midday. Harry Potter stood next to a large, conjured table, looking down at two tomes which were open and side by side. He hummed as the portraits of Salazar, Arcturus, and Rowena hovered nearby while Fawkes preened himself while perched on the corner of the table. Let's review it again, dear, Rowena encouraged. Harry groaned. We've gone over this a half-dozen times, Mama Claw. Trial and error, Rowena waved away Harry's complaints. Eventually one connects the dots, Salazar agreed. Arcturus remained uncharacteristically silent, deep in thought. Harry huffed and rolled his eyes. Based on my father's journal and what resources we've located regarding Potter family magic, it's safe to say that the Potter family magic at its core amplifies love, which aligns with and supports our understanding that magic cannot create love, Rowena nodded. Harry snorted. Combined with what I smell when encountering Amortentia. Your feelings for the Greengrass girl were not manufactured, Salazar finished. Harry flinched as if struck. As painful as that is to accept, he trailed off before sighing heavily. It does nothing to explain my apparent obsession with Daphne. Harry gestured weakly at the two books before him. From what I've read, I should be free to love whom I please. There is no mention of negative reactions when pursuing other women. We have an abnormality then, Rowena held up a finger. Obsession, Harry grunted. Charles never came across as obsessed with Doria, Arcturus said. Slowly. And Dad openly admits to having chased a few girls, secretly while pinning after Mum, Harry pointed at his father's journal. I don't think even Sirius knew about that. He never once mentioned feeling ill or having physical reactions when wanting to date other girls. The gentle singing of Fawkes broke the contemplative silence that followed. I know I did something to break whatever control, he air-quoted with both hands, my family magic had over me. My ability to flirt and attempt to pursue Flur was proof enough of that. Meaning your love is no longer amplified, Salazar questioned. Harry shrugged. That's how I interpret it. which would indicate you have been left with genuine emotions and feelings, Rowena observed. Meaning. Yeah, Harry cut off Rowena. Let's not go there, our focus should be on determining what went wrong and how. Arcturus frowned. I'm still puzzled on what advantage the amplification of love provides. Frankly, this seems more a curse than a blessing. True, Harry chuckled darkly, and I'm inclined to agree with you. Grandpa Black. Harry cracked his neck and pulled 2 thick tomes from a nearby side table. I can only think of a singular instance where love can power a spell. The Patronus charm, Arcturus nodded, although it is better understood that positive emotion is what powers the spell. These 2, as you know, are from Castle Ravenclaw, Harry indicated. The held tomes. One is a comprehensive listing on everything known on Dementors and Phoenixes, Rowena interjected. We know. Just as we know, and agree that there has never been an instance where a Dementor has been killed by a Patronus, Salazar affirmed. But we also know that there has never been an instance where a Phoenix has magically enhanced a spell, especially a Patronus. Arcturus added. Yet I know that Fawkes was, at the minimum, sharing his magic with me. During those times I cast an amplified Patronus, Harry scratched the back of his neck after setting down the 2 tomes. The only thing I can conclude is that the Potter family magic was engaged by using a memory of Daphne to power my Patronus, with my core still adjusting to the removed inhibitors. Fawkes provided the additional magical power necessary to ensure the Patronus did its job, eliminating the Dementors. Harry strode over to Fawkes and gently stroked the Phoenix's plumage. A sudden idea coming to him. You know, this aligns with the prophecy that is now defunct. Harry stared absently in the distance, his mind racing. A power he knows not. Dumbledore always touted the power of love, didn't he? Potter family magic amplifies love, Arcturus hummed. Interesting. It almost seems as if Dumbledore was hinting that he knew about the Potter family magic. Potter, Harry said the word as if tasting it for the first time. Or Peveill. A question perhaps answered once we obtain access to Castle. Peveill, Salazar said while stroking his beard. In my haste to break whatever chains bound me, I failed to connect that how my father's journal explained the Potter family magic was fundamentally not the same thing that happened to me. Harry sunk into a hair and rubbed his forehead wearily. Are you inferring that Albus Dumbledore somehow interfered with your family magic? Arcturus raised a disbelieving eyebrow. I know the man was touted as the second coming of Merlin, but that's a bit much even for him. I don't know, Harry admitted. It seems impossible. He glanced over at Rowena. Mama Claw, if you were going to attempt to alter, change someone's family magic, where would you begin? Theoretically, it would start with blood magic, she shivered. A magic I never delved into. I may be able to offer input, Salazar admitted sheepishly. I did experiment with blood magic in my younger years, namely rituals. Same question then, Papa Sal, Harry gestured at the portrait. It's simple, really, Salazar said softly. Blood magic would not be the answer. Truly, Sal, Rowena asked, surprised. Family magic is directly tied to the blood. It should be the only answer. When a wizard or witch delves into blood magic, it is only with the use of their own personal blood, Salazar explained patiently. Rituals are a perfect example of this. One uses their own blood to empower the ritual. Using the blood of another wizard or witch and not your own would cause a catastrophic failure. So I couldn't use a friend's blood to cast blood magic, Harry questioned. Correct, Salazar nodded. Think of the blood curse your friend suffered from. The origin of the curse was an opposing family member using their own blood to place the curse on the Greengrass bloodline. Harry's heart throbbed painfully at the thought of Astoria. He was, suddenly, acutely aware of how much he missed his best friend. And Sasha, for that matter, Harry admitted with a glance at Fawkes. From the corner of his eye, although it has been rather nice not having those two fighting every half hour. What about blood wards? Harry questioned. The same principle applies, Salazar shrugged. One empowers the wards with their own blood. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore cast blood wards that affected me. He pointed out, I was 1 year old. Salazar gawked and Rowena looked thoughtful. Back to square one then, Arcturus quipped thoughtfully. Harry flicked his wrist and caught the Elder Wand as it shot out of its holster, absently twirling it in his hand. It was becoming an almost automatic action when he was deep in thought. The feel of the Elder Wand always sent a borderline electric thrum of pleasant energy coursing up his arm. Harry's eyes snapped toward the wand, widening as his mind began to click pieces in place. What if Dumbledore had an artifact directly tied to my bloodline? Harry asked out loud. What if said artifact was rumored to have been created by Death himself, an unbeatable wand of near limitless potential? Theoretically, I don't see why it wouldn't allow for one to use the associated bloodline in their spells, Salazar admitted, although I never tested such a theory. Yet I am living proof that a meddling wizard used my blood to erect wards, Harry said. The only logical conclusion is that the Elder Wand enabled him to do so. It is tied to your blood, Rowena agreed. We know that from how you called it to you. Harry shuddered. That had been a major gamble, one he was thankful had paid off. Harry wasn't too proud to admit that they would have been scraping his remains off the Great Hall floor should his stunt have failed, even with the power of Hogwarts at his beck and call. Dumbledore with the Elder Wand was beyond Harry's abilities. Could such an artifact truly be that powerful? Arcturus murmured in awe as he gazed at the Elder Wand in Harry's hand. Harry nodded. The Elder Wand was truly formidable. What limited magic Harry had already performed was more than enough to secure that understanding within him. It always comes back to Dumbledore. Harry sighed and shook his head. I would venture a guess that he intended to control who I loved, and thus attempted to modify my family magic, which forced an unnatural reaction in your obsession with Daphne, Rowena nodded. A safe hypothesis. But my initial feelings and emotions were still my own, Harry muttered before irritably standing and packing. It didn't set well with him, knowing that he still, deep down, loved Daphne. Was that what Dobby meant when he said Harry wasn't happy? By suppressing his feelings, was he futilely attempting to deny that, deep down in his core, he knew Daphne was innocent? Thoughts of how different events could have turned out if Dumbledore had not taken the approach he had raged through Harry, causing his magic to flare violently. His grip on the Elder Wand tightened and Harry grit his teeth in frustration. We've found the answers we sought, Harry ground his teeth. It's time to go home and never come back to this God's-forsaken country. As if on cue, Fawkes flapped his wings and landed on Harry's shoulder. Harry called Dobby to collect the portraits, and the group vanished. Shortly after, in a flash of phoenix fire. March 3, 1997, Hogwarts morning. Daphne sat alone at the end of the Slytherin table, as usual slowly eating breakfast. She winced as she moved her arm, still tender from recently splinching herself during apparition lessons with Tonks. Despite having lost a portion of her arm, Daphne had been determined to continue. Tonks had praised her determination while simultaneously chastising her stupidity. The result was all that mattered to Daphne, though, and she was now able to apparate successfully. Astoria plopped down with a soft smile. Good morning, Daph. Good morning, Tori. Things had been strained a few days after their last private conversation in January, but they had quickly returned to somewhat normal. Astoria was concerned with Daphne's mental state and Daphne had dived even deeper into her studies and research. Rather than argue or fight with Daphne, Astoria had resigned herself to doing everything she could to support her older sister, who she knew was still hurting deeply. "Find anything interesting recently?" Astoria asked, hopping to spark a conversation. Daphne paused with a spoonful of eggs halfway to her mouth. "I was going through the Daily Prophet articles I've been saving and found an interesting article around last Christmas." "Oh," Astoria began loading a plate. "Magizoologists believe a Thunderbird appeared somewhere in Pembrokeshire," Daphne expounded. Astoria quirked her head, a bemused expression on her face. "But don't they like arid climates and are commonly found in the United States?" "They do," Daphne said around a mouthful of eggs. "And they are usually found in the United States." "That's neat, I suppose." Astoria shrugged and focused on her breakfast. "I still don't know why you keep those Daily Prophet articles." "Daffy." "I have my reasons," Daphne countered immediately. Astoria sighed and let the conversation die. Whatever reasons Daphne had were completely lost on the girl, and Astoria didn't want to get Daphne's hackles raised by challenging her older sister's sanity in keeping papers that served no purpose other than to speculate and imply Daphne was the source of Wizarding Britain's problems. "They sure do sell like cauldron cakes, though," Astoria begrudgingly admitted to herself. "Morgana save Rita Skeeter if I ever get my hands on her. Sasha has been itching to kill someone, and I have no doubt she'd take great pleasure in ending Rita Skeeter's miserable existence." A fluttering of wings above drew their attention to the Daily Owl Post deliveries. Astoria quickly took a copy of the Daily Prophet after paying the delivery owl and began reading. Daphne waited patiently, knowing Astoria would report anything important. There was a sharp intake of breath. "Head of DMLE killed by Voldemort along with 6 Aurors," Astoria whispered in horror, her eyes wide. "Rufus Scrimgeour," Daphne gasped. "He's dead." Astoria nodded somberly as she continued to read out loud. "It's thought that Voldemort attacked unprovoked during a routine nocturne alley patrol, while unusual for the head of the DMLE to join in those, Scrimgeour has always been a hands-on leader and would never ask his people to do something he wouldn't do himself." Astoria gritted her teeth and slammed the paper down, causing Sasha to hiss and bare her fangs. "Maybe I should attempt to command Sasha to just go murder the Bint." Astoria thought violently, although the Ministry would be able to easily trace it back to me, seeing as how I'm like the only person in the world with a pet basilisk. But wouldn't it technically be Harry's fault since Sasha is his familiar? "Oh, I know. Sasha, I give you full permission to eat Rita Skeeter if you ever see her," Astoria growled. "Huh, now I can play innocent and simply state that Rita must have threatened or agitated Sasha," Astoria preened internally. Sasha purred, clearly pleased. Meanwhile, Daphne had acquired the paper and was reading it for herself, learning that John Dawlish had been appointed the new head of the DMLE. "I don't get it," Astoria sighed. "I thought Voldemort was supposed to be weaker after whatever it was Croaker did." "He is," Daphne said distractedly. "I think most are forgetting that he was an extremely gifted wizard even before the Horcruxes." "Yeah," Astoria trailed off. "I wonder why he attacked them in such a public setting." "He's crazed," Daphne muttered as she read the Skeeter article, lambasting her, and once more, bemoaning that Harry Potter was not in Britain. "Didn't Croaker say that the more Horcruxes you make, the crazier you get? He's lost most of his magical power and his death eaters." "Good point," Astoria quipped before frowning as she watched Daphne fold the Skeeter article in half and pocket it. "Seriously, Daph, why are you keeping those?" Coming to a decision, Daphne stood, leaving behind her unfinished breakfast. "It doesn't matter, Torai. I'm going to speak with the headmistress." Is everything okay?" Astoria asked worriedly. Daphne gave a fake smile, her eyes betraying her true hurt, and nodded. I'm fine, Torre, thank you for asking. Astoria hesitated, then stood and threw her arms around her older sister. I love you, Daffy, you know that, right? Of course I do, Daphne assured, returning the hug. I love you too. Torre, she whispered in a watery voice before detaching and leaving her. Baby sister standing with a perplexed expression, while Sasha observed them with half-lidded eyes. As Daphne departed, she was easily noticed of the dark looks being sent her way. Several people instinctively reached for their wand as she passed by. Daphne was grateful for all the hard work Tonks forced her to do during training, because she had no doubt that she could defend herself should someone let their emotions get the better of them. Thankfully, she made it unscathed to the 7th floor, although her resolve had only been strengthened seeing the student reaction to her presence. She entered Minerva's office after giving the password to the gargoyle and took a seat. Daphne, Minerva sighed. I expected to see you after the daily prophet this morning. Are you okay, dear? Yes, Minerva. Daphne forced a smile, and they both knew she was lying through her teeth. I actually came to discuss my education. Oh, Minerva raised an eyebrow. I would like to take my NEWTS early, Daphne said. I think it best if I test out of Hogwarts and move on with my life. I'll be 17 before next term, so I should encounter no issues getting a job regarding my age or grades. Assuming I pass, that is, she added. Are you sure that is the path you want to take, Daphne? Minerva asked slowly. You know that we will not allow anything to happen to you while you are here. I understand, but I'd prefer to move along, Daphne said in a firm tone, but a slight quaver betrayed her trepidation. I promise I'll study extra hard and get an outstanding on each of my NEWTS. Daphne, Minerva deadpanned, I have utmost confidence you would get an O+ on every examination you took. You are currently grading OWL paperwork and below for several of us. Then you'll let me test early, Daphne pressed. Minerva closed her eyes and nodded stiffly, while she wasn't fully in support of the idea, feeling Daphne would benefit far more from being monitored at Hogwarts. Minerva also knew that she had no real reason to hold Daphne back from her dreams of becoming an Auror. You can test with the 7th years, Minerva whispered, a sad smile on her face. I am sure you will do wonderfully, Daphne. Thank you. Daphne bounded around the desk and hugged the older woman with all her might. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome, Minerva chuckled, her eyes misting. Will you at least explain what is motivating this? Rita will keep writing about me regardless of where I go, Daphne said, in a somber tone. If I'm going to continue being attacked by the daily prophet, and by proxy dragging my family's name through the muck, then I'd rather be contributing and doing some good in the world. Daphne took a steadying breath. As an Auror, I can work to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. Hopefully, there won't ever be another Daphne Greengrass or Harry Potter. At the same time, I can support Mum and Torre with my excess income. I take it you will live with Andy then? Minerva questioned. Daphne shook her head. You are always welcome in my home, Daphne, Minerva assured. No, I don't want to be a burden on anyone, Daphne whispered. When I become an Auror, I'll make plenty to take care of myself. I don't need much anyway. I'll make sure I minimize my living expenses, so Mum and Torre can have access to the majority of what I make. You understand that no one expects you to do this? Minerva asked. I know, Daphne said softly, but I need to do this, Minerva. It may not make sense. She barked out a watery laugh. It doesn't make much sense to me either, but I know this is what I need to do to begin taking back control of my own life. Minerva sighed and gave a soft, sympathetic smile. I will support you however I can then, Daphne. Thank you again, Minerva. Daphne choked back a sob. I don't know Where I would be without you. Minerva's eyes watered, and she swiped at them agitatedly before firmly hugging her favorite student and attempting to squeeze the life out of her. Daphne sighed happily in the comforting embrace, a few stray tears falling into Minerva's robes. Oh, but you will be the one to tell Astoria. Minerva teased playfully. Daphne groaned. March 23, 1997, Romania, unknown location, midday. Harry and Fawkes appeared in a flash of phoenix fire on the ridge of a mountain that stood slightly taller than the rest. Fawkes settled atop Harry's shoulder, flapping his wings slightly to steady himself. Harry looked around with a befuddled expression. Are you sure this is the right location? Harry questioned Fawkes with a raised eyebrow. I mean, I know the address wasn't all that specific. Just statting the Carpathian Mountains. Harry trailed off when he heard a roar that reverberated off the stones. Fawkes chirped and preened. Yeah, Harry grunted. You're very smart, which way? Fawkes gave Harry the phoenix equivalent of a shrug. Harry balked in dismay. Really? He groused. You don't know which way? Fawkes shook his head. Mother of Merlin. Harry rolled his eyes, his mind racing as he debated how to locate or attract a Hungarian horntail who might be holding a grudge against him. The easiest way is to simply bait her out and pray she'll be willing to talk, Harry mused. Why Charlie Weasley felt it was inhumane to keep Kisanth on a reserve is beyond me. Yeah, sure, she had some external influences from a dark arts rune that may have made an already temperamental dragon even more, temperamental. He shook his head to clear his mind and glanced at Fawkes, shrugging his shoulder slightly to get the bird's attention. You got enough juice to get us out of here if Kisanth rages or wants to play a little bit too rough. Fawkes squawked as if affronted. Oh, don't give me that, Harry scowled. If I had a galleon for every time you've combusted at an inopportune time. Fawkes just stared him down. Yeah, okay, Harry admitted sheepishly. If I offset said galleon with how many times you've saved my life, I'd have 5 galleons. Fawkes blinked. 3 galleons. Fawkes squawked. 2 galleons. Satisfied, Fawkes nuzzled Harry's cheek. I am going barmy, Harry thought amusedly. I'm about to royally piss off a Hungarian horntail on her own turf, and I'm talking to a bird that may or may not understand me perfectly, and apparently is capable of elementary math. Oh, that's an interesting experiment. I should create a worksheet and see if Fawkes can. There's my Ravenclaw blood working overtime once again, Harry chortled to himself. Well, no use delaying the inevitable. He flicked his wrist, sending the Elder Wand into his hand, and immediately fired off a silent bolt of light that made quick a ruckus in the relatively clear sky. The answering roar indicated that Kisanth, at least he assumed, and hoped it was Kisanth, was not impressed with said ruckus. The dragon burst from a low-handing cloud in all her sleek midnight black. Scaled, spiky, club-tailed glory. If possible, she looked bigger and more deadly than when he had faced her during the first task. Whoa, it's no wonder why they don't let these things free range. What has she been eating? Sheep, goats, people. Merlin, I hope it isn't people. Otherwise, we may have an issue larger than the one we're about to deal with, which is if this beast is hungry and recognizes. Kisanth let out an ear-shattering roar that was echoed by Fawkes. Only the phoenixes sounded much more shrill and less threatening. I think she recognizes us, Harry stage whispered to Fawkes. Fawkes cocked his head to the side curiously. Kisanth flapped her wings a few times and made to land several feet away, but well within fire-breathing distance from the two. Harry suppressed an involuntary shudder as he stared into the red eyes of what was universally believed to be the most lethal dragon species alive. Afternoon, Kisanth, Harry greeted in Parseltongue. The true speaker, Kisanth hissed in a soft voice, layered with both distrust and killing intent. Last time our discussion was interrupted, Harry offered his fox. Lazily nibbled at his plumage. A rumble deep in the dragon's throat, likely a growl of acquiescence, echoed around Harry. Kisanth took a heaving breath and exhaled, the volume of air rustling Harry's robes. I will admit I was caught off guard, Kisanth grumbled. It is rare for such magic to be effective against our kind. Harry nodded, not wanting to remind the dragon of her shame at having been controlled by a rune. Dragons were, from what he'd read, in Castle Ravenclaw, proud creatures who believed themselves to be the apex predators. Standing before Kisanth once more, Harry found that a fair description, and agreed that they had a right to be prideful. Harry cleared his throat nervously. So, I stopped by to speak with you regarding accessing an ancient magical site that appears to require Arthurian magic. Kisanth snorted. And my kind are the only ones remaining with ties to this magic. So it would seem. You intrigue me, speaker, Kisanth admitted as she lowered her head to stare directly into his eyes. Harry withheld a gulp as his mind connected that she could easily clear the distance between the two of them in a single bound. The need to inhale to breathe fire, at least, gave Harry a couple of seconds to react and conjure water. If she jumps, however, Harry thought warily, well, I hope Fox can react quick enough, or else he's going to need a new buddy to hang around. My services come at a price, Kisanth hissed. Harry released a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Name it. Kisanth shook her head. First, you will tell me the name of this site you seek. Castle Peveill. Kisanth's eyes widened. That name has direct ties to Merlin. Harry blinked. It is known as an ancient family in wizarding Britain, as are the Potters, Blacks, Slytherins, Ravenclaws, he trailed off. In other words, aren't all families inadvertently directly tied to Merlin? You misunderstand, whelpling. Kisanth exhaled a small plume of smoke. According to draconian lore, the Peveill family can trace its lineage directly to Merlin's heirs. Harry groaned. I don't want another lordship. Kisanth laughed, the sound shaking the ground and nearly causing Harry to stumble. The bloodline of Merlin has been diluted over centuries. None could claim a direct heritage to his name and live. No, I merely speak in regard to the Peveill family, as being intriguing even. In our own kind's histories, not many of your kind delve into the mysteries of death. Then I suppose it makes sense that Castle Peveill would require Arthurian magic to unlock, Harry replied softly. Does this mean you will help me? I am willing to negotiate, Kisanth said with a smile that showed rows upon rows of poisonous, sharp teeth. Harry shuddered and Fox cooed softly. April 1, 1997, Hogwarts, afternoon. Daphne sat on the bleachers on the Quidditch pitch as Astoria and by proxy Sasha flew around seeking the snitch. It was a practice day for the Gryffindor team, and Daphne spent half her time reading Snape's old textbook and the other half observing Astoria smiling as she zipped around the field. I'm dreading this conversation, Daphne thought sadly, but it's for the best. Astoria deserves to have all the happiness in the world, and I know I'm doing little to contribute to that. She took a glance around her, noting how there was a near comical bubble around her of empty stands. Daphne felt a strong empathy with how isolated and lonely Harry must have felt during his years at Hogwarts. It was staggering how vindictive wizarding Britain could be, and astounding how swiftly public opinion can be swayed. Daphne told herself, I wonder if there is some enchantment on the Daily Prophet that makes its readers more malleable to propaganda. Daphne snorted and closed her book, placing it gently in her bag as she noticed the practice wrapping up. Astoria waved cheerfully at her from the huddle, and Daphne returned it with a half-smile, knowing that her baby sister would join her shortly so they could talk. Or are people simply that dumb? Daphne wondered. She did not have time to explore that train of thought further as Astoria hopped atop her broom and darted Daphne's way. Astoria had a breathless, windswept, beautiful smile alighting on her face as she dismounted and plopped down next to Daphne. Daphne felt her heart swell with joy seeing her sister so vibrant and healthy. I can never repay Harry for healing Astoria, she thought. Astoria absently stroked Sasha's snout and brushed her hair behind her ears with her free hand, causing the basilisk to purr contentedly. Daphne had observed that Sasha really enjoyed flying, and really enjoyed Quidditch. The Queen of Serpents took a certain pride in petrifying incoming bludgers that threatened to hurt Astoria. Morgana helped the Quidditch League if Astoria decides to play professionally, and Sasha hangs around, Daphne thought amusedly. Maybe Sasha likes it so much because she thinks she can fight Fawkes on his own turf. You okay, Daffy? Astoria poked Daphne in the ribs, causing the girl to wince. Just thinking about why Sasha enjoys flying so much, Daphne shook her head and blinked several times to clear her mind. Oh, that's easy, Astoria giggled. Sasha is training for when she sees Fawkes again. Sasha hissed with pleasure, playfully baring her fangs. See, Astoria smirked mischievously, Fawkes won't know what hit him. Nor will Harry, for that matter, Daphne thought dryly. But you didn't come here to talk about Quidditch or Sasha, Astoria said knowingly, as she leaned back against the bleacher behind her and blew a stray strand of hair from her eyes. No, I didn't, Daphne agreed softly. I came here to talk to you about next year. Going to be busier than ever with the NEWTS. Not exactly. Astoria sat up suddenly and rounded on Daphne. What? I'm taking my NEWTS with the 7th years, Tori, Daphne explained. Astoria snorted and rolled her eyes. Duh, every 7th year takes their NEWTS, Daph. This year, Daphne clarified patiently. Astoria opened her mouth and hesitated, her eyes widening as they began welling with tears. No, she spoke in a watery voice. You can't. Daph. We both know it's for the best, Tori, Daphne said gently. You don't need me here anchoring your enjoyment and experiences. You are not an anchor, Astoria said savagely, and if anyone is telling you that, I'll end them. Sasha hissed dangerously in agreement. Daphne smiled, her own eyes wet. I love you, baby sister. Then why are you leaving me? Astoria asked in a small voice, clearly hurt. I'm going to get all 7 of my NEWTS, and then apply to be in Auror, Daphne revealed. I want to make a difference in this mess. Upworld. Astoria was silent. And I want to ensure there's never another case like Harry, Daphne admitted. Or yourself, Astoria said fiercely. Or myself, Daphne parroted with an acquiescing nod. Will Astoria swallowed heavily. Will I still see you? I won't be able to visit regularly. Daphne tenderly grabbed Astoria's hand, but I will come visit on Hogsmeade weekends as my schedule allows. We can also keep in touch through letters, of course. You promise. Astoria irritably wiped away tears that escaped her eyes. Daphne embraced Astoria firmly. I promise, my beloved sister. Astoria sniffled. I'm selfish, Daffy. I don't want you to go. Daphne laughed lightly. And you're used to getting your way. Well, yeah, Astoria scoffed and rubbed her eyes. I'm Mom's favorite. I know, Daphne smiled wistfully. But this time you won't get your way, Tori. Astoria sobbed and worked to compose herself. This isn't goodbye, Daphne assured. I'm simply moving on with my life. I have to. Her voice cracked as she choked on a sudden wave of emotion. Staying here isn't healthy for me. Astoria nodded and rubbed her eyes. I know, but I hate it, she admitted. I wish there was more I could do to make you feel welcome here. Daphne shrugged. I was hardly welcomed before, she pointed a thumb at herself. Ice Queen and all, you know. I guess that's true. I love you so much, Daffy, Astoria said in a timid voice. You aren't going to lose yourself in your work, are you? What do you mean? Daphne cocked her head to the side quizzically. Astoria gestured toward the castle, which was casting shadows across the pitch as the sun began to set behind it. All you do here is study. And work on your binder. She held out her hands defensively, which is fine, don't get me wrong, but you have a support network here. Daphne motioned for Astoria to continue. Out there, in the real world, you won't have immediate access to us. Astoria twiddled her thumbs nervously. I want to make sure you have something more than just working and collecting those heinous Skeeter articles. I understand, Daphne gave Astoria a comforting smile. It should please you then, dear sister, to know that I intend to begin looking for Harry. Astoria's eyebrows disappeared into her hairline. Really? She gasped. Really, Daphne affirmed. It will be a welcome distraction to prevent me from becoming obsessed with my career, while also allowing me to travel various places as I search. Astoria hummed. Any idea where you're going to start? Not here, Daphne shrugged and chuckled. I believe Harry will not return to Wizarding Britain, unless absolutely necessary. Astoria half smiled, sniffled, and nestled into Daphne's side. Daphne draped an arm around her baby sister and pulled her into a side hug. The two content to bask in each other's company and watch the sun set. After nearly half an hour, when night was beginning to fall, Astoria finally detached. I hope you find him, Daph, she said resolutely. Daphne appeared surprised. You do? Astoria shot her older sister a confused expression. Yes, why? Wouldn't I? Daphne began fidgeting. I just thought, she sighed. I thought you maybe felt it was a bad idea to keep pursuing Harry. I think it's a bad idea to hinge your own self-forgiveness on finding Harry, Astoria said gently. Oh. But I do really hope you find him, Astoria assured. I still believe you can have a happily ever after, Daffy. Daphne choked back a sudden sob that escaped her. Really? Harry loves you. Astoria stared off in the distance, clearly replaying a memory in her mind. I asked him if he still loved you just before he left that night. Daphne straightened. Astoria had never told her that. What did he say? He told me goodbye. Astoria shook her head. Oh, Daphne deflated. He didn't say he didn't, Daph. He didn't say he did, Tori, Daphne countered. But we already knew he did from the memories, Astoria pointed out stubbornly. By not denying he still loved you, he inadvertently admitted that he still has feelings for you, she giggled, even if he may not realize that it may have been a subconscious reaction to the question. Daphne wore a toothless smile. That sounds too good to be true, Astoria hummed in agreement. Maybe, who knows? She stood and dusted off her Quidditch pants. I'm going to get out of this gear and take a shower. I'm starting to crust. Gross, Daphne squealed. But I need a hug before I go. Astoria smiled mischievously as she held her arms open wide. Oh no, don't you dare, Astoria Greengrass. But I want a hug, Daffy, Astoria mock-whined. After you bathe, Daphne scrunched her nose in disgust. You smell like one of those crumple-horned snorkacks the quibbler always talks about. Astoria snorted and suddenly looked contemplative, but Daphne was too busy playfully holding her younger sister at arm's length to notice it. Daphne's eyes widened when she heard a tinkling sound and felt something cold placed in her hand. She looked down and gasped, her mouth falling open in shock. Tore, I can't accept. It's yours, Daffy, Astoria said firmly. It always was, you simply loaned it to me for safekeeping, yeah. Daphne shook her head and said in a thick voice, I don't deserve this bracelet. Find Harry, Astoria forced Daphne's hand closed. Go be the best Auror the DMLE has ever seen, and Morgana willing, you'll fill this Bracelet with hundreds of charms, because Harry will be buying them. For you. Daphne's composure shattered as she shot to her feet and slung her arms around her sister. I'll miss you, Tori, Daphne croaked. I'll miss you too, Astoria said huskily, but we still have the rest of this term. Daphne nodded silently. Besides, I thought you said Irique, Astoria cheekily reminded her. Sister. You smell awful, Daphne bemoaned but refused to release her. Baby sister. Okay, seriously, Astoria deadpanned. My knickers are going to crawl away if I don't get out of them. That's disgusting, Tori. May 4, 1997, Britain, Caerleon, midnight. It still creeps me out that you can assume a human form, Harry said, with an involuntary shudder in his tone, as he eyed the transformed Kissanth standing beside him. The midnight black-haired, 7-foot-tall, devastatingly beautiful woman with unnerving blood-red irises shot a raised eyebrow at Harry, looking utterly unamused. I would imagine most of your kind would find me exotic in this form, Kissanth said in a sickly, sweet, high-pitched voice. Harry shuddered once more. He knew that underneath all that milky white skin and sleek midnight black hair was a bloody, monstrous dragon ready to pulverize him should he agitate her. He averted his eyes from the very provocative dress she had transfigured herself, wandlessly, he noted, and looked around the ruins once more. Yeah, you're pretty and all, Harry admitted in a higher-pitched voice. That forced him to clear his throat. It's just, if you can transform into a human, why did we have to converse in Parseltongue? He blinked. And how does the wizarding world not know you can do this? It is only when we reflect on our roots and delve into Arthurian magic that we remember this ability, Kissanth said, as if she were observing. The sky was blue. Our kind are born into captivity. I was only freed by the good graces of the red-haired weasel, who I understand was thoroughly chastened for his actions. Hopefully not too badly, Harry thought. Charlie did me a huge favor by getting me in touch with Kissanth. Then again, it's not like I'm going to rat him out to the ministry for withholding evidence on Kissanth's location. Harry suppressed a snarl. I really am sick of being in this God's forsaken country. Hopefully this is the last time I come here. He snorted, causing Kissanth to glance at him in confusion. Who am I kidding? I'll be back, I'm sure. Something will come up, or Papa Sal or Mama Claw will remember something mystical and fantastic that I will be forced to explore. Curse my Ravenclaw blood. You guys are awfully quiet, Harry observed wryly. The portraits of Salazar, Rowena, and Arcturus were all gawking at Kissanth. Merlin's beard, Salazar whistled. I thought I had delved into magics far beyond the pale. Never in all my years did I think dragons could assume our form. Magnificent, Rowena managed to utter. I would love to converse with you later, Lady Kissanth. There is rarely a dull moment with you, boy, Arcturus managed to choke out. If only Charles were here to see this. Fox squawked and hopped from Harry's shoulder to land atop Kissanth's head. Harry prepared to thoroughly scold the phoenix when Kissanth barked out a deep, rumbling laugh that bellied her lithe form. This one is quite brazen, Kissanth observed with a shake of her head. A knowing grin. Vox chirped. He's his own bird, Harry assured defensively, still unnerved by Kissanth being so close and looking so, alluring. Thank Merlin she didn't go blonde, Harry thought in relief. I wouldn't have survived, curse my attraction to blondes. He banished the image of sapphire blue eyes before it could materialize into a face that was beginning to haunt his dreams of late. That is certain, Kissanth chuckled. Even draconian lore does not document the origin of phoenixes. They predate you, Rowena blurted, flushing slightly at her impropriety. Indeed, Kissanth nodded as Fox lazily flapped his wings and began flying circles above the group, singing a light song. They are mythical beings beyond our understanding. To have the loyalty of one, even briefly, is an honor beyond comprehension. Dobby enjoys it when Fawkes sings, the house elf said solemnly, his tennis ball-sized eyes shining in the moonlight. My payment awaits within, Kisanth said without any malice. Let us hasten our work here. Oh, right, Harry nodded before hesitating slightly. You're sure this is where it is? Kisanth nodded a single time. It's just, this is really obvious, isn't it? Harry scratched the back of his neck nervously. Sometimes the best things are hidden in plain sight, Kisanth replied. Come, it is time to begin. Understood, Harry flicked the elder wand into his hand. Oi, Fawkes. Time to work. Fawkes screeched in dove, landing atop Harry's shoulder. Take what magic you need, Harry said to Dobby, reaching out his hand which Dobby clasped with his own. He immediately felt the pull on his core, magic leaving through their joined hands and his shoulder. Harry glanced at Fawkes with a raised eyebrow. Delaying burning day, buddy. Fawkes squawked and nodded, causing Harry to chuckle. The two finished, and Fawkes landed atop Dobby's head, vanishing in a flash of fire. Kisanth hummed in thought, stroking her chin as she observed Harry. What? Harry asked, looking over his shoulders and inspecting his appearance. I was under the assumption you carried the necessary magic to complete the revealing ritual, Kisanth stated in disappointment. Your end will be most unpleasant if I find you do not, she promised. Oh, that, Harry waved away the threat with a nervous chuckle, ignoring the fact that he'd broken into a full-body sweat. I just don't want to exhaust myself and pass out with a no offense intended temperamental dragon near me. He paused a second before adding, human form or not. It seems you are wiser than I first believed, Kisanth laughed softly. I'll take that compliment, Harry smirked. No, my companions have gone to retrieve the final member of our party, who will help me simplify this process and not require a massive drain on my magical reserves. Kisanth raised a disbelieving eyebrow. Indeed. There was a rather alarming crack, and a thunderous screech that echoed through the sky, followed by a fiery screech. Kisanth smirked, clearly impressed, and appraised Harry for several seconds. You surprise me, whelpling, Kisanth admitted. Your ingenuity is to be commended. Thank you and you're welcome, Rowena sang teasingly. Yeah, Harry snorted as he watched ominous storm clouds begin to form. I take it you don't mind getting wet, Harry questioned his draconic companion. Kisanth scoffed as if affronted. Just keep your paws to yourself when this dress starts to cling, whelpling. No worries there, Harry muttered as lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the silhouette of Sparky. You remember the incantation? Kisanth questioned. I do indeed, my lady, Harry said solemnly. Just waiting for Sparky to give the sig. A bright flash of lightning and an ear-shattering boom of thunder preceded the deluge of rain that followed. Thoroughly soaked, Harry aimed his wand at Sparky, remembering what he had read in Fascination years ago when first introduced to fantastic beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. To think I get to experience this, Harry marveled internally, feeling his heart clench painfully. I won't deny a part of me wishes I could share it with another person. Gathering his magic, Harry channeled it into the elder wand before shooting a crimson-red beam into the storm clouds, where it connected with Sparky, who began to disperse it into the storm he had created. As red rain began to fall, Harry began calling out the incantation while Rowena, Arcturus, Salazar, Dobby, and even Kisanth observed with fascination. As the first of Castle Peveill's turrets began to appear, Harry felt a rush of adrenaline at the adventure and discovery he was undertaking. This place predated even the founders themselves, and he would be the first to set foot within its hallowed halls in millennia. An eager grin split his features, even as the sweat poured from his body, mingling with his rain-soaked clothing. Beside him, Kisanth's Eyes flashed, and she gave an unnaturally toothy grin. She could feel the magic thrumming in the air, both ancient and primal. This human interests me greatly, the dragon admitted to herself. June 16, 1997, Hogwarts morning. Daphne woke up early and dressed after her morning ablutions, triple. Checking her appearance in the mirror. Once satisfied, she crept out of her dormitory and exited the Slytherin common room. She shivered and drew her robes tight around her at the morning chill as she made her way from the dungeons to the Great Hall. A quick inspection showed her intended target was not present, and so she continued up the stairs at a brisk pace, ignoring those few students who were up at such an early hour. Once on the 7th floor, Daphne approached the gargoyle, uttered the password, and entered the headmistress's office. Minerva was having a morning cup of tea, reading over a document. She didn't bat an eyelash when Daphne entered. "Good morning, Daphne." Minerva smiled over her teacup. "Good morning, Minerva," Daphne greeted. "You are set on this course of action?" Minerva questioned. "I am," Daphne nodded emphatically. Minerva sighed and flipped the document she was holding, showing it had been stamped approved. "Then your petition to test out of your 7th year by taking your NEWTS a year early has been approved." Her warm smile faltered. "Although I will selfishly admit I will miss you terribly, my dear." Daphne bit back her excitement, her own joy mixing with a tad of melancholy. "I'll miss you too, Minerva," Daphne whispered. "I can never thank you for all you have done for myself and Tori." "I was happy to help," Minerva said, dabbing at her eyes. "And I'm sure you can invite me for a cup of tea on occasion." Daphne trailed off, twiddling her thumbs. "Oh, that goes without question, dear," Minerva said sternly. "I expect you here every other week so we can catch up." "I could also help you grade papers," Daphne giggled. Minerva rolled her eyes. "If you wish," she said with a mock sigh. "I swear, Horace pitched a fit when he found out I approved your petition." "You have made quite the impression on our staff, Daphne." She blushed beneath the praise. Thank you." "Go eat a healthy breakfast." Minerva shooed her away. "You need to be well fed and alert for today. After all, the first round of tests begins in just a few hours." Daphne gave a slight curtsy. "Thank you, headmistress." She stood and found herself enveloped in a warm hug, which she reciprocated instantly. "Good luck, Daphne," Minerva whispered in watery voice. "Thank you, Minerva," Daphne said in an equally husky tone before she detached and hurriedly left the office, lest her composure shatter. Minerva watched her go before offering a silent prayer to Morgana that Daphne would be protected and successful with her aspirations and dreams. Then she dutifully returned to her desk and began grading papers once more, thoroughly debating if she should hire a transfiguration professor for next year. June 30, 1997, Hogsmeade morning. "You can always come home with me," Astoria offered nervously. "I know you're not fond of Greengrass Manor, but Mum and I would love you to come home, Daffy." "You know I can't," Daphne said with a sad smile. "Too many painful memories, Tori." "Okay," Astoria sighed, "but where will you be staying?" "I'm going to stay with Andy until I get my NEWT results," Daphne replied. "Not going to look for Harry?" Astoria asked with a cheeky grin. "Maybe a little," Daphne shrugged, coloring slightly. "I want to get my Auror application filled out first, so I can submit it the same day the results come." "Smart," Astoria nodded as the Hogwarts Express whistled, indicating final boarding. "Well, this is me," she said. "Yeah." Daphne's eyes began watering and her lip quivered. Astoria wasn't any better off, and the two girls hurriedly embraced for the nth time. "I love you, Daffy," Astoria said harshly. "Don't ever forget that, and don't ever forget your promise to me." "I won't," Daphne responded. "I'll keep living just like I promised. I love you, Tori." The Hogwarts Express began moving slowly, and Daphne gently pushed Astoria in its direction. "Go home, Tori," Daphne encouraged. "I'll be in." "Touch, you don't have to worry about that." "You better," Astoria said, choking back tears as she hopped onto the train and stood at the doorway waving at her older sister, Sasha, wrapped around Astoria's torso and resting her head atop her shoulder, lifted her head and hissed what must have been a goodbye. Daphne stayed on the Hogsmeade platform and waved until the express was out of sight. Then, with a heaving sigh, she made her way to the 3 broomsticks. She couldn't legally apparate until 17, so she was forced to travel to the Tonks residence via the Floo network. She hesitated as she approached the establishment, seeing a very familiar bench where her and Harry almost shared their first kiss. Memories assaulted her, and Daphne turned from the spot, absently, walking away so she could gather herself. She didn't want Andy to worry about her, after all. Her feet took her to the last place she wanted to go, just outside the shrieking shack. Daphne gasped as her brain caught up to her eyes, and she realized she was standing in the exact spot she and Harry had first kissed. Her lips tingled at the memory, and she reached up to touch them with her hand as tears formed in her eyes. Daphne gazed at the dilapidated shrieking shack and felt a heavy sorrow enter her heart as she remembered the large black dog who was Sirius Black that had watched over them during their first date. A warm breeze blew through the area, sending strands of Daphne's golden blonde hair into her eyes, which she calmly brushed behind her ear. How much has changed since that time, Daphne thought. It's been almost 2 years, yet it feels so much longer to me. She shuffled her weight from foot to foot, half expecting to hear snow crunching underfoot, so lost was she in her memories. "I'm going to find you one day, Harry Potter," Daphne told herself determinedly. "Astoria's right, it's going to be okay. I have to believe that." Resolved, Daphne turned from a place that she considered to be one of the turning points in her life and made her way to the 3 broomsticks. Pointedly ignoring the bench outside, Daphne pushed open the door and entered, finding the main room surprisingly empty. "I'll be right with you," a voice Daphne recognized as Madame Rosmerta called from the kitchen. "Have a seat wherever you please." Daphne hesitated, debating if she should stay or if it would be better to move along. The last time she had conversed with Madame Rosmerta had been when she was on her date with Harry. No risk, no reward, Daphne told herself and took a seat at the nearest table. The busty woman appeared shortly after Daphne got situated. "What'll it be, Dio?" Daphne instinctively flinched as Madame Rosmerta imitated a fish for several seconds before turning on her heel and vanishing back into the kitchen. Heaving a forlorn sigh from the very tips of her toes, Daphne stood, carefully slid the chair back under the table, and trudged over to the public flue. "Daphne," a voice called. Daphne stiffened and turned, her watery eyes wide with shock. Madame Rosmerta was looking at her with a concerned expression, too. Butterbeers in her hands. She was seated at the same table Daphne had sat at, now looking at the girl expectantly. Baffled, Daphne robotically returned to the table and sat. Madame Rosmerta slid the open butterbeer, ice cold, over to Daphne, who automatically accepted it but did not take a drink, too stunned that Rosmerta appeared to want to converse with her. "Ugly business, all that has happened," Rosmerta said quietly, sighing gently. "How are you holding up, dear?" A tear fell down Daphne's cheek, splashing on the well-worn and weathered table. For the first time in almost 2 years, a stranger was being nice and seemed genuinely concerned with how she was doing. She opened her mouth to answer, but a whimper escaped instead of words. As the tenuous hold on her emotions began to unravel, Daphne truly felt that maybe, just maybe, there was a chance she could live a normal life in Wizarding Britain, free from prejudice and scorn. July 1, 1997, Castle Peveill, midday. Harry groaned as he leaned back and cracked his back before moving to his neck. It had been an absolute slog, dismantling the various traps, wards, and enchantments that promised horrible consequences to intruders. So far, they had managed to secure 2 rooms out of the currently unknown number of rooms in the ancient Peveill abode. Initially, Harry believed a combination of wizard, house elf, and draconic magic would make short work of the protections around the place. How wrong he was. He sighed as he cast a tempest spell and sunk into a nearby ancient chair that they had exhumed from the first room they unlocked. A bloody storage room, Harry thought irritably. Kisanth sat on the stone floor of the current room they were in. Waiting room of sorts. Her back was against the wall and her eyes closed, causing Harry to assume she was sleeping. As if on cue, her eyes opened, revealing those haunting red irises which regarded Harry with a calculating edge. "I think a break is in order," Harry said wearily. "We've been working on this for just shy of 2 months." Kisanth released a heavy sigh, a small plume of smoke escaping her nostrils despite being in her human form. "Agreed, I too tire of this place. It's almost the American Independence Day," Harry informed with a chuckle. "Don't suppose you would want to join me in seeing fireworks?" Kisanth cocked her head to the side. "What are fireworks?" Harry blinked. "You don't know what fireworks are?" he asked, incredulously. "If I knew, I would not have asked, whelpling," Kisanth deadpanned. "That settles it." Harry stood and clapped his hands together. "We're going to America for a mini vacation. Then we'll return to this. He waved at the room. "Catastrophe," Kisanth offered. "Yeah, that," Harry grunted. "Oi, Fox," Harry bellowed as he left the room. "It's not like he can be far off, seeing as how we've only unlocked 2 bloody rooms." There was a mocking squawk. "Don't sass me, Fox," Harry scolded. "He's quite animated," Rowena giggled to the dragon. "He is intriguing," Kisanth admitted. "That's my heir," Salazar boasted, proudly stroking his beard. Isn't he all of our heirs?" Arcturus questioned with a raised eyebrow. Harry reappeared with Fox atop his shoulder. He poked the phoenix, who squawked and acted as if he had been wounded, prompting a snort from Kisanth as she stood to her full height. "You're taking us this time," Harry muttered to the phoenix. "Dobby had to bring Sparky here and return him to Arizona. He gets a break." Fox chirped in protest. "I don't care if it was 2 months ago," Harry countered. "It's your turn. Dobby can take Master Harry and the scary dragon lady," Dobby assured, hopping around Harry exuberantly. Fox squawked in agreement. "You just want to see Sparky when we get there," Harry grumbled. Fox preened. "He'll ruin the fireworks." Harry groaned. "I would be most displeased if that occurred," Kisanth cautioned. "I do not appreciate my valuable time being wasted." Fox stared at the dragon before nodding once. "Oh sure, listen to the dragon lady." Harry rolled his eyes as he grabbed Dobby's hand after the house elf had gathered the portraits. His other hand grasped the blazing hot hand of Kisanth, and in a flash of phoenix fire, the group disappeared. July 5, 1997, Tonks family residence morning. "Whatcha doing there, Blondie?" Tonks questioned as she poked her head into Daphne's room, noticing the girl sitting atop her bed with numerous documents strewn about. "Trial files stuff." Daphne shook her head as she chewed on the end of a sugar quill. "Little early for those, yeah." Tonks raised an eyebrow as she indicated the sweet treat. Daphne shrugged. "I'm getting ready to fill out all these applications." She gestured to the whirlwind of paper around her. "Applications," Tonks echoed. "Why?" "Well, I compiled a listing of every job within the ministry that involved the NEWTS I'm hopping I earned," Daphne explained as she began filling out a form. "But I thought you wanted to be an Auror," Tonks questioned her best friend. "I do," Daphne assured. But she hesitated, suddenly nervous. Tonks understood and gave a solemn nod. You're planning for if your application gets denied. Well, yeah, Daphne said sheepishly. Hope for the best. Plan for the worst, Tonks finished as she shuffled some papers around. To create a space for her to sit next to Daphne. You know, Blondie. You're going to get the job. I am. Yep. How do you know that? Daphne pressed. I just do, Tonks grinned. You're due for some good luck, you know. Daphne giggled and shook her head. That would be a welcome chain. Tonks hummed and began filling out a separate application. International Import and Customs Specialist. Tonks raised an eyebrow as she read off the title. For magical plants, Daphne explained. Tonks gave a dumbfounded nod. I'll do my best to help. Thank you, Dora, Daphne whispered with a smile. It means a lot that you're my friend. Best friend, Tonks emphasized. Yeah, my best friend, Daphne giggled. Just promise me you won't get all uppity and boring and walk around with a proverbial stick up your arse if you have to take one of these jobs, Tonks grumbled. Daphne gave a very unladylike snort. I promise. Tonks stiffened, causing Daphne to glance over at her. I just realized. You aren't submitting any of these yet. Daphne looked confused. I can't until I get my results. Yeah, I'm just now realizing that, Tonks whined. It's best to be prepared, Daphne huffed. Besides, I helped you grade. Homework all year. You owe me. Whatever, Blondie, Tonks muttered but grinned nonetheless. July 31, 1997, United States, Hawaii, midday. Now this is relaxing, Harry crowed victoriously as he lounged on a cushioned chair, a fruity drink in hand. He was wearing swim trunks and unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses. The climate is acceptable, Kisanth admitted, sipping on a smoothie and raising an eyebrow. And this drink is surprisingly appealing. Dobby is happy to serve, Dobby called as he hopped into a nearby chair next to Harry. Harry chuckled as he observed the dragon, still in her human form, showing enough skin to compete with Flur. He snorted into his drink as he thought of his Vila friend. It had been quite some time since he'd last conversed with her. I wonder how she's doing, Harry mused. Did she decide to get serious with that curse breaker she was flirting around with? Dobby, would you mind helping me remember in a few days to pen a letter to Flur? Harry asked. Dobby can do. The house elf snapped his fingers. Who is this Flur? Kisanth demanded. Just a Vila friend, Harry informed dismissively. Haven't seen her in a while. She would eat this place up, though. Kisanth blinked. Why would a Vila eat this island? Harry groaned. You dragons are far too literal sometimes. Kisanth gave Harry a deadpan stare before returning to her drink and humming contentedly. Fox chirped happily as he flitted from tree to tree, examining the wide expanse of ocean that lay before them. Our work must not be neglected, Kisanth said after finishing her smoothie. You're the one who wanted to visit Arizona, Harry pointed at his draconic companion. Kisanth snorted, sending a plume of smoke from her dainty nose. It had taken some time, but Harry was used to it by now. In Colorado, Harry added. Kisanth frowned. And Wyoming, Harry tacked on. Your point is made, whelpling, Kisanth grumbled. Satisfied, Harry settled back into his seat. But we must return to our task, Kisanth pressed. Tomorrow, Harry assured. Today is my hatching day after all. Ah, yes, Kisanth nodded. An important day. Very well, I shall not pester you further. Harry grunted and began to drift off, the sound of the waves lulling him into a comfortable slumber, a content smile on his face. August 18, 1997, Tonks family residence, noon. Oh, Blondie, Tonks called. An owl came for you. Daphne appeared seconds later, breathing heavily and shaking from her nerves. She snatched the letter from her best friend and fumbled to Open it. It's not nice to tease, Dora Andromeda scolded lightly. Sorry, Mum, Tonks smirked. I know that look. Andromeda rolled her eyes, sipping a tea as she watched Daphne closely. Daphne removed the letter containing her NEWT results and slowly opened it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Nastily exhausting wizarding tests results. Pass grades, fail grades. Outstanding, oh poor P. Exceeds expectations, E. Dreadful, D. Acceptable, A. Troll, T. Daphne Greengrass has achieved. Charms, O. Transfiguration, O. Defense against the dark arts, O. Herbology, O. Arithmancy, O. Ancient runes, O. Potions, O. Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. I did it, Daphne stammered, her eyes misting. I did it, she said. Again, this time more confidently. I did it, she screamed, startling both Tonks and Andromeda. Tonks swiped the paper from her friend and whistled as Daphne danced a little jig around the kitchen table, laughing happily. Holy shite, Tonks swore. Language, Dora, Andromeda snarked. Sorry, Mum, it's just well look. Tonks thrust the paper into her mother's face. Andromeda sniffed and grabbed the paper, her eyes widening comically. Holy shite. Language, Mum, Tonks teased with an ear-to-ear grin. Andromeda pinkened and mumbled something incoherent as she smoothed the test results atop the kitchen table, careful to relocate her tea lest she accidentally spill. Daphne, this is incredible, Andromeda said, only to find Daphne no longer in the room. She glanced at her daughter. Where did she go? Dora. Tonks shrugged. Beats me, Mum. She darted out of here faster than I've ever seen her move. A whoosh of flu fire caused both mother and daughter to poke their heads to the living room to see Minerva McGonagall wave her wand to remove ash as she stepped out of the fireplace. Hello, Minnie, Andromeda waved. Oh, hello, Andy, Minerva greeted. Daphne practically demanded I come over here. She said it was urgent. Is everything okay? Tonks pointed at the room currently devoid of confusion. Where? Minerva, Daphne cried as she returned from the kitchen, causing Tonks to shriek in surprise. Bloody hell, woman, Tonks groused. Dora, Andromeda scowled. She's like a shadow, Tonks waved in desperation. Did she apparate silently from room to room? Look, Daphne held out her test results proudly and Minerva, with a raised eyebrow, accepted them. Really, Daphne, she frowned. You couldn't have wait, she trailed. Off in shock, her mouth falling open. Ah, hell, Tonks grumbled. Thought for sure old Minnie would slip and swear. Behave, Dora, Andromeda chided gently. Daphne, Minerva reached around for something to stabilize her before sinking into the couch. This is incredible. I have never even heard of results like this, not since Albus Dumbledore, Andromeda nodded as she sat next to her friend. Minerva swallowed heavily and nodded. This deserves a reward, Daphne blushed furiously. I don't need a reward, Minerva. I insist. Minerva stood and made her way over to the flue. In fact, I will be informing the entire Hogwarts staff of your monumental achievement. This is truly amazing. 7 NEWTS. Good Lord, girl. Daphne hid a sheepish smile as Minerva began making her calls. She caught Andromeda's gaze, the older woman giving her a bright smile. Tonks winked at Daphne and gave a thumbs up. Looks like you can have any job you want, Blondie, Tonks grinned. Are you ready to submit that first application? Daphne, feeling as if she could walk on air at the moment, smiled brightly, truly happy, and nodded. I can't wait. August 19, 1997, unknown location. Lord Voldemort paced the small living quarters he was forced to hide in. His mind racing furiously, he snorted derisively at the thought that he, Lord Voldemort, had to hide from those far inferior to himself. None will join us, Nagini, Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue. They Name Voldemort used to be spoken only by fools. Now we are. Considered defeated, us defeated, as if we could be killed, none have. Delved further into the dark arts than us, none. His tirade ended with him breathing heavily, a thin sheen of sweat atop his forehead. We killed their head Auror and his guard under their very noses. Still, they do not fear us. None will join our cause. Voldemort muttered incoherently for several minutes before cackling. Madly, had Bellatrix Lestrange been alive and present, she would have swooned. Yes, an excellent plan, my pet. We shall remind this piteous nation. Why it fears the name Lord Voldemort, our name. Then we shall find slaves coming in droves to serve our cause. Yes, yes. Lord Voldemort apparated away, completely unaware that he had been alone in the room the entire time. August 20, 1997, Tonks family residence, midday. Is that post owl refusing your payment? Tonks questioned with a raised eyebrow. Daphne stared at the large stack of applications in her hands. I think so. The owl turned its head around, refusing to acknowledge the two women. In response, Daphne added a few galleons to the tiny pile already atop the table. The owl, intrigued, turned its head and gave a long-suffering blink before finally acquiescing with a single nod. Both Daphne and Tonks breathed a sigh of relief and filled the post owl's money pouch with the galleons before affixing the stack of applications to its leg. It laboriously took off with a protesting squawk before gaining enough air to depart through a nearby window. Well, they're off, Blondie, Tonks sang joyously. How are you feeling? Daphne fidgeted. Nervous, she admitted softly. You'll get the job, Tonks assured comfortingly. Any plans for the day? I'm going to look for a flat, I think, Daphne replied as she made her way to her room. You know Mum is fine with you staying with us, yeah? Tonks asked as they entered Daphne's room. She even named this room Daphne's room. You're like an adopted daughter to her now. Daphne flushed slightly and gave a sheepish smile. I know, and I can't thank Andy enough for her support. She paused in thought for a moment. I want to try this on my own. I get it, Tonks nodded understandingly. Spread your wings and fly, Blondie. Why, yeah, Daphne gave a half smile. Well, I'm off to some mandatory staff meeting. Minnie's calling. Tonks rolled her eyes dramatically. Something about a potential new transfiguration, Professor. I don't know why I need to be involved, though. Well, you are a teacher, Daphne quipped. Tonks groaned. Don't remind me. Still, babysitting a bunch of rugrats is certainly better than chasing killing curse, throwing Death Eaters, or dealing with petty disputes all the time. Tonks hummed aloud, an idea coming to her. Maybe I should take a page from Moody's book and teach constant vigilance to my students this year. Tori will get a kick out of that, Daphne muttered. Tonks blanched and shivered. Forgot about Sasha. Maybe I'll forego that thought. She shrugged and shot Daphne a lopsided grin. Things to think about, I suppose. I'm off, Blondie. Have a good day, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Daphne snorted and giggled. No worries there, Dora. Tonks stuck her tongue out at Daphne. You sound like Mum. Daphne waved goodbye a final time and looked around her room, half-packed as she readied herself to move out on her own. She really hoped it wouldn't be too much of a hassle to find a flat. A quick glance at her nightstand and a medium-sized pouch that had been filled with galleons brought a genuine smile to her face. Minerva had been true to her word on celebrating with the staff of Hogwarts, and Daphne found herself receiving a significant sum of galleons to kickstart her venture into adulthood. The fact that yesterday was her birthday played a part in the amount she had received, and Daphne found herself moved beyond words by the gesture. I'll finish packing later, Daphne thought with a final look around the room. Might as well maximize my time today. I'm sure I'll find somewhere in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade where I can stay. Hopefully optimistic, Daphne grabbed her winter cloak and made her way to the Flue, ready to start living just like she promised Astoria. August 21, 1997, Castle Peveill evening. Harry shakily opened the last door to the last room they had yet to unlock. Months of arduous days navigating ancient, deadly traps had culminated in this moment, revealing the former Lord Peveill's study. Debates had raged between the portraits, Harry and Kisanth, regarding their lack of discovery of a library. It had been Rowena who finally reminded everyone that magic was not openly practiced when Castle Peveill was inhabited, and therefore the library would have been heavily guarded and secreted, meaning it made sense that the Lord's study would have a secret entrance to the library. The door creaked on ancient hinges, feeling as if it would crumble from age. Harry knew the latent magic thrumming throughout Castle Peveill would not allow it. He blinked several times when he found a relatively pedestrian study with a small bed seemingly thrust into a corner with surprisingly pristine sheets. An anti-dust enchantment, Harry thought an amusement. Magic never ceases to amaze me. A couple of bookshelves, sparsely populated, lined an adjacent wall. And directly ahead was what Harry assumed was the former Lord Peveill's desk. He approached it reverently, his hand brushing the ornate chair. There was a flash of light, and suddenly the study began to shimmer, almost as if an illusion was dispelling. Bookshelves, filled to the brim with ancient texts, began to appear, as well as an open portal in the wall with a stairway leading down. Above, it was a sign indicating the library lay below. Harry glanced over at Kisanth in shock. "Problem, whelpling?" Kisanth asked in amusement as her eyes perused the ancient texts. "Usually, I would need to update the wardstone to allow for visitors," Harry said in confusion. "I would have thought the room would have thrust you out." Kisanth snorted, a small plume of smoke escaping her dainty nose. "Oh, it attempted to remove me. I simply refused it." Harry blinked. "There is no doubt, however, that you are indeed a Peveill by blood." The blood wards of this room recognized one of their own and activated upon your entry. Harry cocked his head to the side, but nothing happened when I entered. Kisanth rolled her eyes and shook her head, almost as if admonishing his stupidity. "This place has been uninhabited for centuries, whelpling." It needed a moment to, what do you humans say, warm up. Harry nodded. "Well, we're here. And, as per our agreement, you will copy anything I desire for my personal library." "That you just started," Harry pointed at her. "That I just started," Kisanth echoed with a frown, reluctant to admit that she had only recently decided to start a library of her own. "Wait for it," Harry thought dryly. "Hurry up, whelpling, lest I eat you for dallying." "There it is," Harry chuckled internally. August 25, 1997. Diagon Alley, Leaky Cauldron, midday. Daphne looked around her small room with a soft smile. The owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom, had given her a fantastic rate for the next 60 days. Daphne admitted she was surprised to find him sympathetic to her situation, but wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Instead, she unpacked and went through her things, paying particular attention to a box Astoria had dropped off with their mum. It was stuff from Daphne's childhood that they thought she might like. Daphne had been reluctant to open it, but with no replies to her numerous applications, and nothing really to do except wait, she decided now was a good time to investigate. A quick wave of her wand, and the box opened to reveal some old outfits that her mum wore that Daphne had always liked. Her eyes watered to see them bequeathed to her. Daphne hadn't really paid much attention to how she had grown since that horrible Halloween in 1995. She approached a full-length mirror and looked at herself, surprised to see she looked more and more like her mother every day. That's not a bad thing, Daphne told herself. Mum is gorgeous, I would be doing quite well for myself if I looked half as good as her. There are differences, however, like my eyes are a bit bluer, and my hair. Daphne trailed off, her mind connecting that the reflection in the mirror looked almost identical to the reflection in the mirror of Arist that Harry no, Daphne thought firmly. I'm not going to think about that. I'm not going to cry on the first day I move out and start my life. She hurriedly turned from the mirror and rifled through the box where she found a large binder. Curious, Daphne opened it to find her old collection of chocolate frog cards. The various famous witches and wizards all waved back at her with joyful smiles as she flipped through the pages. Daphne sniffled, memories flashing through her mind. Memories of Cyrus Greengrass chastening her for wanting to collect something as silly and trivial as chocolate frog cards. She was certain he had destroyed her collection shortly after taking them. Why didn't he? Daphne wondered. Further investigation revealed a note at the back of the binder, handwritten by Arya Greengrass, stating that she had smuggled the binder away when Cyrus went to destroy it. Daphne sighed and closed the binder, hugging it to her chest. "I'll have to thank Mother when I write her," Daphne muttered to herself. She smiled softly and continued unpacking, her mind imagining the next time she would see her friends and family. Astoria had sworn she would write as soon as the Hogsmeade weekends were published, so Daphne could visit and tell her all about her new career as an Auror. Minerva promised to schedule tea once the hurdles of the term beginning had cleared. Tonks was going to be busy with the new Dada curriculum, and Andromeda had returned to St. Mungo's full-time. Her mother was working for the Longbottoms, caring for their greenhouses and magical plants. Daphne could never thank Neville enough for being a true Gryffindor and telling his grandmother to hire Arya Greengrass. She had never even spoken to the boy, and he actively avoided her during school. The fact that Neville even helped my family is proof of how decent of a person he is. Tracy won the lottery with him, Daphne thought fondly, remembering her former best friend who had all but abandoned her. After that terrible night, Daphne didn't blame Tracy, especially when it came out that Cyrus had altered her memory during a sleepover at Greengrass Manor. It had been tough, losing her best friend because of her father, but Daphne had endured. "He took practically everything else from me," Daphne thought bitterly. "Why not my best friend as well?" Daphne shook her head to clear her mind, dispersing the negative thoughts. Her stomach rumbled and she sighed, determining that an early dinner would be in order. She exited her room and locked the door with her key before slipping it back into an interior pocket of her robes. "I wonder if Tom will do custom orders," Daphne thought as she made her way downstairs. August 27, 1997, Leaky Cauldron, early morning. Daphne gasped and shot up from her bed, fumbling for her wand. Sweat matted her hair to her forehead, and she breathed heavily, realizing her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. She shivered as she cast a quick Lumos to ensure she was alone. Another nightmare, Daphne thought shakily. I had hoped I wouldn't get them anymore, but I should have known being alone would bring them back. She drew the comforter around her shoulders and huddled beneath its warmth. Despite her body being soaked with sweat, she still felt cold. Her head throbbed painfully from the dream of Cyrus, forcibly ripping memories from her mind, uncaring of the agony he was causing his eldest daughter. A gurgling sob escaped Daphne, and she clamped a hand over her mouth to contain an outbreak. Staggering to her feet, she stumbled around in the dark until she found the doorframe to the bathroom, where she flipped the light switch and fell to her knees, vomiting heavily into the toilet. Gasping for air, shivering and thoroughly spent, Daphne weakly turned on the shower and forced herself to stand and strip so she could clean the sweat from her body as the warm water cascaded down her head and back. She closed her eyes and focused on her basic occlumency teachings from Andromeda to slowly rebuild her mental barriers so she could sleep later. I can do this, Daphne told herself. I won't be a prisoner in my own mind. It's going to be okay, Daphne, Daphne whispered to herself, echoing her baby sister's words that had become almost a mantra to her. The words were carried away by the sound of running water, but the half-smile they brought to Daphne's face did not follow them. August 27, 1997, Leaky Cauldron, midday. Daphne fidgeted nervously as she sat on the edge of the bed, chewing her bottom lip as she stared at the non-existent pile of mail on the small table that occupied her room. "The owl post delivered just a moment ago, I'm sure of it," Daphne whispered. "I even double-checked with Tom. So why don't I have any responses to my applications?" Daphne wondered internally. It's been a reasonable amount of time for at least one department to review and respond, even if it's a rejection or statement that there are no openings currently. Daphne hoped there wasn't anything wrong. She had triple-checked her applications, so she was confident that it wasn't an error on her part. She had also confirmed that every application had a signed copy of her NEWTS results. Minerva had been insistent upon signing every copy, personally with a blood quill, so no one could deny the validity of the results. Daphne couldn't thank the woman enough for her continual love and support. "I'm sure it's just taking them time to respond," Daphne told herself, not really believing it, "but I'm going to go crazy sitting here thinking about it. I need to focus my attention on other things." She looked around, and her eyes focused on the 3-ring binder containing all of her research from the trial files. "Maybe I should start thinking about where Harry could have gone," Daphne thought. "I do need to find him one day and apologize, after all." August 28, 1997. Peveill Castle. Noon. Harry stood next to a conjured desk in the middle of the Peveill study. The portraits of Salazar, Rowena, and Arcturus floated nearby, observing intently. Kisanth sat undisturbed on a small bed, reading an ancient tome. Had Harry been paying attention, however, he would have noticed her focus diverted to the spectacle. "Ladies and, gentlemen," Harry cleared his throat. "We are gathered here to conduct a very important experiment that came to me just before initial negotiations with Kisanth." The dragon lady snorted. Yes, can the bird do math?" Salazar gestured for the test to proceed. "Don't be rude, Sal," Rowena scolded before offering Harry an understanding and encouraging smile. "Carry on, dear." "Thank you, Mama Claw." Harry sniffed and held his nose up in mock distaste. "As I was saying," he enunciated at Salazar. "Oh, sweet Merlin." Arcturus rolled his eyes. Fox squawked proudly, currently perched atop the desk, a pencil and paper nearby. "We're going to see if Fox here, smart as he is." Fox preened haughtily. "Can do basic math, as I suspected after our conversation." "Fascinating." Rowena giggled excitedly and clapped her hands before composing herself. It took several seconds before she said, quite professionally, "Do continue." "You're up, Fox." Harry poked the phoenix who cooed and bent over the paper, his right claw currently over the pencil. Fox stared for a good minute before turning to look back at Harry curiously. "Can you read it?" Harry asked. Fox whipped his right claw back, hurling the pencil off the desk dramatically. "I think that means no," Arcturus chuckled. "Birds reading," Salazar trailed off derisively. "Basilisks talking," Harry countered. "Maybe if you ask him," Rowena prompted. Harry hummed and rubbed his chin. "Good idea, Mama Claw." He retrieved the pencil and set it back on the desk. Fox, for the time being, pointedly ignored it. "Okay, buddy," Harry stroked the phoenix's plumage. "I'll read the questions and you, chirp the number of times that you think the answer is, yeah." Fox bobbed his head. "How about something easy?" Harry grinned. "What's 1 + 1? 2. Everyone blinked and turned to face Kisanth, who had looked up from her book and appeared very proud at her answer. Seeing the 2 male portraits snickering, the female portrait glowering, and the whelpling looking on in bemusement caused her to narrow her eyes. "What?" Kisanth demanded. Harry scratched the back of his neck nervously. I was asking him." He pointed at Fox, who squawked indignantly. "And, he was supposed to answer," Harry attempted to explain. "Well, then he should have been faster," Kisanth countered, clearly affronted. Harry and Fawkes exchanged glances. Aren't you supposed to be reading and copying stuff for your library? I am reading and copying, Kisanth replied petulantly. Uh-huh. Harry hid his smirk until his back was to the dragon lady who he knew could roast him, should she become irked or feel mocked. Okay, let's try this again, he said with a gesture at Fawkes. Fawkes straightened and puffed his chest out. 2 + 2. Fawkes squawked 4 times. Salazar's jaw dropped in shock, and Arcturus roared with laughter at the dumbfounded expression of one of the founders of Hogwarts. Rowena clapped gleefully. Oh, more. Fawkes pecked the desk several times before looking up at Harry. Expectantly, Harry swore he noted a mischievous gleam in the beady eyes of the bird, who was proving to be far more intelligent than originally thought. 2 × 3, Harry asked more than stated. Fawkes squawked 6 times. Sweet Merlin, Salazar breathed. This is incredible, Rowena shouted, ecstatic. See if he can do division, no subtraction, no algebra. Yes, see if he can do algebra. Ah, yes, the muggle derivative of arithmancy, Arcturus sneered. You do realize algebra came before arithmancy, Salazar grunted, clearly disgruntled at having to reveal such a fact. Arcturus balked. Several questions later, the group had confirmed, much to their amazement, that Fawkes was capable of subtraction, addition, multiplication, and division, but only so long as it was simple. Thus began a rather lengthy, because Kisanth kept interjecting, explanation of algebra, which no one really believed Fawkes followed. And the final question, Harry began grandly, unbothered by Fawkes, pecking the desk several times. 1x + 2 = 5, solve for x. Fawkes thought for several minutes, periodically pecking the desk. Right when Harry was about to call the experiment off, Fawkes squawked 3 times, correctly solving. Even Kisanth appeared impressed. Fawkes preened through the uproar, and, satisfied he had proven himself, flashed away in fire to go play with Sparky in America. Does anyone else feel woefully humbled? Salazar questioned. Harry chuckled and shook his head. I am finding more and more how little new revelations seem to bother me. Well, your life has been one giant cauldron constantly boiling over. My air, Salazar admitted. Harry heard Rowena gushing to Arcturus about the success of the test, but it was muted by his focus on the paper atop the desk. The more Harry studied it, the more he realized something peculiar about it. 5 minutes later, Harry roared with laughter, bent over, and slapped his knees. Tears of mirth fell down his cheeks as he shook his head and did his best to compose himself. Even Kisanth looked quizzically at the uncharacteristically joyful whelpling. I dare say Fawkes pranked us all, Harry finally explained, gesturing at the paper. Every question on the paper had small holes beneath them, the number of holes the correct answer for all 5 questions. Fawkes, it appeared, could read just fine. He simply couldn't write. August 28, 1997, Hogwarts evening. Sasha often slept while the Tori was in class. The droning of the larger, yummier, Sasha was sure they were yummy, despite having never actually eaten a large human, or a small human. For that matter, humans often lulled her to sleep, as did the Tori's periodic soothing petting. Sasha preferred to call this activity worship, as it fit her queenly persona. What no one, not even Harry, knew was that Sasha, during these times of slumber, was able to occasionally see through her master's eyes. Therefore, she was quite appalled to have witnessed the Fawkes preening and garnering as much undeserved attention as he was. What even was math anyway? Why was it so important? Sasha had to know the answer. Thankfully, the discussion of the elder master had revealed a word Sasha was acutely aware of, as it was one of the Tori's classes. Arithmancy. Sasha purred as she felt the worship begin anew atop her snout. Her tongue flicked out automatically, giving the Tori well-earned praise, and eliciting a giggle from the girl, she had been assigned to guard. Yes, Sasha would learn this arithmancy. Then Master would praise her. And finally allow her to devour the fox, who she knew was simply delicious. How she knew this was unimportant, she knew. I will continue to refine my flying and killing skills, Sasha muttered to herself, the sound coming out as a gentle hiss, which caused Astoria to shiver and giggle again. The fact that Astoria was the one flying, not Sasha, and the only killing she did was against bludgers during Quidditch matches was irrelevant. And I will learn this arithmancy, and then the fox will fall to my power, and Master will praise me and cuddle M. Hush, Astoria scolded, swatting Sasha atop the snout playfully before going back to her dinner and chatting with her friends animatedly, completely oblivious to their incredulous stares at Astoria's brazenness. To swat a basilisk in such a way. Properly chastened, Sasha grumbled internally and settled back down. Atop the Tauri's shoulders, she closed her eyes and went over tomorrow's schedule before a hiss of pleasure escaped her. Tomorrow, the Tauri had arithmancy, and Sasha would make sure to give it the attention it deserved. August 30, 1997, Leaky Cauldron morning. Daphne sat at breakfast in the leaky cauldron staring numbly at the Daily Prophet. The typical tripe Rita Skeeter wrote, lambasting her, was front page today. Daphne had yet to fail to keep an article that mentioned her, but today she felt far too ill to even think about keeping this article, for the reason why she had still not received a response from any of her applications was now revealed in bold, black print, with a moving picture of the most recent victim of Voldemort. Amelia Bones, Minister of Magic, had been ambushed in her home on August 27th by Voldemort, and later died of her wounds in St. Mungo's. Trembling, Daphne picked up the paper and automatically folded it before pocketing it. Despite her reticence, it seemed the motion was ingrained into her daily routine at this point. The glowers of the patrons of the cauldron were acutely felt, and Daphne beat a hasty retreat to her room. Amelia promised me I would have a job as an Auror, Daphne thought. Miserably. Now she's gone, and Wizarding Britain will ultimately blame me. She grabbed a pillow and pulled it over her head, screaming in outrage at the injustice of it all, while simultaneously mourning for the kind woman who had not only offered her a career, but also provided an opportunity for her to learn the truth about what happened to her and Harry. September 1, 1997, Leaky Cauldron noon. Daphne resisted the temptation to tear the letter in her hands to shreds. Before burning every inch of it with an incendio, a formal response to her application to the DMLE had finally been provided. She was denied. Daphne read it again, despite knowing the words by heart, her vision blurred from her angry tears. Dear Miss Greengrass, after careful consideration, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has respectfully declined your application to join the Auror Academy. Wishing you success in your future endeavors. S.R. Auror John Dawlish, temporary head of DMLE. Daphne shook her head bitterly and ground her teeth. No, she said thickly, I refuse to accept this. She stormed into her small bathroom and took a few minutes to compose herself and clean up her appearance. Once satisfied, she ensured she was in her most professional clothing before marching downstairs to the public flue. She ignored the stairs and took a pinch of powder before declaring her destination. Ministry of Magic. Daphne stepped out of the flue to find the atrium packed with people who seemed to be going in all directions. She did her best to surreptitiously make her way to the guard, who begrudgingly checked her wand before moving to one of the elevators. Of course, calling out her number was promptly ignored by the person closest to the buttons, as upon recognizing her, he developed a case of selective deafness. Rolling her eyes, Daphne squeezed her arm through the crowd and managed to press the 5th floor button, where the DMLE was, at least, if the registry she had consulted was to be believed. Daphne was eager and relieved to exit the elevator once it docked on the 5th floor, as the dark looks of many who recognized her had rapidly devolved into scowls at her continued presence. She exhaled slowly and smoothed her robes before approaching the receptionist's desk. "Name?" a witch questioned in a monotone voice. "Daphne Greengrass," Daphne said confidently. The witch looked up in surprise, then sneered before schooling her. "Features. How can the DMLE help you, Miss Greengrass?" "I've come to speak to Senior Auror John Dawlish regarding my recent application," Daphne informed. The receptionist looked down at a paper before grimacing. "Senior Auror Dawlish is available for 10 more minutes." She stood with obvious reluctance. "Please follow me." "Thank you." Daphne breathed a gentle sigh of relief and moved to follow, finding herself led to an office on the back wall. The receptionist knocked 3 times, then opened the door, beckoning Daphne to enter. She did, and the door was swiftly shut behind her. Daphne flinched and turned her head to see a middle-aged wizard with short black hair, dark eyes with rings beneath them, and a mountain of paperwork atop his desk. "Miss Greengrass, I presume?" the man questioned in a raspy, fatigued voice. "Why, yes," Daphne mentally kicked herself for stammering. "How can I help you?" Dawlish asked as he rubbed his eyes wearily. "It's about my," Daphne began. "Was our letter unclear?" Dawlish cut in with an irritable tone. "No," Daphne replied. "I just wanted to understand why I was rejected. Surely my NEWT results spoke for themselves." Dawlish sighed heavily. "They did indeed, Miss Greengrass." Daphne felt her ire rising. "Then why? It is felt your presence at the ministry would be bad for morale." Dawlish interrupted harshly. "But I was promised." "By the former, now deceased, minister, yes." Dawlish waved off her protestation before she could even finish, almost as if he were predicting her responses. "The interim minister is not bound by those promises." Daphne felt as if she had been hit in the gut by a bludger, and inhaled sharply. "I believe our discussion concluded." Dawlish returned to his paperwork. "Please see yourself out, Miss Greengrass." Daphne nodded tersely and turned toward the closed door, only to freeze with her hand on the handle. She looked over her shoulder as something Dawlish said clicked in her mind. "Auror Dawlish," she called softly, causing the man to look up in agitation. "Yes," he ground out. "I noticed you mentioned my presence at the ministry is unwelcome." Daphne said stiffly, her voice thick with emotion. "Would it be unwise for me to anticipate receiving a favorable response to any of my applications, no matter how obscure the department?" A look of sympathy crossed Dawlish's expression, and he set his quill down and rubbed his face again. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and leaned back in his seat, his eyes expressing his pity and helplessness at the situation. "If I may be frank, Miss Greengrass," Dawlish questioned and paused, waiting for her to nod before continuing. "Any department, especially ours, would be overjoyed to have you as a member of it. Unfortunately, as we are all public servants, public opinion matters greatly. Due to your unfortunate situation, I feel it would be best for you to assume that all your applications for ministry positions will be rejected." Daphne opened her mouth but couldn't find her voice. Her eyes watered despite her determination not to cry. "I appreciate your candor, Senior Auror Dawlish," Daphne managed to croak out softly. "Good day to you, and I hope you find some modicum of relief in the current storm you find yourself in." "Thank you, Miss Greengrass." Dawlish stood and bowed slightly at the waist. "I wish you all the best, truly." Daphne turned and exited, softly closing the door behind her. Her mind hardly registered the journey back to the leaky cauldron. The stares of outrage and whispers as she passed were ignored as everything was hazy. She knew she wore a dazed expression all the way up until she made it to her room that she currently called home. Numbly, she approached her bed and slunk onto it, placing her wand on her nightstand as she shakily climbed under the covers, pulling them over her head. She was thankful no one could hear her sobs. September 5, 1997. Leaky cauldron morning, dear Daffy. I am so upset that the ministry has decided to simply not hire you. Because you are you. It's outrageous. When I finished using every swear word I knew, and I know more than I probably should, even. Sasha was upset. I'm pretty confident Sasha will outright kill Rita Skeeter if we ever come across her. I mean, I did authorize her to do it. And all, but I think it's almost become a guarantee it will happen now. Speaking of Sasha, she has developed a rather unhealthy interest in arithmancy. I'm totally serious, Daffy. Stop laughing. I know you're laughing. I swear Professor Vector nearly fainted when Sasha slithered up to her desk, grabbed a piece of chalk in her snout, and proceeded to unsuccessfully write the answer to a basic problem. It almost seemed like she knew the answer. Can you believe it? I mean, it does kind of add up, though. Ha, pun, get it, add up, ha. We know she can talk, right? Well, at least she can talk to Harry and that creepy old Salazar guy with the long beard and the monkey face. I'm getting off track here. The point is that Sasha is trying to do arithmancy and hissing constantly like she's plotting something. I have no clue what changed, but it's weirding me out, and I've taken to swatting her with a rolled-up Daily Prophet when she gets too talkative. People think I'm crazy, but we both know that's always been the case. Enough about Sasha. How are you? That's a stupid question, I'm sure. I know you're hurting. I love you, Daffy. It's going to be okay. You're going to find a job. And you can always come back home, you know. Mum would love to house you and see you. Or you can go live with Andy. You won't be a burden since she is working at St. Mungo's again. Plus, you're like an adopted daughter as far as the Tonks family is concerned. Have you tried asking Headmistress McGonagall if you can teach at Hogwarts? That would be awesome, Professor Greengrass. Wait, no, scratch that. You would give me detention all the time just because I annoyed you. You know what? I'm okay with that. Ask McGonagall for a job. Oh, before I forget, Hogsmeade weekends are going to be more frequent moving forward. McGonagall is making lots of positive changes, if you ask me, and so the first Hogsmeade weekend is the first weekend of October. I expect to see you there so I can hug you, and you can tell me all about the new job that I just know you're going to get. Don't forget that I love you with all of my being, Daffy. Your baby sister. Tora. Daphne brushed her hair as she sat on her bed, the recently read letter from Astoria nearby. She smiled and wiped a few stray happy tears as she finished brushing, before standing and making her way to her table to pen a return letter. Dear Tori, your letter made me laugh and cry happy tears. Thank you for that. Baby sister, I needed it more than I realized. I won't lie to you, I'm not doing well. I'm unhappy, frustrated, and borderline despairing at my harsh reality. Despite having the best NEWTS scores since Dumbledore himself, it seems the ministry is determined to prevent me from finding employment within their ranks. This has left me little choice but to apply in person within Diagon Alley. I've been going door to door and have had no luck thus far. Oh, the shops are more than happy to take my money. They just don't want to employ me. It's the same general responses. Get out of here, harlot. How dare you cause Harry Potter to abandon us? Your presence would be bad for business. I'm sorry, I know it's unfair, but supporting you would not be wise at this time. Very rare response, but I did get it from Fortescue's along with a free ice cream of my choice, which was really sweet. Ha, pun. Of my own. Despite that, I have such a wonderful support network that I'm managing to keep going. Mum has sent letters of encouragement my way daily, which has been wonderfully uplifting. Andy and Tonks both sent me a letter, nearly demanding I move back into their family home. While I'm tempted to, I can't give up on my attempt to be self-sufficient yet. I have enough money to get me through October, and then I'll have to swallow what little pride I have left. I did ask Minerva for a job, but she said I'm too young to be seriously considered by the board, despite my academics. I still need 3 to 5 years before I would feasibly be accepted in a teaching position. The best I could hope for is to intern, but that doesn't pay. My current plan is to keep applying in Diagon Alley at every shop. If that fails, I'll try Nocturne Alley. If that fails, I'll try Hogsmeade. I might even try for a loan at Gringotts to start my own business once I finish applying in Diagon Alley. Who knows, maybe if I run it under pseudonym, I could be successful. I will surely keep you posted, and I intend to see you the first weekend of October. We'll make a day of it. By the way, your report on Sasha's antics was quite amusing. I did laugh, and I find it entertaining to think she is attempting to do basic math. Morgana only knows why she is interested in the subject, but if I had to take a guess, I would say it has something to do with Fawkes. How are you doing, Tori? How is Quidditch? Go Gryffindor, how are your grades? You better not be slacking off. I hope you're surrounded by friends, having fun and enjoying your time. I also cannot wait to see and hug you. I love you with all my heart, Tori. Your sister, Daffy. Daphne sat back and flexed her hand several times as she reviewed her letter, satisfied. She rolled it up and grabbed her cloak before heading out of her room, determined to continue applying for jobs. But she would first stop off at the Owl Post to make sure her baby sister got her letter. September 19, 1997. Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, mid-morning. Daphne hesitated briefly before approaching the counter where the goblin teller's quill was diligently scratching away on a piece of parchment. How can Gringotts assist you today, Miss Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass? The goblin's scratching ceased as he looked up and regarded Daphne critically. I see. How can we assist you, Miss Greengrass? I would like to inquire about a business loan, Daphne said, keeping the quaver of trepidation from her voice. Please have a seat, and one of our loan officers will come collect you. Daphne gave a single nod and obeyed, seating herself and smoothing her long black skirt. Her hands trembled, betraying her nerves. It had been a long 2 weeks, continuing her trek of applications through Diagon Alley and then Nocturne Alley. Her attempts had yet to bear fruit, and Daphne had exhausted all options in the area, meaning she had to move on to Hogsmeade next. Based on her luck thus far, however, she didn't have much hope. Therefore, she decided it was time to see if she could start a shop on her own. During her application spree, she had found plenty of empty real estate she could procure should she have the funds. Miss Greengrass, a goblin questioned, having approached without Daphne realizing. She started and turned. Yes. I am Nagnot, he introduced himself with a bow. If you will accompany me to my office, we can discuss your request. Daphne nodded and hurriedly stood. She felt a tangle of emotion surge within her as they passed Agnot's office, but she shrugged it off and entered Nagnot's office, her eyes widening as she realized he was the deputy manager of the Diagon Alley Gringotts branch. She numbly took the indicated seat at his desk, already assuming her request was going to be denied. Nagnot seated himself and folded his clawed hands atop his desk. Miss Greengrass, he began, I regret to inform you that Gringotts cannot issue you a loan. Of course, Daphne said bitterly, futilely rubbing her eyes. While it may pain you to hear this, you are considered high risk, and a rather bad bet in Britain, Nagnot continued, unconcerned with her show of emotion. I want you to know that we treat all our clients with as much impartiality as possible and did our due diligence regarding your request. Unfortunately, due to the current climate of wizarding Britain, it would be folly to support an upstart business by yourself. Even under a pseudonym, Daphne asked weakly. Even under a pseudonym, Nagnot nodded solemnly, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy for the poor witch. Well, Daphne choked back a sob that threatened to escape. I apologize for wasting your time, she made to stand. Please sit, Miss Greengrass, Nagnot said softly. Our business is not yet concluded. While Gringotts cannot provide you a business loan, we are prepared, based on your credentials, to offer you employment. Daphne's eyes widened comically, and she plopped back into her seat. A few tears trailed unchecked down her cheeks, but Daphne was too thunderstruck to notice. Really? She asked, daring to hope. Yes, but I would have you know the particulars before you accept. Oh, of course, Daphne stammered and wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her blouse. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much even the offer means to me. October 4, 1997. Hogsmeade, early morning. Daphne exited the flue to the 3 broomsticks and promptly found herself engulfed in a hug that almost knocked her off her feet and back into the flue. Daffy, Astoria cried joyfully. Hi, Tori. Daphne embraced her sister warmly, feeling a wet sensation on her cheek. Hello to you too, Sasha. The basilisk hissed pleasantly, and Daphne, after several moments, eventually detached from Astoria, who unashamedly wiped her eyes and beamed up at her older sister. I can't wait for you to tell me everything about your new job. You've been so secretive, Astoria exclaimed, uncaring and unaware of the dark looks Daphne was garnering from most of the patrons of the 3 broomsticks. Those were lessened when Madame Rosmerta greeted Daphne warmly with an embrace, before leading the 2 sisters upstairs to a private room reserved for them. Inside, Daphne was greeted by her mother, who heavily embraced her and fussed over her appearance, worrying she wasn't eating enough. Been keeping up with your training, Blondie, Tonks grinned as she embraced her best friend. The last 2 weeks I have, Daphne smiled sheepishly. I was a bit preoccupied with finding a job before then. And we look forward to hearing all about it, Minerva said after, greeting Daphne with a gentle embrace. It's good to see you, dear. I cannot tell you how relieved I am that you've found employment. I also have cleared my schedule enough to commit to tea twice a month moving forward. That sounds lovely, Minerva, Daphne admitted breathily as Andromeda pulled her into a warm hug. You are always welcome in our home, Daphne, Andromeda whispered in her ear. Do not ever doubt that. Daphne's eyes watered and she swallowed. I know, Andy, she said thickly. It means the world to me to know that I have your support. Always, dear, Andromeda promised. It is good to see you again. Daphne. She's only been gone for a month, everyone, Astoria teased. Says the runt who nearly tackled her back through the flue, Tonks retorted. Astoria scoffed but kept her peace, allowing everyone to sit at the table. While Madame Rosmerta brought drinks and food, after they'd taken some time to load their plates, Tonks finally broke. Okay, Blondie, you've kept us in suspense long enough through your letters, spill. You got a loan and started your own business, didn't you? I was denied a business loan, actually, Daphne said around a mouthful of eggs. Well, crap, Tonks groaned, fishing around in her pocket and passing a galleon to Astoria. Dora, Andromeda scolded. You bet on Daphne's employment. Oh, please, Mum, Tonks rolled her eyes. As if you didn't bet with Minnie. Andromeda pinkened slightly but composed herself, raising her nose. The air haughtily. What I do with my friend is none of your business. I'll have to note betting with your students in your evaluation. Minerva sighed dramatically. You wouldn't, Tonks gasped, affronted. I survived 2 years as Dada. Professor Minnie, too. Minerva stared her down until Tonks grumbled and held out her hand to Astoria, demanding the galleon back. Astoria looked at the hand and snorted. Yeah, right, I won that bet fair and square. Daphne got a job in Nocturne Alley, didn't you, Daphne? No, Daphne shook her head. No one in Diagon or Nocturne Alley would hire me. Astoria hung her head, and passed the galleon across the table to McGonagall, who smirked as Tonks gasped in outrage. "Headmistress, how could you?" "Oh shush, Dora," Andromeda snickered. "Daphne, I assume you got a job with Gringotts?" Minerva asked as she sipped her tea. "Yes," Daphne smiled. "In Britain?" Andromeda queried. Daphne flinched. Minerva sighed and slid the galleon over to Andromeda, who accepted it. With a wink. "Hypocrite," Tonks stuck her tongue out at her mother. "I love you too, daughter of mine," Andromeda said as she patted Tonks on the shoulder. "You're leaving Britain?" Arya asked sadly. "Yes, Mum," Daphne nodded solemnly. "WH what?" Astoria stammered, her voice cracking as her eyes watered. "You're leaving." "I'm sorry, Torre," Daphne said with a grimace. "Gringotts would only offer me a position abroad. I doubt I'd have much luck finding a job in Hogsmeade, based on my experience with previous applications. You all know the ministry simply will not hire me because I'm, well, me. We'll work around wherever you go to make sure we see you," Arya said firmly. "I promise you will still see Daphne, Astoria." Astoria nodded and wiped her eyes, clearly upset. "So what's the job?" Tonks prompted. "I'll be heading to America to serve the Gringotts branch there as a curse breaker and part-time enchantress," Daphne revealed. "The pay is fantastic, and I'll be sending the majority of it back home, so you don't have to work anymore, Mum." "We'll talk about that later, dear," Arya replied. "I also get the standard Gringotts benefits, which anyone who has worked there will tell you they take care of their own. I'll be housing in the nearest magical district, and will have a dual citizenship, which means I can come to Britain as I please through the Gringotts. Employee only flew." Astoria perked up at that. "Which means I'll of course be here for our regularly scheduled tea visits, Minerva, as well as each of the Hogsmeade weekends you want. Me Torre. I'll even try and come see your Quidditch games if my schedule allows it." Daphne was nearly blasted out of her chair as Astoria threw herself at her, sobbing happily. "I'm so excited for you, Daffy, but I'm also quite cross that you made me think I wouldn't see you again. You idiot." "I love you too, Torre," Daphne giggled as she tried to detach her sister. Despite all of her recent struggles, Daphne finally found a small modicum of joy in her life, knowing that she had solid, unbiased employment and both family and friends who loved her dearly. "When do you leave?" Arya asked. "I start Monday," Daphne said with a smile. "December 25, 1997, Godric's Hollow, late night." "It's going to be okay, son," the voice of Sirius echoed in Harry's head, as he stared groggily into the brightly burning fire, illuminating the living room of the apartment he was currently sleeping in. He swirled the remnants of his hot chocolate as he amusedly realized he had no idea where exactly he was. "You're going to marry Daphne one day and have that beautiful daughter you told me about." Harry downed the last of his hot chocolate, hissing as it slightly scalded his throat. Sighing, he leant back into his seat on the couch and shakily wiped the sweat beading on his brow with the back of his palm. The dreams had intensified since Kisanth departed back to, well, wherever she went. "Come with me," Harry whispered automatically into the silence only, punctuated by the crackling flames. "You know I can't, pup," the voice inside his head replied. "Whether it's in this graveyard or on the school grounds of Hogwarts, I'm dead either way. Dumbledore won't vouch for me, and I'd be administered the Dementor's kiss. Besides, I'd rather die fighting, just like James did." Harry growled and hurled his cup into the flames. It didn't shatter or do anything dramatic outside of catch a flame. "I'll buy you the time you need. Promise me you'll live, Harry. Promise me I'll get to see you confess your love, get married, and have children." Harry's hands started shaking and he clenched them into fists. "You're dead," he whispered brokenly. Harry swore he could feel the ghostly touch of Sirius right where his heart was. "I'll always be with you, right here, kiddo." A flicker of light caught one of his lordship rings, causing it to glint in. The darkened room. Harry glanced down to see the resurrection stone, taunting him as it remained set in the Peveill lordship ring. Never before had Harry so desperately wanted to use the ring than now, with the memory of Sirius haunting his nights of late. "I love you, son." He knew the futility of using the second hallow while in his current mental state. The second brother had been driven mad by such folly. He would not follow in his ancient relative's footsteps. "Promise me, Harry." "I'm sorry, Sirius," Harry whispered as he willed himself to look away. From the hallow, the invisibility cloak comforted him with its cooling presence, and the elder wand thrummed against his wrist, begging to be unleashed. It was a heavy burden, being the supposed master of death. A gentle cooing caused a barely noticeable smile to flicker across Harry's darkened countenance. He looked down to regard one of his dearest and most loyal friends. Fawkes was staring up at him with his far too intelligent gaze, knowingly analyzing Harry's mood and deepest thoughts. "I miss him, Fawkes," Harry said softly, a quaver betraying the raw emotion he was barely holding back. "I feel as if I have utterly failed him." Fawkes chirruped sorrowfully. Harry stood with a sigh, briefly closing his eyes while he attempted to calm his mind. He felt a breeze graze his arm as Fawkes flapped his wings to gain enough altitude to land gently atop his shoulder. It was cool, reminding him of something that seemed a lifetime ago. An autumn wind blew through Hogsmeade and Harry removed his jacket, cast a warming charm on it, and draped it over Daphne's shoulders. She pulled it closer with a dazzling smile, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling. Harry felt his heart clench painfully as he stared at her. "I'm so thankful I met you that day in Diagon Alley," Harry told her. "Thank you for being my friend, Daphne. My life was very bleak until you entered it." He hesitated briefly before continuing. "I cherish every smile we secretly share, every hidden touch in the hallways." He looked towards the shrieking shack and saw a very familiar large black dog watching them both. A part of Harry wanted to hex his godfather, but another part of him drew courage from his distant presence, knowing he was going to get the Mickey taken out of him. Later, Harry pressed on. "You're a beautiful person, Daph," Harry said softly, the wind carrying his voice to Daphne's ears. "And the most beautiful witch in all of Hogwarts." He turned to find Daphne staring at him with a blazing intensity in her eyes. The wind caught her hair and blew several strands across her face, which she absently tucked behind her ear with an eager smile. He leaned down as she stood on her tiptoes, and this time nothing interrupted as their lips met. Fireworks erupted in Harry's body, and his mind shut down as he focused on the sensation of Daphne's lips. They were soft, pliable, and molded perfectly with his. She tasted like strawberries, and Harry inhaled through his nose, taking in the smell of her shampoo as his hands settled on her waist. He felt her arms snake around his neck as their kiss deepened. Harry was positive his blood actually sang. He wanted more. Instinctively, his tongue darted forward and caressed her bottom lip, that lip she so often chewed when thinking or when she was nervous, a habit of hers that he loved. He felt her lips slightly part, and her tongue met his as he pulled her closer to him. She let out a hum of pleasure which was overshadowed by a sudden, shocking bark from the large black dog. The barking manifested itself outside of Harry's consciousness, in the form of Fawkes squawking loudly. Harry gasped, recoiled as if struck, and stumbled backwards into his couch. The back of his knees collided with the couch, and he fell heavily onto the soft cushion, causing the couch to scrape loudly against the wood floors. Fawkes squawked again, incensed at the sudden, jerky motion, and flapped his wings in agitation. Harry was breathing as if he had run a marathon, his chest heaving and sweat pouring off his body as he shook uncontrollably. Fawkes began to sing softly, and the sound brought a small semblance of peace to Harry as he struggled to steady his breathing. He almost had himself under control when his restraints buckled, and Harry sobbed heavily into his hands. He wept for Sirius, the father he knew far too briefly, whom, like his mother and actual father, had made the ultimate sacrifice so he could live on. He wept for the loneliness that had, over time, slowly begun to loom over him like a dark cloud. Portraits, house elves, phoenixes, and even dragons were not able to provide that human contact Harry so desperately craved. He thoroughly regretted not maintaining contact with Andromeda, Ted, and Dora. The temptation to pen a letter and have Fawkes deliver it then and there was unbearable. He looked down, only to find the resurrection stone had somehow made its way into his palm. He stared at it blankly, until his mind began to swim with memories long thought buried. "Daph," he whispered. "It's okay." He grimaced. "I don't like what happened with you and not, or how you wanted to hurt me, but I can look past it. Just tell me what I must do to court you." Harry's eyes widened when Daphne surged forward and crushed her lips against his, kissing him desperately. As before, he felt as if his very blood sang at the contact, and he pulled her tight against him, his hands clutching her possessively. Their tongues dueled as their kiss deepened, and they fought for dominance. Harry felt all the anxiety and hurt he'd been stockpiling begin to ebb until, finally, the need for air forced them apart. Harry took in great gulps of air, fully intent on continuing as Daphne mirrored him, her eyes glazed with desire. She smiled at him brightly, and he felt his heart ache at her vibrant expression. He moved in to continue, but she held a hand up, halting him. "Win," she gasped out. "Win the Triwizard Tournament, Harry." She kissed him passionately once more, but much shorter this time. "Then I'm yours," she promised. Harry stared at her, mouth agape, confusion etched on his features. He opened his mouth to voice that confusion when she silenced him with another heated kiss which carried on for several minutes. When Daphne finally pulled away, Harry's entire body felt on fire and his brain had turned to soup. Suddenly, she extracted herself from his grasp and stood. Harry took her offered hand and got back to his feet, happy when she gave him a gentle, much tamer kiss. He gazed deeply into her sapphire blue eyes and said his next words with impassioned severity. "I will." It would be so easy to levitate the stone turnip 3 times. Harry desperately wanted to speak with Sirius, maybe even his parents too. All he had to do was use the stone. "Fawkes," Harry croaked out, completely defeated. The ever-loyal Phoenix cocked his head to the side, his claws gently squeezing Harry in acknowledgement. "I want to see them." Fawkes solemnly bobbed his head once, and the two vanished in a flash of Phoenix fire. A flash of orange light illuminated the small graveyard behind the church in Godric's Hollow. The sky gently showered the area with snow, but there was no breeze. The ground crunched beneath Harry's boots. As he shifted his weight, Fawkes still perched atop his shoulder patiently. This was the first time he had ever come to visit his parents. As he fingered the resurrection stone still in his palm, Fawkes began to sing. Gently, the sound saturating the silence. Harry had traveled the world, visited random, awe-inspiring places, and spoken with more muggles than he could count or remember. He even still spoke with Yen on occasion when he went and got a pedicure. Thinking of Yen made Harry think of Flur, causing him to sigh heavily. Flur was doing well and was getting very serious with the curse breakers she'd met while working for Gringotts. Harry was happy for her, but he missed her terribly. They now only exchanged letters on occasion, so contact with the villa was minimal. Harry paused and felt his breath catch in his chest as he read the faded inscription on the tombstone. A wave of emotion crashed over Harry. causing his knees to buckle. Numbly, he slunk to the snowy ground, uncaring of the cold seeping through his clothing. Fawkes cooed gently, his song coming to a sudden halt. An icy breeze coursed through the graveyard, ruffling Harry's cloak. He sighed, the resurrection stone in his hand, now forgotten, as he slid it back over his finger. "Hey, Mum, hey, Dad," he greeted in a whisper. "Sorry it took me so long to come see you." December 25, 1997. America, Missouri, Branson Magical District, late night. Daphne sat on her couch, in the living room of her small apartment. A magical fire, coupled with a thick, fuzzy blanket and a nice cup of hot chocolate, kept her warm. Daphne breathed gently on her drink to bring it to a drinking temperature as she stared out the window, watching the gentle snowfall. Her apartment was relatively empty, as Daphne was very frugal. Despite her nicely paying job, which she had to return to in the morning, at least she had a short week, with New Year's around the corner. Christmas had been spent in Britain with her family at the Tonks residence, something Daphne was immensely grateful for, as she still wasn't comfortable entertaining the notion of returning to Greengrass Manor. Those important to her had been there for a big Christmas, and Daphne felt loved and appreciated. Daphne's life, with a simple location change, had taken a turn for the better. Her family had been happy to report that the Daily Prophet was at a bit of a loss. Once sightings of Daphne had ceased for over 30 days, Gringotts had been airtight regarding her employment, and so the Daily Prophet found themselves in quite the quandary. As Daphne was out of sight, she began to be out of mind in Wizarding Britain. Astoria had expressed that maybe Daphne could consider returning home in the near future, but Daphne had been reluctant to tell her baby sister that she no longer considered Britain home. The melancholy that she felt, despite the joyous occasion of celebrating Christmas with her family and friends, was noted by Andromeda, who had approached Daphne privately before she left for Gringotts. It hadn't taken long for Andromeda to root out the truth of Daphne's feelings, nor to point out that Daphne was lonely. The older woman did withhold her suggestion that Daphne needed to move on from Harry. But the implication was there, and Daphne departed the home with hugs and farewells shortly after receiving the not-so-subtle message. Now she sat alone in her pajamas, sipping a hot chocolate while the fire crackled and spit, despite not burning anything due to its magical nature. Daphne felt the beginnings of fatigue settling in and would soon go to bed, but she felt she needed to clear mind and organize her thoughts beforehand. If she didn't, then her mental shields would be weakened, and the nightmares always came when her shields were weak. Daphne hated that part of herself, the part that still feared a dead man who had tortured and altered her memories. Those nights he visited her dreams, she rarely went back to sleep. She loved her job, and she found she was very good at it, something that was yielding high praise from management. Her reputation was a clean slate in America. No one knew her name, her history, her past. And most importantly, no one seemed to care to find out those things. But while her working days were filled with challenges and fulfillment, her nights were spent alone. Daphne didn't have friends in Gringotts, and found it difficult to try and make new ones. She knew it stemmed from her experiences at Hogwarts and the British Ministry, but couldn't muster the courage to try to form lasting relationships. Oh, she tried, but it never seemed to work out, and Daphne found her lackluster effort to pursue new relationships would cause them to fizzle out before they could truly ground themselves. And yet, despite her reticence, she craved companionship. Or maybe it was that she craved a certain raven-haired, green-eyed wizard who was somewhere. Daphne blinked as her eyes watered. Thinking of Harry generally led to tears, and she didn't want to cry, not after having such a wonderful day. She looked around her home, sighing mentally at the fact that, despite its current warmth, it still felt empty and impersonable. I can't seem to bring myself to search for him, Daphne thought as she took a sip of her hot chocolate. It was good. I think I just want to forget. Maybe Andy is right, I need to move on. I've suffered enough. Finally have a good job that I truly enjoy. It challenges and pushes me. And those I work with are cordial enough, and management is very pleased with my performance. Do I really want to risk my good fortune by attempting to find someone who hates me? She sighed as she finished her drink and set it atop a small side table, before pulling the blanket over her shoulders as she stared into the fire. Fatigue began to settle in as Daphne yawned and stretched out on the couch, deciding to just rest her eyes for a moment. Andy is right, though, Daphne thought forlornly. I am lonely. December 25, 1997. Godric's Hollow. Just before midnight, Harry felt the ward's flare as he stepped over the threshold of the ruins of what was once his home. The home where Voldemort murdered his parents and attempted to do the same to him. The air shimmered as personal effects, previously hidden, began to reveal themselves. Sure, the Ministry touted that they had removed all personal effects of the Potters after deciding to turn the house into a national monument. Harry, however, was not surprised to find wards keyed to his blood that concealed possessions, not found during the cleanup. He swallowed heavily, and Fawkes cooed softly while still perched atop his shoulders. Harry lost track of how long he spent slowly memorizing every inch of the home. He opened every drawer, every door, and every cupboard. It was in the pantry that he hesitated, finding a small basket filled with assorted candies and a note. With shaking hands, he pulled the note, reading the scrawling, scratch cursive that created a surge of emotion in his chest, blurring his eyes and forcing him to collapse in a nearby lounging chair. Lils wanted to start the pup's candy stash early. I know, he can't have this stuff for, well, I don't remember how long. You know I don't really pay attention to those things. Still can't believe you two made me the godfather. I mean, what were you thinking? Are you serious? Nope, I'm serious. That never gets old. I can't wait to do that too. Harry. Anyway, I was thinking of my godson and bought all this candy. So, save it for him. And don't eat any of it. It's not for you. See you guys at the super secret Halloween party that only like 4 of us can attend. Love. Sirius Padfoot. Harry reverently pocketed the note and held the basket of candy. He sifted through the basket, eventually pulling out an old chocolate frog, which he absently unwrapped. It appeared fresh and tasted fresh, and Harry ate it with relish, tears streaming down his cheeks. Merlin, how he missed his godfather. He could feel the resurrection stone calling to him, begging to be used. His parents were only slightly older than he was now. They would still be young, and their connection to the realm of the living would be strong so long as he was here where they perished. It would be so easy to use the stone to call them, to meet them. Do I still look like Dad, I wonder? Harry asked himself. Resisting the temptation of the Hallow, Harry pulled the card out from the chocolate frog box and stared at it blankly as more memories rushed through his head. He closed his eyes as he again heard Sirius as if he were in the room. Promise me you'll live, Harry. Promise me I'll get to see you confess your love, get married, and have children. With watery eyes, he looked up at Fawkes, who chirped and nuzzled his cheek. Let's go back, buddy, Harry said in a voice thick with emotion as he pocketed the card in his hand. And then I want to go away, far, far away. As Fawkes nodded once and whisked Harry away in a flash of phoenix fire, Harry was acutely aware that he no longer had a place to call home. Something that bothered him far more than he cared to admit. 6 months later. July 4, 1998, America, Missouri, Gringotts, mid-morning. Daphne hummed to herself, unconcerned if any could hear her while she worked. She was the only one in the department working today, as everyone else had taken the day off in celebration of American Independence Day. Initially, Daphne had been curious about the holiday, but once she ascertained it was essentially a big gathering where muggles launched fireworks and magical folk did the same, just their versions, she determined she would work instead. She could see the fireworks later that evening. Besides, she had a fascinating and riveting project going on with an ancient cache rumored to have been discovered where the ruins of Atlantis were believed to be, not one to indulge in such fanciful postulations. Daphne instead approached the project with a clinical professionalism. She was rapidly becoming legendary for in Gringotts. A few diagnostic spells were all it took to recognize a very hefty runic ward matrix with enough deadly traps to make an Egyptian pharaoh's tomb to look like a walk in the park. Whatever this ancient box contained, it was believed to be very valuable. And Gringotts, being money-driven, was eager to get their claws into whatever the cache contained. Daphne had earned a reputation for having an abstract approach to runic ward matrices. No one really knew how she did it, but she had a muggle device that simplified the arithmancy significantly when breaking down the primary matrix. Her co-workers called it an arithmancy muggle numeric device, a hefty name for what muggles called a calculator. Getting said calculator to work had been a chore. Electricity and batteries, or as Daphne initially called it, eclectricy, was a mystery to her and failed to work in a magical environment. Take something that ran on electricity to the Branson Magical District, and it would cease working immediately. Oddly enough, it resumed working once she left the Magical District. Persistent study in the Branson Library, and some time spent learning how to use computers and the internet, however, had given Daphne enough wherewithal to understand how to dissect the muggle device. That fascinated her so. To her alarm and disappointment, the innards of the calculator had been another mystery to unravel. More of her free time, dedicated to studying in the Muggle library, yielded a deeper understanding of calculators, and Daphne purchased several to experiment on. It only took a couple of months and several custom runic clusters around the circuitry to prevent her calculator from failing at work. With the power of an instant calculator in hand, all Daphne had to do was break down the runes into numbers, and then she could quickly input large values into her calculator and yield instant results to her calculations. Wards, after all, were created via runic clusters, and those runes had a numeric value determined by the language they were written in. Once the language was determined, knowledge of the numeric value was all that was required for Daphne to quickly deconstruct said wards. Gringotts couldn't be happier with her performance of late, and there was rumor she was going to be promoted to senior cursebreaker soon. Alas, the focal point of her method of resolving said mysteries was understanding the language in which the ward and runic clusters were written, and Daphne couldn't make heads or tails of the language her current project was protected by. It was a puzzle she was more than happy to dive into, and thus was humming contentedly as she scratched several simulations on a parchment with her quill. Her tongue was sticking out just past her lips as she scribbled furiously, her golden blonde hair in a high ponytail, although some strands had escaped and framed her face. Absently, she tucked a rebellious strand behind her ear, ceasing her humming as she snatched her wand from behind her ear and began a simulation. After darting behind a protective wall, put up for potentially violent rejections of her simulation, of course. A rather violent explosion later, and Daphne was back to humming and writing. A tough customer, it would seem, she sang as she swayed to some unknown music playing in her mind. While still lonely, Daphne had found a deep happiness in her career and was beyond grateful to Gringotts for providing her with employment. Her performance of late, she felt, was paying back the debt twofold. Bell echoed throughout the department, and Daphne made her way through the dimly lit room to her cubicle. It was messy, but Daphne attributed that to all the research she had to compile for her method. Sure, it could use a good organizing, but Daphne was far too busy solving the mysteries of ancient, cursed objects to bother with such trivialities. She checked her mailbox and huffed in irritation to find it empty. Still no patent, she muttered. How long does it take? I know it's a groundbreaking discovery, but I also know no one else has done what I've done. She pouted petulantly before collecting her purse and cloak, drawing it over her plain gray work robes. A quick wave of her wand and she silently transfigured a more suitable outfit for the Muggle world. Maybe tomorrow, Daphne thought hopefully. She really wanted that patent approved. It would catapult the Greengrass fortune far beyond what it had been when it was run by Cyrus. The ability to have electrical devices, like cell phones, work in the magical world opened endless possibilities for Muggle-born and half-bloods. It also allowed families to stay in touch, which was important too. Daphne, she personally didn't own a cell phone. Who would she even call if she did? But she could appreciate their function. Daphne exited Gringotts and entered the Branson Magical District, or BMD, as Daphne abbreviated it. It was relatively empty, most of the shops closed. A few fireworks shops were open, but Daphne ignored those as she passed by, usually on a day where she had the office to herself. Daphne would prefer to skip lunch. Sadly, Gringotts had cracked down on the mandatory lunch and break policy, citing that no one was allowed to skip said events. Curse the goblins for taking care of their own. Daphne didn't want to take lunch. She wanted to solve that mysterious cache. A few blocks from the entrance to the BMD was a coffee shop Daphne frequented for lunch and on her days off. She found she enjoyed watching couples interact, as it was a popular dating location. She pointedly ignored the twinge in her chest while watching them. She waved to one of the baristas, a Muggle girl named Sarah, and ordered one of the festive hot teas served this time of year. Thank Morgana this place serves tea along with coffee, Daphne thought, as she added a bit of sugar to her tea and took a seat in her favorite corner. She quietly observed the comings and goings of those around her with a soft smile, her mind still whirring around her latest project. Daphne was confident she would figure it out in time. She had a reputation to uphold after all. 3 months later, October 31, 1998, somewhere in America morning. Harry, a voice squealed, and Harry found himself enveloped in a curtain of silvery blonde hair. Flur, Harry laughed as he embraced his friend. It's been far too long. Yes, it has, Fleur sighed. I am sorry, Harry, life has been well. Life, Harry finished with a grin. I understand, your English has gotten much better, hardly any accent. Thank you, Fleur gave a mock curtsy. Being engaged to an Englishman has motivated me to perfect my English. Engaged, Harry blurted. I mean congratulations. Yes, we are going to be married during the summer of next year. Will you come? She pleaded with large puppy dog eyes. Only if I can stay under my invisibility cloak, Harry grumbled. This is acceptable, Fleur hugged Harry again. You look happier. Harry shrugged and Fox squawked as he landed on Harry's shoulder. Have you found a lover? Fleur asked, cocking her head to the side. Quizzically. Harry snorted. No, I actually, he trailed off as he contemplated his response. Finally, he took a deep breath. I reconnected with my family. Fleur gasped. You did. Andromeda, Ted, and Dora, Harry said with a nod. I have so many questions. How did you do this? When? Why? She pressed excitedly. As for the how, I have Fawkes, Harry pointed out dryly, poking the phoenix in the chest. Fawkes, of course, squawked dramatically. Ah, yes, Fleur said, slightly embarrassed at her silly question. Fawkes was how they continued to keep in touch. As for when, it was shortly after Christmas, Harry informed. I was struggling with old memories and loneliness. Fleur nodded sagely. It is not good for you to not have a companion. Harry. But I have you, Harry protested slyly. Fleur scoffed and folded her arms. And Fawkes, Harry protested weakly. Fleur rolled her eyes. And the portraits, Harry gestured to his Rowena, Salazar, and Arcturus. It's not working, my heir, Salazar called. Keep digging, Arcturus cackled. And Dobby, Harry pointed at his house elf friend who was doing dishes. Fleur just stared at him, arms still folded, clearly unimpressed. How are you? Harry attempted weakly. Fleur sighed and shook her head at Harry's hopelessness. Let us get out and walk around, Harry. We will talk. I will tell you about William Weasley, my fiancé, and you will attempt to explain why you are still single and alone, as well as provide more detail as to what provoked you to reach out to your family, as well as what has happened since. We haven't seen each other in years, and you want to remind me I'm alone, Harry groused playfully as he went for his coat. It has not been that long, Harry Potter. Fleur smacked Harry's arm. Now quit your complaining and take me to a good coffee shop. She paused in thought for a moment. What state are we in anyway? Harry blinked. I don't actually know. How can you not know? Well, I do have an apartment in every state now, Harry trailed off. Then how will you know where to take me? Fleur demanded. Imperiously. We'll walk outside, and I'll get my bearings, Harry said nonchalantly. Unless Fawkes can tell us what state we're in. Fawkes squawked. Fleur raised a dainty eyebrow at Harry. Nope, still can't understand him, Harry laughed, wincing as Fleur proceeded to assault him. You speak as if he can talk. You know, he's smart enough that it wouldn't surprise me if he could. We did learn he can do math, Harry said as he opened the door for Fleur. No, Fleur gasped. Oh yes, Harry chuckled as he locked his door and started down the stairs, the velo in tow. It's quite the tale, you see. I decided I wanted to visit that dragon, Kisanth, that almost killed me in the first task during October 31, 1998, America, Missouri, Brannon Magical District. Gringotts noon. Trial 62, Daphne announced, her quick-quote quill writing rapidly on a floating parchment. Darting behind her protective wall, Daphne initiated the simulation only for nothing to happen. Wait for it. A sizzling sound, followed by a cacophonous explosion, and the ground trembled slightly. Daphne sighed. Drats! She skipped out from behind the wall, heading back to her cubicle. Any luck, Daphne? A male voice questioned. Daphne turned to see her boss, Steve, staring at her with a knowing grin. You know, if I had managed to find success, I would be bouncing off the walls, Steve, Daphne huffed. Well, keep at it. You're getting close, I can feel it, Steve encouraged. Daphne rolled her eyes. You've said that every day for the past 3 months. And every day you get closer to the solution. This cache, whatever it is going to be huge when you unlock it, Daphne. And if it's filled with nothing but sand, Daphne asked hesitantly. Then you'll have discovered a new Runic language you can patent. Should go just fine with your most recent patent. Congratulations on getting that finally approved, Steve chuckled. Daphne offered a sheepish smile. It had taken far longer than she desired, but her patent to have electrical devices run in the magical world had finally been approved, and she had several investors clamoring to get started. Daphne didn't want to start her own business. However, no, She enjoyed the thrill of problem-solving far too much to abandon. Her post at Gringotts. For their part, Gringotts was relieved and ecstatic. She was staying and had given her a substantial raise. Daphne was now sending Arya's annual salary back home every month. Arya initially protested this vehemently. Daphne finally got through to her when she explained her patent. Minerva had never been prouder, and had all but begged Daphne to come teach arithmancy at Hogwarts. When Professor Vector stepped down, Daphne had politely declined. Truthfully, she was unsure if she could ever return to Britain to live again. Now get to lunch, Greengrass, Steve teased. Garluck will have my skin mounted above his throne if he thinks I'm making you work through mandatory breaks. Yes, sir. Daphne mock saluted and dropped her quill and parchment off at her cubicle before gathering her purse and cloak. A quick transfiguration of her robes later, and Daphne was on her way to her favorite coffee shop for lunch. There was a niggling in the back of her head that today had a surprise in store for her. She wasn't sure if that was good or bad, but with the way her luck had turned of late, she was leaning toward a positive surprise. Maybe I'll finally break the code after lunch. Daphne squealed internally at the thought. October 31, 1998, somewhere in America, coffee shop, noon. This place is nice, Fleur approved as she glanced around while sipping on her coffee. Yes, I come here whenever I'm, in the area, Harry chuckled and sighed wistfully. You know, I forgot today is Halloween. It is, isn't it? Fleur hummed. Pretty sure this day is cursed for me, Harry chortled. Or it was until I broke said curse. Let's see, 1991, it was a troll in the dungeon. 1992, it was a basilisk attack. 1993 was a supposed mass murderer invasion. 1994 was the Triwizard Cup. Yes, I know these things, Fleur hissed as she scalded her tongue and set her coffee down in frustration. But enough about such things. You know what I desire to know, now spill. All right, Harry laughed. Goodness, where do I even start? Fleur blew on her coffee as she impatiently waited both for it to cool and Harry to get on with it. Well, it started shortly before Christmas, Harry began. Kissanth had left once she completed copying the tomes in the Peveill library that were of interest to her. Not long after, I found myself craving pardon. The expression, human company. I didn't mention it on the way over here, but Kissanth is able to take on the form of a rather exotic human female. Fleur felt as if her eyes were going to pop out of her head. That was about my expression when I first saw her, Harry indicated to his Vila friend. I suppose, in a way, it served to mute that feeling of isolation that was beginning to weigh on me. I see, Fleur stammered breathlessly. Then the dreams started, Harry said softly, his expression darkening. I began hearing Sirius in my sleep, remembering things which I had long thought forgotten. Fleur sympathetically patted Harry's hand. It culminated on Christmas, Harry narrated as if in a trance. I went to see my parents, their graves, I mean. His breath hitched and he gruffly cleared his throat. I also went to where it happened, where he killed them. Fleur covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes watering. It was both awful and wonderful in unique ways, Harry admitted. Slowly, after I just wanted to get away, far, far away, away from the memories and the pain and the feeling of being alone. He sighed heavily and took a swig of his tea. It didn't really work. I eventually found myself in Alaska and spent some time in the wilderness with just fox. The scenery there is breathtaking, Fleur. I lost myself for a while in it all, he chuckled darkly, but that cursed feeling persisted until I could bear it no longer. Uncaring of the consequences, I finally penned a letter to Andromeda. If I may, Fleur interjected gently, waiting until Harry nodded for her to continue. Why did you not contact her sooner? Harry shrugged. I think I was so wrapped up in living, he emphasized. The words by doing air quotes, that I forgot what I was living for. At first, I ignored them for their own safety, as they were under the Fidelius, a tricky bit of magic that one, and not one I wanted to test by. Circumventing via Phoenix. Fleur nodded and motioned for him to continue. But I knew when they dropped it. I figured it wouldn't take long for Croaker to do his part. Never thought old Moldashorts would attack they. Dom head on though, Harry snorted. Fleur blinked as she processed what Harry said. You have started. Following British wizarding news. Harry waved away the question as if shooing a fly. No, never that. Country can burn for all I care. There are only a select few within whom I care about. What I now know is strictly from conversations with Andromeda, Ted, and Dora. Fleur licked her lips nervously, and Harry could tell she was struggling to pose her next question. Didn't she paused? Did they tell you about Daphne? Harry said the name in a voice barely above a whisper. Fleur could only nod. Yeah, Harry stared down at his steaming coffee cup. Then he laughed, but it was hollow and mirthless. They told me about her. All right, I swear Andromeda was about ready to flay me alive once she got going, and Dora wasn't far behind her. I am sorry I never spoke of her, Fleur began. Don't. Harry held his hand up to forestall any unnecessary apologies. I am thankful that you didn't, Fleur. I'm not honestly sure how I would have reacted had you attempted to. You're a good friend. Fleur gave a tremulous smile and half-hearted nod. Still, she began. Slowly, Daphne has not had it easy, Harry. I've been made aware, Harry replied with a grunt. I learned a lot on my Alaskan reflection journey. During my introspection, I determined that Daphne was innocent of most of her actions. He sighed heavily. As the Americans say, hindsight is 20/20. Fleur cocked her head to the side curiously. Muggle expression, Harry offered an empty smile. Have you thought about contacting her? Fleur asked cautiously. Harry was already shaking his head halfway through the question. No, I mean, yes, but no. Both Andy and Dora won't even let me see Tori. He scoffed, as if they could stop me if I truly decided to. Most people forget I control Hogwarts. He frowned, his countenance darkening. Andromeda has told me to not seek out Daphne. You know where she is? Fleur questioned in surprise. That's impressive if so, Harry. I am sure that certain people know, but all that has been made public, is she is now employed by Gringotts. Somewhere. And that is all I know as well, Harry shrugged. I have ways of locating her if I desperately needed to, he smirked. Fox. Remember. Fleur took a sip of her coffee, happy it had cooled to a drinkable temperature. I've decided to respect Andromeda's wishes, however. I viewed plenty of pensive memories. He shuddered and swallowed heavily. What I saw wasn't pretty. At first, I thought the way I handled the situation I found myself unjustified. Harry took another swig of his tea. Now, I feel terrible about how it all panned out. I practically ruined Daphne in my quest to detach from Wizarding Britain. She did play a part, Fleur reminded Harry pointedly. The blame does not lay solely with you, Harry. No, it lays with her bastard of a father, his boss, and his cohorts. Harry returned immediately. I won't lie and say Daphne didn't rip my heart out in the process. She did. He winced and unconsciously grabbed his chest as if plagued by phantom pain. But her actions weren't her own. I think deep down I always knew that. I just didn't want to accept it in the moment. You speak as if you still have feelings for her, Harry, Fleur hummed over her coffee. I suspect you already know the answer to that, Fleur, Harry stated directly, locking Fleur's gaze with his own. Yes, I do, Fleur nodded demurely. The question, Harry, is what are you going to do about it? As previously stated, Harry drawled slowly, I will respect my family's wishes. Fleur seemed to dislike this answer, but instead of voicing her disdain, For Harry's inaction, she merely clicked her tongue. Then perhaps you should attempt to find a lady friend on this day. Well, my parents did die on this day, Harry deadpanned. Fleur winced but pressed forward. And why you should seek to create a reason for this day to be a good day, Harry. If you say so, Harry absently swirled his tea. Enough about my love. Woes, or lack thereof. I take it by the ring on your finger you are pleased with William. Yes, Fleur beamed, her smile radiant. Although my mammon and papa are still hesitant, I believe they are warming up to him. William understands my desire to remain in France and is actively working to transfer to the French branch of Gringotts. He's part of the British branch then. No, Fleur shook her head. Egyptian, actually. Harry whistled. Only the best curse-breakers go to Egypt. He is very good at what he does, Fleur proclaimed proudly. And I am happy to know he loves me more than his work. We will both be very happy in France, especially since Britain is still plagued by that dark Lord. Pity he survived, Harry quipped over his tea. I thought for sure Croaker would have done him in. He is still very much a menace, if one is to believe the Daily Prophet. Fleur continued. Although they are more than happy to keep blamming, she trailed off, her attention elsewhere. Harry growled in irritation. He knew who they blamed. Andromeda had been ruthless in showing Harry exactly what his dismissal of Daphne had wrought upon the poor girl. By condemning wizarding Britain to handle their own problems, he had inadvertently given them the perfect scapegoat in Daphne Greengrass. Oh, I'm aware of the lambasting Daphne took until she became employed. Andromeda made sure of it, Harry said lowly. You are still partial to blondes, yes? Fleur asked out of the blue. Harry blinked. What? Blondes, Harry. You still prefer them, do you not? Fleur questioned. Again. Yeah, I guess I prefer blondes. Harry flushed slightly at the Inquisition. Why? Well, there is a cute blonde who just entered and is ordering. You should speak with her, Fleur encouraged with a mischievous glint in her eye. Okay, hold on. Harry held his hands up in a halting motion. First off, is it okay for a girl to acknowledge another girl as cute? What's the protocol for that? PSH, Fleur shooed away Harry's insinuations. Quit stalling, you are lonely, no. Do something about it. I'm not going to just walk up to some random muggle and ask her out, Harry said obstinately. She is not muggle, Harry. Fleur waggled her finger. And how in Merlin's name, do you know that, Fleur? Fleur indicated herself with her thumb. Vila, she said as if that explained everything. Harry mimicked her motion. Human, he deadpanned. Fleur frowned. She's wearing transfigured clothing, Harry. I can sense the magic from them. Well, what's a witch doing in a place like this? Harry asked as he took another swig of his tea. You won't know if you don't ask, Fleur pointed at him. Get going. You're a terrible wingman woman whatever, he grumbled. And I don't mean that as a jab at your avian heritage. I am aware, Fleur giggled. Now hurry, she just finished ordering. Invite her to join us. I admit I am curious as to why she is here. Oh, very well, Harry begrudgingly acquiesced. It's not like anyone here is going to recognize the great master Harry Potter, sir, anyways. What? Nothing but an inside joke, Harry chuckled. I'm going. He stood and quickly identified the woman Fleur was speaking of. Her golden blonde hair glistened in the bright lighting of the shop as she looked for an empty table. She looked vaguely familiar to Harry, but he shrugged it off and gave a half wave to get her attention. It seemed to work, and he found himself locking eyes with the sapphire blues of the startlingly beautiful woman, only for her to gasp and drop her lunch tray in shock. Her drink, tea, judging by the color, fell to the ground and promptly exploded, showering nearby diners with the liquid. Her sandwich, a club, judging by the lettuce and tomato, splattered to the ground in a macabre cartwheel. She remained frozen, completely oblivious to the employees of the coffee shop moving around her to clean up the mess, and the diners, unfortunate enough to be in the blast zone, grumbling and cursing there. Luck, Harry noted she was trembling, but from fear, cold, or nerves he was unsure. Her eyes shone with a maelstrom of emotion, and Harry felt a tumult of emotion as recognition registered within his mind. He took an automatic step forward. The action caused panic to flare up in his mind. Immediately, he opened his mouth to speak, but he found words had escaped him. He was suddenly, acutely aware of the growing amount of attention we're garnering. He attempted to speak once more, but still no words came. Instead, he took another step forward. And she took another step back, her eyes darting toward the door. Frustration at his inability to speak roiled through him. She was here, in America, right in front of him, knowing that he had to say something, anything. He opened his mouth once more. Daphne, his voice cracked as a myriad of emotions attempted to make themselves known through his tone. She fidgeted with her empty hands, her eyes turning to the door once more. Harry watched as she closed her eyes slowly, clearly waging a mental war. Finally, she opened her eyes and sighed, resolved. "Hello, Harry," she said softly, her voice slightly more mature but still as magical and alluring as Harry now remembered. His mind made sure of it by assaulting him with memories, both past and more recent, courtesy of his family. Harry swallowed, unsure of how to proceed. What exactly was he supposed to say? What should he say? He could tell she was ready to bolt at the drop of a hat. And that was the last thing that he wanted. No, ironically, what he wanted was to ask her out as originally intended. Curse you, Fleur, Harry screamed mentally. If this was planned, it was bloody brilliant, worthy of Papa Sal himself. If this was a random happenstance, then I now have proof Potter luck is real, if I ever get around to using the resurrection stone to speak with Sirius. I'll make damn sure I bring it up to him. As if summoned, Fleur appeared at his side. "Hello," she greeted warmly. "I am Fleur Delacour, my friend Harry, and I would love if you joined us for lunch." "Hi, Fleur," Daphne said timidly. "I remember you from school, but you may not remember me. I'm Daphne Greengrass." Fleur balked. She didn't remember Daphne, but she knew who Daphne Greengrass was. "Morgana's tits," Fleur said weakly. Her first inclination had been to laugh, but the gravity of the current situation overruled her. "Yeah, that about sums it up," Harry muttered in disbelief. Of all the places and times for him to run into Daphne Greengrass. Now, I should go, Daphne stammered, her eyes having finished inspecting Fleur. "Congratulations on your engagement, you too," she managed to stutter. Harry could tell she was going to flee, and found himself subtly positioned to intercept her, when a sound interrupted both his and Daphne's impending chase. Fleur was laughing. As always, it was lilting, musical, and infectious. It severed the rising tension, causing Harry to exhale slowly and Daphne to slightly relax. Fleur shook her head, wiping a stray mirthful tear from her eye. "We are not engaged," she gestured at Harry and herself. "Just friends who have not seen each other for quite some time." Oh, Daphne squeaked and blushed cutely. "Please join us." Fleur stepped forward with an outstretched hand. "I don't want to impose." Daphne shook her head and tucked a stray lock behind her ear, making Harry's heart thump erratically at the motion. "It is no imposition," Fleur assured. "I was telling Harry to approach you and invite you to join us. I admit I did not know who you are." She gave Harry a pointed look as she declared this, "but I find the revelation quite timely." She shot a wink at Harry. He barely acknowledged it, his entire being still reeling from encountering Daphne. There was so much he needed to say, but he had yet to find the words. Daphne sighed, and it seemed to come from the tips of her toes. "I Suppose I can join you. Excellent, Fleur clapped her hands, uncaring of those who were distracted by her motion. I will go order your lunch since you spilled. Yours, go and have a seat. I shall join you shortly. Daphne clearly wanted to protest, but submitted herself to the inevitable and followed Harry, who made sure to glance over his shoulder constantly to ensure she was still there. When they made it to the table, Harry swiftly sat down without bothering to pull out Daphne's chair. He saw her deflate ever so slightly and wanted to kick his own arse at his idiocy. He watched Daphne sit down slowly and then fold her hands in her lap, looking anywhere but at him. He took the time to inspect her, drinking in her beauty, and Merlin was she beautiful. It enraptured him, almost as if Daphne had an allure of her own. Catching himself staring, Harry blinked and shook his head to clear his mental fog. Deciding to break the silence, Harry spoke with an eloquence befitting kings, happy to have finally found his voice. Hi. Daphne sighed heavily as she looked Harry in the eyes, pointedly aware of how mesmerizing they were to her. Her heart ached at his presence, and she had a myriad of questions running through her mind. He looked even more handsome than she remembered, more rugged, muscular, and older. Her emotions, however, were in shambles. Morbid embarrassment hung over her at having dropped her lunch the way she did, her inability to react and clean it up or even acknowledge it, her misinterpretation of Fleur and Harry's engagement. But what hurt the most was Harry. The past several months she had taken steps to begin letting go of her feelings for him. She knew he resented her, hated her even, and yet she found she still longed for him. It was a conscious decision on her part, made after months of reflection, that it was simply time to move on. And then he randomly showed up in her favorite coffee shop, in the United States of America, in the state of Missouri, in the city of Branson. If Daphne hadn't seen just how unlucky Harry was, or lucky, based on perspective, she would have refuted any statement that this encounter was sheer happenstance. Although she was now determined to see this through, Harry's lack of manners in pulling her chair stung far more than she cared to admit. It also reminded her that she hadn't quite moved on, despite having convinced herself to the contrary. She had passed the first test and had not bolted at first sight of him. That was a victory in her book. Now it was time to finally clear the air and tell him the truth, to give him the binder she always kept on her. An action that refuted her claims of having moved on. She would find what he wanted from her for healing Astoria, and then, finally, she could move on after he had exacted his price. With all of this in mind, and her emotions firmly in disarray, she spoke, fully intent on getting the ball rolling. Hi. Fleur appeared, dropping a tray that perfectly mimicked Daphne's previous order before her. Daphne looked over at the villa who was seated on either side of them. I just had them remake the order, Fleur explained as she gestured at the tray. Thank you, Daphne said gently and took a bite, grateful to have something to chew on to prevent her from talking. So this is a surprise, no? Fleur smiled pleasantly, sipping on a new cup of coffee she had ordered. Daphne and Harry both nodded. I find myself curious as to why you are here, Fleur prompted Daphne. After she had swallowed, Daphne froze with the sandwich halfway to her mouth. I work in the Branson Magical District, she explained softly. It's my lunch break, and I usually come here. My normal spot was taken. Though, is it usually busier around the holidays then? Fleur questioned. Daphne nodded. What do you do for work? Harry asked. Daphne hesitated, her mind attempting and failing to process Harry's motives in asking such a question. I'm a curse breaker for Gringotts, she eventually replied. Oh, my fiancé is also a curse breaker, Fleur gasped. But why are you working in America of all places? Surely you should be in Egypt, what? With your credentials, no. Daphne watched Harry's expression morph into one of confusion briefly. Before a knowing look flashed across his eyes, she found it curious, because it indicated that he, at the minimum, knew what Fleur was referring to. Did he sometimes inquire about her with his Vila friend? Why? For what purpose? Not wanting to be rude, Daphne answered Fleur's question. The Egyptian field is directly tied to the British branch of Gringotts. And they wouldn't hire me, Daphne whispered, her voice laced with hurt. I was lucky to get an assignment in America. I took it. Immediately. Harry scowled, and the dangerous expression on his face made Daphne's confidence shatter. This was a mistake. She shouldn't be here. She no longer wanted to be here. Had she done something to make him angry? Was her having finally found gainful employment so enraging to him? I remember reading that you scored the most NEWTS since Dumbledore himself. Fleur smiled encouragingly briefly before it faltered. You should have been welcomed anywhere you applied with open arms. The ministry felt it would be bad for morale if I was hired, Daphne said bitterly as she stared at her hands, still in her lap. After all, I'm the reason for all of their problems. Harry made a noise that, to her, sounded like a snort of derision. She looked up, hurt, and felt angry tears begin rising. How dare he? How dare he downplay my pain? I'm sorry, Harry surprisingly interjected, his voice quavering. Daphne, he repeated soothingly, I'm sorry. That was not a noise meant to indicate mockery of your situation. It was my own rage being choked back at the stupidity of the British ministry. It's okay, Daphne said in a voice that indicated anything but she knew her voice was quaking with barely contained emotion, and her vision was blurring rapidly from rising tears threatening to spill. But she didn't care. She also found herself thoroughly confused by Harry suddenly explaining himself. But why would he feel rage at the ministry's response to her? That didn't make any sense. They were bemoaning the loss of him and blaming her. Why would that anger Harry? He didn't suffer from it, she did. Isn't that what he wanted? Isn't that why he left the way he did? The questions kept piling up in Daphne's mind, driving her into a frenzy that she could only assuage by continuing to narrate, although she did not understand why she bothered. I applied for every ministry job that I could, based on my NEWTS. Daphne said tersely. I was told by John Dawlish, the temporary head of the DMLE, that it was considered bad for public morale if I was employed at the ministry. He was at least kind enough to be candid with me that I should anticipate rejections for every application I submitted. Fleur said some choice words in French that Daphne was sure were not polite. I then applied in person to every shop in Diagon and Nocturne Alley. None would have me, Daphne blinked, and several tears finally fell down her cheeks. I went to Gringotts to get a business loan, thinking I could start something under a pseudonym, and was denied. Thankfully, the deputy manager offered me a job in America. I took it without hesitation. I am glad you are on your feet, Fleur said sincerely, and Daphne knew she meant it. I never bought any of that tripe Skeeter reported on. There are always two sides to every coin, she said with a curious, sidelong glance at Harry. Thank you, Daphne wiped her cheeks and gave a tremulous smile. It was very tough after. She choked on her words, swallowed, and plowed forward. After everything that happened, she turned to face Harry, finding an unreadable expression on his face. She sighed heavily. It was time. Aware that Harry was watching her in silent contemplation, which she was positive was judgment, Daphne subtly drew her wand and cast a few charms to provide them privacy for what she wanted to say. Fleur was notably impressed. I'm sorry for everything that happened, Harry, Daphne began slowly. I hate myself for having hurt you the way I did. I think Tori told you. But my memories were altered by my... She hesitated and steeled herself. My father. Harry moved to speak, but Daphne plowed on, refusing to look at him. I did love you, she continued weakly, her voice cracking. I think I still do. Daphne heard Harry's breathing hitch, but didn't dare look at him. Instead, she fumbled in her purse with shaking hands before giving up, and using her wand to accio the shrunken binder, which she quickly unshrunk and presented to Harry, her eyes locked on the table. This has everything, she explained tremulously. Everything since the day we met. What happened, what was me, what was not me, what I said of my own accord, regardless of what may have been influencing me, what I did to hurt you, and what I was forced to do. All of it took years to compile, and I wanted you to have it so it could, perhaps, afford you the same closure it afforded me. Daphne took a deep breath. Lastly, I wanted to thank you. Thank you for saving Astoria, my baby sister. I am so beyond grateful for whatever it was you did to break the blood curse on her. She slowly pulled a folded, faded piece of paper from her purse and slowly unfolded it, sliding it across the table toward Harry, her eyes on her hands as she did so. You returned this to me, and I can only assume it was because you wanted me to fulfill the oath I made. Daphne closed her eyes and recited, if you heal Astoria, I will give you anything you ask for. If I don't have it, I'll work for the rest of my life to obtain it. She opened her eyes slowly and firmly stared directly into Harry's emerald green eyes. So I ask you, what do you require of me, Harry Potter? Daphne observed as Harry stared down at the binder and letter. Astoria had told her that Harry had indicated he knew Daphne was innocent. So why did he look confused? Daphne, Harry said slowly, his voice strained. You owe me no debt. I saved Astoria because I view her as the little sister I never had. He seemed to be struggling with what to say next. I require nothing of you, Daphne Greengrass, he finally declared. You owe me no debt. You are certain? Daphne asked. Completely, Harry affirmed, and Daphne watched him take the binder in his hands. Also, thank you for the binder. It must have been quite a bit of work. It was, Daphne offered a sad but relieved smile. I suppose I will see myself out. Why are you leaving? Harry all but blurted out. You've barely touched your lunch. Why does he look so hurt? Daphne wondered to herself. Why does the thought of him caring for me still make my heart flutter? I thought I was over this. And why in Morgana's name did I tell him I think I still love him? That's not true, I don't. Oh gods. I have to go, Daphne whispered. Work. Stay, Harry intoned gently. Please, Daphne. Her tenuous control over her emotions stretched to the breaking point and nearly snapped as an errant sob escaped her lips. She clamped a hand over her mouth and shook her head as she pushed her chair back. Far louder than she would have preferred, Harry mimicked her action, which frustrated her as they both staggered to their feet. Daph. No, Harry, Daphne finally barked out. I don't know what you think you're doing, being nice to me, but you can drop the act. Harry flinched as if struck. Daphne sobbed and tears spilled down her cheeks. His confused, hurt expression caused the same emotions to rebound to herself, biting her lip. Daphne recovered what little dignity she felt she had left and straightened her transfigured shirt. We both know that you hate me, Harry, Daphne said in a watery but resolute voice, and I don't blame you for hating me. I just want you to know that no matter how much you've hated me, it can never compare to how much I hate myself. Harry appeared to have something to say, but was silenced by a stern glare from Fleur right as she reached out and grabbed Daphne's hand, preventing her from storming off. Daphne, join me in the ladies' room for a moment. It wasn't a question. Daphne nodded numbly, the fight having left her. Defeated, she followed Fleur, leaving a very confused Harry Potter behind. After ensuring the bathroom was empty, Fleur's wand was a blur of motion as she sealed it off and warded it against any intruders. Daphne Watched her, recognizing every spell she cast. She could appreciate the skill, and it was a testament as to why Fleur had been chosen as a Triwizard champion. The velo whirled on Daphne suddenly, causing her to take a step back. "What are you doing?" Fleur hissed. "What?" Daphne squawked. "Harry clearly has unresolved feelings for you," Fleur said in exasperation. "You don't have to be a vela to know that, Daphne." Daphne snorted derisively. "Unresolved feelings. Yeah, right, he hates me." "He does not," Fleur shook her head. "Hate is a very powerful, vivid emotion. I would know if that was what he felt." "I've done what I needed to do, Fleur," Daphne said bitterly. "I told him. I was sorry. I told him the truth and gave him everything I've worked on for the past 3 years. She sobbed bitterly, and Fleur reflexively embraced her. "I can finally be free, Fleur. I don't want to hurt anymore." "Harry is hurting too," Fleur whispered soothingly. "Yeah, well, he made sure he properly wrecked my life. I thought today was going to be a good day. I finally got my feet under me. I don't need," she pulled back and flapped her arms. "Whatever this is." "You need closure, Daphne," Fleur whispered. "Why do you care?" Daphne shrieked, her emotions boiling over. "Harry is my friend," Fleur countered. "I do not condone all he has done, but I understand why he did what he did. All I want for him now is to find happiness in someone who will love and care for him." Fleur glared at Daphne, daring her to challenge her words. "I am Vila. Daphne, we are creatures of passion. I feel the truth of your love for Harry just as I feel his for you, although he may foolishly deny it." "Well, this has been lovely," Daphne said sarcastically, sniffling and wiping her eyes, "but I have to get back to work. This may be your one chance to repair your relationship with Harry." Fleur attempted, as Daphne began rapidly deconstructing her charm work with shocking efficiency. "Harry and I had our chance, Fleur," Daphne called over her shoulder as she jerked the bathroom door open. "I hurt him, and he repaid the favor tenfold. Yes, I sometimes have dreams of us reconciling, refalling in love, and one day holding the daughter he saw in the mirror of Arist." Daphne looked over her shoulder, a soulless smile plastered on her expression. "But they are just dreams, and I have to let them go." Fleur watched Daphne storm from the bathroom, the door shutting behind her and leaving the velo alone. Should have got her chair. Harry scolded himself as soon as Daphne and Fleur left him alone at the table. He hummed to himself as he went to take a drink of his tea. It was empty. Frowning, Harry stared at the dregs, his mind replaying the conversation numerous times. He was thoroughly confused by Daphne. What provoked such a volatile reaction? Him being nice, was he supposed to be a cad to her? No, Harry thought, shaking his head. There is something obvious I'm missing. Harry gasped as realization struck him. Of course, Daphne had no idea. Harry knew everything. Andromeda and Dora must not have told her. They had been in contact with him, which makes sense, I suppose, Harry thought, although this does put me in a bit of a bind. I doubt Daphne will be pleased to find out Andy and Dora were keeping their contact with me from her. We did say it was a family matter, though, so maybe that's a viable defense. He sighed in frustration. This would have been much easier if he had been allowed to simply seek Daphne out. Instead, he had been expressly forbidden from doing so. Now it was all a convoluted mess. Typical Potter luck, Harry muttered bitterly. Harry closed his eyes and sighed heavily, taking a moment to center himself. Seeing Daphne again was nice. Just hearing her voice brought him calm, and her eyes were just as mesmerizing as ever. And when she cried, Harry flinched, his eyes shooting open as a door behind him banged loudly. It was only an employee rummaging through a resupply closet. It felt like a dagger was being driven into my soul, Harry thought morosely. Then there was the issue of his blood, doing that annoying singing thing it did when he had first met her. Once again, it was as if his very magic was crying out for Daphne, thanks to his time spent in the Peveill library. He had a better grasp on it all now. Harry had long since confirmed he'd shattered whatever tampering Dumbledore had attempted with the Elder Wand. He felt its comforting presence thrumming against his wrist as it rested in its holster, begging to be used. He ignored its call, focusing on keeping his eyes peeled for Daphne. He was willing to bet she would be making a quick exit after her impromptu conversation with Flur. I can't let her leave thinking I'm acting or playing with her emotions. Harry thought firmly. Fleur is right, as she usually is. I am tired of being alone, and Daphne feels like home, he muttered under his breath right as he caught a flash of golden blonde hair in his peripheral vision. Daphne hurried to the exit of the coffee shop, not sparing him a glance. Scrambling to his feet, and almost upending his chair in his haste, Harry weaved his way through the crowd, but Daphne was far enough ahead that he knew she would be gone before he could ever reach her. Daphne, he called out loudly. She hesitated long enough for him to gain on her, but did not acknowledge his call. Cursing internally, Harry forced his way forward and caught her just outside the exit. He grabbed her hand, tugging harder than necessary, and causing her to stagger backward. Wait a minute, he pleaded. Release me, Daphne said dangerously, and Harry recoiled from the venom in her tone, letting go of her hand. Look, Harry held his hands up as she glowered at him. We need to talk. About what? Daphne's voice cracked, and Harry could hear the watery warble in it. He felt his heart throb painfully in his chest. Us, Harry began, only to see Daphne's expression turn thunderous. I mean you, Harry blurted, his hands flailing helplessly. He growled, and Daphne's expression morphed into one of fear. Damn it, he swore at himself. Stop scaring her and just say it. He saw the confusion in her eyes, and her posture tightened as she drew within herself. What are you trying to say? She demanded. Harry nervously licked his lips, carefully considering his next words. That was the question, wasn't it? I don't know, he finally admitted, lamely, wishing he could kick his own arse. I just feel like we should talk. He fully expected her to turn on her heel and apparate away. International statute of secrecy be damned. She didn't, and instead appeared to be scrutinizing him heavily. You never do take that cloak off, do you? Daphne asked suddenly. Harry felt the deathly halo on his back flutter of its own accord, as if it relished being acknowledged. He felt his blood freeze at the question. She can still see it. Harry could scarcely believe his own thoughts. She can still see it. Always, Harry said softly. Daphne fidgeted, clearly waging some form of internal debate. She stepped forward, and Harry kept perfectly still, only the twitch of his eyebrows betraying his surprise. She took another step forward until they were less than a foot apart. And then she reached out and touched his cloak, fingering it gently, before letting it fall back, a slight smile dancing on her lips. It's still cool to the touch, Daphne said to herself before retreating to a distance she deemed comfortable. Harry began, his voice hoarse from his shock. I have to get back to work, she interrupted wearily. Can we talk when you get off work then? Harry attempted, reflexively, rubbing the back of his neck. I have a flat-er apartment nearby. I can give you the address. Daphne fidgeted and chewed her bottom lip, clearly uncomfortable. I'll even swear an oath no harm will come to you, Harry pressed. On my life and magic if necessary. Daphne sighed and spoke in a voice thick with emotion. You don't need to do that. After work then, Harry pleaded in earnest. After work, Daphne affirmed as she began rummaging in her purse. She eventually pulled out a very familiar object, holding it out to him. Expectantly. Here, she nodded her head at the outstretched mirror. You should call Andy. I'm sure she would like to hear from you. Harry felt his stomach drop to his shoes. That was not going to be a fun Conversation. Keeping up appearances, however, was monumentally important. He accepted the mirror immediately. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "I will make sure to contact her." He cleared his throat. Would you prefer I give you the address or, would you prefer Fawkes or Dobby?" "The address, please," Daphne responded quickly. Harry nodded and fumbled around his pockets. He didn't carry paper or a pen. What bloke would carry those things? "I am perfectly capable of remembering the address," Daphne said dryly. Harry sputtered, his face flushing in frustration at having, once again, performed a perceived insult to Daphne. He was seriously considering hexing himself when Daphne passed him a scrap of parchment and fountain pen. Sighing in relief, Harry took it and quickly scribbled down the address. "It's under Fidelius," Harry explained apologetically. "I probably should have said that from the get-go." Daphne shot him a hollow smile. "I understand. I get off at 6. See you 6:15 then." "Okay," Daphne whispered. They both stood awkwardly staring at each other. "All right," Harry cleared his throat. Have a good day at work." "Thank you," Daphne whispered softly, waved stiffly, and turned on her heel, departing at a brisk pace. She didn't look back. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand at attention. He chuckled grimly and called over his shoulder, "All right, Fleur, let me have it." "Non," Fleur said airily as she appeared at his side, pushing the binder Daphne had given him into his hands. "For an impromptu meeting, you did well. She is very confused and scared." Harry gave her a sidelong glance. "I did not know it was her," Fleur promised with a sad smile. "But I think it is good that it was." She paused for a moment in thought. "Although perhaps the setting could have been better. I guess it remains to be seen if I'll thank you," Harry sighed. "Oh, I am sure you will be more than happy to thank me in the future," Fleur said mysteriously. "Care to share?" Harry prodded. Fleur snorted. "No, that is for you both to navigate. Just make sure you fix this." She glared at him as she said it, causing a shiver to run up Harry's spine. "Second chances do not happen often, Harry." "I'll do my best," he promised. "And you will be at my wedding," Fleur declared imperiously. "I wouldn't miss it for the world, Fleur," Harry swore. "I will be there." She gave a satisfied, dainty nod. "Under my cloak." Fleur rolled her eyes and giggled. "Perhaps even that will change." Harry shrugged. "Do you need Fawkes to take you home?" "That would be preferable." Fleur fell into step with Harry as the two started back toward his apartment. They walked in companionable silence for several minutes before Fleur decided to break it. "I expect you to be a gentleman, Harry," Fleur quipped, a hint of steel in her tone. "Don't think I missed your barbarity on full display earlier." Harry winced, properly chagrined. "I'm not proud of it, okay? I was shocked to my core. I just forgot to get her chair." "You get a pass from me this once, because I know you were surprised," Fleur assured. Harry chose not to acknowledge the statement and instead focused on unlocking his door. He opened it to find Fawkes perched atop the dining table, cooing softly, and a 7-foot tall, devastatingly gorgeous, midnight black-haired woman with blood-red eyes and a crimson dress. That was way too provocative, standing nearby, apparently conversing with the Phoenix. Fleur gawked, and Harry was alarmed to see feathers begin sprouting out the collar of her blouse and down her arms. "Just seal, Harry Potter," Fleur gasped, her hand coming up to her mouth. "Dr. Draw Drag." "My oh my, whelpling," Kisanth drawled sultrily. "You do always surprise with your company. And who might this little bird be?" "I swear to Merlin," Harry groaned as Fleur stared at him, dumbfounded, gesturing erratically at the dragon lady. Daphne returned to work in a daze, the piece of paper from Harry clenched in her fist. How she got back to her cubicle was a mystery. It was almost as if she apparated back, even though she knew she hadn't. What am I doing? Daphne asked herself as she slumped into the comfort of her cubicle chair. Did I really agree to subject myself to further hurt? Why? Why did I agree to see him? She closed her eyes, her face contorted in agony, her fists clenched in. Sheer frustration as she cursed at her own stupidity. Slowly, she lowered her forehead atop one of the many stacks of papers littering her desk. Fully intent on having a good cry, a voice from behind interrupted her. Attempt to vent her emotions. Daphne. Gasping, Daphne bolted upright, spinning in her chair and looking abashed. Steve. Are you okay? Steve asked, concern etched on his face as he inspected her. Yes, no, I mean, Daphne stammered before tremulously sighing and uttering miserably, no, I'm not okay. Go home, Daphne, Steve said firmly but compassionately. Merlin knows you haven't taken a day off in months. I was planning on forcing you to take some time off soon anyway. Hell, take the rest of the week off. That cash isn't going anywhere and will be here when you get back. Really? Daphne asked timidly. I insist, Steve smiled warmly. I'll see you next Monday, he called as he departed with a wave over his shoulder. Daphne felt something wet hit her hand and started, quickly wiping her cheeks. Apparently she had been crying. Sniffling, Daphne gathered her things and swiftly made her way toward the employee flu network. Within Gringotts, she desperately needed to talk to someone she trusted and knew just the person. It wasn't until she grabbed a pinch of flu powder that doubt floated around her mind. Will this even work? She asked herself. Surely the wards will prevent. Daphne shook her head and threw down the powder, clearly calling out. Hogwarts headmistress office. And in a flash of green fire she was gone. Merlin has long been dead, Kisanth snorted, sending a plume of smoke from her nostrils. Why your kind insists on invoking the name of the dead puzzles me. She took a deep inhalation and blinked several times before grinning. Saucily, I smell heightened pheromones. Fascinating, tell me. Whelpling, do you intend to mate with this one? Fleur bristled. What? She squawked. Harry swore he could hear Arcturus and Salazar howling with laughter. In another room. I'll have you know I am engaged to be married, Fleur shrieked, her facial structure sharpening. Harry, explain yourself. Why do you have this? Magnificent specimen, Kisanth finished smoothly with a humble nod. As she ran a hand slowly down her figure. Yes, I know, little bird. Fleur sputtered in bafflement. Quit breaking my Vila friend, Harry scolded. She's not my lover. She's marrying an English curse-breaker. How droll, Kisanth waved her hand, almost hitting Fox, who squawked in agitation and flapped his wings. All one needs to do is have a thick enough hide to weather such trivialities as curses. Yes, well, not all of us can be dragons, Harry muttered. A pity, too. You would make a fine mate, Kisanth informed with a predatory smile. Harry paled. Is that dragon flirting with you? Fleur hissed in his ear. Not now, Fleur, Harry mock whispered back. Are you cheating on Daphne? Fleur demanded, her voice rising. Harry spluttered. What? I'm not even with Daphne, Fleur. I see you have a propensity for bedding flowers, Kisanth chuckled. The deep reverberation caused by it belying her lithe form. We are not sleeping together, Fleur barked over Harry's shoulder. Did you say Mistress Daffy? Dobby popped into the room, smiling ear to floppy ear. Oh my gods, Harry smacked his forehead in exasperation. There was no mistaking the distant cackling of the portraits now, even Mama Claw was giggling profusely. Master Harry has found Mistress Daffy, Dobby asked hopefully. A mistress? Why have I never met her? Kisanth questioned, sounding quite put out. I don't have time for this, Harry shook his head as he slumped onto his couch with a groan. Fox chose that moment to flap over with a piece of parchment in his claws that had several correctly answered math questions. Harry stared at it blankly, his mind overloading and his eyes getting a glazed look. "Harry," Fleur poked him tentatively. "Cease your dramatics," Kisanth scoffed. "Humans so weak." "Dobby will prepare a feast for Master Harry and his miss." Dobby did a little jig and prepared to bolt. Fawkes squawked, pecked the parchment, and then proceeded to peck Harry atop the head. "Confound it," Harry roared before glaring at all involved parties. "Fleur, meet Kisanth, the dragon I mentioned earlier. Meet Fleur, my friend who is a Vila and engaged but not to me. Also, I have another friend. Mistress Daffy," Dobby interjected excitably. "Yeah, Daphne," Harry trailed off, then blinked, his expression blank. He shook his head to clear his mental fog. "Who will be coming by later?" "Tonight, you can't be here." He paused as he regarded the dragon lady. "Why are you here?" He waved his hands in the air, shooing away her response. "No, not yet, no time, you can't be here, got it." Kisanth scoffed and folded her arms. "As if you could make me leave," she claimed petulantly. "Dobby, no feast," Harry said sternly, causing the house elf's ears to droop. "No, wait, yes, feast." Dobby perked up. "But nothing overkill. I don't want to scare her off, just make some snacks and tea or something." Dobby nodded jubilantly and disappeared with a pop. "And you," Harry shook the parchment at Fawkes, "how on earth did you manage this?" Kisanth cleared her throat as daintily as a dragon could, tilting her nose in the air haughtily. "I may have determined to test him." "Huh," Harry reviewed the parchment once more. "Well, good job, buddy." He gave Fawkes a commissary pat on the head. Fawkes was quite pleased with himself. "And don't even think about bringing Sparky to this little gathering." Harry warned dangerously, poking Fawkes in the chest. The phoenix squawked dramatically and hid his head behind his wing. "I know you." "We're thinking it," Harry accused. "Now take Fleur home." "No," Fleur ducked as Fawkes attempted to grab her. "I want to speak with Lady Kisanth." Harry noted Fleur's feathers had receded. "I suppose I can tolerate your presence," Kisanth said in faux humility to Fleur, "but we will be speaking whelpling." Yeah, Harry waved her away. "Later, when I have time, you already have access to Peveill Castle, so I'm confused as to what you want." Kisanth opened her mouth and then closed it, a very faint blush coming to her cheeks. "It's not like I was bored or anything." Harry wisely choked back a laugh as Kisanth's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Right, got it, go converse with Fleur then." As the two ladies vanished into one of his spare rooms, Harry wearily rubbed his eyes. "Why do I feel like this is going to be a disaster?" Harry asked Fawkes. The phoenix cocked his head to the side, but didn't respond. "I can't believe I'm saying this," Harry muttered to himself, "but I think I'd actually prefer to deal with Sasha tonight." In response, Fawkes subtly tightened his claws on Harry's shoulder and poofed them both out of the apartment. October 31, 1998, Hogwarts. Midday. Sasha slithered stealthily into a nearby abandoned classroom, having escaped the Tauri's care. She was intent on finishing her project. A piece of chalk was in her snout which she set down so she could properly inspect the scribbles she had inscribed on the stone floor. To a normal passerby, they were just lines which might be confused as having been drawn by a 2-year-old child. To Sasha, they were so much more. Arithmancy was simple for a queen such as herself. Calculations came quickly to her superior intellect, and Sasha easily determined answers to the questions which the vector posited. Yet she knew the Fawkes could also perform such feats of intellect, impressive considering his small and feeble brain. No, Sasha needed more to impress her master. She knew the Fawkes could not write. In this, she would surpass him. And then, I shall be allowed to feast on the Fawkes, who will be so delicious, and then master shall worship and praise me, she said to the empty room. Sasha daintily, for a snake, picked up her chalk piece and began writing once more, managing to draw a squiggly number 1. Phew foo foo. Sasha laughed evilly with the chalk in her snout. The door to the classroom was kicked open as Astoria stormed in. Sasha hissed in agitation, preparing for the firm scolding she knew she was about to receive. Leave me to my work, Sasha wailed as Astoria began whomping her with a rolled-up daily profit paper. Bad Sasha, Astoria scolded. How many times have we been over? She paused, her eyes widening. Are you writing? Yes, I must surpass the fox so Master can reward me by allowing me to feast on his delicious flesh. Then Master shall praise me and worship me for being such a good guard basilisk to your thankless self. Sasha explained. Uh-huh, Astoria nodded as if she understood Sasha. She didn't. Daffy is gonna get a good laugh from this, Astoria mused aloud as she gathered a reluctant Sasha in her arms. Nuwu, Sasha wailed dramatically. Oh, hush, Astoria smacked Sasha on the snout, causing the basilisk to pout petulantly. She stared at Sasha with a raised eyebrow as the basilisk glowered at her. Okay, look, I know you can understand me. Sasha, how about I give you 1 hour a week to come practice whatever it is you're doing? Sasha perked up. This pleases me greatly. Yes, my power will grow. Yep, Astoria nodded as Sasha hissed in pleasure. MMHMM. She began petting Sasha's snout as the basilisk continued to pontificate her achievements and future queenly glory. Sasha was content to be worshipped, for now. Minerva McGonagall was having a relatively quiet year, and she couldn't be happier. She finally had a full staff, including a new transfiguration teacher, and there had been no crazy events like trolls, basilisks, apart from Sasha, dementors, tournaments, toads, or other such nonsense. All Minerva had to worry about was coordinating teachers, reviewing student performances and grades, and handing out the occasional punishment for unruly or overtly amorous students. That was fine and well with her, and she offered a rare, private half-smile to no one in particular as she lifted her teacup to her lips while viewing the great hall from the staff table. Alas, the wards had to flare, alerting her to an unknown presence in her office. Minerva could count on one hand how many people could access her office by flu, and they were all in the great hall having lunch. Well, almost all of them. Astoria had charged out just a moment ago with a rolled-up daily profit in hand. Minerva rightly assumed it was to track down Sasha, who had taken a liking to occasionally prowling the abandoned classrooms. Minerva almost pitied the basilisk. Almost. Dora, Minerva said gently, halting Tonks from finishing regaling a rather garish tale of her academy days to Flitwick. I didn't do it, Tonks automatically responded, causing Minerva to roll her eyes. Good Lord, girl, you don't even know what I want, Minerva huffed. So I'm not in trouble, Tonks asked sweetly. Please collect Astoria Greengrass and bring her to my office. Immediately, Minerva ignored the question entirely, focusing on the issue at hand. Tonks wisely saluted smartly and started off while Minerva stood and drew her wand. A whispered expecto patronum and a cat patroness appeared, which Minerva whispered a quick message to before it darted through a nearby wall, shooting Phileas a look that said, "You are in charge." Minerva gracefully made her way to the 7th floor. Daphne stepped out of the flue and nearly broke down, but held herself together long enough to take a seat at the table she had spent so much time at during her 6th year. Minerva's office was a safe haven for Daphne, and she felt her tenuous control of her emotions stretched to the snapping point. Once Daphne had sat and set her purse down, she finally buried her head in her arms and sobbed, venting the tsunami of emotion within. She knew Minerva would come. There was no way the head mistress was not alerted to Daphne's presence in her office. Anger, sadness, hurt, fear, and joy all pushed their way out of Daphne as she sobbed bitterly. But the most prominent emotion she experienced was confusion. Confusion at Harry's demeanor during their encounter. Confusion at his insistence they talk. What more was there to talk about? What more needed to be said? Confusion as to why she agreed to see him again. At some point, the door to Minerva's office opened and the headmistress herself stepped in before taking a seat beside Daphne. And gently rubbing her back, Daphne's sobs intensified as Minerva gently pulled her into an embrace, allowing Daphne to wail into her. Robes. Hush now, Daphne, Minerva soothed. It's okay now. Daphne nodded and shuddered, hiccuping violently as she futilely attempted to stymie the flood. The door to the office opened once more. Headmistress, you'll never believe what Sasha was doing, Astoria exclaimed. She was really daffy. Astoria numbly passed Sasha to a wary Tonks before bolting to her older sister. Minerva wisely released Daphne and leaned back as Astoria practically bowled her sister out of her chair. What's wrong? Astoria demanded worriedly as she inspected Daphne. For injuries. What happened? Who did it? I'll kill them. No, Sasha will. Kill them? Sasha hissed with pleasure, causing Tonks to raise an eyebrow at the basilisk. Daphne was shaking violently, causing Astoria to vibrate as her older sister held onto her for dear life. Will someone tell me what's going on? Astoria demanded irately. Minerva frowned and was about to scold the rambunctious teenager when the flu flared and Andromeda stepped out. Minnie, you said it was an emergency. Andromeda paused as she regarded Daphne. What happened? Daphne shook her head, threatening to crack Astoria's ribs with how tightly she was holding her. You saw Harry, didn't you? Astoria asked knowingly as sudden realization hit her. Daphne nodded, causing Tonks and Andromeda to gasp and Minerva's eyes to widen. In America, Tonks blurted. You saw Harry, Andromeda whispered, shocked. She held a hand to her mouse. The flu flared with an apologetic Arya Greengrass arriving. As Daphne felt her mother's warm, comforting embrace, she was jolted loose when everyone in the office shrieked as Harry Potter himself appeared via Fawkes into the headmistress's office, and of course, several things happened at once. Harry, who was nearly forcibly expelled from the office upon arrival by the wards, felt the Hogwarts wards rejoice as they tested, confirmed, and transferred control to their lord. He groaned as he bent over, dry, heaving from the sudden influx of magic rushing through his body. Astoria gasped, burst into tears, and tackled Harry to the ground with a shout of joy. Harry was suddenly very aware of how much Astoria had physically matured over the last 3 years. Daphne recoiled and stumbled backwards upon recognizing Harry, tripping over a nearby chair and nearly taking the table, kettle, and teacups with her. Arya stood in front of her daughter as defensively as she could, with Minerva quickly joining her. Andromeda scowled, which did not bode well for Harry. Dora frowned, but her eyes glinted with mischief as she viewed the rapidly escalating chaos. Fawkes preened for a job well done, delivering Harry to exactly where he needed to be. And everyone forgot Sasha, who, upon seeing her mortal nemesis in the flesh, immediately leapt through the air, fangs bared as she attempted to feast on the delicious flesh of the fox at last. Harry managed to register the parcel speech and fumbled to get out from under Astoria, who was squeezing the life out of him, sobbing uncontrollably. Fawkes chirruped mockingly and lazily flapped his wings, flying slow, deliberate circles around the room. Sasha, missing the phoenix by a mile, collided with the stone wall behind Minerva's chair and fell to the ground in a heap. Sasha, Astoria barked out dangerously. Sasha, Harry called simultaneously. Master, you have returned at last, the basilisk exclaimed. Save me from the Tauri's wrath, O wonderful master. I too have learned the math and can perform it far better than the fox. What's she saying? Astoria demanded as she looked down at Harry. Quizzically, then she gasped. Your scars, what happened to them? Apparently, Harry's shirt had ridden up after Astoria had tackled him. "Harry, I told you to stay away from Daphne," Andromeda scolded. Hey, Squirt," Tonks waved weakly. "Welcome back." "Bloody hell," Harry groaned. Astoria giggled and gripped Harry tighter. "You're not going anywhere." "Potter," she whispered smugly, "not until you've reconciled with Daffy." "Master, please allow me to eat the fox. I have been taking flying lessons." Harry blinked in confusion. "Astoria, get off of Potter," Minerva commanded. "You can't eat fox, damn it," Harry hissed out, causing Astoria to squeak, detach, and scramble away. "I told you he is family." Harry jabbed a finger up at Fox. "And you," he shouted at the Phoenix, "have got some explaining to do. This is far worse than that time you brought Sparky to Britain." "Sparky," a chorus of feminine voices echoed. Harry flapped his arms. "Not now." He kept his glower locked on the Phoenix who he knew could see him. "Quit antagonizing Sasha and apologize." Fox squawked in outrage. "Don't sass me," Harry snapped. "Apologize," he rounded on Sasha, who looked positively exultant at the fox receiving such a reprimand. "You too, Sasha." "But master," Sasha wailed in protest. "Merlin, it's like having children," Harry groused as he turned on his heel to face Minerva. "Why on earth would you sign up for a job teaching?" he asked his former head of house. "Some of us are called to it," Minerva said with an arched eyebrow. "Although it can be taxing dealing with youth." Harry grunted as Fox landed back on his shoulder. "Right, well. This was, as usual, not my fault, so I suppose I'll be going." "You absolutely will not," Astoria screeched, fumbling for her wand. "I'll hex you where you stand if you try and leave without speaking to me." "Harry Potter." "You've been talking to Harry?" Daphne asked Andromeda softly, but the accusatory tone silenced everyone, even Sasha. Andromeda sighed heavily, shaking her head. "Harry reached out to us shortly after Christmas," she admitted. "I take full blame for not telling you. Truthfully, I didn't think it would be good for you two to meet again." Daphne nodded silently, her face a stone wall as her occlumency. Shields were clearly clamped down and in full effect. The Ice Queen, it seemed, had returned to Hogwarts. She turned to Tonks. "And you?" Tonks swallowed nervously and fidgeted. "I was told it was a family matter," she said, wincing as she did. "Morgana's tits, Blondie, you know you're the sister I never had." "I'm not a black," Daphne said coldly. Tonks blushed and nodded. "I didn't know a damn thing," Astoria growled as her older sister glanced at her. "I'm just as incensed as you are, Daffy." Daphne didn't need to look at Minerva, or her mum to know they had been kept out of the loop. She regarded Harry with perceived indifference. "You didn't think to mention this during our encounter." "Would you like me to swear on my magic? I intended to speak of it tonight," Harry asked severely. "That at least explains your demeanor," Daphne deadpanned. Harry ground his teeth. "Look, Daphne, I just want us to talk, without an audience." He gestured at the others in the room. "You wanted to seek me out," Daphne didn't ask. "Yes," Harry nodded. "Why?" Harry pondered his response for nearly a minute before finally shrugging and detaching his cloak. With a casual indifference, he tossed one of the Deathly Hallows at Daphne, who automatically caught it and stared at him perplexedly. "What just happened?" Astoria asked the room before her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, he took off his cloak. You're holding his cloak." She pointed wildly at her older sister, whose hands were currently invisible. "So what?" Daphne said frustratedly. "What does this mean, Harry?" "It means everything," Harry sighed as he irritably ran a hand through his hair, "and nothing." Daphne scowled and was going to berate Harry for his ridiculous mysteriousness when he continued. "When the first and second of the three brothers perished, the third did more than just hide beneath the cloak. When he passed it on to his son, just before he greeted death as an old friend, the Lord Peveill explained that the cloak could test the worthiness of a spouse. Harry saw Daphne's eyes widen in surprise as her mind began racing. Those who can interact with the Hallow, who have no ties to Peveill. Blood are deemed worthy companions, and most importantly, well, never betray said blood. That's not to imply the existence of soulmates. It's merely a test that was unique to this Hallow. Harry finished his explanation and held out his hand, palm up. You've been able to interact with the Hallow since we were 11 years old, Daphne, he said slowly, and today you were still able to see and interact with it. Daphne shakily returned the cloak to Harry. He casually draped it back over his shoulders where he knew she could still see it, when no one else could. Could there be other women? Daphne managed to croak out. Harry shrugged. I am sure there could be, but for now the only woman who has ever been able to see and interact with the cloak outside of my direct intervention is you. He watched a few tears spill from her eyes, tracking down her cheeks. He longed to go wipe them away, but held his ground as Daphne, now trembling violently, turned to Andromeda. You told him everything, didn't you? Andromeda nodded stiffly. We showed him, Tonks began. Dora, Andromeda barked. She deserves to know, Mum, Tonks protested. There's no sense trying to prevent the inevitable. Harry's right here, she jabbed. Thumb at him, her expression tightening. And so is Daphne. Andromeda huffed. Yes, we showed him memories, Daphne. She laughed hollowly. So that binder was unnecessary. No, Harry took a step forward, his voice strong and commanding. Never. I will read every page, I swear it. Daphne hugged herself and took a step back. What do you want? Harry, she asked warily. I want to talk, Harry assured. Just us. Harry nearly yelped when he felt Astoria drive a bony elbow right into his rib cage. He glared at her, but she gave him a what the hell are you doing? Just tell her. Look that made him finally cave. I think I still love you too, he admitted softly. Daphne sobbed and shook her head. Harry watched Minerva and Arya move to embrace her, which is the only thing that prevented him from doing so first. I need to go, Daphne said in a watery voice. I can't do this. Daph, Astoria began to protest. Not now, Tori, Daphne sobbed. Please, I just want to go. Harry backed away from Astoria, leaning against the furthest wall from Daphne. It's okay, Daphne, he assured gently. Leave, I promise we will not follow you. Daphne, still sobbing, hurriedly moved to the flue and managed to call out the American Gringotts destination. She disappeared in a swirl of green flames. There was a heavy silence in the room before Astoria, with tears streaking down her cheeks, began pounding her fists into Harry's chest. You idiot, she shrieked. Why did you let her go? Why are you not going after her? She needs time to calm down, Tori, Harry answered numbly. Pursuing her now will do no good, and I'd prefer to stay in Gringotts. Good graces. You better fix this, Astoria sobbed. I will, Harry promised. And you're not going anywhere until you answer a whole bunch of questions, mister. Harry chuckled as he embraced his dearest friend, who had grown to be just an inch shorter than her older sister. He ran a hand through her dark hair as she continued to cry into his chest. I missed you, dummy, Astoria whimpered. I missed you too, little lioness, Harry whispered. Minerva sighed as she waved her wand, setting the chair Daphne had toppled over upright once more. Another wave of her wand and tea started pouring. Tea, Potter. Please, Harry nodded. Dora, you have a class to teach, I believe. Minerva dismissed her. Dada, Professor, with a wave. Please let Phileas know that I will be taking the rest of the day off to deal with personal matters. Yes, ma'am. Tonks gave a nod of deference and swiftly departed, clearly relieved to be spared from the current situation. Astoria, you are excused from the remainder of your classes for the day, Minerva informed. Astoria gave a wet snort into Harry's shirt, pulling away to grin at her. Headmistress, despite her puffy reddened eyes and runny nose. I'm not going anywhere, she stated defiantly before looking up at Harry. And neither are you. Sasha hissed and spat in agitation as Fawkes set her down on the Quidditch pitch. She remembered Master telling the Fawkes to take Sasha and go play. Then poof. She heard the Fawkes give a trilling, mocking laugh before taking flight. Sasha watched him with half-lidded eyes, her superior mind quickly determining her next steps. Yes, soon she would feast upon his delicious flesh. He would be so delicious, Sasha was sure of it. Shaking her head, and a few droplets of drool which hissed dramatically as they scalded the grass they fell upon, Sasha turned her attention to the nearest minion able to aid her in her quest to feast upon. The Fawkes. Uncaring that a friendly game was going on above her, Sasha approached a younger, delectable-looking male student who was waiting for his turn to sub into the game. Sasha knew this because she dominated the Quidditch with the Tori. "Excuse me, minion," she greeted with her numerous pointed teeth displayed in a disarming smile. "I have need of your broom so that I may feast upon the flesh of the Fawkes, who is currently mocking me. You may notice that he thinks himself safe up high. Unsurprising, due to his small and feeble mind." The young student had turned a sickly pale and was shaking uncontrollably as Sasha continued to hiss and spit amiably. "Your services shall not be without reward," Sasha promised with a bob of her head. "I shall allow you the pleasure of worshipping me for 1 hour. Hearing a chittering laugh from the phoenix, Sasha whirled to face the sky and hissed dangerously. The young male, sensing an opportunity, turned tail and ran, screaming in terror. He did not have the wherewithal to take his broom. "Your sacrifice shall be rewarded," Sasha called after him. "I shall seek you later for worship." Sasha slowly slithered up to the broom and methodically curled her body around it. She had practiced this dozens of times outside the vigilance of the Tori. Now, it was time to show the results of her arduous training. "Phew, foo, foo." Sasha laughed as she tightened her body and the broom responded, lifting sloppily off the ground. She heard Fawkes squawk in shock. "At last, the feasting shall begin," Sasha exclaimed exultantly as she began flying, slowly and wobbly, in the direction of Fawkes. The phoenix had the good graces to humor his supposed arch-nemesis by flying in lazy circles. Sasha hissed and spat as she gave chase, and the two eventually found themselves the sole occupants of the air above the Quidditch pitch, as the friendly game devolved into screams of terror at seeing a flying basilisk. Seeing it had been an actual friendly game meant there were still 2 bludgers in play. 2 bludgers, which now focused on the only remaining occupant on a broomstick, Sasha. "Stand still, the Fawkes," Sasha commanded in a loud hiss. "I must feast upon your flesh. Allow me to demonstrate how quick and painless your end shall be." She turned toward an inbound bludger and raised her third eyelid. "Sha," she hissed, her eyes wide and unblinking. The bludger paused in midair, wobbled precariously, and then plummeted lifelessly to the ground. Fawkes chirruped, clearly impressed. "Yes, praise me. Wait, no, don't praise me. The prey does not praise the predator. Now stand still so I can eat you." Fawkes suddenly pulled up sharply, and Sasha followed him with her gaze as best she could without losing her tentative control of her broom. When she turned to face forward, she plowed right into the Quidditch stands. "For the love of Morgana, please tell me you are taking that creature back with you, Potter," Minerva huffed to Harry as the two watched the chaos devolve on the Quidditch pitch. Astoria ceased her uncontrollable giggling and pouted. "I like having Sasha around." "I suppose I can take her," Harry chortled as he watched Sasha kill another bludger. "I'm sure Fawkes will appreciate the entertainment." "Now I won't be able to dominate Quidditch," Astoria grumbled. "I suppose you'll have to actually compete now, Miss Greengrass," Minerva sniffed. "Thank you, Potter. My job will be significantly easier without that menace prowling my halls." Minerva stepped away to be replaced by Andromeda. "I'm sorry, Harry," Andromeda said softly. "I made a decision for Daphne I had no right to make, and I fear I may have caused more harm than good by it." Harry sighed heavily. What had followed Daphne's departure was a lot of questions, answers, and debates. Eventually, Astoria and Arya had won out in convincing Andromeda that she had no right to tell Harry to not seek Daphne. Minerva's agreement had effectively ended the discussion, and Andromeda surrendered, clearly frustrated at herself. "I love you, Aunt Andy," Harry replied with a warm smile. "We all make mistakes, and I respect you too. Damn much to not abide by your demands." "Language, child," Andromeda chided with a chuckle. "Kisanth once told me that phoenixes are mythical beings, beyond our understanding," Harry whispered. "Fox brought me here for a reason, Andy. While I wish the results could have been different, I can only trust that he knows what he's doing." "Do you promise you'll come visit me?" Astoria asked in a meek voice as she still refused to leave. Harry sighed. "I promise, Tori," Harry embraced his friend. "Besides, I have to scare off any potential suitors now that Sasha isn't here to do it for me." Astoria balked. "Please don't," she whined pitifully. "Boys hardly look at me because of Sasha. I'm not ugly, am I?" Harry made a show of inspecting Astoria, who had developed into a devastatingly gorgeous woman. "You're a solid 5 out of 10, he joked. "You cad!" Astoria shrieked as she began wailing on Harry as he doubled over with laughter. Harry said his final goodbyes, issued parting embraces, and called for Fox, who brought an incensed Sasha back to the office. Sasha was most pleased to be leaving the Tori's care, however, and curled contentedly around Harry's shoulders, while Fox landed atop Harry's head. Astoria giggled at the antics of the two, while Harry rolled his eyes. "I'll see you in a few weeks," Harry promised. "You better have my sister with you, Potter," Astoria warned dangerously. "I can't promise that, little lioness," Harry said gently, "but I'll do my best, okay?" He vanished without allowing a response, whisked away in a flash of phoenix fire. "You really think Daphne will show up for their agreed meeting?" Minerva asked skeptically. Arya and Astoria shared a glance and nodded at each other. "Yes," they chorused. "I have no opinion," Andromeda said over her teacup when Minerva glanced her way. "My decisions of late have clearly not borne good fruit, so I will wisely withhold my input." "Everything will be okay," Astoria declared confidently. "You'll see." That was before he was relocated to a reserve in Eastern Asia, Kisanth explained languidly while Flur, beet red, sat nearby. "But the sire of my current clutch now, that was a dragon," Kisanth chuckled, and a plume of smoke shot from her nose. "He would grab me by the haunches and—" Harry appeared in a flash of flame with Sasha and Fox. "Oh, thank the gods." Fleur shot up and embraced Harry. When he raised an eyebrow, she sputtered and turned a darker red, if that was possible. I mean, thank you for the wisdom, Lady Kisanth." The normally well-spoken Vila managed to choke out over Harry's shoulder. "I don't want to know," Harry deadpanned, as Fox flapped his wings and returned to his perch atop the dining table. "I was merely instructing your little bird friend in the proper mating rituals," Kisanth began. "Yeah, I really don't want to know," Harry interrupted, earning him a glower from the dragon lady. "Why are you even still here?" "Master, where are we?" Sasha asked as she raised her head and glanced around. Fleur gasped in surprise as she registered the Queen of Serpents, casually splayed across Harry's shoulders. "Oh ho," Kisanth rumbled out a laugh. "A basilisk, whelpling, my, you still managed to surprise." "Greetings, fire-breathing she-lizard," Sasha said magnanimously. "You may refer to me as Queen Sasha, and as my faithful minion, I command you to roast the fox. As a reward, I shall allow you to feast upon a portion of his flesh with me." "I see she sets her sights impossibly high," Kisanth observed. "You are still several millennia away from giving me orders, little queen. And might I suggest attempting to feast upon flesh more within your current powers?" Dobby has snacks for Queen Sasha, Dobby said jubilantly. Don't encourage her, Harry groused. This pleases me, flappy ears. Sasha slithered down from her perch and began attacking several pastries that were in the shape of mice and animated to move. You animated them, Harry whispered to Dobby incredulously. Dobby preened and straightened his coat. Yes, Master Harry, it encourages Queen Sasha to eat. Sha. One of the pastries exploded as if detonated from within. Dobby snapped his fingers to clean up the mess. And hunt, Dobby finished. Fire-breathing she-lizard, give Flappy Ears a reward befitting his brilliance, Sasha called. Kisanth snorted and returned to her seat. What is she saying? Fleur hissed into Harry's ear. She's instructing Kisanth to reward Dobby, Harry replied dismissively. Sha. Another pastry exploded hideously. Instructing, Fleur asked in a strained tone. Oh, yes, she believes she is the top of the food chain, Harry chuckled. And she would be, if she were a few thousand years older, Kisanth assured. Are you ready to go home, Fleur? Harry looked over his shoulder at his Veela friend, who was slightly pale, yet flushed and clearly flabbergasted. I suppose, Fleur stammered before shaking her head. Where did you go, Harry? Fox squawked from his table. Behold my power, the fox, Sha. The last pastry shuddered, ceased moving, and then exploded after a 5-second delay. The sun was in my eyes, Sasha protested. Fox thought it best if we visited Daphne, Harry explained. Non, Fleur gasped. Yes, it was quite an ordeal, Harry sighed. Took me back to Hogwarts, straight to Minerva's office. Flappy ears, I have run out of food. I demand sustenance lest I feast upon the fox. Dobby, Sasha is still hungry, Harry advised. The house elf led the basilisk into the kitchen where she could explode pastries to her heart's content. Does that mean Daphne will not be meeting you tonight? Fleur asked sadly. I doubt she will, Fleur. Harry deposited himself into a nearby chair. She was really worked up by it. All. Fleur frowned. That is disappointing, Harry. Harry groaned and looked up at the ceiling. Just once, I wish something could fall my way. Your flower has not refused your rendezvous, has she, whelpling? Kisanth asked, unusually pensive. No, and she did not indicate that she was not going to show up, Harry replied. Then perhaps it would be prudent to prepare as if she was, Kisanth offered before crinkling up her nose. And bathe while you are at it. It is basic etiquette to be clean before bedding. I think I'll be going now, Fleur squeaked. She gave Harry a parting hug and hurried over to Fox, who whisked her away in a flash of phoenix fire. Kisanth snorted, chuckled lowly, and then full-out laughed. Harry watched her wryly before shaking his head in disbelief. Did you break my Veela friend? She is very fun to tease, Kisanth admitted. It would appear the mating practices of my kind are a tad risque for the little bird. Still not going to tell me what you're here for. I believe you already know, whelpling. You're bored because your clutch has yet to hatch, and you wanted to see your favorite whelpling. Kisanth sniffed haughtily. You presume much. I presume correctly, Harry quipped as he made his way to his bedroom. You're always welcome, Kisanth. Please stay out of the way if Daphne decides to show up, he called as he started up the shower. Maybe we can go visit Sparky or go on a trip later this week. That sounds appealing, Kisanth replied loudly. I shall converse with your ancestors for the time being. Harry, currently washing his hair, didn't hear her. Kisanth vanished into an adjacent bedroom where the portraits of Arcturus, Salazar, and Rowena resided. 5 minutes later, Daphne stood outside the door to the instructed address. Her mind kept reminding her about the lack of wisdom and intelligence of her decision to still meet Harry tonight so they could talk. Her heart, however, demanded that she try one last time to regain what had been lost. With no small amount of trepidation, Daphne raised her hand and knocked 3 times on the door. And it opened. Mistress Daffy, Dobby squealed jubilantly before wrapping himself around her legs. Dobby is so Happy to see you. Hi, Dobby, Daphne greeted and gently reached down to pat his head. Come, Dobby instructed. Master Harry is getting ready and will be out shortly. Dobby has made a feast of snacks. What can Dobby get you? Tea, Daphne asked more than stated, nearly tripping over the house elf as he prattled on about. How happy he was. She found herself deposited in a plushy chair before Dobby vanished into what she could only assume was the kitchen. Daphne nervously investigated her surroundings while she waited. The apartment had clearly been magically expanded, as there were far more doors than appropriate. Most currently closed, and the living room alone was the size of her entire apartment. A knocking sound drew her attention to the right, where a familiar phoenix was staring intently at a parchment, occasionally pecking it before continuing to study. She blinked, and Fawkes must have noticed her because he turned his head, gave a greeting cheer-up, and returned to, well, whatever it was he was doing. Daphne waved weakly. Hi, Fawkes, she said in a raspy voice. An odd whooshing noise drew her attention to the left, where a flapping pastry, which looked like it, was in the shape of a large bird, attempted to escape the stalking basilisk, who hissed dramatically. Daphne gasped as the pastry exploded in a shower of crumbs and filling. She observed Sasha turn toward Fawkes and hiss something which Daphne could only assume was some form of threat, or gloating. Fawkes squawked once and ignored her, which clearly incensed Sasha until she noticed Daphne nearby. The basilisk slithered over and climbed the chair, coiling in Daphne's lap. She turned her head too. Daphne, her tongue flicking out in greeting. Greetings, mistress, Sasha hissed. I trust you were suitably impressed by my demonstration. Hi, Sasha, Daphne greeted as she hesitantly rubbed Sasha's snout. She had no idea what the basilisk was saying, but the contented purr must have meant that Sasha approved of Daphne's ministrations. Dobby returned with a cup of tea and some scones, which Daphne accepted gratefully and placed atop a nearby side table. The house elf disappeared back into the kitchen. Daphne was mid-sip when she trembled and nearly spilled her tea as an agitated grunt emanated from one of the few open doors she could see. For the love of Merlin, Harry groused as he exited his bedroom. Dobby, there are crumbs and fillings all over the bedroom floor. How many of those pastries did you make? I swear Sasha isn't eating any of them. That's not true, Master, Sasha wailed. And why are some of them shaped like phoenixes? Harry hollered as he placed his hands on his hips, his back to Daphne. Dobby was indulging in creative liberties. The house elf protested with a sheepish smile. Well, I suppose if it keeps her occupied, Harry muttered, shaking his head. Oh, have you seen my gray shirt, Dobby? Master has many gray shirts, Dobby replied innocently. The button-down one, Harry mimed. It is in your closet, Master. Harry shook his head. I scoured my closet top to bottom. Perhaps Master should purchase glasses, Dobby suggested with a challenging glint in his wide, tennis ball-sized eyes. Daphne watched the continued banter in a numb fascination, her eyes roving over Harry's bare torso. He was toned, built, and surprisingly scar-free, which caused her inquisitive nature to immediately spike. She felt a faint blush dust her cheeks as she continued to allow her eyes to freely roam his back, appreciating the way his muscles and tendons flexed as he moved his arms while gesticulating to Dobby. It didn't dawn on her she was ogling Harry until he suddenly spun on his heel, those enchanting emerald green eyes wide with surprise as he realized he had an audience. Daphne almost dropped her tea when she got a full view of his front. It was only Sasha in her lap that allowed her to retain her faculties. Spilling scalding hot tea on a basilisk would likely yield lethal results. Harry opened and closed his mouth several times before rounding on Dobby. He choked out a strangled, growling, garble sound and then swiftly vanished back into his bedroom. Dobby shot Daphne a mischievous wink before whistling happily as he returned to the kitchen. Daphne shakily set her cup down and did all she could to control her rising blush. Definitely still attracted to him, she hummed mentally. Potter luck is a curse, I swear. Harry seethed inwardly as he hurriedly donned the exact shirt he had sworn was not in his closet. Maybe he did need glasses. Harry took a final glance at his appearance in the mirror and controlled his breathing, steeling himself. He was not going to mess this up. Daphne was here to his pleasant surprise, and he needed to be calm, collected, focused, and engaging. All of that went out the window as he stepped on the remnants of a phoenix-shaped pastry. 3 minutes later, Harry emerged from his bedroom with a neutral expression and took a seat across from Daphne, offering her a half-smile as she fumbled to set her tea down with obviously shaking hands. It pained him that she was so nervous by his presence. Or she is still rattled from seeing me shirtless, which would be a nice change of pace, Harry told himself before banishing away those thoughts. He watched her fidget nervously by idly petting Sasha and tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She was wearing plain gray robes, which Harry assumed was her general working attire, while they did nothing to accentuate her figure or curves. Harry still found his breath being taken away by Daphne's beauty. "Hi, Daphne," Harry said, a tad of that breathlessness bleeding into his tone. Daphne's hand paused me-stroke on Sasha's snout, causing the basilisk to bump her palm with the crown of her snout. Daphne giggled so quietly Harry almost didn't hear it and resumed her ministrations. "Hello, Harry," she greeted in a melodic, soft voice. Harry's mind went blank briefly, and he cleared his throat. "Thank you for coming." She nodded. "You said you wanted to talk." Harry hesitated while she patiently waited. Fawkes continued pecking away at his latest math worksheet, and Harry briefly debated sending the phoenix and basilisk away. He wanted to talk. There was much to talk about. He just didn't know where to begin. "Did you really mean it?" The whispered question hung in the air, and Harry racked his mind to ascertain what Daphne was referencing. "You still love me?" Harry gave an uncertain nod. "Yes," he replied in a strained tone. "I believe I still do." She hummed in thought. "I don't believe I ever stopped loving you," she admitted softly. "I told myself I shouldn't. I even convinced myself I should let you go." She snorted derisively. Harry nervously licked his lips. "Because the Hallows are blood artifacts of the Peveill line. Dumbledore was able to use the Elder Wand to tamper with my family magic," he explained. "I thought that my feelings for you were manufactured." He trailed off in silence for several moments. "I have since learned that, while the obsession was caused by Dumbledore's tampering, my feelings, my love, was genuine." Daphne shakily grabbed her tea and took a sip, taking her time as she processed Harry's words. "It hurt, hearing that you had been in contact with Andy and Tonks," she said after resetting her cup down. "I wish you would have at least spoken with Torre." She paused, clearly struggling to proceed. "She misses you terribly." Harry flinched as if struck. "I wish you would have sought me out," Daphne whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "But maybe it was better that you didn't. Andy was wrong," Harry interrupted firmly. "As was I, Daphne." He waited until she looked up at him with watery eyes. "I should have sought you out the moment I learned the truth in Ravenclaw Castle. I should have never cut ties with you and Astoria. I should have never abandoned my family, even though I believed them safe within the Fadelius." He rubbed his forehead and frowned. "I'm sorry for hurting you, Daphne," he continued huskily. "When I left, I just wanted to get away, until you came into my life. All I had ever known was pain." He choked and swallowed heavily. "When everything happened, I snapped, and I wanted to be free. Free from manipulations, prophecies. Free from pain." Daphne nodded knowingly, a distant look in her eyes. "Yeah," Harry grunted. "I didn't stop to think about what my leaving would do to you. I will never regret leaving Britain to deal with the Dark Lord. I made sure, to the best of my ability, that my family was protected and safe when I did. I made sure Tori was safe with Sasha. He smiled at the basilisk, who was half asleep in Daphne's lap. She's still a child, but she would die for either of you, Harry said assuredly. I knew Tori was safe. He looked up at Daphne, his own eyes watery. By proxy, I offered you a small modicum of protection. Through Sasha, but I won't lie and say that was intentional. When I left, I gave you no thought. I deserved it. You didn't, Harry barked harshly, causing Daphne to jump and stir Sasha awake. He winced. I'm sorry, he said hastily. I didn't mean to scare you. He clenched his fist and brought it up to his mouth, before pounding it weakly on his armrest. Damn it, he swore in frustration. Why do I only seem to be able to hurt you? Daphne released a watery giggle. I lost count of how many times I asked myself that in regard to you. I assure you we are not cursed, Harry said solemnly. I investigated it thoroughly and ran numerous tests. It's just fate. Harry shook his head and huffed. What happened wasn't your fault, Daphne. What they did to you, to us, was neither of our faults. I could have fought. You did fight, Harry interjected. I've replayed the memories over and over in my head. I missed the signs of your struggle. You did all you could, and I missed it. Some of the things I said, Daphne began, they were my words and my words alone. Your mind was being rewired, your emotions tampered with, Harry assuaged her concern. I should have given you a chance to explain. He offered her a sad smile, or maybe even offered to take you with me. I would have gone with you, Daphne mumbled without hesitation. The two shared a small smile, and Harry watched Daphne swipe her cheeks with her palm. His heart throbbed knowing she was still hurting. Cersei, I feel like I'm at such a disadvantage, Daphne eventually muttered. What do you mean? You know what I've faced these last 3 years, Daphne explained softly. At least, I think you do. But I know nothing about what you have been doing. Harry leaned back in his chair. I apologize, it's not that I'm unwilling to share, he trailed off. Awkwardly, my struggles these last 3 years have been paltry when compared to yours. I don't think it a good idea for us to compare pain, Harry, Daphne rebuked gently. If you've enjoyed your time away, then I am truly happy for you. I spent the first few months doing things I never got to do, Harry replied after some time to reflect. Theme parks, cruises, seeing nature. It was both liberating and exhilarating. Daphne half smiled and motioned for him to continue. I met a Thunderbird, Harry revealed. Daphne's eyes widened. I call him Sparky, and he's buddies with Fox. The phoenix squawked in affirmation. Harry chuckled. Over time, I discovered Ravenclaw Castle, which eventually led to me discovering Peveill Castle with Sparky and... A door opened suddenly, and Harry watched Daphne slump into her seat defeatedly as Kissanthe chose to make her presence known at the most inopportune time. Behind her floated the 3 portraits, all in an animated discussion about Arthurian lore, which Kissanthe was more than willing to indulge. Kissanthe, Harry called while simultaneously introducing her. He made sure to lock Daphne's gorgeous eyes with his own. Daphne, this is Kissanthe, the dragon from the first task. Daphne's mouth formed a large O as she gawked and stared in wide-eyed awe at the woman. In the flesh, Kissanthe purred, striking an alluring pose and smiling predatorily. I see your flower. Showed after all, whelpling. Daphne blinked in confusion. Hello, Daphne dear, Rowena called. It is a pleasure to finally meet. Daphne waved haltingly before she noticed Harry glaring pointedly at the foursome. Kissanthe appeared to stare at him challengingly before she snorted, sending a small plume of smoke from her nostrils. As I was saying, Kissanthe continued, waving her hand lazily as she and the portraits retreated to their room. Sorry about her, Harry sighed in exasperation. She pretty much does as she pleases, and I'm not stupid enough to tell her otherwise. Daphne nodded numbly. So, yeah, I uncovered Peveill Castle with the help of Kissanthe and Sparky, Harry repeated. Sheepishly, That's where I learned about the cloak. Daphne nodded again, and the two fell into an uneasy silence. What about your scars? Daphne eventually questioned. You mean the ones from him? Daphne grimaced. Yes. I traveled to Germany, where I engaged with a healer who combined magical and muggle techniques. He specialized in curse scars and was able to remove them from me. Harry slowly pulled up his sleeve, showing the circular scar from the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Couldn't do anything about that one, though. He shook his head. Seems basilisk venom leaves. Irreparable scar damage. Harry knew Daphne was going to apologize again for the past. He held up a hand to forestall her. Can we both agree that we're sorry, regret what happened, and look forward? He asked hopefully. Look forward, she repeated nervously. We both have feelings for each other, Harry stated plainly. We're both lonely. Daphne's lower lip trembled. Go on a date with me, Harry prompted. WH what? Daphne squeaked. Go on a date with me, Harry repeated. Only this time it wasn't a question. Harry, Daphne stammered. Are you serious? Harry laughed and shook his head. Sirius was my godfather, I'm Harry, he sighed wistfully. I never thought I'd miss hearing him say that lame joke. Daph, Harry locked her eyes with his own. He stared at her intently. We could sit here all night, reflecting on the past, what happened, what was said, what we regret. He trailed off and held her. Gaze, or, he said slowly, we can start over in a country where there's no boy who lived, no dark lords, no manipulating old men. He smiled encouragingly. There is a Harry Potter and a Daphne Greengrass, though. He watched tears spill from her eyes. Harry still has feelings for Daphne, he whispered as he stood and approached her. Daphne still has feelings for Harry. He tenderly grabbed the hand that she had been using to stroke Sasha. Let's explore those feelings by going on a date. He lifted her limp hand to his lips and gently kissed her. Knuckles. Daphne swallowed. I think I'd like that, she choked out. Harry reverently thumbed the tears on her cheeks away, smiling as she unconsciously leaned into his. Touch. When? I'm off all week. Daphne exhaled a contented sigh, her eyes closed. Tomorrow, Harry said firmly. Are you an early riser? Yes, Daphne trembled, and Harry frowned as he watched her slowly open her eyes. She wore haunted look. I don't sleep much anymore. Nightmares? Harry asked knowingly. She nodded, and Harry gently tugged her hand. She followed the tug, allowing him to pull her to her feet and into his arms. Sasha slithered away, lest she be unceremoniously deposited on the floor. Harry felt as if all tension left his body when he finally had Daphne in his arms again. Me too, he choked, his own happy tears threatening to spill. He felt Daphne's shoulders heave and slowly brought his hand up to run through her golden blonde hair. That smelled just as he remembered, strawberries and lemons. Merlin, I've missed you far more than I imagined, Harry admitted huskily as he kissed the crown of her head. He felt Daphne tighten her arms around him and was content to hold her tightly in his arms, while she had a good cry. What felt like hours later, the two remained standing in the room, still holding one another and content to enjoy each other's presence. Reluctantly, Daphne detached from Harry and smiled tremulously up at him. I've missed you too, she whispered. Breakfast at 6, Harry posited. Okay, Daphne smiled, and for the first time since he had seen her, it reached her eyes. You are welcome to stay here, Harry offered, but no pressure. Thank you, Harry, Daphne said graciously, but I would prefer to go home. You can apparate from here, he said. The wards will not prevent you. She took a couple steps away from him. Good night. Good night, Miss Greengrass, Harry returned softly. Daphne turned on her heel and vanished with a crack. November 1, 1998, Harry's apartment, early morning. Harry sipped at the morning cup of coffee Dobby had graciously prepared him while eagerly awaiting Daphne. He had slept surprisingly well once he fell asleep. A mixture of anxiety and excitement had kept him up far later than he intended, hence the pick-me-up in a pre-breakfast coffee. He stood at the sound of a gentle knock on the front door, unconsciously smoothing his plain black long-sleeved shirt, complemented by blue jeans and tennis shoes. Daphne, radiant Daphne, stood on the other side of the door, a weary smile lighting up her face and striking Harry with its beauty. Harry nervously cleared his throat and stood to the side, beckoning Daphne to enter. "Good morning," Harry greeted warmly. "You look radiant, Daph." And she did, wearing a white blouse, forest green jumper, blue jeans, and tennis shoes. Her golden blonde hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and she wore a light dusting of makeup that enhanced her natural beauty. Daphne blushed lightly and bit her lower lip. "Thank you, Harry. You look quite handsome yourself." Harry gently shut his front door once Daphne cleared the threshold. "Coffee." "Tea, please," Daphne requested. The two entered the kitchen, where Dobby appeared to have anticipated Daphne's request and passed her a steaming cup of tea. Daphne took a sip before noticing Fawkes perched atop the kitchen counter. Harry watched Daphne approach the phoenix tentatively and slowly rub his plumage. A gasp escaped her when she noted several feathers fall from her touch. Harry spoke swiftly to assuage her fears. "He's close to a burning day. It's normal for him to molt." Daphne sighed in relief. "Is that why he looks so tired?" Fawkes chirruped weakly and nuzzled Daphne's hand. His usual vigor was clearly diminished. "Yes," Harry answered. "Fawkes will be back to normal within 48 hours. Isn't that right?" "Buddy," Fawkes squawked weakly. "We'll travel by apparition today," Harry explained softly to Daphne as he patted Fawkes atop the head. Fondly. "Just us?" Daphne asked, and Harry caught the hopeful tone in the question. "Just us," Harry repeated solemnly. "Kissanth sleeps in, and while she may be peeved at not being included, she'll get over it. Dobby can take care of her needs for the time being." He checked his surroundings before chuckling wryly. "We'll also leave Sasha behind to be entertained by Fawkes and Dobby." Daphne nodded and chewed her lip. "Aren't you worried about Sasha eating Fawkes?" Harry snorted and waved away the concern good-naturedly. "Nah, Fawkes can take care of himself, even on a burning day." Fawkes chirped, but it sounded more like a croak, and nodded fervently. "Dobby will take care of Queen Sasha and Mr. Fawkes, Mistress Daffy," Dobby promised jubilantly. "See, nothing to worry about," Harry shot Daphne a lopsided smile. "Hungry." Daphne's stomach rumbled loudly, much to her embarrassment. Harry chuckled and gently grabbed her hand, slowly threading his fingers through hers. She looked down at their hands, then up at him questioningly. "Side-along apparition," Harry explained in response. Daphne shot him a nervous smile and brief nod. Harry turned on his heel, and the two vanished without a sound. "I really need to ask him where we are," Daphne reminded herself as she observed the quaint diner he had apparated them to. "So, what do you do for fun?" Harry asked before popping a forkful of hash browns into his mouth. She nervously fiddled with her scrambled eggs as she contemplated his question. What did she do for fun outside of work? She involuntarily winced as she realized she didn't quite have an answer to the question, which did not go unnoticed. "I'm sorry if that's too personal a question," Harry said, after taking a drink of water. "And no," Daphne stammered embarrassedly. "It's just," she sighed defeatedly, "I don't do anything for fun," she admitted sheepishly. Harry blinked. "I mainly work, go home, sleep, and then go back to work," Daphne mumbled. "What about weekends?" Harry prompted. "Sometimes I see Astoria, Andy, Mum, Tonks, or Minerva," Daphne shrugged. "I put that more in the visitation category than fun, although it is enjoyable to see them." Harry hummed thoughtfully and pointed at her with his fork. "You cook for yourself on weeknights?" "Sometimes," Daphne nodded. "I go out when I work late, though, which is often, although Gringotts has been harping on me to reduce my hours." She huffed and folded her arms, unwittingly dislodging a few strands of hair free. Gringotts really takes care of us, she said sincerely, but I wish they would. Just allow me to work as I please. Harry chuckled and grinned at her, causing a warm feeling to swell in her stomach. Complaining about your benefits, Daph. No, she stated petulantly, frowning. So those nights you are forced home early, Harry continued thoughtfully. I'm sure there are times. You're not quite ready for bed and you've ate out. He trailed off, looking at her expectantly. She teased him by playing coy, causing him to roll his eyes and finish the unasked question. What do you do? Her teasing smirk faltered, and she nervously tucked the 2 stray strands of hair behind her ear. I make myself a cup of hot chocolate and stare at the fireplace, she admitted softly. Daphne dared not look up, fearing judgment or pity. She wasn't sure she could handle either being expressed by him. Nervously, she peeked at him from behind her eyelashes and nearly knocked over her orange juice when she involuntarily jerked in surprise at the raw compassion he was regarding her with. I used to do that too, he said gently. Sometimes I would think about Sirius. Daphne nodded. And you, he said unexpectedly. Daphne felt her lower lip tremble and took a moment to steady her emotions before replying. Most nights I think about you, she whispered. About us. Harry nodded understandingly, and the two sat in a semi-awkward silence as they finished their respective meals. Daphne found herself delighted at the food and opted to finish her waffle with a healthy dose of syrup. Her sweet tooth from her Hogwarts days had followed her into adulthood, it seemed. Last Christmas was the last time I stared in the fire, Harry revealed after finishing his meal and setting his napkin atop his plate. He took a generous swig of his remaining water. Were you drinking hot chocolate? Daphne found herself asking. Harry looked pensive before nodding. Yes, I was. I also stared in the fire and drank hot chocolate that evening, Daphne said with a light giggle. Harry chuckled and quickly sobered, making Daphne wonder if she'd said something wrong. She went to apologize, but he began speaking. That night was when I decided to go see the graves of my parents, Harry said somberly. Then I went to where it all happened. He numbly finished the last of his water, his eyes carrying a far gleam. The blood wards recognized me, and I saw things that hadn't been taken. Daphne found herself stricken by the haunted expression he wore. The temptation to use the stone, he croaked, his voice giving out. It was nearly unbearable. I wanted to see them, Daphne, serious, Mum, Dad. His voice cracked, and Daphne reached for his hand to offer comfort and sympathy. I wanted to ask them if his voice hitched, and he swallowed heavily. If they were proud of me, of what I'd done. Daphne waited for him to continue, but all he did was slowly reach for her hand and hold it limply with his own. She found her thumb absently tracing his palm. Did you? She questioned cautiously. Harry shook his head, and the fog of memory appeared to lift from his posture. No, never, he declared adamantly. I fear what would occur should I use the stone for selfish purposes. Daphne nodded, content to let him speak on his own terms. He eventually drew a deep breath, and she admired how his shirt stretched against his toned shoulders and chest. She was thankful he was staring blankly at the table, instead of observing the blush she knew was crawling up her neck. I told Fawkes to take me far away, Harry continued. And he did, far, far away. Daphne wet her lips with her tongue, debating her next words. It was comforting in a morbid, melancholy sense to know they both were doing the same thing Christmas evening. The atmosphere was somber, and Daphne found herself wanting to change it desperately, to bring some levity into their date. Today was about looking forward, not backward. Do you like your job? Harry asked, seemingly out of the blue, detaching Daphne from her musings. I love it, Daphne said passionately. It's challenging, but I'm good at it, potentially the best. According to my employers. Harry smiled, his mood improving at hearing the passion in her voice. What are you working on right now? Daphne spent the next hour animatedly talking about her current project, her patents, her studies, and her general love of curse breaking for Gringotts America. Harry listened intently, his eyes never leaving hers, his questions always engaging and pushing her to delve deeper into her thoughts and passions. Daphne couldn't help but feel warm and fuzzy once she ran out of things to talk about regarding her job. She desperately wanted to reciprocate, to see the same passion realized and expressed by Harry. "What about you, Harry?" Daphne pressed, her tone slightly breathless from an hour of nonstop talking. "What have you been working on? Surely your time hasn't been just sightseeing and experiencing new things." Harry chuckled and grinned. "My Ravenclaw blood would never allow me to be idle for long," he began. "My ancestors obviously pushed me to discover their ancient abodes. Those were adventures that would take all day to explain, but their completion resulted in me finding myself with vast knowledge of the ancients." He checked his watch for some reason and pursed his lips before returning to the conversation. Daphne rightly assumed it was because he had additional plans for their date, but had left lots of dead time for them to engage in conversation. "Most recently, I've been working on my own version of the Room of Requirement. Having Rowena to help has simplified the task greatly, as her portrait remembers much of the charms and runework that was put into creating the one at Hogwarts. Mine doesn't quite function the same way, but it does allow me to freely practice magic and the various spells I have discovered from the respective Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Peveill libraries." "Ah, so you do still use magic," Daphne teased playfully. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, it's just I don't recall you having used any magic since I've seen you," Daphne hummed thoughtfully. "You seem to like making tea and coffee the Muggle way, or let Dobby do those things for you." Harry grunted. "Dobby usually pitches a fit if he doesn't get to take care of me." "I suppose I'll believe it when I see it," Daphne smirked. Harry rolled his eyes. "Fine, Wednesday, you'll see." "Oh, confident there will be another date," Daphne challenged with no malice in her tone. Harry faltered, clearly off-kilter. "Well, yes, I mean no. I mean if you want there to be," he stammered. Daphne found herself covering her mouth with her hand, as her shoulders shook with laughter at his discomfort. It was fun teasing him. Harry mock scowled and stood, offering Daphne his hand. She took it gracefully and allowed him to lead her out of the diner. "Where are we going next?" she asked. "To meet a dear friend," Harry answered with a wistful smile. "She's going to tear into me, mind you. I haven't seen her in quite some time. Don't be unnerved if she recognizes you right away," he nervously rubbed the back of his neck. "She's very good at getting information out of me." "Who is she?" Daphne cocked her head to the side as they continued walking down a sidewalk. "She's, the lady who gives me, He trailed off, mumbling something incoherently. "Huh." Daphne was surprised to see Harry blushing profusely. "Look, early on, Fleur and I spent quite a bit of time together," Harry blurted out suddenly, causing Daphne's eyes to widen in surprise. "Fleur is a diva, you know, and while she endured certain experiences for my sake, I always had to repay her in some way." "Harry," Daphne patted his arm reassuringly with her free hand, her other still gently melded with his. "It's okay. I don't have a problem with you and Fleur being close." "It's not that," Harry defended. "It's just Yen, my friend, she does pedicures. I only went to those because Fleur made me." Daphne thought Harry was protesting a bit too much, but decided to let him off the hook. She wasn't going to say no to a pedicure. "So we're going to get pedicures?" she asked hopefully. Harry nodded dumbly, exhaling in relief for some reason. Daphne squeezed his hand and rewarded him with a full smile. "That sounds lovely." As Harry led her into a nearby alley to side-along apparate to their next destination, Daphne secreted a mischievous smile away. She would uncover what made Harry so rattled about getting a pedicure in due time. He was hiding something, Daphne was sure of it. If it was what she suspected, Then she would thoroughly enjoy teasing him for it. And enjoying going to many more pedicures in the future. Harry's apartment morning. Sasha lazily slithered into the kitchen, intent on demanding food from flappy ears. Her nap had ended, and the fire-breathing she-lizard still slumbered. While Sasha was peeved that her minion would dare to sleep longer than herself, she was content to allow it this time. After all, she did have some semblance of self-preservation. Her entry into the kitchen went unnoticed, as Flappy Ears was apparently elsewhere. Her tongue flicked out in agitation as she looked for delicious pastries to explode. Sasha liked exploding the ones that looked like the fox. To her annoyance, there were none. There was, however, the fox sitting atop the kitchen. Countertop, breathing erratically and molting, her prey looked hideous. And delicious. And weak. And distracted. Sasha slithered across the floor with all her stealthy glory, absolutely positive there was no conceivable way the fox could see her. Had she been looking up, she would have seen Fox cock his head to the side quizzically at her approach. Sasha silently ascended the counter before pooling herself elegantly into a coil just behind the wheezing phoenix. Phew-foo-foo. Sasha laughed internally, completely oblivious to the fact that she had hissed her evil laugh out loud. The time of feasting is at hand at last. Sasha told herself exultantly, again, not realizing she was speaking out loud. Her tongue flicked out to alert the fox to her presence. It was a classic tactic Sasha had employed numerous times on Flappy Ears pastries. It was also yummy because her tongue got to taste the sugary confections, but Sasha banished that errant thought away in lieu of savoring her imminent victory. Fox had the good nature to lazily turn his head to peek over his wing. The time was at hand, the time to feed on the fox. "Sha," Sasha hissed, her third eyelid rising in glorious, amazing, victorious elegance. Fox squawked and exploded in a small puff of flame. Yes, at last, the fox has been properly cooked, and now I shall feast upon his delicious flesh and not share any with the fire-breathing she-lizard, because she chose to laze around in bed instead of aiding me on my quest to two. Sasha trailed off on her monologue as she regarded the ugly little bird cheerily flapping his wings and chirruping up at her. She blinked in confusion. "What is this?" Sasha hissed. "You are not the fox." Her tongue flicked out to taste the odd creature. Sasha recoiled as if burnt. "Bleh," she spat, a little of her venom landing on the countertop and beginning to sizzle small holes. Sasha winced. Master would be angry if she ruined his things. She uncoiled herself and curled around the strange, tiny, bird-like, nasty creature. "What is this?" Sasha repeated, wondering aloud to no one in particular. "You cannot be the fox." "Because you are disgusting," she proclaimed adamantly. "And the fox is delicious, I know it." She muttered hissed and spat, in agitation to herself as she pondered this conundrum of epic tiny proportions. She had easily snuck up on the fox and cooked him with extreme prejudice. This was an immutable fact, yet why was he so tiny and an icky? A brilliant and perfectly logical idea ran through Sasha's magnificent brain. She slithered to the living room table and patiently grabbed a parchment which contained the math questions. This would tell Sasha if the icky creature was truly her delicious arch-nemesis. Returning to the kitchen, she lowered the parchment before the tiny avian and stared at it expectantly. Baby Fox attempted to stand, wobbled cutely, and fell over, flapping his wings happily. "You will answer the first question, Tiny not the fox," Sasha instructed, tapping the parchment with her snout. Baby Fox slowly rolled back to his feet and hopped atop the parchment. He chirruped several times. Before pecking twice, Sasha's eyes narrowed dangerously. 1x plus 1 was indeed 2. "This is an outrage," Sasha bellowed. "Was it because you were weak and frail and unaware of my presence that you do not taste delicious and are so small and so ugly, and not the fox?" Her superior intellect was greatly vexed, and Sasha made her displeasure known for several minutes, until she heard Flappy Ears enter, humming contentedly to himself. "Oh, Dobby sees Mr. Fox has had his burning day," Dobby observed before frowning. "Master, Harry has told Queen Sasha she cannot eat Mr. Fox," he scolded the basilisk. "Explain to me what this burning day is," Sasha commanded imperiously to Dobby. "I have never heard of such a thing. The fox fell to my power, I am sure of it, and I cooked him properly, I am sure of it." She hesitated. "Unless the sun was in my eyes once more, of course. That was it. The sun was in my eyes." Dobby blinked, not understanding a word Sasha was saying. Instead, he gently gathered Fox in his hands and waltzed out of the kitchen. Fox chirruped playfully, his wings flapping as Sasha continued to expound on her running theory that the sun had somehow interfered with her killing blow. "Flappy Ears, I demand you eliminate all chances of the sun obstructing my—" She looked around blankly. "Flappy Ears, I hunger." Sasha grumbled, hissed, and spat as she slithered out of the kitchen, unaware of the audience that had been privy to the entire exchange, although only one of them could understand the basilisk. "Merlin's soggy underwear," Salazar muttered disgustedly. "I'm convinced that basilisk is a defect. She's daft, I tell you." He had been quietly translating Sasha's words the entire time to Arcturus and Rowena. Arcturus finally allowed himself to bellow out a laugh once Sasha had left. "I do so love to see the burning day," Rowena said thoughtfully, "although witnessing a basilisk advance its timeline was fascinating. It's clear her kind have no understanding of that function on phoenixes." "No," Salazar deadpanned. "She's just daft, defective, I tell you." Rowena giggled, while Salazar grumbled about how the supposed Queen of Serpents should be renamed Queen Idiot. Arcturus continued to try and failed to choke back his guffaws. "Wicked Nail and Spa, somewhere in America. Noon." Daphne hesitated as they approached an obvious Muggle establishment. "Everything okay, Daph?" she heard Harry ask, a hint of concern lacing his tone. "This is a Muggle nail salon," Daphne said, then mentally kicked herself for stating the obvious. "Oh, I probably should have mentioned Yen was a Muggle." Harry shrugged nonchalantly, a lopsided grin on his face. Daphne blinked in confusion. "But you said you took Flur to get pedicures." "And I do," Harry nodded toward the building. "Here." Now that was a surprise to Daphne. Fleur de Lacquer, the Vila went to a Muggle establishment to get pampered. Then again, was that really such a surprise? Harry clearly avoided the magical world, regardless of the country. "They must be really good then," Daphne hummed. "If Fleur approves, that is." "She does." Harry gently tugged her hand, and Daphne allowed herself to be pulled forward. "I can't vouch for how good they are, as I've only ever come here with Fleur." Daphne quirked an eyebrow when a beam of sunlight caught Harry just right, allowing her to observe. He was sweating. "Are you sweating?" "What?" Harry laughed, but it sounded forced in her ears. "No." "Potter!" A shrill voice squealed as the door was jerked open, and Daphne found herself pulled inside. By proxy, as Harry was accosted by two dainty, perfectly manicured hands. Daphne gawked at the sheer volume of color the establishment offered, and all the Muggle amenities she was quite unfamiliar with. The establishment was sparsely populated at this hour, which Daphne was unsure was normal. Truth be told, she didn't visit establishments like this well ever. Her attention was drawn to a small Muggle woman who looked vibrant despite her age, with impeccable nails, glossy dark hair, and a fond yet stern smile on her face as she continually poked one Harry Potter in the chest as he stood abashedly rubbing the back of his neck. "Where have you been? You promised you would visit." "Well, I've been busy." "With what? We both know you don't work." Daphne heard a chorus of giggles from several women, sitting on little stools with wheels that allowed them to roll around. "Fleur has been busy," Harry attempted lamely. "That never stopped you from coming before." The woman, Yen, if Daphne recalled correctly, huffed. It took a couple of seconds, but Daphne registered what had been revealed. She snickered, halting Yen mid-interrogation. "Only went because Fleur made you, huh?" Daphne asked around her mocking giggles. Harry blushed, like really blushed, and then slouched in defeat, groaning all the way. A female gasp interrupted Daphne's giggling fit, and she found herself being thoroughly inspected by Yen. She stared at the woman wide-eyed, until Yen shot her a disarming smile. "This is Daphne," she exclaimed confidently. Yes, it is," Harry affirmed. "You finally made up," Yen praised over her shoulder as she shot Harry an exaggerated wink. "Girl, there is so much for us to catch up on. Harry talks about you all the time, you know." Daphne blushed prettily. "He does." "Oh, yes," Yen cackled and snapped her fingers. "Elaine, you take Potter since he decided to not visit us for the last 2 months. "Awa, come on, Yen," Harry pleaded. "You've always done." "No deal," Yen frowned. "Come back next time and I might see you, unless I like Daphne more that is." She shot Daphne a cheeky grin which had her giggling nervously. "Come, we'll pick your color." Daphne found herself half-led, half-pulled over to the nail polish selection rack. Again, she gawked at the sheer number of options. With magic, color was simply done with a flick of the wand. But this was handmade. She glanced over her shoulder with a sheepish smile to find Harry surrounded by 3 women and being tugged over to a chair. He grumbled the entire time, but she sensed it was good-natured and almost a game that he played with the employees. They seemed to enjoy it, chattering amongst themselves in a language Daphne didn't understand, while Harry allowed them to torture him, as he claimed. "He's a big baby," Yen said lowly while she selected several colors and held them up for Daphne to inspect, "but a good man." Daphne offered a nervous nod and selected a light pink for herself. Yen gave a sniff of approval and led Daphne over to a chair. Daphne was surprised at how comfortable it was and squeaked slightly when it started vibrating and massaging her back. She sighed pleasantly, relaxing into it as Yen placed her feet in hot, but not too hot, water, adjusting the temperature to her desire. "Yen," a feminine voice called from across the room, "cancel all my appointments." A gaggle of laughter followed the exclamation. Yen cackled. "That bad?" "It's not that bad," Harry protested in good humor from across the room. Daphne felt her heart flutter at the happiness in his voice. He was clearly comfortable here. "Oi, Big Pappy, you paying?" Yen questioned over her shoulder, sending a wink at Daphne when she stared down confusedly. Yeah, when do I not?" Harry was clearly confused. "Good, I will make sure Daphne gets the best service." "I figured," Harry chuckled dryly. "That's why I left our afternoon and evening open. Take your time." Yen nodded, clearly satisfied, and grinned wryly at Daphne. "You will leave here feeling like a new woman." A brief war waged within Daphne at the thought of Harry paying an exorbitant amount for her care. But she forced it down. Harry knew about her patents and that she was well off due to her hard work and discoveries. If he wanted to treat her, then she would allow herself to indulge guilt-free. The Muggle massage chair gently coaxed Daphne into a light doze, while Yen worked on her nails, which were long overdue for pampering. It wasn't until 2 other ladies joined that Daphne was jolted awake, as one started on her hands, while the other began washing her hair. "Ah, you're awake," Yen teased. "I am sorry," Daphne stammered, blushing. "No apologies," Yen waggled a finger. "It's good to see you relaxed. That's how we know we're taking good care of you." Daphne lifted her head slightly and noticed Harry's chair was empty. Yen must have seen the question in her eyes. "Harry is waiting for us to finish," she explained, gesturing over her shoulder. "He knows not to rush me." "Though, does he come here often?" Daphne asked softly. "More than he would care to admit," Yen snorted. "He's a good man, Daphne. He always asks how we are doing. remembers the names of our children and husbands, and asks about them. Daphne smiled gently at the affection in the older woman's voice as she praised Harry. He always pays for himself and someone else, regardless of if it's just him or if he brings his friend. Elaine added. Fleur, Daphne asked tentatively. Sweet lady who speaks highly of him, Elaine nodded. Although there's nothing there if that's what you're worried about. Daphne blushed. You'll take care of him, won't you, Daphne? Yen asked severely, causing Daphne to jump slightly at the sudden change of tone. She nodded fervently, causing Yen to sniff. Good, he's been through a lot. And deserves some happiness in life. He's told you about that stuff, Daphne blurted in shock. In this industry, you learn much by listening and observing, Yen explained softly with a wistful smirk. Harry has never directly told me what he's gone through, but he carries the burden of war heavily. I've seen some of the scars when his shirt or pant leg would ride up. She shuddered. His eyes, they used to be burdened, heavy, haunted, Elaine chimed. Yen nodded sadly. He's been coming to see us for years now. Over time, I have seen him slowly healing, especially when he first showed up in short sleeves and shorts. I thought I was going to pass out from the surprise. He never did tell us who his plastic surgeon was, Elaine pointed out. Yen waved it away. Let him have some secrets, she laughed lightly before returning her attention to Daphne. Eventually, those emotions that were so prevalent in his gaze faded to the background, replaced by a more prominent emotion. Daphne unconsciously leaned forward. What? She breathed. Loneliness, Yen said. I recognize it because my sister lost her husband too early, until she remarried. Her eyes looked just like his did. Did, Daphne gasped. Until today, Yen said gently. I have never seen Harry happier than today. Because of you, Elaine said solemnly. Daphne fell silent, quite stricken. Sure, Harry had explained that he missed her and wanted to start over. Sure, Harry had expressed that he thought he still loved her. He had told her he was lonely and she had felt the same. But could a single night of brief reconciliation, if it could even be called that, really change him so profoundly that people could see it? She glanced over toward Harry to see him leaned back in one of the lobby waiting chairs, his hands tucked behind the back of his head, his legs kicked out, and his eyes closed while he smiled toothlessly. You love him, Yen jolted her free from her intense observations. Daphne opened and closed her mouth several times wordlessly before finally nodding. He told us losing you was his greatest regret in his life, Elaine whispered conspiratorially. We're very glad that you two have found each other once more, Yen added. You both deserve happiness. Daphne nodded numbly. He loves you too, you know, Yen said confidently. Look at him over there, have you ever seen him? That relaxed Elaine. Elaine snorted. Never, he was practically glowing earlier. Yen smirked as if that settled everything and shot a triumphant look up at Daphne. I expect to see you both next month, young lady. Daphne, still processing, responded with a single nod as she was helped out of the chair. She followed Yen to the front in a daze. Harry must have sensed their presence as he opened his eyes, stretched, and stood. My best work ever, Yen said proudly, as she indicated Daphne and snatched her hand. I'll say, Harry said in awe, you look gorgeous, Daphne. Daphne turned toward a nearby mirror to inspect herself. Her hair had been washed, slightly trimmed, and now shone as if the sun reflected from it. Her face looked clean and flawless. Had they done a facial on her while she was asleep, and her nails were perfect. She felt her hand pass into Harry's calloused, rugged hand and she blushed furiously, unable to meet his eyes for the time being. Her stomach fluttered as she continued to mull Yen and Elaine's words in her mind and heart. Thank you, Harry, Daphne whispered. I expect to see you next month, Yen pointed at Harry. You hear me, Potter? Yes, ma'am, Harry chuckled. We'll both be here if Daphne decides to keep me around. She will, Yen smirked, causing Daphne's blush, if it were possible, to deepen. It wasn't until they were back outside that Daphne found her voice once more, after her blush had subsided. What do you want to do now? She asked. Harry hummed and checked his watch. Dinner and a movie. Daphne nodded excitedly. Any preferences for movies? There are quite a few interesting ones out right now. Daphne blinked owlishly, then felt embarrassment flood her. She hung her head, forcing Harry to gently grab her chin to make her look up. Daph. She fidgeted nervously. I haven't been to any Muggle movies, she admitted softly. That's okay, Daph, Harry assured. I'm glad you get to experience your first one with me. Daphne smiled. Outside movie theater, late night. Harry led Daphne behind the movie theater where they could both safely apparate home. The movie they had chosen, Armageddon, had left them both in a melancholy mood. Seeing a father who loved his child had struck them both differently. For Harry, it was a reminder of how much James and Lily Potter had sacrificed for him. More so, however, was the reminder of Sirius Black who had given his life so Harry could keep living. The memory of Sirius caused his eyes to water, and he unconsciously squeezed Daphne's hand, which he was still holding. He had not let go of her hand for hours, and it warmed his soul. He saw Daphne surreptitiously wiping her eyes. He didn't need to ask why she was crying. Daphne's father had performed terrible magic on her mind, and seeing the movie had clearly shaken her. Next time we'll just go with your suggestion, Harry muttered when she smiled up at him tremulously. She snorted and covered her mouth with her free hand. It was a good movie, Harry. Muggles can really create amazing things, can't they? Harry nodded. Cinema has been one of my favorite pastimes these last 3 years. Then I hope we can see more movies together, Daphne replied. Harry felt his heart soar and his body began to heat. He nervously licked his lips. Does that mean we can go on another date? He knew his voice was laced with multiple layers of hope. He didn't care. Daphne tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded. Wednesday, she questioned. Harry felt his heart sink to his ankles. He really wanted to see her tomorrow. Daphne must have sensed his disappointment. Harry, she said nervously. I don't want to rush this. She sighed and bit her lower lip clearly, having an internal debate. Eventually she huffed and muttered something that sounded like bugger. Lunch tomorrow, she asked suddenly. Harry nodded eagerly. But we're going to go slow, she repeated. I don't want to mess this up, Harry assured. Me neither, Daphne whispered. Harry was suddenly acutely aware that they had drawn closer. Her lips looked so kissable in the moonlight. Memories of their youth flashed through his mind, of a young Daphne sitting on his bed at 4 Privet Drive, the moonlight streaming through his window. Kiss her, his mind screamed at him. He leaned forward, barely catching the unease, nervousness, and slight fear in her irises. He diverted from her lips and kissed her reverently on the cheek, pulling away long enough to whisper into her ear. Good night, Daphne. Today was wonderful. She released a sound that was a mixture of a gasp, moan, and whimper. Good night, Harry. It truly was, thank you. Harry allowed her to pull away, and seconds later he heard the telltale pop of apparition. Now alone. He sagged against the wall and raised a trembling hand to his eyes. He could feel his heartbeat in his ears, his blood rushing through his veins. His very body burned from its closeness to Daphne. He chuckled as the trembling passions slowly ebbed, leaving him feeling slightly less hollow than before. I hope you're watching Sirius, he whispered to the night sky. A silent pop. Later, and the alley was empty. November 2, 1998, Harry's apartment, noon. Harry nervously bounced on the balls of his feet, idly thrumming his fingers across the kitchen countertop while waiting for Daphne to arrive. The prospect of seeing her again so soon had kept him up most of the night with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. It was as if his entire being longed to have Daphne nearby and to be in some form of physical contact with her. which complicates the whole going slow thing, Harry told himself dryly. The kitchen door opened, and Harry looked up hopefully before mentally scolding himself. Daphne wouldn't just stride into his apartment. Yet. Soon, Harry mused before shaking his head and nodding in greeting at Kisanth, who looked a tad peeved. Whelpling, Kisanth grunted. Good morning, Harry chirped cheerfully. I surmise by your tone that your initial attempts at seducing your flower went favorably, Kisanth nodded sagely. Harry blinked. Judging by your posture, I assume you are waiting for her to arrive for another rendezvous. Harry nodded dumbly. Good, perhaps your ceaseless noise-making will end and allow me to sleep in peace, Kisanth grunted. Deeply, as she glared at the hand, Harry had atop the counter. Fawkes, who was sitting in a small pile of ash on the kitchen table, chirruped and flapped his tiny wings. A knock at the front door caused Harry to nearly leap for joy. He hurriedly scooped up the baby Phoenix and placed him atop his shoulder. Harry bolted from the kitchen before pausing and looking over his shoulder. Headed out, lunch date with Daphne, he explained hurriedly. Oh, and sorry about the noise. He was 2 leaps, steps from the front door when he remembered something. Turning on his heel, Harry popped his head back into the kitchen. And we'll see Sparky this week, he promised. I'll make sure you know when. With that taken care of, Harry skipped to the front door and opened it to find Daphne waiting on the other side. She was twiddling her thumbs and chewing her lower lip, clearly nervous. Daphne, Harry greeted warmly as he ushered her inside. Sorry about the delay, I had to clear some things up with Kisanth. It's okay, Harry. Daphne offered a small smile, which seemed to grow when he unconsciously grabbed her hand. Can I get you anything? Something to drink, eat, Harry offered. Daphne cocked her head to the side confusedly. I thought we were going out to lunch. Vox squawked. Awa, Daphne cooed softly as she tickled Fawkes with her index finger. Hi, Fawkes. Right, dumb questions, Harry chuckled. He decided to be honest with her. I'm just really excited. You're here, Daph. Didn't think I would show, Daphne teased. Harry's smile faltered briefly before he recovered. I didn't even consider that. Daphne squeezed his hand reassuringly. I wouldn't have missed this, Harry. He sighed in relief and gently relocated Fawkes to a perch containing a basin filled with ash. Fawkes snuggled down into it, chirping happily. Harry barely noticed, his eyes currently locked with Daphne's alluring sapphire blues. He found himself rapidly becoming lost in them and barely managed to pull himself free from her mesmerizing gaze. Blinking and averting his eyes, a light blush dusting his cheeks, Harry cleared his throat. Where would you like to go for lunch? Daphne, also sporting a light blush, shrugged unhelpfully. Somewhere with a window, she stated, but it sounded like a question to Harry. A window, Harry queried. I like watching muggles go about their daily lives, Daphne admitted softly. I find them fascinating. Although I haven't really explored their world much, that's one of the reasons I frequent the coffee shop. I get to watch muggles while enjoying a good cup of tea. Harry hummed thoughtfully for a moment before an idea came to him. He shot Daphne a cheeky grin. Have you ever heard of Amal Daph? She shook her head. You're in for quite the treat then, Harry chuckled. We'll find something to eat there. We can explore. And shop too. Is it a store? Daphne's brow furrowed in confusion. It's the best place to muggle watch, Harry stated confidently. Are you ready? Daphne beamed up at him and took a step closer than necessary to him, nuzzling slightly into his side. Okay. Daphne stared up at the massive building, or was it a combination of buildings? In awe, her sapphire blue eyes were wide, and her mouth slightly agape as she nervously tightened her grip on Harry's hand and attempted to draw closer to him, considering she was currently shoulder to shoulder. With him, her attempts merely caused them both to step slightly to the side. Easy, Daph, Harry's voice cut through her rising nerves like a soothing balm. She relaxed slightly but did not relinquish her grip on his hand. "It's huge," Daphne whispered breathily. "How did they build this without magic?" "Machinery," Harry replied immediately. "Amazing," Daphne mumbled. She looked up at Harry, unable to hide her trepidation. "We are going in." "There." "It will be fun," Harry promised, and Daphne wanted to believe him. Yesterday was fun, after all. The scale, however, had been much smaller than this. Muggles, practically, swarmed over this place, and there were, what were they called? Automobiles everywhere. Daphne found her attention drawn to a group of girls who were giggling and chattering amiably as they passed them before entering through a set of glass double doors. They were rather scandalously dressed in Daphne's opinion. She stared in fascination, unaware of Harry watching her with fond amusement, his emerald green eyes practically glowing. "Is that normal dress for Muggles?" Daphne squeaked and gestured nervously at the now closed doors. The gaggle of girls had entered through. "That was actually fairly tame." Harry choked back a laugh when Daphne's eyes widened comically, and she pinkened. Her grip unconsciously loosened on Harry's hand, but she kept her fingers threaded with his. She found her inquisitive nature piqued by the display. What else would she find within? She heard Harry cough, and rightly surmised he was choking back a laugh at her expense. She frowned and mock glared at him. "Think this is funny, do you, Potter?" Harry immediately straightened, but his quivering lips betrayed a losing battle with his mirth. He lost. Seconds later, when Daphne placed her hands on her hips, not paying attention to the fact she still held onto Harry's hand through the process, she pouted cutely up at him when he doubled over with laughter. "You just look so scandalized," Harry snorted. Daphne sputtered before scowling. "I am not a prude, Harry Potter." "Oh no, of course not, Miss Greengrass," Harry returned in faux reverence. "HMPH," Daphne folded her arms and huffed, or at least she attempted to fold her arms. The logistics didn't quite work out, what with her still holding Harry's hand. "You going to release me from my prison?" Harry deadpanned. "No." "Good. It's quite a comfortable prison, you know," Harry quipped playfully. "Just shut up and take me inside," Daphne commanded imperiously. "As the lady wishes," Harry intoned with a smile. Daphne found herself smiling along with him. 3 hours later. "We finally made it to lunch," Harry sighed in relief as he stared down at his hamburger and fries. Daphne sniffed as she inspected the results of her impromptu shopping spree. Over a dozen loaded bags filled with clothes, shoes, and random interesting knickknacks littered the floor around their table. They currently sat in the food court, as Harry called it, having just ordered their lunches. "No, wait," Harry's voice interrupted her inspection. "This is technically dinner now." "Dinner?" Daphne echoed questioningly. "Yeah, you know," Harry said around a mouthful of burger. "Dinner, lunch and dinner combined." Daphne stared down at her burger and poked it experimentally. "It's not going to run away," Harry teased. Daphne glared across the table at him. "Careful, Potter, lest I make you take me back to that shoe store again." Harry blanched and clamped his mouth shut, causing Daphne to smirk victoriously over at him. She slowly grappled with her burger before managing to successfully maneuver it to her mouth, where she attempted to take a dainty bite. As she chewed, she reflected on how incredible this date had been. After getting over her initial nerves, Daphne rapidly found herself lost in the sea of stores and people in the area. There were so many choices. She and Harry had only been exploring for a few hours, and they hadn't even seen a quarter of this place. A quarter. Daphne practically vibrated in giddy joy as she realized there was still so much more to explore. They were definitely coming back. Besides, Harry didn't have much to complain about. It wasn't like Daphne was making him pay for her things. She had plenty of money now and could indulge if she wanted. Although Harry did do a good job being a pack mule for her, Daphne took a certain vindictive pleasure in making him lug around all her purchases. It was, after all, what a gentleman should do for a lady like herself. The fact that he couldn't use magic to lighten or shrink the load was a suitable punishment for his earlier laughter at her genuine reaction to seeing this place and its inhabitants for the first time. Perhaps in the future, should he continue to take her here, she would reward him for his services. There was that unmentionable store I didn't have the courage to explore, Daphne reminded herself. Merlin, some of those things, she blushed furiously in memory of what had been on display just in the window as they passed by, and Harry had the audacity to waggle his eyebrows at me like some kind of barbarian. "You're cute," Harry called from across the table, drawing Daphne from her thoughts. She swallowed, having been absently eating her burger while ruminating. "Huh. You're cute," Harry repeated. Daphne flushed. Normally, she would take offense at being called cute. Beautiful, radiant, sexy, these were acceptable, but cute, had it been anyone else. "Maybe one day I will visit that store." "Thanks," Daphne beamed at him as she took another bite, unaware of the small dollop of mustard on her cheek. "Oh, look," she pointed excitedly, nearly fumbling her burger in the process. "Another shoe store." Harry was too busy groaning and grousing to notice Daphne reach across the table in search of his fries. November 3, 1998, Hogwarts, arithmancy classroom, mid-morning. "Dear Torre, I don't even know where to start. I think, however, that you might have been right. It is going to be okay." Despite my reluctance, I couldn't pass up an opportunity to see if there was still something, anything, left between Harry and I, so I went to see him as we had originally agreed after meeting in our impromptu manner in the coffee shop I often frequent during lunch. I will spare you the details of our conversation in this letter, as I am positive you will do all you can to worm out every spoken word between us when next I see you. My forlorn sigh of reluctant acceptance aside, it should please you greatly to know that. Oh, I almost forgot. How are you? How is school? Have any boys managed to catch your eye now that Sasha is gone? Have any been brave enough to approach you yet? You do know that I'm going to play the defensive big sister to any potential suitors, don't you? If it's not too much trouble, I would greatly appreciate it if you could tell me the next Hogsmeade weekend so I can come see you. Okay, I've been cruel enough. Harry and I went on a date. A date? I am sure you are squeeing right now. It's okay, I did the same after scribbling it. He told me he still loved me, and that we should look forward and not backwards, and that there is a Harry and a Daphne, and they both have feelings, Morgana. I'm mucking up the retelling of it. I'll tell you later, promise. We went to breakfast, and then he took me to this place where he gets pedicures. Yes, he gets pedicures on his own. Mock him relentlessly when you see him next time for me, and I met one of his Muggle friends. Then we went to dinner and saw a Muggle movie, and Circe, are those incredible. Muggles can really do amazing things, Torre. I sorely wish I had taken Muggle studies now. No, we did not kiss. Well, he did peck me on the cheek goodnight, but that was it. And we might have gone on a date yesterday. Okay, we did, to something called the Mall. Do they teach about those in Muggle studies? I really must take you there someday soon. Imagine going into a Honeyjuke's candy shop, only it is like 3 Diagon alleys combined and sells shoes, clothes, contraptions, oddities, food, and I just need to take you there. I gorged myself on clothes and shoes. You are going to be so jealous. Ha. Harry and I are about to duel, but I wanted to write to you and asked Fox to deliver this. Hopefully it finds you healthy, hale and well. It's just a friendly duel. We're not fighting or anything. I love you, Torre. Daffy. Astoria scanned the letter Fox had delivered during her arithmancy class. Professor Vector and her fellow students were all staring in wide-eyed shock at the Phoenix, who was absently pecking at Astoria's assignment sheet. They nearly leapt from their skin when Astoria shouted, "Daffy, Morgana as my witness, I will hex you." There was a general murmuring that followed Astoria's outburst. Fawkes appeared unperturbed, offering a sympathy squawk. Several clamped their hands over their ears when Astoria did indeed. Squee, as Daphne had put it. Esque. Fawkes joined her, trilling happily. Are they really back together? Astoria asked the Phoenix in breathless excitement. Fawkes nodded. Oh, I am so happy, I knew it, Astoria exclaimed. Suddenly realizing her surroundings, Astoria let out a sheepish eep, and blushed. Fawkes, she mock whispered. Can you maybe come back later when I call? I'll make sure I write. Back to Daffy at lunch. Fawkes chirped and bobbed his head before pecking the desk a few more times and vanishing in a flash of fire. Sorry, Astoria mumbled sheepishly to Professor Vector. I swear I can't control when he does that. Trying to ignore the incredulous stares of everyone around her, Astoria inspected her paper before scowling. Fawkes, you get back here this instant and show me how you answered these questions. We're supposed to show our work. The least you could have done is broken it down. Harry's flat apartment mid-morning. Daphne laughed evilly as she watched Fawkes flash away. Do I even want to know what you just gave Fawkes to deliver to Tori? Harry asked. Oh, just a letter explaining what I've been up to the last couple of days. Daphne trailed off with a wink. Harry blanched, sudden realization striking him. Why, you didn't mention the, pedicure thing, did you? I may have, Daphne said coyly. Harry frowned. Oh, you're going to pay for that one, Greengrass. Daphne's answering pout nearly caused Harry's heart to skip a beat. Merlin, that look should be a crime. He winced and yelped when a stinging hex connected with his thigh. Daphne tutted as she strutted past, purposefully adding additional sway to her hips. I told you I've kept up with the exercises Tonks taught me, she called over her shoulder. Harry grimaced, maybe challenging her to have a mock duel so he could show her magic as he promised a couple days ago wasn't such a good idea after all. He chuckled and ran a hand nervously across the back of his neck, debating the wisdom of their impending skirmish. He did not want to cause Daphne any pain. Coming, Harry. Daphne titled her head to the side as she regarded him. Yeah, Harry grunted as he pointed her to the door leading to his own room of requirement. The two were about to clear the threshold when a hiss gave them pause. Master, I wish to join you, Sasha declared as she slithered over to them. You can watch, Harry hissed back, quite proud to notice that Daphne had hardly flinched at his use of parcel tongue. I wish to fight alongside you, Master, Sasha clarified. The Fawkes can fight alongside the mistress. It shall be a glorious battle. You can't eat Fawkes, Harry scolded. Sasha made a face that Harry could only interpret as a grimace. The Fawkes is not tasty, he is bleg. Instead, I must defeat him in combat as it seems he is not as delicious as I once thought. Although the sun must have been in my eyes that one time I tried to cook him. Come again, Harry blinked, not speaking parcel tongue in his surprise. He shook his head. You know. What, never mind. Not this time, Sasha, but I promise you can come with me and, mistress on one of our forays later this week. Quite presumptuous of you, Harry, Daphne said. Sasha calls you mistress, Harry deflected as he indicated the basilisk. I meant the forays comment, Daphne giggled. Harry opened and closed his mouth several times before finally chuckling. You're having me on. Well, you do make it so easy, Daphne admitted with another giggle. Harry sighed with a resigned smile. He loved it when Daphne was happy. After you, my lady, Harry winked. Daphne pinkened cutely and entered the room, Harry closely behind. He heard Daphne gasp in surprise as the room began to change into a traditional dueling platform. Amazing, Harry, Daphne said breathlessly. Thank you, Harry replied. Merlin knows it took me long enough to get it to this stage, and that is with the original creator of it as an advisor. Daphne examined the surrounding clothing racks and various training dummies. There are dueling robes that should resize to fit you over there, He pointed at an adjacent wall and briefly closed his eyes, willing a changing room to materialize. He noticed Daphne tentatively approach the robes and hesitate. I can leave the room. If you need Daph, he offered. And no, Daphne stammered, shaking her head fervently. That won't be necessary, Harry, I trust. You. Harry felt a flush of pride at that statement as Daphne vanished into the changing room. He followed her lead and quickly donned the same type of dueling robes. It wouldn't be fair, after all, if he used the basilisk hide robes Sirius had commissioned for him. Then again, in a real fight, who cared about being fair? Easy, Harry, Harry scolded himself. This is just a skirmish. No one is trying to kill you. It's just Daphne. And you having a friendly spar. He shuddered. Maybe this isn't a good idea, he told himself. Harry. He closed his eyes as he felt a cool hand gently cup his cheek and slowly turn his head. Are you okay? Daphne asked in concern. Yeah, he nodded. I'm okay, Daph, just lost in my thoughts. Daphne's lips twitched briefly into a frown, and her eyes blatantly told Harry that she didn't believe him, but she relented and pulled away. Harry watched her take her position while she held her wand, with a casual ease that indicated she was familiar with using it and confident in her capabilities. Any particular rules? Daphne asked seriously. Standard rules apart from nothing lethal and no family magic, Harry called. Daphne gave a firm, resolved nod. On 3 then, Harry said and began counting down. Daphne rapidly went through her mind on what exactly could be bothering Harry until a harrowing idea hit her with the weight of a petrificus totalis. What if Harry hasn't dueled anyone since he left Hogwarts? She thought worriedly. What if the last time someone cast a spell at him was, she gasped, Albus Dumbledore? 3, Harry called. Daphne silently shielded the tickling charm, causing it to dissipate as it splashed harmlessly against her. Pratique. He's worried about how he'll react, Daphne realized. That's what he was thinking about. She batted away a stunner, causing it to careen into the raised wards of the dueling platform. I don't want to trigger any bad memories, Daphne fretted as she sidestepped a tripping jinx. The next several minutes Daphne spent dodging and defending Harry's spells. She could explain her actions easily enough by revealing what Tonks had told her during their lessons. It was the same thing Professor Flitwick had told Harry, and he had remembered during the graveyard. No, don't think about that, Daphne told herself, shaking her head irritably. She had to think of something, anything. She didn't want today's date to end poorly. The last 2 days had been, well, amazing. Daphne had, for the first time in what felt like forever, felt real, deep happiness with her life. She had an amazing job, career successes, a loving family, and now a potential dream boyfriend. She was not going to let the 3rd date with potential dream boyfriend be ruined by a naive decision on both their parts to have a friendly spar. How do I make this lighthearted, silly, and fun? Daphne asked herself. Oh. She noticed Harry's wand had dipped slightly, his expression one of confusion. Are you going to cast or? Daphne twisted her wand in a swift spiral and conjured a harmless pie behind her back. She flicked her wand forward, and 2 slow-moving tickling hexes lazily approached Harry. She waited until he had easily batted the first away, his expression incredulous, before swiftly sweeping her wand in an arc and banishing the conjured pie forward. Harry, having just moved to deflect the 2nd hex, overcompensated for the inbound 3rd projectile, and clearly reacting on instinct, attempted to bat it away. All he succeeded in doing was bisecting said pie, which collided soundly with his face. Daphne, unable to contain herself, clutched her sides as she collapsed from laughter, tears of mirth running down her cheeks. Her laughing only intensified when a dumbfounded, lemon-filling covered Harry met her eyes with his own, his emerald greens clearly displaying his wide-eyed bafflement. Really? Harry deadpanned. Daphne, still giggling and breathing heavily, managed to get back on her feet. Gasping for air, she straightened and pointed at him playfully. "Ha, point for me, Potter. Didn't expect that, did you?" "Lemon meringue." Harry smacked his lips. Daphne snorted and doubled over, dissolving into another fit of giggles. She never saw the wave of water that burst from Harry's wand as it bowled her over. "Cold," she shrieked. Now it was Harry's turn to laugh and struggle to remain standing, his face still dripping meringue. Why yo you?" Daphne chattered. "Ha, point for me, Greengrass. Didn't expect that, did you?" Harry repeated teasingly, mimicking Daphne's voice, rather poorly in the process. Daphne gawked, chattered, shivered uncontrollably, and was greatly affronted. "I do and no sso su sound like eth that." "True," Harry nodded sagely. "I didn't stutter enough." "Oh, he is so going to get it," Daphne growled mentally. A quick silent warming charm took away the cold, although her body still trembled as it slowly started recovering. She scrambled back to her feet, making squishing noises with every movement as she had been thoroughly soaked, only to have a strong gust of wind blast her from her feet and send her tumbling across the suddenly cushioned platform. Daphne may as well have impacted and rolled across a giant marshmallow. The heat from the air quickly permeated her soaked clothing. "Hot," she yelped. Harry was struggling to breathe. He was laughing so hard. "That is it." Daphne's wand twisted sharply and Harry, not remotely paying attention, yowled as the hair and teeth growing jinxes respectively impacted his body. Daphne struggled back to her feet, her hair a-frazzled, windswept disaster, and sticking out in every direction. When she saw the buck-toothed, long-haired Harry gawking up at her, she could not resist adding fuel to the fire. A lazy wand wave conjured a chunk of wood, which she levitated over to Harry's feet. "Just in case you find yourself with beaverish tendencies," Daphne intoned innocently. "You do look like one, after all." She saw the playful, joyous, yet dangerous fire alight behind his eyes and internally congratulated herself as he waved his wand, dispelling the two jinxes. He looked down and snorted at the chunk of wood. "Are you serious?" he asked, nudging the wood with his foot. She grinned impishly and he balked. "Don't you say it, Greengrass." "No, Harry," Daphne battered her eyelashes at him sweetly. "I'm Daphne. Daphne, serious is your godfather." His wand hand began moving, and Daphne laughed lightly as she followed. Mission accomplished. 1 hour later, Harry and Daphne slowly circled one another, both gasping for air from the hour of constant laughter. The two had traded joking pranks the entire time, the most recent having been Harry dunking Daphne in a vat of hot chocolate. It was quite delicious and sticky. Going to need a thorough shower after this, Daphne thought. She looked down at the large puddle of mud they were currently sloshing around in. She had stolen an idea from Weasley's portable swamp, or whatever it was called. Nothing like a good bog to spice up a friendly duel. "Are you ready, Daphne?" Harry called breathlessly. "For you to surrender," Daphne countered with a dazzling smile. Her answer was a slew of harmless jinxes and hexes that had her frantically dodging and deflecting as fast as she could. She hopped to the right only to realize her mistake far too late. Harry had fainted a stunner to maneuver her into an Expelliarmus and Flipendo combination. She felt her wand pulled from her hand, and then she was airborne. Daphne scrunched her eyes shut and braced for impact, only to feel strong, comforting arms wrap around her waist and back. Her eyes shot open to find herself face to face with Harry as he gently lowered her into the mud. She felt it soaking through her dueling robes and hair. She didn't care. "I win," Harry whispered smugly, his green eyes dancing with mirth. Daphne opened her slightly swollen lips, her breath coming in large gasps. "You win," she surrendered. She felt blood rushing to her face at their proximity. The feeling of his hands on her made her feel swell of heat in her core before it began moving lower. Daphne squirmed slightly, but his arms held her in place, and she felt so safe. "Kiss me," she begged internally. His mouth inched towards hers and she unconsciously shivered. She watched him redirect slightly and felt him kiss her grimy forehead reverently. A mixture of emotions flooded her at the motion, one of which was confusion. Why didn't he kiss me? Daphne asked herself. Was it something he saw in my eyes? Harry moved to stand, and she grabbed his hand, jerking him back down over her. She ignored the flash of surprise that peppered his irises, ignored the tomato-red blush that bloomed on her face. A blush she knew she mirrored, and grabbed him by his hot chocolate-stained collar. "Kiss me, Harry," she whispered. Daphne barely had time to register the brief flicker of hesitation on his expression before his lips met hers in a fiery, passionate kiss that set her every nerve ending aflame. A longing moan escaped her lips as she felt Harry draw her even closer to himself. So much for taking it slow, Daphne thought before her mind blanked as Harry's tongue grazed her lips. 1 hour later. "That was fun," Harry said breathily as he lay next to Daphne on the ground of their makeshift dueling arena. She bit her lower lip, tasting remnants of the hot chocolate that had dried on her skin. "Yes, it was." She agreed with a giggle. "Thank you, Harry." Harry caught her eyes with his own, and he nodded understandingly as he recognized the dual message behind the thank you. "You're welcome, Daphne." She looked around at the mess they had made and smiled fondly before she realized she was feeling crusty from the dried mud on her skin. Daphne was pleased to find Harry checking her out and smiled at his light blush once he realized he'd been caught doing so. "Torre's going to be thrilled, you know," she whispered. "That we're official." Daphne nodded. Harry chuckled. If he was being honest, he was ready to drop on a knee and propose right then. As he was unsure how that would be received, he determined to shelve that idea for the time being. But it was oh so tempting. "I assume this room can make a shower?" Daphne questioned teasingly as she sat and brushed some clumps of hair out of her eyes. "It can," Harry grunted as he pushed himself to his feet. "I'll step out so you can have some privacy." He was at the doorway when 3 words stopped him dead in his tracks. "I love you." Screw it, Harry thought. I'm proposing. He turned to see Daphne smiling softly at him as she absently fiddled with her stained blouse. "I love you too, Daphne Greengrass," he said in a husky, reverent tone. "And I'm going to marry you. Someday." He didn't wait to see her reaction, instead stepping out of the room as he had a desperate need for a shower. There were some areas that mud should not crust in. December 25, 1998, Harry's apartment, morning. Daphne padded into the kitchen of Harry's apartment in one of Harry's shirts, intent on making a cup of tea. Spending the night with Harry had become commonplace since they had become official, although their relationship had not gone further than intense snogging yet. Daphne's resistances were crumbling day by day, however, and she knew it was only a matter of time before things escalated. She knew that Harry, noble that was, could not hold out much longer either. Granted, it didn't help that she generally wore only a nightshirt and knickers to bed. Dobby popped into the kitchen and wordlessly took over the task of making his mistress her tea. Daphne didn't bother arguing, instead softly thanking Dobby as she blew on the tea while staring at the Christmas Eve Daily Prophet edition atop the table. How that had come into their possession had been interesting. Somehow, Astoria had summoned Fawkes, who had swiftly returned with the paper and a quick note. The paper had brought with it news that brought an unanticipated conclusion to a narrative that had wrecked both Harry and Daphne's lives. Dumbledore, Snape, and Voldemort had been found dead. It was odd how little it impacted Daphne now that she was reunited with Harry. She suspected Harry cared perhaps even less about the events, having been so far removed from them for several years. Astoria was understandably thrilled and had brazenly proclaimed that Harry and Daphne could return to Wizarding Britain. Daphne wasn't sure if she wanted to. Wizarding Britain had done nothing for her or Harry, outside of Castle Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Peveill. What need did they have to return? Besides, Daphne adored her job at Gringotts America. There was no chance she was leaving, especially after she had, with some unexpected help from Sasha, who had snuck into work with her one day, cracked the code on her project, revealing an ancient map that the Goblin Nation was convinced led to the mythical city of Atlantis. Daphne had received a significant pay raise, bonus, and more vacation, something she had ceased fighting on account of her blossoming relationship with Harry. She was now very glad she had never used much vacation. She looked up from the paper as Harry entered the kitchen shirtless, allowing Daphne to ogle his physique. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes before leaning over her and planting a kiss on her lips that curled her toes. She sighed when he pulled away. "I love you, Miss Greengrass," Harry murmured as he greeted the exuberant Dobby. "I love you too, Mr. Potter." Daphne took a sip of her tea. "Happy Christmas, by the way." Harry plopped down into a chair adjacent to her and glanced at the Daily Prophet as he sipped his coffee. Kind of hard to believe Snape had the balls to actually end everything, Harry muttered with a slight shake of his head. "I wonder if they'll ever uncover what really happened." Daphne shrugged. "You expect the Daily Prophet to report the truth even if they do." Harry snorted into his coffee. "No." The two sat in companionable silence until they finished their drinks. Harry stood and passed his empty cup to Dobby, who went to refill it. Harry stared a moment at the paper before slowly picking it up and casting silent, wandless incendio. The paper burst aflame, and Harry dropped it atop the table as he accepted his cup from Dobby. The three silently watched it burn until it was nothing more than ashes, which Dobby vanished with a snap of his fingers. "Presents?" Daphne asked as she shot Harry a pleading, hopeful look. "You know I can't say no when you look at me like that." Daphne giggled and dragged Harry out of the room, ensuring she didn't pull so hard that he would spill his coffee. They passed a snoozing fox who had his head tucked under his wing and a Sasha who was curled up by the fire atop a pillow. Daphne's heart soared when Harry laughed airily as she pulled him down beside her on the couch and began bouncing in her seat with barely concealed excitement. "You first, love," Harry said amusedly. Daphne thought she hinted a hint of nervousness, but quickly dismissed it as Harry still waking up. They two had found sleep to be a welcome commodity in each other's arms, and now Harry required 2 cups of coffee before the morning fog departed him. It was a trait Daphne was very pleased to see develop. "Which one?" Daphne gestured at the stack of presents beneath the tree. Harry hesitated briefly before humming and gesturing at a rather small square package atop the stack. It had a little bow, and Daphne snatched it immediately while practically vibrating in her seat as Harry set his coffee cup atop the side table. "Go ahead," Harry encouraged. Daphne, eager to uncover the surprise, tore at the wrapping and failed to register Harry's shift off the couch. The untaped lid slid off easily, and Daphne found her breath hitch as she stared at the chocolate frog card sitting inside the small box. Tears spilled down her eyes as a memory that felt a lifetime ago assailed her. "Would you like anything from the trolley, Daph?" Harry asked gently. Daphne looked up at him. Her eyes were reddened and slightly puffy. She wiped her nose with the sleeve of her robe and nodded. "Preference?" "Something chocolate, please." Daphne twiddled her thumbs, not meeting Harry's eyes. Harry stood and stepped out. He exchanged pleasantries with the trolley witch and ended up purchasing 2 of everything, as well as several gillywaiters. He returned to find Daphne looking out the window. It was just beginning to rain heavily. Lightning flashed in the distance, and the following thunderclap caused her to jump slightly. "Looks like a big storm," Harry remarked while he set down his purchases. "Chocolate frog." Daphne smiled brightly at him and brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you, Harry." "My pleasure." Harry plopped down beside her and took a bite out of a licorice wand. "I used to collect these, you know," Daphne told him while chewing on her chocolate frog. She was holding an Albus Dumbledore card. Never could get Herpo the Foul. Apparently, he was a limited run and wasn't very popular. "With a name like that, I'd expect he wasn't," Harry chuckled. "Do you still have your collection?" Daphne flushed prettily. "Somewhere. Father didn't think it proper for someone of my status to indulge in such frivolities. If I ever find a Herpo the Foul, I'll make sure you get it," he promised while holding back the frown that threatened to overtake his expression at Daphne's admission of her father's belief. "You remembered," she croaked as she looked up to find Harry kneeling before her, holding a breathtaking ring. "I never forgot, Daph," Harry whispered. "I have loved you from the moment I saw you, if you'll let me. I want to love you for the rest of our lives. I want to have that daughter I saw in the mirror of Arist, will you marry?" She never let him finish. While he was speaking, she reverently set aside her Herpo the Foul chocolate frog card and launched herself at him, tackling him to the ground as she snogged him senseless. She pulled away long enough to gasp a command that she felt impact her future husband. "Take me to bed, Harry." 3 years later. "It's going to be okay, baby," Harry whispered as Daphne, doused in sweat and looking completely gasped and whimpered. "You're doing great." "I'm tired," Daphne sobbed. Harry's heart broke, and he felt a cold hand grip his core. Daphne had been in labor for nearly 55 hours. His dear wife had been an absolute warrior the entire time, but Harry knew the fight had almost left her. "Just one more push, baby," Harry encouraged. "Our daughter is almost here." Daphne nodded, took several breaths, and screamed as she put all she had left into one final push. And then Harry heard the cry of his baby girl, and his entire world stood still. His daughter was here. And she was breathing. Daphne, pale and sweaty, was breathing sharply while the best healer Gringotts America could hire was praising the new mother for a job well done. "I'm okay," Daphne gasped and squeezed Harry's hand as she weakly nodded. "Our baby." "You can come hold her, Dad," the healer called. Daphne nodded and sagged into the pillow. Harry numbly turned and stood to find his baby girl, with a head full of hair that he knew would be blonde, and mesmerizing green eyes. Her daddy's eyes was being gently swaddled. When the healer placed his child in his arms, he felt as if the weight of the world simultaneously settled and left his shoulders. His wife and daughter were safe and healthy. He was a daddy now. Harry brought his daughter over to his beloved wife and sat down, happy to find Daphne's eyes open as she lovingly observed him. "She's beautiful," Harry choked as tears of joy ran down his cheeks. "Daph, she's so beautiful." "She really is," Daphne sobbed as she eagerly accepted her daughter. "I love you," Harry gently kissed Daphne's forehead. "I love you so much, Daphne." "I love you too, Harry," Daphne returned as she kissed their daughter atop the forehead. "Are you sure you're okay with the name?" "Yes," Harry affirmed. "My sister is going to be insufferable. You know that, right?" "She already is," Harry laughed happily. "Besides, if our daughter turns out like her aunt, then we'll be very proud parents." "I love her so much already," Daphne whispered wearily. "Me too," Harry agreed as he watched his wife drift off into a restful slumber. He stood and gently removed his sleeping daughter from her mother's embrace, cradling her to his chest. "Let's go meet the rest of the family," Harry breathed as he stepped outside the delivery room to find Astoria, Minerva, Andromeda, Tonks, Ted, and Arya all waiting. "Is Daphne okay?" Arya asked. "Mama is good, she's sleeping," Harry beamed. "What did you name her?" Astoria demanded excitedly as she looked over Harry's shoulder at her niece. "We decided to name her after the girl who never gave up hope that everything would work out," Harry said softly. The girl who continually told her sister that everything would work out. Astoria's lower lip trembled as tears spilled down her cheeks. Aunt Torai, meet your niece, Torai Lily Potter.
Thanks for watching part 3.